Chapter 1. The beginning almost led to the annihilation of my clan. Sai, when Sangwon perished, was resurrected, and then encountered the supernatural. Oh no! She laid eyes upon a corpse on the brink of death. Crouching on the ground, when Sangwon gazed at the body with a sense of lamentation, showing no intention of offering aid. My friend, it's not that I refuse to save you, it's just that your toxins are so potent that any touch would cause you to suffer 100-fold. Do not struggle, it is futile. Instead, prepare yourself for the journey ahead. A distinguished young lady from an ancient martial arts family, who had once commanded respect in the business world, found herself choked to death by a mere dumpling. This jest was far from humorous. If her ancestors were to discover that their descendant had met such a disgraceful end, they would likely overturn the coffin and expel her from the family tree. Upon her sudden transmigration, she perfectly inherited the memories of her predecessor. Sharing the same name and age of 19, she was the legitimate daughter of the Wen family. Her mother was the daughter of a general, who perished due to complications during childbirth. Her stepmother, Li Xianglan, a woman of dubious origins, had cunningly elevated her status despite being illiterate, nurturing the original body like a spoiled heiress. In stark contrast, her own daughter, Wen Qianqian, was raised with strict discipline, becoming a renowned, talented woman in the capital. Among the two daughters of the Wen family, one was celebrated far and wide, while the other was infamous and reviled. She was the latter, a pariah that even dogs would avoid. The original Wen Sangwon's father, Wen Yu, was a scoundrel, indifferent to his daughter's plight, as long as she did not starve. Thankfully, the Wen matriarch was discerning and doted on the original body. Otherwise, given the original's temperament, she would have long since squandered her life, her arrogant disposition having offended all the influential families in the capital. Sigh. After another sigh, when Sangwon extended her claws and rummaged through the corpse, retrieving a fine piece of jade inscribed with the character knight on its reverse side, and then a dagger. Ah, this will do. My friend, I never expected your physique to be so substantial. What a pity to waste it. Rising from the ground, she surveyed the deep pit, her fingers brushing against the damp, saline earth. Li Xianglan had indeed put considerable effort into her scheme. 3 days prior, under the pretense of offering blessings for the original's 19th birthday, Li Xianglan had taken her to the Pudu temple for prayers. Along the way, they encountered mountain bandits. Li Xianglan used herself as bait, hiding the original body on the mountain path while luring the bandits away with her carriage. After she left, another wave of bandits appeared, and the original body was chased halfway up the mountain, ultimately falling into this deep pit. Deprived of food and water, coupled with overwhelming panic, she was startled to death by a corpse that had seemingly fallen from the sky, thus perfectly taking over the original's life. How could Li Xianglan's little tricks escape her keen perception? Since she had inherited the original's corporeal form, she would avenge this grudge. Weighing the dagger in her hand, she thought, it's just a pit. If there's no path, she would create one, digging out the walls until she could climb out unaided. While she wasn't an expert in extreme climbing, she was certainly familiar with the terrain. With fervor, she began to carve grooves into the pit with the dagger. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh rang out. When Sangwon gasped in pain, turning to glare fiercely at the corpse that had suddenly sat up. The corpse, taken aback, quickly regained composure and spoke in a husky voice. Take me out, and I won't kill you. When Sangwon glanced at her shoulder, now soaked in blood, her mind racing with 1,000 curses. This was his idea of not killing her? The audacity of this man. Even in such a state, she hadn't even laid a hand on him, and yet he turned the tables on her. How utterly despicable. Suppressing the pain, she ground her teeth for a moment before responding coolly. Is this how you plead for help? She was known for her obstinate nature. She was the type who would rather face hardships than yield. Care to oppose her? Just wait. If it came down to it, she would return to the underworld to confront the king of hell again. If you had approached me with a better attitude, perhaps I would have considered saving you. But as it stands, I am in no position to assist anyone. Let us both prepare for our fates. When Sangwon plopped down, thoroughly resigning herself to the situation, ignoring the wound on her shoulder inflicted by the dart. With the air of someone in a position of power, Bei Minji coldly declared, I can annihilate your entire clan. Though he was suffering from the effects of poison, his consciousness remained intact. Examining his jade pendant, he refrained from revealing his identity, indicating the depth of this woman's cunning. "Umph." When Sanguine retorted disdainfully, "Go ahead. If a single name is omitted from the genealogy, you are no man." She refused to be intimidated. Her connection to the Wen family was tenuous at best. If they were to kill her, so be it. An outsider had no significant ties. The maternal family of the original had perished on the battlefield long ago, leaving her with a royal pardon. At worst, she could hand it to the old matriarch and return to confront the king of hell. To threaten her was a mere fantasy. "Are you not afraid of me?" His chilling voice echoed in the darkness, like a specter demanding retribution. When Sanguine, instead of being frightened, laughed. "Fear you? Don't flatter yourself. Even if you are a prince, I am unperturbed. At worst, I shall die 18 years later. I shall still be a hero. Who could possibly outdo her in the art of resignation?" Upon hearing this, Bei Mingyes's lips curled into an amused smile hidden beneath his mask. "Take me up, and I shall grant you a promise." The cold poison within him was debilitating, and he was not in a position to act recklessly. Once he was free, he intended to eliminate this woman and keep his secrets. When Sanguine replied bluntly, "Are you trying to manipulate me? Threaten me? I am not a soft persimmon. And if you wish to harm me, come at me. Speak of annihilating my clan. What do you take me for? A mere pawn to be tossed about?" Suppressing her anger, she chuckled lightly. "In your current condition, even if I fought you, you would be unable to resist. The poison must be quite unbearable. Wouldn't it, Prince Nine?" Bei Minji, instead of being angered, chuckled in response. It was said that the Wen family's young lady, Wen Sanguine, was an infamous fool. Upon meeting her, he realized that appearances could be deceiving. "You are quite intriguing." When Sanguine shifted back slightly, No, Prince Nine, I am not one to play hard to get. Do not mistake this as amusing. Let us end this conversation here." The piece of jade she had touched earlier bore the intricate carving of a five-clawed golden dragon. In the present realm, only the formidable Prince Nine, Bei Minji, the regent who held sway over the court, could dare to wear such an emblem. Even the emperor regarded him with caution. Rumor had it that this regent was capricious and ruthless, sparing no mercy in his dealings. To provoke this living embodiment of death was tantamount to preparing oneself for the grave. This was the original's memory, and its veracity was uncertain. For someone from the modern world, the concept of hierarchy held little sway. "Knowing who I am, are you not afraid I might kill you?" Bei Minji scrutinized her, his gaze assessing. This woman, aware of his identity, showed no signs of fear or deference, which intrigued him. When Sanguine couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Whether I die now or later, it's all the same. Why fuss over it? What is there to fear? In the Wen family?" When Sanguine shrugged nonchalantly. "If you wish, how could a mere weak woman like me possibly obstruct you? You certainly differ from the rumors. Prince Nine, let us part ways amicably. You take your path, and I shall take mine. We are not acquainted, so let us sever any ties for the future." Bei Mingyes's interest piqued. "What if I refuse?" When Sanguine, at a loss for words, rose from the ground, unwilling to engage further with this eccentric prince. Gritting her teeth, she cursed him inwardly for his ruthlessness, showing no regard for her feelings. Glancing at her shoulder wound, she looked up at the sky. Given her injury, her plan to climb the pit wall seemed increasingly implausible. Suddenly, her stomach growled, a wave of weakness washing over her, rendering her speechless. It was a case of rain falling on a leaking roof, inundated from both inside and out. Li Xianglan was determined to starve her to death, yet she felt no panic. She had ways to escape. It was merely a matter of adhering to family rules, which was a bit troublesome. Bei Minji sat cross-legged, unabashedly observing Wen Sanguine, his imposing presence unwavering even in her current disheveled state. The intensity of his gaze compelled Wen Sanguine to glance back, retorting without reservation, "Prince Nine, is it proper to scrutinize a lady so closely? I am curious. How do you plan to escape?" Wen Sanguine silently ground her teeth. Did this prince have a screw loose? Both were trapped in the pit, akin to crickets on the same string. She could not believe he was oblivious to their predicament. With a sarcastic tone, she replied, "Prince Nine, if I cannot escape, what makes you think you can fly out of here?" She couldn't resist a mocking laugh to emphasize her derision. However, her words were swiftly met with a harsh reality. A shadow descended from above, kneeling before Bei Minji. "I apologize for my tardiness. Please punish me, my lord." When Sangwon was left speechless, even with his mask, she could feel the mocking gaze directed at her from behind it. Bei Minji waved his hand lazily, seemingly in good spirits. When Sangwon composed herself, adjusting her posture and feigning an official smile. "Your Highness, you are indeed majestic, wise, and renowned." A paragon of charm and grace, a torrent of exasperation surged within her. She was utterly at a loss for words. After a moment, "Is that all?" Bei Minji said. When Sangwon inhaled deeply. "Your Highness, your name resounds across the land. Your might is unparalleled, and your charm is beyond compare." A long silence ensued, the pit enveloped in an eerie stillness. Bai Mingyi had lost his patience. Initially intending to observe what further performances the woman before him could conjure, he soon discovered that it was all rather unremarkable. Rising slowly, he brushed off his sleeves and prepared to depart. In the blink of an eye, two figures soared out of the pit, leaving Wen Sangwon in a state of disarray. When Sangwon had hoped to utter a few flattering words, seeking a favor, wondering if this man might be swayed by sympathy to offer her a ride. Yet, reality dealt a harsh blow. This man was indeed as ruthless as the rumors suggested, cold and merciless. Upon reflection, it was only to be expected. Had he possessed any genuine concern, he would not have threatened her with a flying dart. She realized that when she had fallen, she should have seized the opportunity to strangle this irresponsible dog of a man. Outside the pit, the shadow guard clasped his hands in a salute. "My lord, what shall we do with this woman? It would be unwise to leave her. Knowing your secret, she could become a source of trouble." Chapter 2. Planning a Funeral Before Death. Bai Mingyi replied icily, "No need," and with that, he flicked his sleeves and departed. Understood. The two figures vanished into the forest, one following the other. When Sangwon gazed up at the desolate night sky, letting out a sigh as she retracted her chaotic thoughts. With her fingers pressed together, she touched her left shoulder. Her wound appeared grave, yet it had carefully skirted her vital meridians. With blood on her fingertips, she traced a sigil in the air, murmuring incantations. "Summon the troops and rally the souls. I am the divine general, and only I command. Little spirits, hasten forth." She was the 89th heir of an ancient martial arts family, a lineage that not only preserved martial techniques, but also the esoteric arts of spirit communication and ghost banishment. Among her kin, she was the most gifted spiritualist in a century, yet she was also the one who met her end in the most pathetic manner. The ethereal sigils flickered like scattered starlight. Moments later, a shadow emerged above the pit, cascading down like a mountain spring, converging before Wen Sangwon, coalescing into a bloated silhouette. When Sangwon regarded the little spirit before her, "Take me out of here." The shadow entwined around her feet, lifting her upwards. According to her family's teachings, one must not employ ghostly arts within 3 feet of the living. Spirits are creatures of the underworld, and proximity to the living would consume their yang energy, leading to illness or even death, resulting in a backlash of misfortune. Once she had safely reached the surface, when Sangwon pressed her bloodied fingertip to the shadow's brow. "Speak of your grievances quickly." The shadow made incoherent gestures for a duration. After a while, when Sangwon retracted her hand, the living walked the path of sunlight, while the dead tread the road to the yellow springs. "I shall disperse your troubles, rest assured, on your journey." The shadow knelt before her, offering 3 bows before the dark energy gradually dissipated, revealing the transparent silhouette of a beautiful woman, who smiled gently at Wen Sangwon before slowly vanishing. When Sangwon observed the red marks that had formed on her wrist, a ghostly pact had been forged, and she was bound to fulfill the spirit's unfulfilled wishes. However, her immediate priority was to settle her personal grievances regarding the Wen residence. Li Xianglan, was it? Heh, just wait. After inspecting her shoulder wound, confirming it had ceased bleeding, she picked up a withered branch from the ground and tossed it into the air, declaring, "Pointing stone, lead the way, the Wen resident shall return." The withered branch landed, its frayed end pointing towards the southeast. When Sangwon crushed the branch beneath her foot, and strode towards the southeast. In the tranquil night, the occasional call of a night bird accompanied the rustling leaves stirred by the gentle breeze. For an ordinary person, traversing such a silent forest would undoubtedly evoke chills and a sense of dread, yet for Sanguine, it was nothing out of the ordinary. In her childhood, her family had often cast her into desolate graveyards to cultivate her courage. Even in daylight, the skies would be a dim, yellowish gray, devoid of any signs of life now that was truly spine-chilling. After walking for less than half an hour, Sanguine was compelled to stop and rest. It was simply unbearable. She had gone 3 days without sustenance and felt faint from hunger. After a night of halting and stumbling, it was only as dawn broke that she finally reached the official road. "My lord, there is that woman. Let's go," the shadow guard responded, pulling the reins as the carriage began to advance slowly. He could not fathom why his lord would linger on this road for an entire night, yet he would not defy his command. The inconspicuous carriage passed by Sanguine, its wheels grinding against the gravel, the creaking sound mocking her joyous plight. Sanguine, her innate sensitivity to human presence, combined with her ghostly arts, ensured that once she had sensed a person, their scent would never fade. Was the ninth prince suffering from some ailment? To see someone in distress and offer no aid was one thing, yet now, was he deliberately flaunting his carriage as he returned to the capital? Or was it that he had chosen to wait here for an entire night just to witness her misfortune? When she had been in the pit, she had praised him with a flurry of meaningless words, yet he had not even flinched. Now, it was unlikely he had the leisure to entertain such trifles. Perhaps she was overthinking it. His presence here was likely just to block her path. Was it not common in novels? Of 10 princes, 5 were pursued, 3 were poisoned, and the remaining 2 met with untimely deaths. Enemies lurked everywhere, and stepping outside meant encountering assassins or being chased by foes, especially for those princes of great power. Their lives were often fraught with peril. After resting for a while and regaining her strength, Sanguine resumed her journey. Observing the carriage maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far, as if it were deliberately baiting her, she felt like a mere walking corpse. Could a carriage truly travel slower than her own feet? It seemed intentional, yet there was no evidence to substantiate her suspicions. Sanguine harbored a deep-seated resentment, silently cursing the carriage to suffer a flat tire midway, or better yet, to fall apart completely, leaving no trace behind. As she trudged along, her struggles had certainly stirred quite the commotion back at the Wynn residence. In front of the Hawaiian courtyard of the Wynn residence, the dignified matriarch stood at the entrance, flanked by 2 maids with tear-streaked faces supporting her. "Today, I shall see who dares." Li Xianglan feigned sobs, her voice quavering. "Old matriarch, I did not wish for this Wainer as a child I have raised with my own hands, and now this calamity." When Qianqian interjected, "Grandmother, please let mother handle this. I too am deeply saddened by what has befallen my sister. Let us lay her to rest in peace." A cat weeping for a mouse. How disingenuous. "Today, whoever dares to touch my granddaughter's belongings, I shall enforce family rules." Li Xianglan attempted to speak. "Old matriarch, get out. My Wainer is blessed who dares disturb a single flower or blade of grass in her courtyard. Do not blame me for being heartless." Li Xianglan bit her lip, feigning compliance. Yes. With a signal from Li Xianglan, the servants withdrew. Once everyone had departed, the matriarch swayed unsteadily. The maids Az and Alan quickly supported her, concern etched on their faces. "Old matriarch, I know not how Wainer fares. These ill-intentioned individuals are eyeing her courtyard. You two are the young lattice personal maids. You must protect this place vigilantly." Alan wept. "Old matriarch, even if I must die, I will guard the young lattice courtyard. I am weary." The matriarch wearily closed her eyes, opening them after a pause. Her granddaughter had been missing for several days, and now these people brazenly sought to conduct a funeral. This was a test of her resolve. If she remained unmoved, even when her granddaughter returned, her reputation would be tarnished. What then? She sighed deeply. "My granddaughter is destined for good fortune, and she shall return safely." Aziz's eyes were red, yet her expression remained stoic as she supported the matriarch. "Old matriarch, allow me to escort you back to rest. When night falls, I shall venture to the outskirts to seek the young lady." Her words were merely a comfort for the matriarch. The entire Wen residence was under Li Xianglin's covert surveillance. She could hardly escape. The matriarch nodded wearily. Alon squatted at the entrance, wiping her tears and fervently praying for the young lad's safe return. In the Huaya courtyard, only Li Xianglan and her daughter remained in the main chamber. Li Xianglan gripped her teacup tightly, her veins visibly throbbing. When Qianqian sat opposite, her complexion equally grim. "Mother, has that wretched girl lived or died?" Li Xianglan replied coldly. "Those people have driven her into the pit, deprived of food and water for several days. She must surely perish." "Mother, why not act directly? Why must it be done this way?" Li Xianglan released her grip on the teacup. "She hails from a family of loyal and valiant generals. If she dies by human hands, we cannot silence the whispers of the crowd. After all these years, do you still not see? Her arrogant demeanor has offended countless noble ladies and young masters. How could she continue to live unscathed? That death reprieve she possesses is her talisman." She glanced at her daughter, who had blossomed into a graceful young woman. "Let us wait a while longer. Let her starve to death. As long as the coroner confirms it was starvation rather than foul play, no suspicion will fall upon us. You have begun to make a name for yourself. We cannot afford to tarnish your reputation at this critical juncture. I am not a concubine. I cannot let you, as the legitimate daughter, seek a worthy match while carrying a disgrace." When Qianqian's eyes brimmed with malice, it was her identity that prevented her from standing shoulder to shoulder with those noble ladies. "How have things been between you and the crown prince lately?" "He treats me well." Do you remember what I taught you?" She had once been a woman of lowly status. Had she not been clever enough to capture Wen Yu's attention, she would still be living an abject life in the brothel, devoid of any dignity, let alone the splendor she now enjoyed. Wen Yu had not granted her the position of primary wife, and all matters of the household were left to her management. In this residence, aside from the old matriarch, none dared defy her commands. Of course, there was also that wretched girl, Wen Sangwen. Now that the crown prince sought a consort, every noble family would present eligible maidens for selection. The Wen residence could have only one representative. She must clear the way for her daughter. If only a few more days would pass, and that wretched girl would perish, her daughter would enter the Eastern Palace, shedding her lowly status. Her future would surely be resplendent. "Mother, in a couple of days, the crown prince has invited me to enjoy the scenery by the lake." Li Xianglan withdrew her thoughts and gazed at the teacup before her. "Politely decline. At this critical juncture, you must not allow others to seize the opportunity against you. You must implore the crown prince to take action in locating that wretched woman, while you feign concern for your sister's well-being. Do you understand? Your daughter will remember. From today's events, it is evident that the matriarch still holds a strong interest in that despicable woman. In a couple of days, I shall arrange for a woodcutter to investigate the situation. You need only to attend to your own responsibilities. Should that wretched woman prove resilient, I shall devise a means to ensure her untimely misfortune." Li Xianglan felt a cold smirk rise within her. In the remote wilderness, with the abundance of serpents, insects, and vermin, any accident would be entirely expected. Anyone who obstructs her daughter's path deserves to meet their demise. Chapter 3. Competing in tears, suffering, and deception within the confines of their dwelling, the mother and daughter conspired until dusk, when a servant hurriedly arrived with news. Madam, the eldest young lady has returned to the manor." Hearing this, Wen Qianqian could no longer contain herself, springing from her seat with disbelief etched upon her face as she gazed at her mother. "Mother," Li Xianglan furrowed her brow, and after a prolonged moment, she relaxed slightly, though her expression remained grim. "That I have always said, one must remain unperturbed by both honor and disgrace. That if you cannot sit still now, how will you contend with the court's beauties when you enter the Eastern Palace?" When Qianqian composed herself, calming her mind, and replied softly, "Daughter understands." That Li Xianglan stood, dabbing her lips with a handkerchief, and said coolly, "Let us see how resilient this wretch is, that she has not succumbed to her fate." Outside the grand door, when Sangwon looked up at the plaque of the Wen Manor, lost in thought that a dark aura lingered in the air above, a manifestation of unresolved grievances and the spirits of the innocently deceased. Sufficient evidence of the many souls that had perished here. Ordinarily, Under the Emperor's reign, the dragon spirit would dispel such malevolence. However, as she entered through the southern gate of the city, she noticed a swirling black mist hovering ominously over the vast capital. This was no trivial matter. The weakening of the dragon's energy and instability of the imperial star foreshadowed impending chaos. Little did she expect that upon her rebirth, she would encounter such a significant celestial phenomenon. The servants at the manor, upon seeing the young lady, felt a surge of anxiety and bowed low, holding their breath. "Oh, my Wanner, you have finally returned. Allow your aunt to see you. These past few days have terrified me." The feigned wailing of Li Xianglan drifted from within the door. Even before she arrived, her voice preceded her, leading the unaware to believe in the depth of her emotions. When Sangwen was jolted back to reality by this lament, her gaze falling within, that a throng of maids and servants followed Li Xianglan, marching forth in a manner reminiscent of a funeral procession. Along the way, she had overheard the idle gossip of passers-by. Whispers of the eldest lady of the Wen Manor being abducted by bandits, of beasts claiming her life, and of her lost purity circulated, casting a heavy shadow over the reputation of an unmarried woman. In the ancient world, a woman's virtue was paramount. Any hint of scandal could lead to her ruin, rendering her irredeemably tainted, as if she had plunged into the Yellow River without the hope of cleansing herself. Although she did not embody the fragility of her contemporaries and was indifferent to such matters, she would not tolerate any affront to her dignity. Observing Li Xianglan's sorrowful demeanor, her brows arched slightly. Competing in misery, in feigned delicacy, in innocence, such antics were hardly exclusive. She promptly raised her voice, crying out, "Aunt, why did you abandon me alone? Woe is me!" Outside the Wen Manor, a throng of onlookers gathered, drawn by Wen Sangwen's striking visage. She was notorious across the capital as a celebrity, and crowds congregated merely for the spectacle. Her cries shifted the atmosphere instantaneously. The murmurs erupted into a cacophony. What is wrong with this young lady's words? It seems amiss, does it not? Indeed? Wasn't it said that this aunt sacrificed herself to lure the bandits away, returning only to seek help from the officials? Were their feelings not deep and sincere? I have heard that the officials left the city that day. What transpired thereafter is uncertain, that I thought the young lady had been rescued, yet now it appears otherwise. Hush! Keep your voices down, or the young lady will hear you. And you may find yourself in trouble, do not speak of it. The end is emerging. There will be entertainment to behold. As the discussion swirled, more curious citizens gathered outside the Wen Manor, many casting dubious glances at Wen Sangwen, their intentions unclear. With a loud cry, Wen Sangwen advanced a few steps, continuing to feign vulnerability and lament. "Aunt, why did you ignore my calls from behind the carriage? Why did you leave me on the highway?" I was so afraid of the bandits. After her dramatic outburst, she noticed a new group approaching behind Li Xianglan, led by an elderly lady being supported as she walked. Understanding dawned upon her. This must be her grandmother. Immediately, she halted, her eyes reddening. "Grandmother, I thought I would never see you again. I was so frightened. I did not understand why Anne abandoned me on the carriage that I never even saw the bandits." She bit her lip, secretly grimacing in pain, pinching her thigh to enhance her performance. The pain was indeed quite sharp. Wen Sangwen's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet those present could hear her clearly. Li Xianglan's complexion shifted dramatically, unable to fathom that Wen Sangwen would so shamelessly wail outside the manor, her two cries turning the tide of public sentiment and leaving Li Xianglan at a loss for how to gracefully extricate herself. However, having managed the household for many years, she maintained her composure, quickly formulating a response. Dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, she said, "Wanner, your aunt only wishes for your safety. I never intended for those bandits to harm you." "Oh, my poor Wanner!" Wen Sangwen inwardly scoffed at the irony of the woman's words. While professing concern for her safety, she included a line about the bandits' potential to harm her, thereby cementing the idea of her own compromised virtue. She continued to sob, "Grandmother, I truly did not see any bandits. I returned all the way with the carriages of the 9th Prince. Aunt, why did you abandon me? Have I done something wrong to upset you?" She was confident that no one would dare seek verification from the regent that my granddaughter has suffered injustice. The elderly lady stepped forward from within, grasping Wen Sangwen firmly, and after a brief exchange, adeptly ushered her into the manor. Wen Sangwen felt the firm grip around her wrist, momentarily taken aback, but offered no resistance, following her grandmother into the manor. This old woman had shielded her from the prying eyes of the crowd, which alone revealed her affection. Her voice softened as she gently reassured, "Grandmother, I am fine. Grandmother knows my Warner has suffered. Let us return and compose ourselves before recounting the details." Warmth blossomed within her heart. True concern from family was always thoughtful and considerate. She nodded in agreement that Eli Xianglan was left to languish at the manor's entrance, overhearing words she should not have, her heart filled with daggers aimed at Wen Sangwen. An hour later, having tidied herself, Wen Sangwen sat within her grandmother's chamber, where a spread of delicious food awaited her. That my poor granddaughter. You must be hungry, drink some porridge to warm your stomach. That Elon approached to serve the porridge, carefully placing it before Wen Sangwen. "Miss, the porridge is quite hot." Wen Sangwen glanced around the room. Only an elderly maid stood behind her grandmother, while the rest were her trusted maidservants, Az and Elon. She understood that these were the ones she could rely upon. The elderly lady's visage bore the marks of fatigue, her dark hair unable to conceal the encroaching white strands, yet her noble demeanor was still evident. Though time had left its traces, "Eat quickly. Grandmother knows you must have suffered these past 3 days." When Sangwen regarded the food before her, not bothering to feign modesty, and lifted the bowl to savor the meal. Elon occasionally replenished her plate. Once she had eaten her fill, the dishes were cleared away, and Az brought forth fragrant tea. It was only then that the elderly lady spoke slowly. "Warner, tell your grandmother how you've fared these past 3 days." When Sangwen took a sip of tea, silently appreciating its quality before explaining, "I fell into a deep pit and exerted considerable effort to climb out." The elderly lady gazed at her granddaughter with concern. "My dear, you have endured much hardship." The statement brought tears to her eyes, which she could no longer contain. "Grandmother, please do not worry. I am perfectly fine. There is no need for concern." Hearing this, the elderly lady felt a pang of guilt. Her heart heavy. "It is grandmother's failure to protect you. I am growing old." As the words left her lips, realization struck her. "Warner, you are not confused, are you, grandmother?" When Sangwen ventured tentatively, her heart racing. Surely this elderly lady would not perceive the truth. The elderly lady, keenly attuned to the fleeting expression in Wen Sangwen's eyes, broke into a smile of understanding. "That my granddaughter has returned." The ambiguous words left Wen Sangwen bewildered, her mind swirling with questions. "Grandmother, fortunately." The elderly lady did not keep her waiting long. Addressing the maid beside her, she commanded, "Fetch the brocade box." The maid swiftly exited through a side door, returning shortly with a black brocade box. "For the young lady." After gesturing for Wen Sangwen to take it, she instructed, "You all may leave now. Guard the door and allow no one to approach." Z. Elon, and the elderly maid responded in unison and exited the room. The elderly lady spoke gently. "Warner, open it and see." Chapter 4. The past is the seed of the future under her grandmother's guidance. When Sangwen opened the brocade box before her, inside lay a jet-black jade ring, smooth and lustrous, captivating in its depth. The elderly lady continued, "On the eve of your birth, a wandering holy monk traveled from afar to receive a cup of your arrival tea from me." When Sangwen remained silent, patiently awaiting her grandmother's further revelations, the holy monk proclaimed that you were born under the auspicious violet star, destined to tread a path unlike that of ordinary mortals, and that when the time of clarity arrives, you shall be graced with purple chi and blessings. When Sangwen felt a tremor of shock within, the violet star her grandmother spoke of was not the original soul, but her true fate. On the day of her birth, her family employed their ancestral powers to shroud her purple star destiny, preventing it from manifesting due to her soul's wandering nature. Little did they anticipate that in this foreign realm, someone would decipher her fate. This monk was no ordinary figure. While the laypeople merely recognized the purple star as a harbinger of great fortune, they remained oblivious to the fact that, akin to the malevolent star, its growth was fraught with trials and tribulations. This suffering did not stem from her own being, but rather from those scattered stars that sought to borrow her luck. To borrow luck can be simply understood as the adage, one who stays close to vermilion will turn red, while one who lingers near ink will turn black. Naturally, a purple star encountering auspicious celestial bodies is advantageous. Conversely, should it encounter malevolent stars, its fate would be riddled with adversity. To put it plainly, who wouldn't desire something good? It is akin to a windfall of unclaimed lottery tickets falling onto the street. Who wouldn't wish to seize them? Unless the ticket itself possesses an extraordinary power to withstand all challenges. One would inevitably be drawn into the fray of contention. The jade ring was left by the holy monk, who specifically instructed her grandmother that it could only be entrusted when Sangwon returned. As when Sangwon picked up the jade ring, she realized that her grandmother understood she was not the original owner, though the elderly lady chose not to voice this truth, with her grandmother's wisdom. How could she not grasp the unspoken sentiments? The elderly woman nodded, remarking that between the ages of 1 and 3, when Sangwon was occasionally lucid, yet often muddled. After turning 3, she seemed to have gained clarity. Her grandmother had observed closely. She was not genuinely astute. Over the years, she had allowed Sangwon to roam freely within the estate, indulging her whims, all in accordance with the monk's intent. Upon hearing these words, Sangwon felt a flicker of understanding that if she were truly wise, Li Xianglan would not have tolerated her untrammeled growth. That it appeared that this world was intertwined with her fate, and thus she chose not to conceal her inquiries. Boldly asking her grandmother whether she recognized her as the true Sangwon or merely as the previous incarnation. The holy monk had advised that Sangwon need not be entangled in past lives and future consequences, for they were all part of her essence. She should simply let things unfold naturally. Sangwon smiled without speaking. The two conversed for an extended time, uncovering many truths that had eluded her memory. It turned out that her mother, Lung Yin, did not suffer from complications during childbirth. Rather, when the original body reached her first birthday, Lung Yin accompanied her maternal grandfather, General Lung Feng, into battle. Half a year later, news of victory reached the borders, accompanied by the devastating tidings of the old general and her mother's sacrifice. The emperor, recognizing the loyalty of the general's household, posthumously honored them with commendations and a death exemption gold medal, bestowing all glory upon the original body. This was one reason for her brazen demeanor in the capital, having offended many yet remained unscathed. Another reason lay in the fear of the Shadow Guard, a legendary cavalry unit rumored to slay any who stood in their way, acting as a hidden blade. This military force did not take orders from the emperor, but rather from the general's household, obeying only the orders of the military token, known solely to the heirs of the general's lineage. Did I end that fateful battle? Lung Feng and Lung Yin encountered unforeseen circumstances, leaving the original body merely a year old. Many speculated that the military token had fallen into the one household, which inadvertently benefited Wen Yu, who ascended the ranks from the 5th to the 3rd official position. That night deepened. The two continued their conversation until Sun bid her grandmother farewell and returned to her quarters. After a day and night of tumult, claiming she was not tired would be disingenuous. Sitting before her vanity, she beheld her exquisite reflection. Her phoenix eyes gleamed with a hint of aloofness, her lips adorned with red, and her skin as fair as snow, resembling a flower that spoke and a jade that exuded fragrance. Raising her delicate fingers, she slipped the black jade ring onto her fingertip, feeling a subtle chill emanate from it, entwining her finger for a moment before dissipating into her being. Sangwon could distinctly sense a refreshing power coursing through her body, clarifying her mind. The jade ring gradually faded and melded into her little finger. A vast emptiness emerged in her consciousness, revealing a floating brocade box at its center. When she attempted to touch it with her thoughts, the box opened, revealing a translucent yellow jade carving of a tiger, causing her to pause in astonishment. Instinctively, she surmised that this was the military token that commanded the Shadow Guard. Beneath the brocade box lay a folded piece of sheepskin parchment. Using her thoughts, she unfurled the parchment, which measured approximately 5 meters in length and width, revealing intricate illustrations. Upon closer inspection, she could not suppress a gasp. This was a detailed map of the Beiming dynasty's territorial distribution, precise down to every mountain, river, town, and village. More terrifyingly, a section marked on the right side of the parchment depicted the layout of the capital, including every courtyard of the imperial palace and its hidden passages. Such intricate information was likely unknown even to the current emperor. Confusion welled within Sangwon. The jade ring was gifted by the old monk, but were the military token and the map placed there by her mother? Or had they originally belonged to the monk? Thoughts of meeting that old monk surfaced in her mind. Unable to clarify her thoughts at that moment, she opted to set them aside for later contemplation. Rising, she made her way to her bed, and if undisturbed, she could sleep until the sun was high in the sky. "Why do you obstruct my visit to my sister?" A soft, plaintive voice echoed in the courtyard. "Sister, I merely wish to see you. Why must you make it so difficult for me?" Aziz reached out to block her. "Miss is still asleep. I kindly ask the second miss not to disturb her sweet dreams." "Is it that you do not wish to see me?" When Qianqian pressed a handkerchief to her lips, "The princess summoned me. I miss my sister dearly. Now that the prince is in the main hall, I wish to pay my respects to her. Must you also obstruct me?" Aziz, a nameless fury ignited within her. This wretched person had the audacity to make her elder brother wait outside. How dare she? The more she thought about it, the more her facade of weakness intensified. That Alon stood unmoved before the door, while Aziz coldly refused. "Second miss, please do not disturb the young Miss's dreams." She and Alon were personally selected by the old general from the Shadow Guard to protect the young miss, taking orders solely from her. "You, second miss, should take your leave." When Qianqian ground her teeth in silent frustration. These two were from the Shadow Guard and did not heed the orders of anyone in the Wen household. Not even her father could easily command them. Otherwise, how could these two lowly servants act with such impudence in her presence? At that moment, the door was flung open by Wen Sangwan, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of anger as they swept across the courtyard. That Alon stepped forward. "Miss, you are awake." Seeing this, When Qianqian immediately feigned tears. "Sister, are you well? I returned in haste yesterday and did not have the chance to visit you." Her ostensibly caring gaze concealed a barely perceptible malice. This hint of malice did not escape Wen Sangwan's keen perception. Awoken from her slumber, she was irritable and had no intention of wearing a pleasant expression. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "Which dog has not been leashed properly, barking wildly in my courtyard?" Alon approached to offer her support. But when Sangwan waved her hand, indicating it was unnecessary, and commanded Aziz, throw her out. That Aziz accepted her mistress's intent without hesitation, raising her hand toward Wen Qianqian, saying bluntly, "Second miss." "Please." Wen Qianqian clenched her handkerchief, lifting her teary eyes to Wen San. "Sister, how can you be so heartless? What wrong have I done to deserve such disdain from you?" Her demeanor, seemingly fragile, suggested that Wen Sangwan had committed an unforgivable offense against her. "Quit your pretense here. I am not fooled by your act. Leave at once." Wen Sangwan expressed her disdain openly, offering no kind words. When Qianqian bit her lip, standing stubbornly, though her form swayed as if she might collapse. "The prince is in the main hall, specifically here to see you. I merely came to convey a message. I do not know how I have offended you, making you so displeased that you would humiliate me thus." As Wen Sangwan regarded Wen Qianqian's pitiful facade, her stomach turned in revulsion, and she caught the hint embedded within the woman's words. The prince, in ancient times, only the crown prince would be addressed as such. The figure of Baiming Xian, the current crown prince, emerged in her memory. He had grown up alongside Wen Qianqian, their bond deep. Yet, she had become an obstacle between them, the laughingstock of the capital, often ridiculed for her attempts to curry favor with Baiming Xian, even to the extent of chasing after his carriage in the streets. This woman had undoubtedly added fuel to the fire and acted as a hindrance that a hint of a smile graced Wen Sangwan's lips. She had initially been merely irritated, but now she felt genuinely provoked. Each word she uttered was laced with venom. "Throw her out." Moreover, she emphasized, "Throw her out, not kindly ask her to leave. How dare a servant's child presume to wield authority in my presence? Do you not know your own station?" Aziz, having lost her patience, complied with the command to throw her out. Grabbing Wen Qianqian by the back of her garment, she yanked her forcefully, dragging her out. Wen Qianqian was taken completely by surprise. She had not anticipated Wen Sangwan's audacity. Lacking martial skills, she was caught off guard and stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, her legs faltering as she was dragged along. Letting out a terrified cry, "Sister, no!" before she could finish her plea, she was already yanked several meters away by Aziz. The maids who had accompanied Wen Qianqian were stunned for a moment before they snapped back to reality, rushing to help their mistress, but it was too late. They were met with Aziz's cold gaze, and in their panic, they cried out as they hurried after her. "Second miss! Second miss!" Aziz dragged Wen Qianqian to the door and unceremoniously tossed her onto the ground. Drawing her sword from her waist, the blade danced in her hand, creating exquisite patterns in the air as a gust of wind stirred, its tip now pointing at the disheveled Wen Qianqian seated on the ground. In a chilling voice, she commanded, "Leave." With that, she disregarded the fallen woman and turned back toward the courtyard. Xiao Chui rushed out, hurrying to assist her mistress. "Second miss," Wen Qianqian gazed towards the courtyard, slightly raising her voice in the direction of Wen Sangwen. "Sister, how could you be so heartless? I do not understand what I have done wrong to earn your disdain." The sister she knew was not like this. Why, after just a few days apart, did her voice tremble with emotion as she continued to weep? "Sister, are you blaming our aunt for not rescuing you? Is that why you treat me with such coldness? The situation is not as you perceive it. Our aunt has done everything in her power to protect you, but she was caught in perilous circumstances and had no choice. Please do not misunderstand her intentions. Over the years, our aunt's love for you has been evident and unwavering." Her heartfelt plea was filled with deep emotion, causing those who heard it to feel sorrowful and weep. Bang! Az had already taken several steps back, but upon hearing Wen Qianqian's voice, she turned around to close the courtyard gate, thus blocking Wen Qianqian's mournful words. Observing this, Wen Sangwen couldn't help but laugh at Az's actions, her earlier irritation dissipating. Truly, she was an unromantic and straightforward girl. Alon looked at her young mistress and said, "Miss you," when Sangwen shot a glance at the girl beside her. These two maids were distinct in their personalities. One exuded a naive, carefree charm while the other was a more serious, unyielding presence, both loyal and protective of their mistress. Having cleaned up many messes over the years, Az stepped forward and bowed. "Miss, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in the main hall. Shall we?" Her voice trailed off hesitantly. When Sangwen, stretching her arms without concern for her image, replied, "I am hungry to ask for His Highness. I am not familiar with him, that if he truly wishes to meet me, he can wait." Did this man genuinely have the kindness to visit her? What could someone of royal blood desire? Did he think she was oblivious? She was unimpressed by the original's foolishness, yet felt a sense of repulsion at the thought of being watched. Holding back her disgust and playing it cool, she had no faith that Bai Mingxian was truly as he appeared, a childhood friend of Wen Qianqian, while behind the scenes, who knew how he manipulated that childhood friend to his advantage. Those novels often portrayed princes and princesses in a way that made them seem dim-witted. How could those who lived within lofty walls be simple folk, unless they were genuinely foolish beyond redemption? Az turned to leave, but Alon's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at her young mistress. Unable to contain her joy, her mistress had indeed regained clarity. When Sangwen, unable to resist, pinched Alon's round, cherubic face, teasing, "Why do you look so innocent and adorable?" With her round little dumpling face, was she not tempting her to act? Alon was taken aback by this gesture, standing frozen, her cheeks blooming like ripe apples. Stammering, "Miss, my Alon is truly adorable," when Sangwen declared triumphantly, retracting her mischievous hands and seating herself at the stone table in the courtyard. Alon, unaccustomed to such a playful mistress, quickly followed suit, adeptly pouring hot tea from the kettle before tentatively asking, "Miss," when Sangwen lifted her teacup for a delicate sip and replied, "Speak." Alon tightened her grip on the teapot, still recovering from the face-pinching incident. "Bai Mingyi, Bai Mingxian, and others. There's much to discuss." Alon gazed at her mistress in disbelief, unable to find her voice for a long moment. When Sangwen maintained a calm demeanor, urging, "Do not hesitate. Speak freely. Are you truly clear-headed now?" Alon asked cautiously. When Sangwen nodded affirmatively, Alon scrutinized her closely. When Sangwen, unreserved, allowed Alon to examine her. Noticing Az ignoring Wen Qianqian, she knew these two maids were of no ordinary status, yet she was unaware of their true ranks within the Shadow Guard. After a moment, Alon set down the teapot and took a few steps back, kneeling on one knee and clasping her fists in salute, her expression solemn, shedding her previous innocence. "I pay my respects to my mistress." When Sangwen turned to face Alon, her left hand rhythmically tapping on the stone table, an ethereal aura enveloped the two of them, forming a semi-transparent barrier that only they could perceive. "Speak freely," she commanded. Yes, Alon rose. "Mistress, please seek justice for the general and the lady." As she spoke, her eyes shimmered, a lump forming in her throat. What transpired back then? When Sangwen's expression turned frosty, that it was due to that person's words about the general's merits overshadowing the ruler. The general and the lady died unjustly. their blood staining the frontier. Unable to rest in peace, Alon paused. Mistress, the general, and the lady, aware of that person's schemes, still donned their armor and fought to protect the borders. When Sangwon observed Alon's fiery gaze and replied with a faint smile, "Do not let your emotions betray you. Keep your feelings hidden and your intentions discreet." Upon hearing this, Alon stiffened and then clasped her fists. "It is my lack of training that has disappointed you, mistress. You and AZ are doing well. When you have the chance, return and inform them that the fog is lifted and the rainbow is visible." When Sangwon set down her teacup and continued, "In the days to come, what has been taken from me will surely be returned by those who once knelt before me." Yes. Just then, AZ, who had gone out to fetch breakfast, pushed open the courtyard door and approached steadily, her gaze sweeping over Alon's unusual demeanor without a flicker of emotion. When Sangwon dispelled the barrier, AZ laid out the breakfast. His Royal Highness is in the main hall. "Oh." When Sangwon picked up a bun and ate leisurely, AZ stepped aside, showing no inclination to rush her. After a while, AZ handed her a handkerchief, and when Sangwon took it to wipe her lips, saying, "Let us go. I wish to see what kind of specters and phantoms await outside." Chapter 5. A pair of theatrical performers best locked away, the trio traversed the expansive garden. When Sangwon's gaze lingered on the peach blossom tree by the pavilion, feeling a twinge of emotion as a faint, transparent figure appeared beneath it. The figure, possessing an elegant demeanor and a unique, spirited essence, did not exhibit the softness of femininity. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmered like autumn waters. Gazing in Sangwon's direction, their eyes met, and the woman smiled gently, her phoenix eyes concealing boundless tenderness. After a brief nod, when Sangwon continued walking through the garden, "Miss," Alon called out, a hint of concern in her voice. When Sangwon understood Alon's worries, the original had once been utterly entranced upon seeing Bai Mingxian, as if her soul had been stolen, unyieldingly drawn to him like a moth to a flame. "It is fine. I am well now," she reassured Alon, who hesitated but ultimately nodded obediently, following closely behind her mistress as he walked quietly beside Sangwon, her footsteps nearly soundless. When Sangwon glanced at AZ and casually inquired, "What level of internal power have you attained?" Replying to the mistress, "I have achieved 50%, AZ answered. When Sangwon's eyes brightened, a ripple of excitement stirring within her. This was true inner power. The tales of ancient people leaping across rooftops were indeed real. Could she learn it in time? AZ spoke indifferently. "If the mistress wishes to learn, you can do so at any time." When Sangwon's interest piqued, "AZ, can you leap across rooftops?" "Indeed." "Then show me a demonstration later." Alon pouted, resembling a neglected kitten. "Miss, I can do it too." When Sangwon raised an eyebrow at Alon, teasing, "Oh, then Alon shall show me a demonstration later as well." That Alon blushed under her mistress's gaze, clearly embarrassed, her tone turning slightly petulant. "Miss?" When Sangwon burst into laughter, deciding not to tease the innocent girl any further. These two maidens were only a year older than the original. The trio entered the main hall corridor through a side archway. Before they even stepped into the main hall, they could hear voices within. When Qianqian's plaintive and soft voice rang out, "Xian Gij, sister did not mean it. Qianqian is fine. How can this be dismissed? This is no trivial matter. Qianqian is always so kind-hearted. Rest assured, Xian Gij is here, and no one shall bully you. Please, Xian Gij, do not be angry with sister. Qianqian is fine," when Qianqian said, her eyes brimming with tears as she hurriedly rose from her chair. Bending her knee in supplication, she portrayed the image of a devoted sister, deeply concerned for her elder sibling. Seated in the main position was Bai Mingxian, who tightened his folding fan and spoke softly. "Qianqian need not plead for her. I will not allow you to suffer unjustly." His gaze held a barely perceptible chill. When Qianqian lowered her head, appearing even more delicate than in the main hall, the two exchanged heartfelt sentiments. When Sangwon clapped her hands as she entered, mocking, "I had no idea my sister was so deeply affectionate. How moving for me as an elder sister." When Sangwon, "How dare you? Do you not kneel before His Highness?" Bai Mingxian replied calmly. The main hall held 4 individuals. Bai Mingxian in a white brocade robe with a golden crown, seated in the main position. Beside him stood a sword-bearing guard, when Qianqian sat at the lower left, with a personal maid standing behind her. Upon quickly assessing the situation in the main hall, when Sangwon was puzzled, Such a slightly handsome man was common in the modern world, easily found among the crowd. How could the original be so utterly captivated by him? When Sangwon chuckled lightly, strolling to the upper right seat without any signs of trepidation as she met Bai Ming-xian's gaze head-on. She retorted, "Your Highness, it seems you have taken an interest in visiting my residence for idle tea today. What, is there no hot tea in your own palace?" Bai Ming-xian's cold eyes narrowed, shedding the earlier refined demeanor as he exuded an aura of someone accustomed to power. When Sangwon, "Do you realize your mistake?" "What mistake?" When Sangwon reclined lazily in her chair, her fingers idly draping over the armrest, exuding an air of nonchalance devoid of any trepidation that I in her lexicon. Notions of hierarchy and timidity had never found a place, neither in the past, the present, nor would they in the future. It was not arrogance, but rather a profound indifference to life and death that characterized her demeanor. The first secret of entering the realm of ghostly arts was to dig one's own grave, severing the ties of mortality. Such audacity, to transgress authority, was a fool's errand. This prince could publicly behead her as a warning to others. Bai Ming-xian casually mentioned the act of decapitation as if it were child's play, his demeanor suggesting a lack of concern for the consequences of arbitrary slaughter and moral ambiguity. That when Sangwon's fingers hesitated momentarily. Oh, but how incorrect it was! The crown prince had deigned to visit the Sang residence, personally administering punishment to the young ladies of the household. Truly, a sage of his caliber. The emphasis on the term sage was deliberate. As long as he was not clad in the dragon robes, he would undoubtedly feel the weight of his reputation, for even esteemed ministers would not support a prince who resorted to murder in the homes of court officials. Should matters escalate, not only would court officials be affected, but also those ambitious princes and lords vying for the throne would undoubtedly play their roles. This was not difficult to imagine. She did not believe that Bai Ming-xian was ignorant of these intricacies. Bai Ming-xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you threatening me?" "I, a mere weak woman, would dare not." He scrutinized Wen Sangwon, recalling how she had once pursued him relentlessly, like an unyielding adhesive. It dawned on him that she had merely been toying with him. It was only logical. How could the daughter of a general be anything but exceptional? This woman had the audacity to play with him. How delightful! On his left, Wen Chong watched with disdain as Bai Ming-xian regarded Wen Sangwon. A flicker of resentment ignited within her, cursing the audacious woman for daring to openly entice her beloved Xian Gij. Why doesn't she just perish? She deserves to be torn apart, leaving no trace behind. Her beautiful eyes slowly lowered, veiled in a mist of sorrow, her expression feigning restraint while her shoulders trembled subtly. Unable to hold back, she picked up a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. An act that was most endearing. Noticing the unusual behavior, Bai Ming-xian turned to gaze at Wen Chong with feigned tenderness, a silent chuckle in his heart. "The Chinner, what troubles you?" Wen Chong's voice trembled as she addressed him, glancing at Wen Sangwon with trepidation before lowering her head and shaking it, saying nothing. Her mother had once told her that men could hardly tolerate a woman's gentleness. If she merely lowered her head in submission, it would inevitably stir a man's protective instincts. Wen Sangwon observed the unfolding drama with amusement, fully aware of Wen Chong's self-directed performance. She did not miss the fleeting disinterest in Bai Ming-xian's eyes as he surveyed Wen Chong. This woman truly believed her fragility was endearing. The royal court was rife with women eager to ascend the social ladder. Yet, one could not deny that Wen Chong bore a resemblance to a delicate lotus. Soft and tender enough to yield water, Li Xianglon was indeed the belle of the brothel. With such genes, how could her daughter be anything less than enchanting? That reckless father of hers had been a strikingly handsome man in his youth. As she pondered this, the image of a woman beneath the peach tree in the garden flashed in her mind. She did not appear to be one swayed by a man's beauty. It seemed that tonight she must meet this woman to uncover the truth. Bai Ming-xian and Wen Chong exchanged glances, during which Wen Chong covertly observed Wen Sangwon's expression, her voice becoming increasingly soft as she addressed Bai Ming-xian. "Xian Gij, please do not mock Chinner. My sister is present." Though her words seemed considerate, a discerning ear would detect the underlying arrogance and provocation. Bai Ming-xian's gaze swept over Wen Sangwon's breathtaking visage, a surge of unnameable anger welling up within him. In the past, she had clung to him like a weed. Today, even in this setting, she dared to lose herself in thought. Was this a ploy to elicit his attention? Truly a base woman that Chinner understands my intentions. What others think matters not. Some are merely deluded, and I find it offensive to even glance in their direction that Wen Chang's face flushed slightly as she playfully chided, Xian Gij. When Sangwon was jolted back to reality by the nauseating address of Xian Gij, involuntarily shuddering. Her skin crawling to Tio Baiming Xian. This tremor was a clear indication of Wen Sangwon's jealousy, further fueling his disdain. And he scoffed, "What is it? Miss Wen Sang, are you feeling unwell?" Internally rolling her eyes at his audacity. When Sangwon mused on the confidence he exuded, if only he knew better. In modern times, she would have 108 ways to torment him. Yet, she had no intention of letting this insufferable man off the hook. She would settle the score for the wrongs done to her previous self. And with a flick of her sleeve, she summoned a silent wisp of ghostly energy to gather at Baiming Xian's brow, darkening his fate. Awaiting his misfortune, once completed, she cast a glance at Wenchang. That foolish woman. Unbeknownst to her, she was merely a pawn in this game of manipulation, while she continued to flutter about, harboring secret affections. Let this woman frolic for a few more days. She had ample time to play her games. After all, she was merely a small fish. The bigger catch awaited in the courtyard that in ancient times propriety was paramount. Concubines were not permitted at the table. Li Xianglan may have managed the Wensang household, but she could not truly appear in the main hall to receive esteemed guests at BY rank. Li Xianglan would still be required to address her as Miss. Regardless of how favored a concubine may be, her status remained that of a servant, not on par with her master. This point, Wendu was well aware of, and would not elevate Li Xianglan's status that in the governmental sphere should the general's daughter be treated as an equal to a courtesan. Even if the emperor turned a blind eye, such a disgraceful occurrence would never be tolerated. The valorous contributions of national heroes could not be tarnished by equating them with a courtesan. Wen Chang's identity, though presented as the second young lady of the Wensang household, was in less flattering terms the daughter of a concubine, a servant in her own right. Her presence in the main hall today was merely due to Baiming Xian's influence. When Sangwon, dismissing Wen Chang's dignity, remarked, "My dear sister, what grievances have you suffered today? Do share. With His Highness present, he is sure to advocate for you. After all, you are the favored one in Annie's palm. How could you endure even the slightest injustice?" Her deliberate mention of Li Xianglan's status was intended to provoke that Wen Chang's eyes filled with tears, as if she had been administered eye drops, and without hesitation, 2 tears cascaded down her cheeks. She dabbed at her eyes with her handkerchief, shaking her head in silence. That resilient facade, in Wen Sangwon's eyes, earned her an impressed thumbs up. What an excellent performance. In modern times, she would surely win an Oscar for her craft. "Sister, why do you weep? Who has wronged you? Speak up and let His Highness deliver justice." Baiming Xian could not miss the sarcasm in Wen Sangwon's tone. Wen Sangwon, is this your underhanded tactic to capture my attention? Wen Sangwon was momentarily at a loss for words. Was she truly so idle as to engage in such theatrics? Her objectives had already been met, and she had no desire to linger. Rising, she casually declared, "Your Highness is busy with state affairs. I shall not intrude upon your profound sentiments." With that, she turned and strode towards the door without a backward glance. From the moment she entered until her departure, she had never once offered a proper greeting to this so-called prince. Baiming Xian tightened his grip on the folding fan, incensed by Wen Sangwon's brazen demeanor. A surge of anger flaring in his eyes before he forced it down, he turned to Wen Chang, speaking softly, "Do not cry. Chinner, it pains my heart to see you, so that in a few days I shall take you to the lake for a leisurely outing. How does that sound?" Wen Chang, with tearful yet beautiful eyes, looked at Baiming Xian and, with understanding, added, "Sister's character has always been free-spirited. Do not hold her impolite actions against her. I am willing to bear the punishment on her behalf." Just outside the main hall, Wen Sangwon, who had barely taken 2 steps, found herself amused by Wen Chang's words. This woman truly believed she had devised a clever scheme. 2 fools indeed were a perfect match, best to seal them together. With her mind occupied with other matters, she wasted no time and departed hastily. Upon returning to her courtyard, Wen Sangwon instructed Alan on various tasks before strolling through the garden, appreciating the scenery. The courtyard was expansive, adorned with rockeries and ponds, trellises and corridors, each step revealing a new picturesque view, reminiscent of a refined young lady's garden. As he approached, presenting Wen Sangwon with a pouch of fish feed, when Sangwon casually scattered the feed into the pond. Feeding the koi, miss, someone has arrived. When Sangwon did not turn around, continuing her feeding, that I am unwell and shall not receive them. Yes. Azzy complied and turned towards the courtyard entrance. After a while, Azzy returned with a food tray, upon which sat a bowl of silver fungus and lotus seed soup, glistening and translucent, enticing to the eye. When Sangwon glanced at the tray and dismissed it, do they truly believe me to be a fool? What Li Xianglan sends cannot be consumed. Are they so blatant in their intent to harm me? It appears she is truly intent on poisoning me. After disposing of the bowl of soup, Azzy returned to Wen Sangwon's side. When Sangwon inquired, has anything of note transpired recently? Azzy pondered for a moment, unable to pinpoint the focus, which direction's excitement does misrefer to. When Sangwon did not shy away, the kind of excitement that unsettles Li Xianglan. Azzy contemplated, then replied, the selection of the crown princess. There is a lady from a minister's family eligible for consideration for the Eastern Palace, regardless of her status. I see that I have unwittingly obstructed her path. Miss, she has a message. What is it? The young lady has reached the age of marriage, and many noble sons in the capital are enamored with her, having already paid their respects and presented their invitations, hoping to meet her. When Sangwon felt a thrill of amusement. It seemed they intended to arrange a matchmaking encounter for her before the selection of the crown princess, aiming to send her off. A glimmer of calculation crossed her eyes as she whispered a few words to her companion, Azzy, who, normally unyielding, now showed a crack in her demeanor, ultimately nodding in acknowledgement. When Sangwon tossed the last of the fish bait into the water, accepted the handkerchief Azzy offered, wiped her hands, and declared, I am weary. There is no need to summon me before dinner. After giving her instructions, when Sangwon returned to her chamber, the moon hung high in the sky. When Sangwon stretched lazily and stepped out of her room, her gaze fell upon the stone table in the courtyard, adorned with incense, vermilion powder, and yellow paper. She approached to inspect them closely. These items had been procured by Elan during the day. Lifting the bamboo basket, she turned and re-entered her room. Chapter 6. Conversations in the dead of night. Elan and Azzy remained in the courtyard, refraining from intruding. Inside, when Sangwon spread the items on a round table, picked up a brush, dipped it in the vermilion, and began to draw talismans. Having rested sufficiently during the day, she was brimming with energy for this task. After about an hour, she called Elan to enter, while she herself slipped out of the room using an invisibility talisman, following closely behind Azzy, who was carrying a food tray, and boldly left the courtyard. The Wen residence was rife with spies from Li Xianglan. If she wished to see that peach tree, this was the only way. She traversed the garden until she reached the tree, where a woman in white was already standing beneath it. The woman turned and entered the pavilion, taking a seat while smiling gently at Wen Sangwon. Approaching the pavilion, Wen Sangwon placed a shadow talisman in the northeast corner, lit 3 sticks of incense, and then sat opposite the woman, gazing at her. The woman glanced at the 3 sticks of incense on the ground and smiled softly. My Wanner has awakened. When Sangwon replied, Do you know me, madam? I am your mother, not a madam, the woman corrected her firmly. Has my daughter forgotten me since leaving here? That does make me somewhat sad. With a gentle sigh, Lung Yin continued, When Wanna left, she was still but a child. It is not her fault for not remembering these things. When Sangwon remained silent, listening intently. The holy monk has said that Wanner must leave this place and experience the celestial realm before she can return safely when the time is right. When Sangwon felt perplexed, celestial realm? Could it be the modern world? Is my crossing into this place not a mere coincidence? Lung Yin continued to clarify, the holy monk traveled from afar and bestowed upon me a soul ring. The contents within it are something Wanner must keep safe. When Sangwon's attention was drawn to the peach tree, and she interrupted, was this peach tree transplanted by the holy monk? She felt a vibrant life force emanating from it. Lung Yin nodded. The holy monk has divined for me. This peach tree can protect me, but I know it will not last long. That in recent days, I have sensed myself becoming increasingly ethereal, a precursor to my dissolution. Once worried that she might never witness Wanner awaken, she now felt no regrets. Today's events in the main hall had revealed everything clearly to her. Her daughter was so intelligent, and the future held promise. Allowing her worries to dissipate at Wanner, can you blame your mother for not being by your side? When Sangwon shook her head, accepting the original self meant embracing the ties of blood as well. It was not that the original self was unclear. Having reviewed all memories, she found it not foolish but simply innocent and easily deceived. Noticing the flicker of confusion in Sang-wen's eyes, Lung Yin smiled. You must be puzzled, wondering why I would say one cannot be clear-headed despite appearing perfectly normal. The holy monk has borrowed the treasures of heaven and earth to nurture his being, leading to no difference in behavior from ordinary people, save for a lack of wisdom. Heavenly treasures? When Sang-wen pondered. The millennium snow lotus atop the snow-capped mountains, drawing its essence for nourishment. Lung Yin paused, her beautiful eyes reflecting hesitation. After an internal struggle, she looked at Sang-wen with a serious expression to Wanner. Sang-wen perceived that the woman before her seemed to have something to say and asked, Madam, do you have a concern that requires my assistance? Hearing Sang-wen call her madam filled Lung Yin with bitterness and a sense of loss, though she concealed it well, nodding slightly in response. Speak freely, madam. As long as it does not contravene human morality, I shall lend my aid. Lung Yin stated, the 30,000 souls at the border cannot find peace. This is your father's obsession, and is it not also mine? Fixating on her daughter, she pondered before speaking, if it is too difficult for you, there is no need to force yourself. I only wish for your well-being. Having become a wandering spirit due to her fixation, she could not ease her concern for her daughter. With the holy monk's assistance, she had managed to return to her homeland, settling beneath the peach tree, watching her daughter grow, a different form of companionship. Does your mother wish for me to escort them, or to return them home? Wanner, do you find this difficult? Lung Yin asked with concern. When Sang-wen's gaze fell upon the peach tree, 30,000 souls, it would be disingenuous to say there was no challenge involved. An ordinary person encountering even a couple of wandering spirits would be harmed by their ethereal energy. Her own talents were considerable, but she was not invulnerable. After a prolonged silence, Lung Yin studied Sang-wen closely. Wanner, those soldiers followed your grandfather into battle, sacrificing their lives in the name of righteousness. It is your grandfather's and mother's fixation to grant them peace, which has become an obsession. That it is not your burden. If it is too challenging, do not take it upon yourself. When Sang-wen declared, to protect the homeland and honor the loyal souls, they should not be trampled upon thus. I wish to do all I can. Upon hearing this, Lung Yin was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, a single tear fell from the corner of her my child. Thank you on behalf of those soldiers. This path is fraught with difficulties, and I hope you remain safe. After saying this, her form became increasingly translucent. When Sang-wen, witnessing this, drew out a soul-binding talisman to protect Lung Yin. Lung Yin smiled and waved her hand in refusal. Wanner, my obsession is complete. I must go where I must. With deep affection, she gazed at her daughter, now grown into a beautiful young woman. Though reluctant, she knew it was time to let go. That it was a pity she could not hear her daughter call her mother one last time. Perhaps that was another regret. Her daughter would face a difficult journey ahead. If Wanner did not wish to call her, then so be it. When Sang-wen ceased her actions, stepped aside, and knelt on the ground. Mother. Her voice was somewhat stiff, yet she managed to utter the words that a woman so brave as to protect her homeland, disregarding her own life, was deserving of her respect, and that was why she promised Lung Yin. She bowed deeply 3 times. Mother, rest assured, even if this path is arduous, I shall not disgrace my mission. Upon hearing her daughter call her mother, Lung Yin could no longer contain her tears, which fell freely. She was not a fragile person. Her voice choked with emotion. Wanner. She stepped forward, wanting to help Sang-wen up, but stopped 2 steps away, fearing her ethereal energy would harm her daughter. She could only reach out in vain, urgently saying, Wanner, please rise. The ground is cold. When Sang-wen stood, maintaining a distance of 2 steps from Lung Yin, allowing her mother to take a good look at her, Wanner, your mother cannot be by your side while you grow. Do you harbor any resentment toward me? Lung Yin raised her hand, wanting to cradle Sang-wen's face, but ultimately halted, trembling, just 2 fingers away. When Sang-wen's heart stirred with doubt, even she did not understand why she thought the so-called holy monk was merely an old monk. Observing Lung Yin's demeanor, with a silent sigh, she mused, in this world, how can there be a mother who does not love her child? Without any hesitation, she grasped Lung Yin's icy hand and pressed it to her face. Mother, the 10 months of pregnancy and the hardships of raising me are burdens I cannot bear. All I can do is express my gratitude. How could I bear to see my mother suffer for her child? She was not an overly sentimental person, yet neither was she cold-hearted. The love a mother has for her child could not be feigned. She believed that the original self would grow up safely. And Lung Yin must have protected her from the shadows that wander. My child, I am sorry for you. Lung Yan's hands trembled. When her daughter held her, she instinctively wanted to withdraw, fearing she might harm her. Yet, when she truly felt her daughter's touch, she found it hard to let go. Why wander? So remarkable. When Sangwon lowered her brow, allowing Lung Yin to scrutinize her closely. Mother as well. To be your daughter is my honor. Waner, your father is Lung Hung. Remember this. He is a truly good man. Lung Yan's voice trembled as she continued. You must remember, your father is an exceptionally good man. Lung Yin released her hand, cautious of her ethereal energy harming her daughter's body, and slowly sat back at the stone table. He is the adopted son of your grandfather. Your mother and Hung Ge grew up together, following your grandfather to the border. We had already wed in the presence of your father, with only the return to the capital remaining to formally announce our union to the world. She caught the tears that fell from her eyes, but on the way back to the capital, they were ambushed by enemies that I was gravely injured and fell unconscious. It was Hung Ge who hid me in a cave, drawing the attackers away. When I awakened, it was already a month later. Rescued by a herbalist who had entered the mountains, that I was despondent, wishing to join Hung Ge, only to discover I was already over a month pregnant. Lung Yin looked at Wen Sangwon with tearful eyes. After returning to the capital, when you, the top scholar, came to the general's manor, seeking to marry me, pausing briefly, she continued, Waner, your mother does not wish for you to be born into controversy, nor does she want to keep you in the dark. I married when you, and under the pretext of the general's manor being of modest means, we established a contract. Should I bear a child, we would sleep apart and not disturb one another. When you consented for the sake of fame and fortune, that on the day of the wedding, I employed certain tactics, leading Wen Yu to mistakenly believe. The conversation abruptly ceased here. When Sangwon likely deduced that Lung Yin had used special means to make Wen Yu believe that the two had already consummated their marriage. She could also comprehend Lung Yan's actions. That I understand your predicament. Regarding matters of the father, I have taken note. That Waner, I apologize. When Sangwon shook her head, declaring that her mother was not at fault. The true blame lay with the whims of fate and the caprices of destiny. Lung Yin sighed softly. The night is deep. Waner, you should return to rest. She felt the fatigue of her body weighing heavily upon her. When Sangwon rose, saying, Take care, mother, I shall come to visit you again tomorrow. Lung Yan's demeanor returned to its usual calm as she responded with a gentle smile. All right. Though reluctant, she felt her own strength waning. After responding, she stood by the pavilion, quietly watching when Sangwon's silhouette fade into the distance. Once the figure vanished from the garden, she murmured, Brother Hung, have you been waiting long? Our Waner is truly wonderful. Indeed. Her form gradually faded, dissipating into the night like wisps of smoke. Unbeknownst to the departing Wen Sangwon, this parting marked a true and final farewell. Chapter 7. Personal Desires and 300,000 Wronged Souls the following day. After finishing breakfast, Wen Sangwon sat in her chamber, quietly listening to a Z report on the events of the general's manor from years past. The more she listened, the heavier her heart became. She had not anticipated that the events of that time were far more complex than merely her grandfather and mother perishing at the borders. The obsession stemmed from the fact that 300,000 soldiers had perished due to the selfishness of the current emperor, Bei Minghuan, leaving no one alive. Lung Feng commanded an army of 300,000, stationed at the borders for many years, instilling fear in the barbarian tribes and ensuring the stability of the borders for decades. 18 years ago, the current emperor had only just ascended the throne, having emerged from a power struggle, his foundation fragile and the people's loyalty fickle, but he sought to seize military power from Lung Feng. Lung Feng sincerely offered to relinquish his military authority and retire from public life. However, he was unexpectedly confronted by an invasion from the barbarian tribes. He led his troops to battle. Bei Minghuan issued an urgent imperial decree ordering him to return to court. This caused unrest among the troops. Lung Feng, decisive in his actions, dismissed those whose loyalty was wavering and subsequently engaged in combat with the barbarians for 6 grueling months. Just as the war seemed on the verge of resolution, Bei Minghuan dispatched the appointed general, Li Qingye, with 10,000 elite soldiers, under the guise of a reinforcement. What was expected to be a boon turned out to be a predatory wolf. Upon arriving at the borders, Li Qingye ordered the city gates closed, disregarding the weary soldiers who had been engaged in battle for 3 days and nights outside. Leng Yin contended with Li Qingye in the military camp. Bound by the imperial edict, she ultimately defied it, leading 5,000 elite soldiers out of the city to confront the enemy, resulting in a particularly brutal clash outside the city walls for 6 days. Despite dwindling rations, Leng Feng managed to secure victory and return to the city, only to find the gates coldly shut instead of being met with triumphant cheers. Leng Feng commanded his secret guards to scale the walls and deal with Li Qingye. But this delay, lasting half an hour, meant that some gravely injured soldiers could not receive timely medical attention, ultimately becoming restless spirits beyond the city walls. After slaying Li Qingye, Leng Feng's actions tarnished the emperor's dignity, inciting Bei Minghuan's wrath, leading to infighting at the borders a month later. The unyielding barbarian tribes seized the opportunity and launched another invasion. Both Leng Feng and Leng Yin, still recovering from their injuries, once again ventured out to face the enemy, that in the end, they emerged victorious. Yet neither Leng Feng nor Leng Yin returned from the battlefield. That of the 300,000 soldiers, fewer than 50,000 survived. Marking a grievous toll, that in a further unexpected twist, the returning soldiers could not escape the selfish designs of Bei Minghuan. While escorting the general's remains back to the capital, they faced ambushes along the way, suffering injuries at every turn, until only 100 soldiers, battered and bruised, arrived at the southern city gate. The survival of these 100 soldiers was driven solely by their unwavering determination to escort the general back to the capital. Witnessing the grim reality of their situation, Bei Minghuan altered his stance, personally welcoming them at the city gate, bestowing honors and rewards upon the soldiers. They were granted promotions and various gifts. Basking in the glory of the moment, which earned Bei Minghuan the admiration of the populace and became a topic of lively discussion during that time. However, the misfortunes did not cease with this newfound recognition. One after another, the 100 soldiers returning to the capital met with untimely deaths. The last of Leng Feng's aides, fully aware that he could not escape this calamity, meticulously documented all the events. Personally crafted a coffin and marked it with signals intelligible to the secret guards, before taking his own life by throwing himself into a well, using the occasion of his funeral to convey the information. Azi and Alan, both from the secret guards, remained by when Sangwon sighed, guarding this secret that a tempest of fury surged within when Sangwon. How could this world, a veritable hell on earth, so brazenly trample upon life? 300,000 soldiers, those who sacrificed their lives to ensure the peace of the common people, all due to Bei Minghuan's selfish desires. They had become wandering souls, confirming the cold nature of the imperial family. She did not consider herself a virtuous person, nor could she remain so indifferent to life, especially as she was the granddaughter of Leng Feng and the daughter of Leng Yin. She had no reason to stand idly by. This matter would be her concern. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed Azi. She needed to regain her composure, even after 3 cups of tea. Her anger remained unassuaged. According to her ancestral teachings, practitioners of ghostly arts must accumulate virtue, aiding wronged souls when possible, thus benefiting countless others and enhancing their own mastery of ghostly arts with their current abilities. She could not hope to bring back the souls of the 300,000 soldiers. She needed to reach the great ascension level of ghostly arts, utilizing the soul summoning banner as a medium to gather wronged souls within 100 miles. Ghostly arts are divided into 5 realms: Qi gathering, body refining, pure yang, returning to the void, and great ascension. Each realm is further subdivided into 3 stages. Presently, she had only attained the 3rd stage of body refining, capable of commanding minor spirits, absorbing yin energy, and warding off disasters. Recalling her intention to visit her mother the previous night, she set down her teacup and exited her chamber. Azi and Alan stood outside the door, and upon seeing her emerge, they promptly bowed in respect. When Sangwon waved her hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formalities in the absence of others," the two responded in unison. At that moment, a maid knocked at the door, announcing, "Miss, the madam is outside and wishes to see you." The Hualin courtyard was divided into inner and outer sections. Her private courtyard had its own gate, while the outer courtyard featured a garden surrounded by plum blossom lattice windows, perfect for leisurely enjoying the floral scenery. When Sangwon scoffed, "I must see what performance is being staged at a Z." "How did yesterday's matter unfold?" A Z replied, "For individuals are willing to come. For now, make the necessary arrangements." With that, when Sangwon walked towards the outer courtyard, with a lawn opening the door ahead of her. As the three stepped outside, the maid who had come to deliver the message immediately knelt upon seeing when Sangwon. She merely cast a glance at the kneeling maid, and it must be said that, in terms of status, when you was not so foolish as to tolerate the subordinates taking liberties with their superiors, this could very well be attributed to the ingrained notions of hierarchy in ancient times. Servants were servants, and masters were masters, with clear distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Even if Li Xianglan were favored, she could not ascend to the position of the lady of the house, despite enjoying wealth and splendor. She would never be on par with the noble women of high birth that, of course, the matriarch would never deign to regard a woman of lowly status as her equal, for the customs of prestigious families would never allow for a courtesan to stand alongside them. This was precisely why the elderly matriarch, Chen Haidang, favored Wen Sangwon so exclusively. It should be known that the marriage of the general's legitimate daughter elevated the status of the Wen family. The matriarch, being a lady of scholarly lineage, naturally looked down upon the lowly status of a courtesan. Had it not been for Wen Yu's insistence on bringing Li Xianglan into the household, there would have been no place for Li Xianglan within the Wen family. When Sangwon bypassed the kneeling maid and continued onward, that I in the outer courtyard's pavilion, Li Xianglan was adorned in luxurious satin and embellished with jewels, exuding an air of opulence. Though over 40, her impeccable maintenance rendered her appearance no more than 30. Sitting beside her was Wen Qianqian, garbed in a pink dress, her head adorned with floral hairpieces, radiating both charm and gentleness. The mother and daughter bore a striking resemblance, with Wen Qianqian's beauty serving as a testament to Li Xianglan's youthful allure. And no wonder Wen Yu was so adamant about bringing Li Xianglan into the Wen household. When Sangwon entered the pavilion, taking a seat opposite the mother and daughter, Li Xianglan smiled warmly. "Wana has arrived. Your aunt was worried about you, so she came to check on you. Those mountain bandits are truly despicable. It is all my fault for not protecting you well enough, leaving you in such peril that I feel distressed. For several days, I have been unable to eat or sleep, constantly worrying about you." When Sangwon returned her smile, drawing upon her memories to shift into her former innocent demeanor, allowing a look of grievance to cross her face as she turned to Li Xianglan, seeking confirmation. "Is that so? I thought you had deliberately abandoned me halfway." Li Xianglan clutched a handkerchief, dabbing at non-existent tears, her expression filled with sincerity as she nodded. "Both Waner and Qianqian are treasures to me. How could I ever favor one over the other? Over the years, how have I treated you? The sun and moon can testify to my genuine feelings." When Sangwon rolled her eyes internally, thinking, indeed, the apple does not fall far from the tree. When Qianqian has truly inherited Li Xianglan's talents. Thankfully, it was merely a misunderstanding. She nearly thought she had been intentionally abandoned to fend for herself. "That I do not believe you are like a turtle hiding in its shell, abandoning me altogether." She patted her heart, dramatically reassuring herself that Li Xianglan maintained her smile, yet her grip on the handkerchief tightened, as if the handkerchief were Wen Sangwon, her nails nearly piercing through the fabric. Suppressing the ire within her heart, she calmly replied, "How could that be? You and Qianqian are both my cherished ones." When Qianqian slightly furrowed her brows, harboring feelings of resentment without interjecting, Alan stood silently beside her, enduring the discomfort, while Z remained emotionless and unmoved. The four maidservants who accompanied Li Xianglan kept their heads down, tightly pursing their lips, fearful of attracting their mistress's ire. When Sangwon, relentless in her verbal assaults, continued with her sharp remarks, "I can't imagine Annie being a coward, afraid of life and death. Surely, even a mountain chicken has its pride." Secretly amused, she recalled how Li Xianglan had encouraged her to abandon her studies. Hadn't she often instilled in her a mindset of complacency? She had persistently brainwashed her into believing she was the sole heir of the general's household, the esteemed daughter of the Wen family, whose lineage even the current emperor recognized for its loyalty and valor, granting her a measure of favor that Li Xianglan had claimed that the Wen family's current standing was due to her alone, allowing her to do as she pleased, to act in accordance with her whims, and to retaliate against anyone who displeased her, all with the emperor's backing. Yet now, she was but a fool, incapable of uttering anything graceful. Li Xianglan forced a smile, scrutinizing Wen Sangwen. Sensing that this wretch had grown astute, as long as Wanner understood Andy's sincerity, she desired to steer clear of this topic and swiftly change the subject. Wanner, your aunt has come here today to seek your opinion on a matter that, of course, if you have no inclination, I shan't press you. What is it? When Sangwen feigned interest, her face alight with expectation as she gazed at Li Xianglan. Li Xianglan looked into Wen Sangwen's clear, beautiful eyes and realized she had been overthinking. She then spoke. Wanner, your 19th birthday is past, and several young gentlemen from noble families wish to visit you. They are eager to get to know you better and foster some camaraderie. You know, a girl can seek a good match by the age of 16, and given your esteemed status, those of lesser means are simply unworthy. I confess, it's my selfish desire to delay your departure from home, which is why I have postponed this until now. Annie wishes for me to meet these young gentlemen to choose a suitable husband for myself. Li Xianglan's expression softened with affection. Do you have any thoughts on this, Wanner? If you are unwilling, I shall decline for you. Since it is your wish, how could I let you down? Please make the arrangements. Very well, Li Xianglan replied, gently. 3 days hence, there will be a poetry and painting event at the Drunken Knight Pavilion that I shall arrange for you to meet them then. Does that sound agreeable? When Sangwen beamed with excitement. That sounds wonderful. By the way, my younger sister, who is a year younger than I, will be joining us, correct? When Qianqian's eyes flashed with disdain. How could those of lesser families be worthy of her nobility? She lowered her brows, feeling somewhat aggrieved and ready to speak, that Li Xianglan discreetly kicked Wen Qianqian, smiling. Of course, Qianqian will accompany you. When Qianqian exchanged a glance with her mother, who returned the look without any hint of subtlety. When Sangwen, noticing their unspoken communication, chose not to expose it, thinking it foolish to assume she was oblivious to such blatant disregard. She interjected, I will follow Andy's arrangements. Li Xianglan nodded and rose, saying, as long as I see you well, I shall be at ease. That it grows late. I won't disturb your rest any longer. I will go prepare garments for you and Qianqian for your outing. The ladies of the Wen family must not be the subject of ridicule. When Sangwen did not rise, but merely nodded, watching the mother-daughter duo leave the outer courtyard. Once they departed, she turned to Aziz and instructed. Aziz, go buy some pastries and also venture to the outskirts to gather some scorpion grass. Ensure no one discovers our exit from the city. That Aziz clasped her fists in acknowledgement. Alan, puzzled, asked, Miss, scorpion grass is known to bite. What do you need it for? When Sangwen smiled mysteriously, what do you think? Alan shook her head, that I am but a simpleton. You shall find out tomorrow. When Sangwen rose and strolled around the garden to stretch her limbs. However, after circling the rockery and pond, she suddenly furrowed her brows. Pausing at the water's edge for a moment, she resumed her leisurely walk through the garden. In her heart, she questioned why the shadow guard that flew into the pit that night had come to the Wen household. Was their target Wen Yu? Or perhaps herself? Could it be? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a weighty dread settle in her chest, as heavy as 1,000 stones, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 8. Unrest in the courtyard. Her hands unconsciously tightened. The only thing that could attract the attention of royal figures was the military talisman. That man had set his sights on the military talisman in her possession. What about the others of royal blood? Reflecting on her earlier demeanor in the pit, she realized she had been unaware of the significance of such an item. When Sangwen rapidly sifted through all her memories, filtering through everyone she had come into contact with to discern friend from foe. After some time, when Sangwen concluded, it seemed she had only enemies, no allies, gradually calming the tumult within her heart. She continued her stroll through the garden. As she walked, she detected 2 unfamiliar presences. That it appeared she would need to seek confirmation from her mother that evening. As night fell, when Sangwen followed Aziz under the pretense of fetching hot water. Slipping out of the courtyard behind her, lacking the internal strength to traverse walls effortlessly, she could not move silently. The unprompted opening and closing of the courtyard gate would surely alert those lurking in the shadows. Thus, she always relied on Aziz to shield her movements. The so-called invisibility talisman was a charm that commanded minor spirits to obscure one's presence. While one could manage without it, it would be excessively draining. The talisman functioned like a storage card for energy, allowing her to conserve her own vitality for other endeavors. Arriving beneath the peach tree in the garden, she instinctively frowned as she approached the pavilion. Quickly circling the peach tree, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Why could she no longer sense Lung Yan's presence? Extending her hand to touch the tree, she held her breath, attempting to call forth Lung Yan's spirit. After a long moment, she withdrew her hand, trembling, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Her thoughts became tangled. In her previous life, she had been the heir of her family, burdened with its responsibilities, where every word and deed was scrutinized. On the day her family concealed her Zixing fate, her mother had perished in an effort to protect her from external spirits. Still just a child, she only grasped the greatness of maternal love, but had never truly felt its tenderness. Now, having finally experienced it, it was but a fleeting moment. Reflecting on their conversation from the previous night, she realized she should have sensed the anomaly in Lung Yan's spirit. Yet immersed in the warmth of maternal affection, she had turned a blind eye to the unusual. When Sangwon stood beneath the peach tree for some time, finally regaining her composure, murmuring softly, "Farewell," the shadows of the peach branches danced on the blue bricks, swaying with the night wind, as if responding silently. Stepping lightly along the scattered shadows, she began to retrace her steps. Just as she exited the garden arch, a faint sobbing reached her ears from the right. My child, my child. Oh, my poor child, look at your mother. Open your eyes and see your mother." The voice was filled with sorrow, fading in and out, carrying an eerie emptiness, when Sangwon halted, glancing toward the right but unable to see anything due to the wall. Unconsciously smacking her forehead, she realized. This was the wailing of a vengeful spirit. Encountering such a thing could bring misfortune if left unaddressed. She circumvented the wall and followed the sound, soon finding herself beside a well. Staring intently at the woman weeping at its edge, as she approached silently, the woman's voice abruptly ceased. Her green eyes fixed on the girl who had suddenly appeared beside her, panic overtaking her, causing her to tumble into the well. The series of events transpired too swiftly for any reaction. When Sangwon stood speechless, a few strands of hair falling from her forehead, thinking, who is the ghost and who is the human? Am I truly that frightful? Peering into the well, she observed the woman sinking into the depths. After a moment, bubbling sounds erupted from below, and a dark head slowly surfaced. When Sangwon sat at the edge of the well, fiddling with her fingers and lightly remarked, "Have you remembered that you are a ghost?" The soaked corpse emerged from the water, hair cascading down, her feet pointed downward, and in a chilling voice she cried, "Return my life! Return my life! Return my child's life!" As the ghost floated to the well's edge, her sharp nails reached out, poised to grasp when Sangwon. Unperturbed, when Sangwon calmly drew her shoe and, without hesitation, struck the ghost on the head. "What do you want? I'm sitting here, and instead of addressing your grievances, you wish to disgust me." With a flurry of strikes, she unleashed her frustration upon the ghost, who cowered, trapped at the well's mouth, wailing, "Stop hitting me! I was wrong! I was wrong!" After venting her pent-up emotions, when Sangwon felt a sense of relief from the gloom of Lung Yan's departure, she put her shoe back on, preparing to leave, ensuring not a word was lost. The ghost, trembling, crawled out of the well, using all her limbs, too fearful to float, her resentment dissipating considerably. I will speak properly. The resentment is merely fading. It does not hurt. Yes, I will tell you," the ghost stammered, her head bowed, too afraid to meet when Sangwon's gaze, "that I am Qing Lu, a courtesan from Meixiong Lu 2 years ago. I caught the eye of old Master Wen, who bought my freedom and took me to his household. 2 months later, I became pregnant, but unexpectedly, after 3 months." As the ghost recounted her tale, her features twisted in anguish, blood tears streaming down her face as her hair grew wild. When Sangwon turned her head in distaste, repulsed by the sight that 18 night, such a spectacle was unbearable. Even after having dispersed much of the ghost's resentment, she could not control the lingering ghostly aura. "Enough, I see your hair has grown. Now kindly rein it in and speak properly." The haunting wails of the female ghost gradually diminished, reverting to her normal spectral form as she continued. "Li Xianglan resented my exclusive favor from the master. Taking advantage of my pregnancy, when I was weary and unable to defend myself, she would slip aphrodisiacs into my meals during lunch, causing the physician to pierce beneath my nails." When Sangwon raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the gossip, "Oh, does your finger not hurt? Can't you see the wounds?" The ghost shook her head. The physician's needles left no marks. Upon awakening, I always felt pain in my hands, yet could not discern the cause. I could scarcely hold a teacup. That it was only during a pilgrimage to the temple, seeking blessings for my unborn child, that a young monk perceived the truth. Enraged, I returned home that day to confront Li Xianglan. And then, when Sangwen asked, clearly eager for more, that I was beaten to death with clubs and cast into a well, the ghost revealed. When Sangwen listened intently, surmising the reason for such a tragic fate. Buoyed by her connection to Lord Wen, Li Xianglan likely viewed the ghost as her equal, believing she could contend with her. Little did she know that Li Xianglan had long established her power within the Wen household, wielding significant influence in the inner chambers. How could she not have some hidden cards up her sleeve? This Qingyue was ultimately undone by her own overestimation of her capabilities. Had she possessed a more secure foundation in the Wen residence, she might not have met such a brutal end at Li Xianglan's hands. Suddenly, a dark head emerged slowly from the well behind Wen Sangwen, its blood-red eyes and sharp nails glinting ominously in the moonlight as it drew closer. Qingyue continued to lament. I believed that upon my death, the master would seek justice for me. Yet that venomous woman, Li Xianglan, slandered me, claiming I eloped with a man while pregnant, that I despised that wretched woman. I want to kill her, feeling a chill creep up her spine, when Sangwen refrained from turning around. Instead, she crossed her legs, removed her shoes, and struck the well's edge with her hand, addressing the ghost. Do continue, do not stop. Casting a sidelong glance at the ghost, she added, if you wish to avoid being scattered to the winds, then line up properly. Once you finish speaking, I shall allow you to proceed. Peering into the well, she commanded, those below, line up neatly. Dare to be unruly, and you shall face consequences. The ghost at the well's mouth recoiled silently. This woman exuded a terrifying aura that if she dared to advance, she would surely be subjected to punishment. With a few whimpers, the ghost retreated, hovering a foot above the well's edge, too fearful to show herself further. Then, an eerie sight unfolded. Ghosts shrouded in dark mist began to rise from the well, forming a line. Some clutched severed limbs, trembling in fear. Others held their heads in their hands, their eyes swirling in various forms of anguish. When Sangwen listened to these vengeful spirits weep throughout the night, her ears ringing painfully. Just before dawn, she ushered the group back into the well, stating, I am aware of your grievances. Remain here quietly. Come tomorrow, I shall guide you on your journey, and I will resolve your issues of vengeance. The spirits emitted mournful sounds as they floated back into the well, vanishing in the blink of an eye. She gazed up at the still dark sky, feeling that the atmosphere had escalated to this point. It would be somewhat remiss not to collect some interest. Turning towards the courtyard of Wenqianqian, she reflected on the seemingly innocent and gentle facade of this woman, akin to a delicate flower. While secretly harboring such malice, the dismembered spirits she had encountered were all victims of Wenqianqian's cruelty, a testament to her vile nature. Standing outside Hoya courtyard, she noticed a glow of Buddhist light emanating from within. When Sangwen squinted, realizing why this woman could sleep soundly, she had the protection of Buddhist light. She had assumed that this good sister was unfazed by the midnight knock of ghosts, with a sense of disdain. She mused that the light repels malevolent beings, but not the living. Positioning herself beside the stone lion, she traced her fingers over its incisors, discovering one that could be wiggled. Carefully, she twisted and removed the stone, inspecting it in her palm. Drawing blood from her fingertip, she marked the stone with a shattered talisman that a faint glow flickered as the blood vanished, restoring the stone to its original state. She returned it to the lion's mouth, securing the loose tooth before proceeding to the right side. Looking up at the golden light drifting from above Hoya courtyard, she noted that it was dissipating slowly. Within 3 days, the courtyard's protective light would be entirely gone. She initially considered tossing scorpion grass at Wenqianqian to make her feel the sting of nettles, but changed her mind upon seeing the Buddhist light. Allowing the negative energy to draw near would bring her misfortune without her having to lift a finger. Achieving multiple objectives at once. After a long night of exertion and depleting her energies with the talisman, she decided to return and rest. Casting one last glance at Wenqianqian's courtyard, she turned to leave. Stopping in front of her own courtyard, she glanced towards the flower bushes on the left. This night was destined for unrest. She moved quietly towards the flower bushes, crouching to observe the shadow lying on the ground. whose secret guard had collapsed outside her courtyard. A certain man from the pit flashed through her mind, instantly extinguishing her curiosity. She stood, prepared to depart. "Save me, and I shall reward you handsomely." A faint voice drifted from the ground. When Sangwon halted, turning to the shadow on the ground, astonished. Her invisibility talisman had a duration of 6 hours. How could this person see her? Was he a wandering sorcerer? A fellow practitioner? "I did not intentionally intrude upon your esteemed residence. Save me, and I shall reward you greatly." The figure on the ground held out a white jade pendant. When Sangwon examined the carved patterns on the pendant, her brows furrowing deeply as they bore an uncanny resemblance to the totem at the edge of the map. Was it a coincidence, or was it intentional? Picking up the pendant, she slipped a concealment talisman onto the figure before turning to leave. Exchanging one item for another was quite reasonable to an unknown individual. In the dead of night, who could tell whether they were good or evil? If she saved a good person, it would be well and good, but what if they turned out to be like the Ninth Prince, bringing her trouble instead? Recalling this, her shoulders began to ache once more. Cursing the useless man under her breath, she stood at the courtyard entrance, feeling exasperated that in her haste to leave, she had forgotten to leave a signal for Aziz. How was she to enter now? Climb the wall? Such an undignified act was beneath her. Summoning Qin Yue, she lifted her into the courtyard. Upon entering, she spotted Aziz leaning against the door with a long sword. Alon sat on the steps in front of the house, her head bobbing as she struggled to keep herself awake. When Sangwon chuckled. These two were truly adorable. Approaching the door, she gently patted Aziz's hand. Aziz's eyes flew open, displaying a fierce glint before calming down. Though she could not see what was before her, she could clearly feel the warmth of Sangwon's hand. Rising without a hint of formality, she walked towards Alon. Without hesitation, she kicked Alon. Add some more candlelight. That Alon snapped to attention, understanding Aziz's intent, and quickly pushed open the bedroom door. When Sangwon seized the opportunity to enter the bedroom. Earlier, she had strolled around the outer courtyard in good spirits, only to find several night thieves lurking without alarming them. Lying on the bed, she found herself unable to sleep, toying with the jade pendant. The warm texture of the fine sheep fat jade brought her comfort. Apart from the unique totem, there were no inscriptions. Who else, aside from Li Xianglan, could be hiding night thieves within the residence? The original owner had been arrogant and domineering. In these past few days, she had altered her demeanor. Could it have sparked suspicion? The seemingly tranquil surface of the lake concealed myriad hidden dangers beneath. Not only were there the vengeful spirits within the residence, but also that ghost who had aided her escape from the pit upon her arrival. With a sigh, she stored the pendant in her netherworld ring. The ring given by the old monk was indeed a storage talisman, which surprised her. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. The following day, when Sangwon, still weary from insufficient sleep, awoke to chaos within the manor. The sounds of matrons barking orders echoed. "Hurry up! Be quick with your hands and feet, that if you delay with the second misses matters. Each of you shall regret it. Move faster, or do you wish to feel the whip?" Amidst the turmoil of the residence, when Sangwon's courtyard remained eerily quiet. Neither courtyard had anyone emerge to inquire or observe the commotion. Inside Hoya courtyard, when Xianqian cried out, "Mother, please save me, mother, I am in pain." Mother Li Xianglan, frantic, hovered at Xianqian's bedside, incessantly questioning the physician. "What is wrong? How is my daughter?" The physician, after examining her pulse, wore a serious expression and remained silent for a long moment before speaking. "Does the second miss have any forbidden substances in her system?" At that moment, when Xianqian's left cheek appeared as dark as ink, her left eye unblinking, the eyelid drooping to reveal raw flesh beneath. The left side of her mouth was immobile, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at her face, causing her to scream in agony. Accompanying her cries was drool spilling from the corner of her mouth. When Xianqian could scarcely tolerate the sight of her own saliva pooling around her, as the maidservants rushed about, constantly changing linens, rendering the entire residence a scene of chaos, that Li Xianglan, in a state of anxiety, urged the physician while comforting her daughter, "Qianqian, bear with it. The doctor is treating you, and you will be well soon. Do not be afraid." Chapter 9. Evil begets evil. After the physician concluded the examination, she politely addressed Li Xianglan, "Madam, may I have a word with you?" Li Xianglan, wringing her handkerchief, cast a glance at her daughter, who was writhing in pain upon the bed, and nodded slightly in response. The two hastened out of the room, standing in the courtyard. "Madam, could you elaborate on the recent condition of the second miss? It would be beneficial for her treatment," that Li Xianglan pondered carefully, hesitating before she spoke. "Qianqian's daily needs have all been managed by me." After a moment's thought, she continued, "I assure you, Qianqian's provisions are without any issues. Can you guarantee that there are absolutely no problems?" The lady doctor inquired, her brow furrowing. That Li Xianglan affirmed with a nod. The doctor replied, "This ailment is peculiar and strange. Where shall we begin? What you say is not unfounded. The second miss has always been well, so why has an affliction appeared overnight? The symptoms are troubling. Facial paralysis, a twisted mouth, and an inability to close it. Yet the second miss exhibits excessive salivation and drooping eyelids, which do not align with the symptoms of paralysis. The pulse indicates only slight deficiency of qi and blood. Not a hidden ailment," that Li Xianglan pondered and asked in return. "Is there someone who has poisoned her? Is there someone who wishes to harm my daughter?" The doctor shook her head. "The second miss has not been poisoned. Her symptoms are indeed peculiar." "Can the court physicians provide a diagnosis?" Li Xianglan questioned. "Madam, do you know who my master is? I cannot discern any benefit from his presence here," the doctor replied with a sigh. "Madam, this matter is indeed strange, that I will prescribe some tonics to replenish her qi and blood. For further assistance, you may seek out the abbot at the temple. There may still be a way to remedy this." "Are you suggesting that someone has used a voodoo doll against the second miss?" The doctor contemplated, then replied, "A few days ago, I attended to a distinguished young lady whose symptoms were similar to the second miss's. After consulting the abbot at the temple, her condition improved. That I have heard this practice originates from the island nation of Japan, steeped in dark sorcery. That a tempest of emotions surged within Li Xianglan. How could her precious Qianqian be entangled with the nefarious arts of the invaders? Was it possible that someone harbored resentment towards her daughter's talents? Certainly, there must be someone in the capital who begrudged Qianqian's closeness to the crown prince, thus resorting to underhanded means. First, the sorcery must be dispelled. Then she could inquire further into whom her daughter had offended and what grievances had been stirred. Noticing Li Xianglan's prolonged silence, the doctor offered, "Madam, I will prepare a prescription for the second miss." That Li Xianglan gestured for the doctor to leave. Meanwhile, the commotion in the manor had disrupted when Sangwen's slumber, and she sat on her bed, her disheveled hair a testament to her agitation. "Is there anything more important than sleep in this world?" Alan, sensing her mistress's irritable aura, cautiously placed the wash basin on the counter, behaving as if she were a thief, afraid to disturb her. Given when Sangwen's notorious temper, she feared that today's awakening would be even more terrifying, feeling as though even her breathing might provoke ire. That Aziz entered the room, clasping her fists in greeting. "Miss, the second miss is suffering from an affliction. Half of her face is paralyzed." That Alan admired Aziz's bravery in speaking up amidst when Sangwen's wrath, silently giving her a thumbs up for her boldness. "Speak clearly. What has happened?" when Sangwen demanded. "The second miss is afflicted. Her face is rigid, and she exhibits excessive salivation. The lady doctor is at a loss." When Sangwen's eyes lit up with intrigue, though she also felt incredulous. Typically, the dispelling of the Buddha's light would take at least 3 days. How could it vanish overnight, leaving behind such malevolence? She resolved to investigate the situation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Swiftly, she descended from her bed. Alan quickly approached, retrieving a dress to assist when Sangwen in changing. When Sangwen had attempted to don traditional attire herself, but found it too cumbersome, thus relying on Alan's help. After hastily finishing breakfast, she set out with Alan and Aziz in search of excitement. Upon arriving at Huaya courtyard, when Sangwen altered her demeanor, adopting a mournful expression, and began to wail, "Sister Qian, what has happened to you? What is wrong with you?" Her loud cries startled Alan, nearly causing her to lose her footing. Even the usually stoic Aziz's face cracked with surprise. That, "Oh my, Sister Qian, what has befallen you? They say your drool has soaked the pillow. Woe is me. What has happened to my dear Sister Qian?" Even Li Xianglan, sitting within, could no longer maintain her composure, inwardly cursing, "What is this wretched girl doing here?" When Sangwen continued her dramatic lamentations, approaching with a sorrowful visage while her heart brimmed with delight, "My dear sister, what has happened to you?" Entering the room, her gaze swept the surroundings, pinpointing her target. She rushed to the side of the struggling and suffering when Qianqian, lamenting even louder, "Oh, my dear sister, How pitiful you are! What has happened to your face? Did a rat bite you? Woe is me. Someone, hurry and fetch a physician. Oh dear, what is wrong with your eyes? And what has happened to your mouth? When Sanguine blurted out whatever came to her mind, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. When Qianqian's eyes seemed ready to spew fire. Her inability to speak was exacerbated by the presence of this annoying wretch, whose incessant wailing only heightened her agitation. Li Xianglan, unable to suppress her anger, maintained a facade of calmness, saying, "Wanner, do not be distressed. Qianqian is fine. She merely needs to rest for a few days." "Aunt, what is wrong with my sister? Why is her mouth askew? Woe is me. Why does she look so unappealing?" Li Xianglan tightened her grip on her handkerchief to Wanner. "Qianqian is fine." Dada Lan's shoulders trembled slightly as she struggled to contain her laughter. Realizing her mistress had a rather infuriating side, Dada Z remained close to Wen Sanguine's side, unwavering. When Sanguine observed Li Xianglan's expression before turning back to the bed where Wen Qianqian lay, she noticed a small, ghostly figure, bloodied and tiny, perched on her sister's face, clawing at her eyelids. This was a vengeful spirit born of maternal resentment, materialized from the grievances of a stillborn child. Discreetly averting her gaze, she had noticed earlier that Qing Li's toe had touched Li Xianglan's shoulder. Without needing to guess, she understood that the vengeful spirit was the unbirthed child of Qing Li's grievances have their sources. The dissipating Buddha's light would inevitably summon these resentful spirits to vent their frustrations. When Sanguine relished the unfolding drama, her spirits lifted as she provoked the mother-daughter duo with mere words. Yet, she maintained an expression of profound sorrow, ultimately declaring, "I shall seek the finest physician for my sister." Woe is me. Dear sister, wait for me. With that, she left, her back resolute and determined, as if she were preparing to sacrifice herself for her sister. The three departed like a gust of wind, leaving behind a furious mother and daughter in the room. Their tempers flaring, Dada Lan followed Wen Sanguine, unable to suppress a chuckle. When Sanguine caught the sound and turned to glance at Alan, a smirk gracing her lips, but she refrained from saying anything. There was a peculiar pleasure in tormenting the wicked. However, she had to be cautious, as the manor was rife with spies. She could not be too brazen, lest her joy turn to sorrow. That Alan composed herself, asking, "Miss, shall we truly seek out a physician?" When Sanguine's eyes sparkled with mischief as her expression turned serious, "That of course. She is my dear sister. As her elder sister, it is my duty to find the best physician for her." Alan was taken aback, but chose not to press further, trusting that her mistress had her reasons. Thus, when Sanguine, accompanied by Alan and Aziz, boldly traversed the capital in search of a physician, their actions audacious and efficient, almost theatrical in nature, she could hardly resist the urge to pull a passerby into a grand performance, showcasing a sister's unwavering dedication to seeking the finest remedies for her ailing sibling. Alan watched her mistress, her eyes alight with admiration, marveling at how Wen Sanguine's brazen display was sure to attract gossip. Recalling the cruel words that had once pierced Wen Sanguine's heart, she thought how her mistress had emerged unscathed, despite the harsh rumors that had once threatened to wound her deeply. Wen Sanguine was now returning the favor, using the same tactics against those who had wronged her. And there was nothing amiss in doing, so Dio refrained from grinning foolishly on the streets. "Alan, that you'll only make us the subject of ridicule," she chided, poking Alan lightly on the forehead. Alan chuckled lightly, "Miss, I am aware of everything. You are truly remarkable." When Sanguine was puzzled, wondering what had sparked Alan's delight. "What is it that you know?" Alan beamed. "I just know Aziz." Remaining detached, merely regarded Alan with a sidelong glance before addressing Wen Sanguine. "Miss, this is the last apothecary." When Sanguine touched her nose, adjusting her expression before calling out, "Physician, please save my sister. Her face is stiff, and she is drooling uncontrollably, soaking her pillow. Woe is me. You must come and examine her. She is gravely ill." Fearless of becoming the target of ridicule, she stood in the hall, pouring out her heart. Knowing her reputation in the capital was already tarnished, and this incident would not make much of a difference. "Physician." When Sanguine's eyes scanned the shop, directing her steps towards the right partition, "You must save my sister." The scene unfolds once again, mirroring the antics of other apothecaries. Various accounts of Wen Qianqian's ailments are shared, culminating in a bold presentation of 100 taels in silver notes, compelling the attending physician to depart from the apothecary and make his way to the Wen residence. Such is the power of wealth, capable of bending even the most obstinate of wills, that I in the capital. The usual consultation fee for physicians is a mere 10 taels, yet she has doubled it without hesitation. To speak of her extravagance is to credit her mother's legacy. The family's wealth is encapsulated entirely within a single ring, not a single coin bestowed upon the Wynn estate. Managed by Alan, who, despite lacking the martial prowess of a Z, possesses a sharp mind, demonstrating a remarkable talent for management, thus earning her the title of steward. Her seemingly harmless demeanor is merely a facade to conceal her brilliance. As the doctor exits, carrying his medicine box, when Sanguine's wails subside, she clutches a handkerchief, affectingly pretending to wipe away non-existent tears, while subtly shaking her shoulders in a manner that evokes genuine empathy from onlookers. Passers-by, captivated by the spectacle, cannot help but be moved, whispering amongst themselves. They are astonished to discover that this young lady from the Wynn household possesses such profound devotion, realizing that their previous judgments may have been misguided. Indeed, it is truly touching. I can hardly hold back my tears, one remarks. There is no sincerity greater than that of kinship. This young lady does not seem so dreadful after all. Another agrees for her sister's sake. She disregards her own image in her quest for medical aid. Such depth of feeling is admirable that it appears we have all misunderstood her. The murmurs continue, and when Sanguine absorbs every word, covering her mouth with the handkerchief to stifle her laughter. Her intention was merely to tease Wen Qianqian, never anticipating the unexpected delight that would follow. The infamy that clung to her was largely due to her sister's embellishments, that it is only fair that she returns the favor, allowing her sister to experience a taste of her own medicine. Today, she has traversed every apothecary in the capital, and with such diligence, her dear sister must not disappoint her expectations. The performance concluded. It is time to reward herself. Amidst the many gazes, when Sanguine strides confidently out of the apothecary. This is the final establishment, and the largest 3-story apothecary in the capital, indicating the multitude of patients within. Regardless, her objectives have been achieved. Feeling genuinely hungry, she calls for Alan and Azid to head towards the grandest tavern in the capital. Life is to be savored. One must eat, drink, and indulge. Who knows when the next moment may be snatched away? No one can predict whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will arrive first. She certainly does not wish to meet her end choked by a dumpling. Unbeknownst to her, the commotion she caused at Ji Latang has been closely observed by Bei Minji. In a secluded room on the top floor, a window slightly ajar, a man taps his folding fan against his palm. His dark hair cascades loosely, and his peach blossom eyes shimmer with a captivating allure. Clad in a light green robe, he chuckles, "Ninth brother, this commotion is rather extraordinary." Bei Minji sips from his teacup without raising his gaze, engrossed in an ancient text, dressed in a dark brocade robe with golden trim. Adorned with a jade crown, his brows are sharp and striking, exuding an aura that keeps the world at bay, as if all around him were mere ants in his eyes. Bei Mingfeng reclaims his seat, pouring himself tea. "Ninth brother, I have heard that this young lady is quite the eccentric, pursuing Bei Mingxian relentlessly, akin to a stubborn adhesive plaster, earning her the reputation of the capital's most arrogant simpleton." He pauses, however. She seems to deviate from the rumors. Taking a sip, he disregards Bei Minji's thoughts and continues. It appears she conceals a smile behind her handkerchief, and I must admit, she possesses a certain cunning. The remaining words linger unspoken, clearly influenced by the methods of his ninth brother. Bei Minji turns the page of his book, indifferently uttering 2 words, "Noisy." Bei Mingfeng shrugs. "Ninth brother, I plan to journey south soon. I have heard there are tidings to be found there." Bei Minji responds with a curt, "Ninth brother, I am seeking medicine. Do you not care for my safety? It truly saddens me." Bei Mingfeng laments. Bei Minji lifts his gaze, offering a fleeting glance. Instantly, Bei Mingfeng falls silent, a chill creeping up his spine, feeling as though he were on the verge of being flayed alive. Regret washes over him. Why provoke the ninth brother? His own folly he promptly concedes. "Ninth brother, I was wrong." Bei Minji resumes his perusal of the ancient text. After a lengthy pause, he casually advises, "Be cautious, Dado." Bei Mingfeng exclaims, springing from his seat, his heart racing. The sudden concern from his elder brother nearly frightens him to death. Gripping his fan, his hand trembles, and before he can restrain himself, he remarks, "Is the sun rising in the west today?" Chapter 10. No more pretense. Bei Minji does not even spare a glance that a knock sounds at the door, and Bei Mingfeng hastily strides over to open it. The shadow guard, Sui Gu, upon recognizing the visitor, bows respectfully I pay my respects to the 10th prince. Bei Mingfeng elegantly fans himself, stepping aside to grant passage. Sui Gu enters and bows again. Your Highness, the individual entered the Wen residence last night and has yet to emerge. Bei Mingfeng closes the door, looking at Sui Gu with curiosity that wasn't this person gravely injured by me? Your Highness, upon entering, he vanished without a trace, his presence completely undetectable, Sui Gu replies. Bei Mingfeng's interest peaks. This humble Wen residence harbors such secrets? I must have underestimated IT, that IT has remained inconspicuous until now. Could there be some significant commotion lately? Suddenly, a vision of the noisy woman from earlier flits through his mind, and he mutters to himself, could it be related to her? Bei Minji closes his ancient text, discreetly investigating Wen Sangwen. Sui Gu affirms, indeed. Bei Minji rises, coldly issuing a warning, do not alert the snake in the grass. Sui Gu complies, unaware that Wen Sangwen, at this moment, is indulging herself in the private room of the Drunken Sky Tavern, relishing a feast. Alan occasionally serves dishes, observing her unrefined manner as she devours a chicken leg. Unable to resist saying, Miss, please take your time. No one is competing for your food. Wen Sangwen nudges Alan with her elbow, that do not concern yourself with me. Sit down and join me for the meal. That is an order, and it must not be disobeyed. She buries herself back in her culinary delights. It is not her intention to be so uncouth. After traversing numerous apothecaries in the capital, she is utterly exhausted. Anyone in her shoes would have devoured an entire cow by now. Alan, taken aback by her behavior, is at a loss for words, while Z remains silent, obediently taking her seat and eating leisurely. Wen Sangwen casts an appreciative glance at Z, you are truly splendid. Seeing this, Alan, resembling a scorned kitten, quickly seats herself and picks up her chopsticks, but not before ladling a bowl of hot soup for Wen Sangwen. Having gnawed on a chicken leg, Wen Sangwen feels less ravenous. She wipes her mouth with a handkerchief, contentedly observing the two that in her eyes. There is no master-servant distinction, yet in this ancient context, such notions are deeply ingrained, and their unwavering loyalty has earned her respect. She would never treat them poorly. Memories flood back, of the two standing up against Li Xianglan and dealing with the nefarious servants attempting to undermine their household. Even when urged by Wen Qianqian to carry out unreasonable tasks, both have steadfastly remained by her side without a hint of betrayal. Though merely a year older than her, their constant presence and formidable skills provoke her curiosity. Aziz, where did you acquire your martial prowess? Aziz sets down her chopsticks, swallowing her food before responding. My elder brother checks on us every month. Elder brother? Alan interjects, Miss. There is a place where an elder brother visits each month to ensure that Aziz and I have completed our studies. She furrows her brow, recalling that yesterday was the month's END. It is strange. He did not come as usual, that he is typically strict and reliable. Wen Sangwen's heart skips a beat. Could he be the owner of that jade pendant? A flicker of nervousness crosses her mind, yet she presses on. Do you possess any tokens? Alan retrieves a jade pendant from her waist, rising to present it to Wen Sangwen with both hands. Receiving the pendant, Wen Sangwen's hands tremble involuntarily, nearly dropping it. This is the very jade pendant she exchanged for an invisibility talisman last night. Could it be that the man who fell outside returned the pendant to Alan? I believe I have seen this before. Alan, confused by her words, simply accepts the pendant back. The man was gravely injured and collapsed in the courtyard. I assumed he was a spy from another household. Alan's eyes widen in alarm, covering her mouth. Miss, you did not kill him, did you? Wen Sangwen coughs lightly. Surely not. When I left the courtyard this morning, I took a careful glance. He still had a pulse. Aziz purses her lips, brows furrowed. Wen Sangwen rises. Let us go. This meal is no longer enjoyable. We must return and assess the situation. 3 individuals hurriedly departed from the Drunken Sky Tower and made their way back to the Wen residence. The atmosphere of the Wen residence had become increasingly lively, filled with physicians summoned by Wen Sangwen, all gathered in the main hall. I Xianglan gazed at the 30 or so doctors present in the hall, her brow twitching anxiously. She had initially believed that the wretched woman would invite only a couple of physicians, yet to her dismay, so many had been called. Surely, when Sangwon must have spread the news about the minor ailment. And she couldn't help but resent herself for being merciful and allowing such a calamity to linger. It was too late to lament now. Madam, we have been invited by the eldest young lady to examine the second young lady. One of the physicians, growing impatient, spoke up that yes he did. The others echoed in agreement, that if it weren't for the promise of payment, who would willingly wait around here? Indeed, Dr. Wang is right. We were all summoned by the eldest young lady with a generous fee to attend to the second young lady. When shall we take her pulse? The eldest young lady mentioned that the second young lady is experiencing excessive salivation, a sign of a hidden ailment that cannot be delayed. The sooner we treat it, the quicker she will recover. The sentiments of the group expressed a similar urgency. With each word, Li Xianglan's frustration boiled over, intensifying her hatred for Wen Sangwon. Given the current situation, she found herself trapped. If she refused them, these doctors might go gossiping behind her back. Yet if she acquiesced, the second young lady's hidden ailment would tarnish their reputation. How could she face His Royal Highness the Crown Prince afterward? How could she hope to enter the Eastern Palace as a princess? For the sake of Qianqian, this matter could not be hastily resolved. That detestable woman had only added to her troubles. It seemed she must expedite the departure from the residence to avoid hindering her daughter's prospects. Adopting a courteous smile, she addressed the doctors, esteemed physicians. My daughter is indeed feeling unwell today, but the female physician has already examined her and deemed it not serious. Warner is simply worried for her sister and has grown anxious, making it quite a burden for you all to come here. Turning to a nearby matron, she instructed, reward the doctors for their trouble. It is not easy to make such a journey. Upon hearing this, the doctors in the main hall felt a surge of relief, as they would not have to treat a patient, but would still receive compensation. A rare stroke of luck indeed. One stepped forward, clasping his hands, and said, Madam, the eldest young lady has summoned us with a consultation fee of 100 taels. According to the eldest young lady, the situation is urgent. Li Xianglan, upon hearing this, nearly spat blood and fury, cursing the wretched Wen Sangwon under her breath. With great restraint, she addressed the matron. Have the steward pay the physician's fee. It was still Wen Sangwon who had initiated this. She had gone before these doctors, crying and acting, pledging that upon arriving at the residence, they would treat Miss Wen Qianqian's ailment, and that regardless of the outcome, they would be compensated with 100 taels. Suppressing her rage, Li Xianglan bid farewell to the physicians in a forced smile that Wen Sangwon made her way back. She encountered groups of doctors, greeting them with a smile, observing the joy on their faces. She knew Li Xianglan must be seething with frustration, yet she would have to obediently pay the fees. Just as she stepped through the door, the ominous voice of Matron Chen echoed from the side. Eldest young lady, you have returned. The madam has been waiting for you in the main courtyard for quite some time. Please allow this old servant to escort you. Her tone brooked no argument. As if Wen Sangwon were but a servant. Wen Sangwon's mood, once buoyant, instantly soured. She turned to Matron Chun, her eyes narrowing. Since when has the Wen residence become your domain? Z, throw this insolent servant out. Without hesitation, Z stepped forward, delivering a powerful palm strike to Matron Chen's neck, dragging the unconscious matron out of the residence in a swift motion. The entire process executed without delay. When Sangwon traversed the garden back to Hualien courtyard and cast a glance at the man slumped against the wall like a broken doll. His breath faint. She exhaled softly in relief, not lingering at the courtyard entrance, but proceeding directly inside. After employing a concealment charm, she returned to drag the injured man back into the courtyard. Without wasting a moment, she delivered him to a room on the west side. Once inside, she set up another concealment charm before daring to remove the man's charm. Alon, she called, stepping forward to remove his veil. Urgently whispering, brother. Fearing to draw attention, she quickly fell silent. When Sangwon stood to the side, scrutinizing the man on the bed, he exuded an air of refined elegance, his brow adorned with righteousness. His eyes were shut, his complexion pale, and the faintest breath indicated he was still alive. Deep knife wounds marred his chest, the edges already turning black, a clear sign of poisoning. Alon set to work cleaning the man's wounds, her brow furrowing deeply at the sight of the darkened flesh. The knife wound is not fatal, but the poison could be. When Sangwon remarked that moment, Z returned, upon seeing the man on the bed. She said nothing but pulled out a golden ointment, evenly sprinkling it over the wound. The man winced in pain, but did not open his eyes. Aziz and Alon worked together to bandage the man before moving to the round table. Alon spoke first. "Please punish us, young lady." Aziz clasped her hands, echoing, "Please punish us, young lady." When Sangwon propped her head on her hand, facing the bed, "Speak plainly. Young lady, I apologize that Alon did not intend to conceal this from you. Get to the point that Aziz and I were found by our brother while fleeing. The madam discovered us starving when she returned from the northern border and brought us back to the capital. Our brother, gifted with talent, was favored by the madam and taken under her wing for training. That time, you were still in the madam's womb, and we were only a little over a year old. The madam entrusted a close matron to care for us. When you were born, our mission became to protect you. Our brother would come periodically to teach us skills. Alon, young lady, I did not mean to conceal this from you. But at that time, when Sangwon waved her hand, you may rise. I do not seek to blame you. However, I wonder if you could also teach me some skills in the future." Alon was momentarily at a loss for words. Aziz clasped her hands but said nothing. "Handle matters regarding your brother with caution. Do not let others find out." When Sangwon rose, offering a final reminder before glancing at the man on the bed and leaving the west wing. Aziz followed closely behind, while Alon remained in the room. When Sangwon had just settled in the courtyard when a robust male voice boomed from outside, "Brat, come out. Master, do not be angry." Li Xianglan's anxious voice followed. "This ungrateful daughter, does she not see me as her father? Look at what she has done. Today, I shall punish her without fail." When Yu was seething with fury, "Master, please calm down. Wanner is still young. It was all unintentional. Do not hold it against her. She may harm her health." Though her words seemed to advise, they only served to stoke the flames of Wen Yu's anger. "Still young? Is she still young? You spoil her. Look at what sort of temperament she has developed." When Yu shot a glare at Li Xianglan and strode into the courtyard. "Ungrateful daughter." When Sangwon lazily lifted her gaze, appraising the middle-aged man entering. Dressed in opulent attire, he possessed the charm of a refined gentleman, devoid of any unpleasantness. However, his furious gaze diminished his composure, revealing a man who, in his youth, must have been a striking beauty. Her eyes shifted to Li Xianglan before returning, unhurriedly inquiring, "Father, what has you in such a fury today?" When Yu stood a few paces away, his sleeves swishing as he coldly snorted, "What have you done? How dare you quibble?" "Oh," when Sangwon smirked, "what is it that you believe I am quibbling about? You bully Qianqian, oppress the servants, and act as if you are above all, that if I do not punish you today, others will surely mock me when you leave the residence. Someone, take the eldest young lady and give her 10 strikes with the rod, confine her to the ancestral hall for 3 days without food. And she can only be released upon showing remorse." Li Xianglan feigned shock, covering her mouth with a handkerchief as she softly pleaded, "Master, please don't. Wanner is still young." Xianglan, do not plead further if this girl is not taught a lesson. She will not grow into anything worthwhile, that if this continues unchecked, who knows what calamity she will bring upon the Wen residents." When Yu's anger remained unabated as he barked at the servants. "Why are you not taking the young lady to the ancestral hall?" Several servants hurriedly clasped their hands in acknowledgement and quickly approached Wen Sangwon, their eyes glinting with malevolence. One servant spoke. "Young lady, we have wronged you." Without a word, Aziz stepped forward, drawing her long sword. The sound of the blade unsheathing rang clear, her cold gaze sweeping across the men before her. She stepped forward, declaring death. When Yu's blood boiled at the audacity, his finger trembling as he pointed at Aziz. "How dare you, vile creature, defy your superiors? Seize her at once for her treachery and execute her." When Sangwon found amusement in Wen Yu's words, clapping her hands and dropping any pretense, "My dear father, are you truly so eager to send me to my demise? Have you forgotten that Aziz is not a servant of the Wen residents? Should anyone dare to lay a finger on Aziz today, I would not hesitate to send them on their way myself. Preposterous! I am your father." When you roared, feeling his dignity shattered, in light of grandmother's regard. "I shall address you as father, but do not attempt to provoke my patience further." With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the Wen family genealogy onto the stone table and coldly added, "I advise you to keep your distance. Otherwise, I can easily send this genealogy to the imperial court that if I am unhappy, none shall find peace." When you glared furiously, Father, surely you understand the importance of weighing benefits and drawbacks. You must be well aware of how much the general's residence has aided us over the years. As her gaze fell upon Li Xianglan, a chill gripped her heart, eliciting an inexplicable shiver down her spine in response to such a piercing stare. Moreover, mind your concubine. What has she been up to all these years? Your father is not oblivious that a mere servant daring to aspire to ride atop her master. How laughable. When Yu's clenched fist creaked ominously. Several servants trembled in fear, hesitant to advance, caught in a tense stalemate. The benefits of my remaining in the Wen residence are undoubtedly clearer to you than anyone else. Tend to your subordinates. Should I find myself displeased, I shall not hesitate to depart from the Wen estate. The general's residence will always have a place for me. The existence of the general's residence was merely a means for Bei Ming Huan to quell the murmurs of the masses. As everyone was well aware that General Long had only one direct heir and a sparse lineage. With Wen Sangwen's arrival, the bloodline had effectively ceased. Without military might, power, or support, maintaining the general's residence was merely a trivial endeavor to garner a good reputation. Why not? Of course, the most crucial point was that Bei Ming Huan coveted the Dark Guard. When Yu roared in fury, feeling his dignity trampled upon by Wen Sangwen. Chapter 11. When provoked, let us all perish together. Wen Sangwen pointed at the family tree. My dear father, I am not so aged as to be deaf and blind. Your reminders are unnecessary. Flipping open a page of the family tree. She continued, if I were to adopt your term of address and solidify the title of rebellious daughter, how many within this Wen lineage could escape its clutches? A light laugh escaped her lips, accompanied by a flippant remark. I wonder if the golden ticket to immunity is still effective. I truly wish to test it. Each of her words felt like daggers piercing Wen Yu's lungs, and one could only surmise he wished to beat her to death in his wrath. Wen Yu's imposing figure trembled, his fierce gaze fixated on Wen Sangwen, as tumultuous waves surged within him. The daughter he had long disregarded had unexpectedly found such audacity. He had always been indifferent to the affairs of the women in the household, dismissing them as mere mundane beings unworthy of attention. How could he have anticipated that this daughter he had overlooked had grown strong enough to reveal her venomous claws? Though she was his daughter, the unspoken truths shared among them were now thrust into the light by her. Both face and reputation were at stake. As a father, where could he find solace? Enraged, he thundered, rebellious daughter, so unteachable and audacious. Do you wish to be cast out of the household, becoming a laughingstock in the capital? A woman abandoned by her family before marriage was a tremendous disgrace, akin to a rat scurrying across the street, despised and reviled, leaving her no path to survival. Wen Sangwen retorted, Lord One, it seems your memory is rather poor. Do you require me to refresh your recollection? My mother's marriage contract upon her entering the Wen residence, if you've forgotten. I can recite it for you. Upon hearing the term marriage contract, Li Xianglan's brows furrowed slightly. What contract? The master had never mentioned such a matter, keeping it tightly under wraps. Over the years, she had diligently managed the inner quarters. And though her efforts had gone unrecognized, the master harbored ulterior motives against her. Secretly clenching her handkerchief, she wore a worried expression to Wanner. Your father is in a foul mood. Speak less and quickly apologize to him. There should be no lingering grudges within a family. As the two remained locked in confrontation, Li Xianglan's interjection ignited the powder keg, causing Wen Yu to erupt. That he bellowed towards the door, come forth. Today, I shall deal with this rebellious daughter properly. Her audacity knows no bounds. Several house servants rushed in at the sound of his voice. Wen Yu pointed to Wen Sangwen, commanding, bind her, strike her hard. Today, I shall show you who truly holds authority in this household. It is not for an unfilial daughter like you to dictate. The atmosphere in the courtyard intensified to Li Xianglan. Her anxiety palpable, seemed to want to intervene, yet remained rooted in place at Wanner. Quickly apologize to your father. Let this matter pass. My lord, please calm down. We are all family, after all. Wen Yu's chest heaved with rage, his teeth grinding as he growled, bind her. Confine her to the ancestral hall. No, strike her until she admits her wrongdoing, and then confine her to the ancestral hall. No one is to visit her. Wen Sangwen raised an eyebrow, noting how Li Xianglan, though seemingly mediating, was stoking the flames of discord. Addressing a Z, she warned, if any of these servants dare to take a single step closer, I shall strike them down without hesitation. That a Z did not turn back, but responded affirmatively. Her sword coldly aimed at the approaching servants. Rebellious daughter, rebellious daughter. Wen Yu gasped, pointing at Wen Sangwen in fury. Li Xianglong hurriedly supported Wen Yu, gently patting his back. My lord, do not be angry. Do not be angry. The servants exchanged glances, hesitant to advance. For Aziz was notorious for her ruthlessness within the estate. At her mistress's command, she could execute without a flicker of emotion. They were indeed servants, but whose life did not matter? It was only natural to fear for their lives. When Sangwen closed the family tree, storing it away. Engaging in a stalemate with these people was utterly meaningless. The exchange had been reduced to mere accusations of being a rebellious daughter, of being unfilial and unruly. What more could they do? Strike her? Was that a possibility? She would dare to challenge even the ninth prince. Would she be intimidated by Wen Yu's threats? The marriage contract held by Lung Yin contained a clause that forbade interference in the children's affairs. Otherwise, all that the general's residence had provided would be reclaimed, including portions of the dowry. Wen Yu's comfortable life over the years was not solely due to his own capabilities, but rather because of his close ties with the esteemed friends of General Lung, influential officials in the court who had offered him discreet support. Otherwise, how could a mere scholar from an insignificant family establish himself in the capital? While others might be oblivious, Wen Yu understood the stakes clearly. He knew that indulging Li Xianglong had never undermined Wen Sangwen's position as the eldest daughter. Should Wen Sangwen choose to leave the Wen estate and return to the general's residence, his standing in court would surely falter, and he clenched his hands under his sleeves, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. His gaze was lethal. At this moment, Wen Sangwen was undoubtedly akin to a pile of minced meat. The servants and Aziz remained locked in a standoff, neither side willing to budge. Wen Yu ground his teeth, forcing out each word. What do you intend to do? Wen Sangwen smiled, having discerned from the very first glance that this middle-aged man was neither foolish nor easily led by Li Xianglong. She was certain that he would weigh the pros and cons. Father, all I desire is for my courtyard to remain undisturbed, and we shall not interfere with one another. All those clandestine rodents must be driven back to their holes. Pausing, she added, and mind your woman. Should she dare to provoke me again, disrupting my tranquility, I shall not hesitate to punish the wicked as a master would. The consequences, the severity of my actions, will entirely depend on my mood. Her indifferent gaze swept over Li Xianglong. For now, she had no intention of vacating the Wen estate. Creating such a tumultuous scene upon her return would only incite further chaos. She had yet to gain full control of the situation and would not recklessly muddy the waters, especially with so many spies lurking within the estate, making her movements cumbersome. Wen Yu snorted disdainfully. Let us hope it unfolds as you wished. He turned sharply, sweeping away in a huff. Li Xianglong cast a glance at Wen Sangwen before hastily following Wen Yu's retreat. And within the span of a mere tea break, the crowd dispersed in the west wing. Alon exhaled a sigh of relief, having endured immense anxiety within the confines of the room, unable to rush out for fear of bringing trouble to the young mistress due to the presence of her brother. The consequences were unthinkable. That Aziz sheathed her sword and returned to Wen Sangwen's side. Wen Sangwen reflected on the family tree, surprised to find that it had been gifted to her by the matriarch. A soft chuckle escaped her. What a delightful old woman that on the day she returned to the estate, she had spent quite some time in the matriarch's courtyard, where she was informed that Wen Yu was not of her lineage, but rather the adopted son of her late sister-in-law. Her husband had accompanied General Lung on a decade-long campaign, never to return from the borders. Having no offspring of her own, fate had it that her brother-in-law passed away unexpectedly, and her sister-in-law, burdened with worry, fell gravely ill. Thus, she had taken Wen Yu in, adopting him under her husband's name, thereby perpetuating the family line while also safeguarding against the encroachments of relatives seeking to seize their inheritance. Wen Yu had arrived at the estate at the age of 11 or 12. No matter how amicable their relationship had been, they could never truly bond. When she learned of Wen Yu's marriage to Lung Yin, she had been the most delighted of all, for her husband had often spoken of the old general, and thus she had developed a fondness for the general's residence and harbored unreserved affection for Wen Sangwen. By bestowing the family tree upon her, the matriarch's intentions were unmistakable. The Wen estate rightfully belonged to her. Should she desire it, the family tree could be amended, a privilege even Wen Yu did not possess. Wen Sangwen rose, stretching her limbs, that I am rather hungry. What a pity that the sumptuous feast from Zui Xiao Lu has yet to be savored, that Aziz nodded and departed to the inner courtyard. Before long, a spread of 4 dishes and a soup was laid upon the table. When Sangwon waved her hand, signaling that she required no service, instructing Aziz to check on the situation in the West Wing. With tranquility restored on her end, when you returned to the main courtyard, his fury barely contained as he swept a teacup to the ground, his expression grim. Li Xianglan stood nervously to one side. Cautiously attending to him, "My lord, please calm down. Allow Xianglan to ease your tension." She moved behind Wen Yu, gently massaging his temples. "My lord, do not let anger consume you. It will only harm your health. I would be heartbroken that Wan is now 19, and as she matures, she naturally forms her own thoughts. After all, she is still your daughter. Perhaps she was merely provoked today. Humph. I see her as nothing but unbridled. She wishes to assert dominance over me at this moment." When he was feeling rather indignant in his quarters, while Li Xianglan, exuding a hint of allure, said, "My lord, please temper your anger. Your current demeanor is quite distressing for Xianglan." It must be said that the women emerging from the Mei Xiang Tower possess an innate charm. Their skills in beguiling men are rather formidable. With just a single sentence, Li Xianglan was able to quell a significant portion of Wen Yu's ire. She continued, "My lord, please do not be angry that a young lady's thoughts are intricate. You see, excessive concern can lead to confusion that Wan is 19 this year. She ought to find someone to look after her. As her father, your position is rather distant, and thus it is unlikely to reach Wanner's heart." When you squinted, grasping his wife's implication that a few days ago, "I confided in Wanna. She has blossomed into a lovely young woman, and several sons of prominent families in the city admire her, that in a day's time. There will be a poetry and painting exhibition at the Zui Xiao Tower, and Wanner is eager to attend. Let the young people observe one another. If they take a liking to each other, it would indeed be a delightful occurrence, a delightful occurrence." When you scoffed, "Which family is it?" Li Xianglan leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially. Wen Yu's expression shifted from grim to bright, a calculating glint appearing in his eyes. "Very well, let us arrange for her to meet. If she is opposed, we may have to resort to more extreme measures." Li Xianglan continued to massage Wen Yu's temples, playfully saying, "My lord," in a buoyant mood. Wen Yu embraced Li Xianglan, his hands beginning to wander. Even at over 40, he still found himself vigorous. To Li Xianglan, with a flirtatious demeanor, leaned into Wen Yu's embrace, half-heartedly protesting, "My lord, it is still broad daylight, that if others were to see. This is the Wen residence. I am the one who calls the shots. Who dares to disturb my pleasures?" Without further ado, Wen Yu scooped her up and strode toward the inner chamber. Meanwhile, having had her fill, when Sangwon entered the west chamber, glancing at the still unconscious man and inquiring, "How is he?" Alon replied, "Your brother is out of danger. He merely needs to rest a bit longer before he awakens. However, what? The poison in your brother's body is quite peculiar." Upon hearing this, when Sangwon stepped forward, intending to take the man's pulse, that Alon hurriedly intervened. "Miss, your status is too noble. You must not." When Sangwon dismissed her concerns, pulling out a handkerchief to cover the man's wrist for a closer examination. After a while, her brow furrowed. "This poison bears a resemblance to one I discovered on Bei Mingyi. Could it be the same? I cannot ascertain for certain, as my knowledge of medicine in this era is limited. I cannot make rash conclusions based solely on what I have learned." She inquired, "Is there a skilled physician available?" Alon replied, "Yes, we can only suppress the poison for now, and have a doctor examine it in detail once he awakens." When Sangwon turned to Aziz and instructed, "Go fetch the silver needles," that Aziz exited, and upon her return with the needles, when Sangwon intended to remove the man's clothing, that Alon stepped in, refusing to allow it, anxiously stating, "Miss, you are yet to be married. How can you gaze upon a man's body? Please, miss, you are precious. You must not. Let Aziz do it if you wish to administer the needles." Alon insisted at that moment. Aziz stood before Wen Sangwon, silent but resolute, unable to withstand their combined pleas, when Sangwon handed the silver needles to Aziz and seated herself at the round table. Alon hastily lowered the curtains to obstruct Wen Sangwon's view. When Sangwon found the situation amusing, thinking that merely glancing wouldn't leave a mark, yet these two acted as if facing a dire threat. She turned her back to the bed and guided Aziz on where to place the needles. After completing the task, when Sangwon exited the west chamber, that Alon let out a sigh of relief. beads of sweat forming on her forehead, fearful that when Sangwon would approach and tarnish her reputation, even in death, she would find it hard to atone. When Sangwon sat in the courtyard, resting her head on her hands, her mind occupied with concerns that the residence of the ninth prince, Suigu dutifully reported on the confrontation between Wen Sangwon and Wen Yu, relaying every detail verbatim. Bei Ming Feng, surprised, remarked, "Is it truly so? What a daring woman!" A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Suigu pondered before sharing his thoughts. "My lord, this woman seems to be suggesting a scorched earth policy with her clan's genealogy." Bei Ming set down his teacup, recalling that evening when he merely tested the waters by mentioning the potential consequences of implicating 9 generations. This woman's nonchalant attitude was striking. "Keep a close watch, understood," Suigu acknowledged before taking his leave. Bei Ming Feng chuckled. "Ninth brother, this woman is quite fascinating. The genealogy can be wielded in such a manner. I am curious to meet her." He was astonished. Someone unafraid of such repercussions must have little left to fear. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to threaten their father with a family tree, feeling that the young ladies of the capital paled in comparison to her. "She is a viper." Bei Ming rose, shaking his sleeves as he departed. Bei Ming Feng took a sip of tea, musing that he would certainly seek an opportunity for a fortuitous encounter. How delightful! How delightful indeed! Little did Bei Ming Feng know, the chance for such an encounter would arrive sooner than expected. The next day, Li Xianglan had been busily issuing orders in the mansion, fretting that Wen Sangwon would be reluctant to visit the Zui Shao Tower. Every quarter of an hour, she summoned servants to inquire about Wen Sangwon's condition, hoping she would awaken after the events of the previous day. Even when you had been left at a disadvantage, so Li Xianglan would certainly not be so brazen. "How is it?" Li Xianglan inquired, seated in the main courtyard, watching the maid before her. "Madam, the young lady has yet to awaken." Chapter 12. The turmoil at Zui Shao Tower. Li Xianglan tightened her grip on the teacup, preparing to deliver breakfast to her daughter. As the announcing maid withdrew, Li Xianglan could no longer suppress her anger. She slammed the teacup down on the table and took several deep breaths to quell the fury rising within her. "Mother." When Xianqian entered from the courtyard, Li Xianglan turned her gaze toward the door, her brow furrowing deeply. When Xianqian stepped inside, she spoke with a hint of reproach. "Why are you up? Did I not tell you to rest well? What on earth has possessed you?" My daughter seemed to recover suddenly at night, her speech and complexion returning to normal. When Xianqian sat down, feeling somewhat wronged as she defended herself, "I've been lying down for a whole day and night. I can't remain in bed any longer, or I will feel uncomfortable all over." In truth, she had heard from Xiao Chui that a maid who went out shopping in the morning encountered one from the prince's residence. After exchanging casual conversation, she learned that His Highness would also be attending the Zui Shao Tower. Thus, she had risen early to dress herself, determined to outshine the other young ladies and capture Xianji's undivided attention. Li Xianglan scanned Wen Xianqian's face, understanding her daughter's intentions all too well. With a sigh, she stated definitively, "The prince is attending, isn't he?" When Xianqian nodded, Li Xianglan gestured toward the dressing table. When Xianqian smiled, playfully saying, "You know me best, mother." "You?" Li Xianglan felt exasperated in front of the Hualing courtyard. A maid hesitated, holding a food box, contemplating whether to knock on the door. After recalling the events of the previous day, she lacked the courage to disturb the young lady at such a time. Everyone in the residence knew that the young lady had a terrible temper upon waking. On any other day, disturbing her at this hour would result in punishment or worse. Yet she also felt the pressure to report back to the madam. As the maid found herself in this dilemma, the courtyard door creaked open slowly. Aziz, exuding an aura of coldness, strode out without casting a glance at the flustered maid outside, making her way toward the eastern kitchen. Aziz, wait a moment. The maid, not knowing where her courage arose, hurried a few steps to catch up with Aziz. Aziz halted, turning with a cold gaze that swept over the maid. Yet she remained silent. Aziz, I did not mean to disturb the young lady. This food box is specially prepared by the madam for her breakfast. The maid spoke in one breath, her heart racing. Aziz withdrew her gaze, stating, "No need." With that, she turned and left, the maid feeling anxious. Pleaded Aziz, "The madam asked me to deliver this." "Please," in the courtyard, when Sangwon stretched lazily, Lan pulled aside the curtain, smiling. "Miss, you are awake." And him, Alon shook her head. He remains the same as yesterday, though his breathing is slightly steadier. When Sangwon rose to freshen up, just then, Aziz returned with the food box, placing the meal on a stone table in the courtyard. Miss, there is a poetry and painting exhibition at the Zue Xiao Tower today. When Sangwon, poised to sip her tea, paused at this information. The individuals we arranged to settle today informed grandmother not to panic. Yes, that Aziz replied. When Sangwon pondered for a moment, then decided, no, let Alon handle that matter. You will accompany me to the Zue Xiao Tower. She was uncertain if she could manage the people at the Zue Xiao Tower, while the young masters and ladies of noble families posed little threat. It was the accompanying guards and secretive protectors that troubled her. With her current capabilities, she could hardly withstand even a few. Mastering ghostly arts does not equate to being all-powerful. That Aziz relayed the incident involving the maid from outside. When Sangwon dismissed it with a scoff. Why the haste? This woman is truly eager to drive me out of the residence. She shows no wit at all. Did she not realize that even when you could not stir up trouble yesterday? Did Li Xianglan fail to grasp the essence of the situation? Aziz, go check on the second young lady. Extend a gentle invitation. When Sangwon sipped her tea, knowing that the best show had yet to begin. And it would be incomplete without Wen Qianqian. That it was not that she felt guilty about sending away the small grievant spirit, but rather that she could not afford to delay today's affairs. After all, it was Li Xianglan's arrangement, and with Wen Yu's indulgence, how could she not align with their intentions? The secrets concealed within the Wen residence required no personal intervention. There were plenty of restless souls ready to assist her. After finishing her breakfast, a knock echoed from outside. When Sangwon set down her tea, rose, dusted off her hands, and said to Aziz, "Let us go. The performance is about to commence." This gathering, for someone like her who has navigated the tumultuous world of business for many years, is merely a trivial affair, distinguished only by the different dynasties at play. Stepping out of the outer courtyard, she caught sight of Wen Qianqian standing at the junction of the corridor. When Sangwon donned a look of delight, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear sister, you are well now, aren't you? It was worth the effort for my sister to scour the apothecaries and summon a physician. My dear sister, you are all right, yes?" Upon seeing Wen Sangwon approaching, Wen Qianqian felt a surge of inexplicable anger, her gaze landing upon the several red spots adorning Wen Sangwon's face. Strangely, her mood brightened. Her mother had advised her to be cautious, but it now seemed rather trivial. When Sangwon remained as foolish as ever, it appeared that fate was on her side, and soon she would relish the sight of that dim-witted woman plunging into an abyss of despair, becoming the target of scorn. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Thank you for your concern. Dear sister, I am much better now." When Sangwon lowered her gaze, "My dear sister, you look truly beautiful," though her smile failed to reach her eyes. It must be said that today, when Qianqian indeed radiated beauty, in the back courtyard, women devoted themselves to ensnaring the hearts of men, clinging like dodder vines, a poignant reflection of the plight of women in ancient times. The two exchanged insincere pleasantries, and when Qianqian, feeling embarrassed by Wen Sangwon's behavior, found an excuse to decline sharing a carriage, opting to proceed alone. When Sangwon cast a meaningful glance at the luxurious carriage as it receded into the distance, then withdrew her gaze, surveying the ordinary carriage before her, that Aziz retrieved a stool and placed it beside the carriage. "Mississippi, yes. Let us go. The grand performance is about to commence." The carriage glided slowly down the street, where a poetry and painting exhibition was taking place, with numerous carriages traversing the bustling city. Lavishly understated, they came and went, alongside sedan chairs weaving through the crowd, in ancient times, entertainment options were scarce. Such elegant gatherings were irresistible to many young ladies living in seclusion. After all, the ancients revered literary pursuits, often holding those with remarkable talents in high esteem. As the saying goes, all pursuits are of lowly merit. Only reading is exalted. When Sangwon lowered the carriage curtain, no longer paying heed to the street's activities, her attention fixated on a frail, little ghost trembling in the corner of the carriage. Appearing to be around 8 years old, lacking a right arm, with half an ear and a sunken right eye, shivering all over. With its left hand shielding its face, it peeked through the gaps in its fingers, revealing a terrified left eye that met Wen Sangwon's gaze, hastily retreating into the corner. When Sangwon muttered to herself, such a heavy grudge. The little ghost, burdened by resentment, was unable to reincarnate, condemned to linger in the place of its demise. Unable to find peace until its soul disintegrated, that I shall not harm you. When Sanguine softened her tone. With her current mastery of ghostly arts, she could manipulate any small ghost at will upon hearing this. The little ghost quivered, quickly kneeling on the ground. Heavenly Master, I mean no harm. Tell me how you died. Your resentment is so profound that you would forego the opportunity for rebirth, remaining trapped here. The little ghost bowed thrice, cautiously stealing a glance at Sanguine before slowly revealing the circumstances of its demise. After a cup of tea, Sanguine took a deep breath, calming her own emotions. Her grip tightened, the veins on her hands standing out, betraying her anger. The little ghost introduced itself. My name is Jiabao, 8 years old, that I am from a farming family 10 miles outside the capital. 3 months ago, I accompanied my father to deliver firewood to the kitchen of the Wen residence. It was my first time in the city, and everything was new to me. While my father was busy in the back courtyard, I sneaked into the garden, too engrossed in admiring the high walls and tiled roofs to notice the flower basket on the ground that I accidentally knocked it over, scattering petals everywhere. What should have been a trivial incident escalated when a maid discovered it and scolded me without intending to cause any trouble. Unfortunately, when Qianqian emerged from the corridor at that moment, witnessing the scene unfold, without a second thought, she struck the maid and punished Jiabao as well. The frail boy could hardly withstand the blows from the household servant. After 3 strikes, he was left gasping for breath, fainting on the spot. His father rushed over, but no amount of apologies could sway Qianqian, who remained unmoved, continuing to administer punishment. After 10 strikes, it was evident that even an adult would be severely injured. Let alone a child, Jiabao's father could do nothing but watch in horror as his child suffered, desperately trying to shield him, but in vain. The final blow resulted in a few drops of blood accidentally splattering onto Qianqian's dress. Igniting her fury, she ordered an additional 20 strikes, determined to levy a harsh punishment, in the end, both Jiabao and his father lay unconscious in the alley behind the Wen residence. At this point, the matter should have concluded. Who could have anticipated the depths of human malice? In Qianqian's courtyard, a maid accidentally broke one of her prized orchid leaves while playing with a feathered shuttlecock, resulting in her immediate death. Her corpse was loaded onto this very carriage, intended for disposal at a mass grave. Unluckily, Jiabao regained consciousness just then, and seeing the Wen carriage, his innocent mind, unaware of the gravity of the situation, approached the coachman, the very old woman he had encountered earlier with his father, pleading for help. The old woman, recognizing the urgency of the matter and unwilling to be delayed by anyone, disregarded him and cracked the whip to move forward. As the horse kicked, its hoof struck the boy's eye, and he collapsed to the ground. The carriage rolled over him, and in a desperate attempt to grasp the wheel, his arm was caught, violently torn away as the carriage continued to roll on. The series of misfortunes caused the boy to scream in agony until he ultimately fainted. Upon witnessing this, the old woman, without a second thought, called for the servants in the back courtyard and ordered them to toss both father and son into the carriage, transporting them to the mass grave. Amid the jolting of the carriage, Jiabao lost too much blood, and with the wheel crushing his chest, his bones shattered, piercing his heart, before reaching the burial site. He succumbed to death. Thus, his resentment was born, imprisoned within this carriage. Unable to find solace, that Jiabao, tears streaming down his face, sobbed, "Sister, I miss my father." Sanguine produced a soul-soothing talisman and cast it onto Jiabao. "Rest easy here. Once I conclude my business, I will take you home." "Thank you, sister," he whimpered at that moment. The carriage came to a halt. The Z's voice floated in. "Miss, we have arrived." Sanguine said nothing further as a Z lifted the carriage curtain. Sanguine leaned out, calling, "Prince of the 10th, Your Highness," that a sea of people knelt before her. Bending slightly, she had yet to disembark when she collided with a strikingly handsome man descending from an opposite luxurious carriage. Tall and clad in an ink-patterned robe, he wielded a jade fan with a languid grace, exuding an air of effortless elegance. Yet within his eyes lay a subtle glint of sharpness in that moment. Sanguine felt an awkward sensation. While everyone else knelt, she stood apart. Previously, her demeanor towards Bei Mingxian had been dictated by the circumstances of the Wen residence, where no one was present, allowing her to speak freely without fear of repercussions. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she inhaled deeply, permitting Aziz to assist her down from the carriage. After Aziz knelt on one knee, when Sangwon cast a glance in her direction before shifting her focus to the 10th prince, who was being saluted by the crowd. Their gazes met in midair, and Bei Ming Feng, with a gentle smile, addressed the kneeling assembly, "Rise, no need for formalities." The crowd promptly stood, carefully maneuvering around the area as they went about their business. That it was when Sangwon's first encounter with the power of status in ancient times. As she observed the retreating figures, she feigned nonchalance and turned towards the Zhe. Xiao Lu. Bei Ming Feng closed his fan and spoke to the carriage. "Ninth brother, this is quite amusing." Within the carriage, Bei Ming Yi offered no response. As when Sangwon entered the grand hall, a sharp, mocking female voice cut through the air. "Oh, isn't this the esteemed but inept young lady of the Wen family? What brings you here today? Not busy polishing shoes, but rather playing the role of a servant at the beck and call of others?" When Sangwon turned to locate the source of the voice, spotting a striking young woman dressed in a pink long robe just a few steps away, adorned with ornamental flowers between her brows, flanked by two maids. Behind her loomed a massive depiction of blooming peonies. This was none other than Qin Shuangyin, a young lady from the Duke of Qin's household, who had clashed with Wen Sangwon for many years, particularly during the days of General Lung Feng. Their few encounters in court were fraught with tension, as they often found themselves at odds, their differing ideologies leading to heated exchanges before their peers. Bei Ming Huan's subtle favoritism towards Wen Sangwon had left Qin Huayan in a precarious position, resulting in a deep-seated animosity between the families. Now, upon seeing Wen Sangwon, Qin Shuangyin was visibly irked, eager to unleash her scorn. Wen Sangwon, however, was unperturbed and retorted, "What a cacophony of barking! Such noise! Does a Xiao Lu permit such rabid dogs to disrupt the peace?" Fearing no damage to its reputation, Wen Sangwon, Qin Shuangyin snapped back. "That rabid dog refers to me as Miss." Wen Sangwon replied. The hall fell silent as the two voices clashed, the atmosphere thick with tension. And curious eyes turned towards them, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Qin Shuangyin's heart raced. In the past, her cold mockery had gone unchallenged, but today, how dare this so-called fool retort? Had she gained the audacity of a lion? This public embarrassment was intolerable. "You foolish waste of space. You dare to humiliate me before everyone." She fumed, directing her anger towards her maids. "See if I don't tear your mouth apart." When Sangwon raised an eyebrow, a hint of derision in her tone. "Is that a desperate dog cornered?" As soon as the words fell, a warm voice drifted in from outside the hall. "Oh, what is this? Where did this dog come from? Is it eager to leap over the wall? This king has never heard of it. Today, I shall open my eyes and take a good look." Chapter 13. Retort. The voice caused Wen Sangwon to instinctively furrow her brows slightly. But she quickly relaxed, maintaining a facade of tranquility. Bei Ming Feng entered, fanning himself with a folding fan, standing beside Wen Sangwon with an arched brow. "Sangwon, am I not correct?" Wen Sangwon suppressed her confusion. When had she become so familiar with the 10th prince? Why call her Sangwon instead of Sangshan? An inexplicable chill ran down her spine, prompting her to subtly step 2 paces to the right, creating distance between them. With a forced smile, she remarked, "Your Highness, how exquisite your taste is." Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd knelt, once again paying their respects, yet only when Sangwon remained upright. Bei Ming Feng chuckled, "No need for formalities. Today as poetry and painting is for the appreciation of all. So there is no need to be overly restrained." The others responded, slowly rising to their feet. That as Qin Shuangyin lowered her gaze to pay her respects, her eyes nearly spat fire, catching a glimpse of Wen Sangwon's impudent behavior. She rose, addressing the 10th prince, "Your Highness, Wen Sangwon has overstepped her bounds." Bei Ming Feng, intrigued by Wen Sangwon, caught the double entendre in Qin Shuangyin's words, but chose not to expose it, deliberately casting a sidelong glance at Wen Sangwon. "Sangwon, what do you think?" Wen Sangwon regarded Qin Shuangyin and replied coolly, "A dog catching a mouse is merely meddling." She then turned to Bei Ming Feng, maintaining her composure. "Your Highness is known for your charm and magnanimity. Surely you wouldn't hold such trivial matters against a mere woman." Bei Ming Feng was amused, closing his fan and lightly tapping Wen Sangwon's head. "You are indeed entertaining." That he intended to provoke her, yet with a single word of magnanimity, he had already cut off his retreat. After all, if he were to bicker with a mere woman, it would only expose his lack of grace and character. He was not one to bear burdens lightly. Ignoring Qin Shuangyan, he asked with a smile, "Sangwen, would you care to join me for a leisurely tea?" When Sangwen replied, "Your Highness is of noble status. How could mere commoners like us presume to share tea with you? You truly would bring me to shame." With that, she offered a perfunctory fist salute, which sufficed as a bow, and strode forward towards Wen Xianqian. For the day's grand performance had yet to unfold, and she could not afford to be absent. The notorious reputation of the original body was well known, with Wen Xianqian playing no small part in it. She bullied the servants and killed at will, all under the guise of her name, uttering, "Sister, if you do not forgive, I can only act per your instructions." Thus, she bore the infamy for over a decade, when Xianqian stood among a few ladies, appearing quite striking compared to the others. The white and pink gown accentuated her like a lotus untainted by the world, delicate yet with a hint of allure, each smile and frown imbued with gentle charm. Observing her attire, one could not help but admire Li Xianglan's keen eye for beauty. Knowing precisely how to stand out among the crowd, striding over, she exclaimed, "My dear sister, what are you discussing that brings you such joy?" When Xianqian responded sweetly, even taking the time to bow, "Sister, this peony painting is exquisite." When Sangwen replied, "Oh, in what way is it beautiful? No matter how splendid a flower, it cannot leap beyond the confines of white paper, nor can it attract the dance of butterflies." When Xianqian covered her mouth with a handkerchief, secretly delighted, thinking, "This foolish woman, does she even know whose hand this painting is from?" Appearing delicate, she hesitated before slowly speaking, "This painting is by the esteemed young Master Xingqian." "You mustn't say more." Such vague yet seemingly admonitory words were most intriguing. The young Master Xingqian, hailing from the Qishao Palace, was rumored to be enigmatic, having gained fame 3 years ago with a painting of 100 flowers. When placed in sunlight, the buds would instantly bloom, releasing an array of floral fragrances that uplifted the spirit. Yet, that was not the marvel. The painting would change colors in accordance with the viewer's proximity that a minister, attracted by the fragrance, approached to admire it, only to find the 100 flowers suddenly transforming, blooming in vast patches of red spider lilies, their crimson hue as alluring as it was eerie. As the spider lilies flourished, the minister, Qi Qiao, began to exude a similar red, drops trickling from his face as he remained entranced by the painting, a blissful smile upon his lips. In the span of half a tea, the minister fell backward, his body cold, having passed silently. This incident, witnessed by all present, bore no hint of the uncanny, but later tales added layers to the mystery surrounding the one who penned the work of stars. Various stories began circulating among the populace, and with the passage of time, the enigma only deepened. When Sangwen feigned confusion, "Sister, what troubles you? Have I said something wrong? Unaware of the heavens and the earth, do you not see who you are? How dare you comment on the young Master Xingqian's painting here?" Qin Shuangyan's tone dripped with sarcasm. Having been ignored earlier, she now sought an opportunity to ridicule Wen Sangwen. Bei Mingfeng, observing the unfolding drama, was about to step forward to join the fray when he spotted a figure on the 3rd floor, hesitated for a moment, and instead circled around the crowd toward the 3rd floor. When Sangwen retorted, "Oh, I am ignorant of the heavens and the earth, yet you possess wisdom. Miss Qin, since you are so formidable, why not enlighten us all on how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is, so we may broaden our horizons?" Her voice was not loud, yet all present could hear her clearly. Some curious young nobles eagerly leaned in to catch the spectacle, with a few displaying ambiguous expressions. Seemingly entertained, Qin Shuangyan was left speechless, her fists clenched tightly. Had it not been for the crowd, she might have resorted to violence. "What? Is it not true what Miss Qin said, that I am unaware of the heavens and the earth?" "Indeed, I admit my ignorance. May I ask, Miss Qin, could you kindly enlighten me? I humbly seek your guidance." When Sangwen, "Do you have a penchant for opposing me?" Flames ignited in Qin Shuangyan's eyes. Having grown up pampered and spoiled, she was unaccustomed to this kind of suppression. Just as when Sangwen was about to respond, when Xianqian interjected, "Sister, you seem hesitant. Do not be agitated that I apologize on behalf of my sister, and I ask you, dear Yinjie, please do not be angry at that moment." A voice rang out from the entrance of the hall. "Who has bullied Xianqian?" The crowd turned to the entrance and knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." "Long live!" Bei Mingxian, with a gentle demeanor, replied, No need for formalities, rise. Today, as poetry and painting exhibition is an elegant affair, and there is no need for excessive ceremony, that he smiled as he approached Wen Xianqian, with two guards following closely behind. Today, Bei Mingxian donned a refined brocade robe, a jade crown binding his hair, exuding an air of amiability. When Sangwen cast a casual glance, retracting her gaze, inwardly scoffing at his pretentious demeanor. Ignoring the way Bei Mingxian looked at her, turning to Wen Xianqian with an air of unyielding righteousness, "Sister, how amusing your words are. What wrong have I committed that would warrant an apology to Miss Qin? Or do you think it reasonable that I, upon my entrance, would be unjustly smeared, and you would condone such behavior?" When Xianqian was caught off guard, never anticipating that Wen Sangwen would retort so fiercely. Her heart silently cursing the scheming woman. Her face, however, displayed a semblance of grievance, as if about to shed tears, as if Wen Sangwen had wronged her. Biting her lip, "Sister, I did not." Bei Mingxian approached Wen Sangwen. "Have you bullied Xianqian? Do you not see your fault?" When Sangwen felt like rolling her eyes, was the Crown Prince's mind addled? In her view, not only was he mentally deficient, but his eyesight was also questionable. What pair of eyes had seen her bully Wen Xianqian? Wen Xianqian, attempting to maintain decorum, responded, "Your Highness, that I in such a public setting." She refrained from drawing excessive attention, addressing him as Xianggu to avoid scandal. "Xianqian, there is no need for formalities." Bei Mingxian smiled gently, gesturing for her to rise. Qin Shuangyin followed suit, offering her respects, "Your Highness." Bei Mingxian returned the gesture with a warm smile. When Sangwen, amidst the crowd's scrutiny, turned to leave when Xianqian spoke up, "Sister, you seem to hesitate. Do not take offense. I implore your Highness not to be angry with my sister." When Sangwen halted, turning to stare at Wen Xianqian, "My dear sister, when have I ever wronged the Crown Prince? Your attempts to cover up your misdeeds are far too blatant. Or do you wish to elevate yourself above me, a mere concubine's daughter?" She deliberately sought to humiliate Wen Xianqian in front of everyone. "That I did not." "You did not what?" "You did not intentionally guide others to mock me. Or was it something else? You insist on taking it upon yourself to inform the Crown Prince of my so-called unintentional misstep. His Highness has already declared that all formalities are waived for today's art exhibition." "What? Do you doubt the word of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Is that why you seek to plead on my behalf?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression suddenly darkened. When Sangwen had astutely unraveled the hidden truth, it appeared they were being led by the nose by this seemingly frail woman. Those who had been laughing boisterously moments ago fell silent, feeling as though they had been made a mockery of, their gazes shifting to Wen Xianqian, stirred by discontent. When Sangwen observed their reactions with a hint of mockery, "Dear sister, where have I erred? If we follow your reasoning, does it not imply that His Highness is untrustworthy?" Bei Mingxian cast a discreet glance at Wen Sangwen, secretly loathing the disputes between women. Some matters, not firmly in hand, rendered him unable to eliminate this woman. Suppressing his disdain, he flicked his sleeves and departed, heading straight to the second floor. When Sangwen turned on her heel and followed him up the stairs, Bei Mingxian, sensing something unusual behind him, felt his contempt intensify. This woman was clearly attempting to draw his attention. Oblivious to the fact that such foolish behavior repulsed him, that he did not look back and continued his ascent. "Miss Wen, please hold," that a cultured voice emerged from the crowd. When Sangwen recognized that the voice was directed at her, yet deemed it inconsequential, she had no time to linger and continued upward without looking back. "Miss Sangwen, please wait." When Sangwen gently furrowed her brow, easing her expression as she turned to face the staircase. Dressed in a simple blue robe and adorned with a cloth headscarf, the young man appeared flushed, embodying a scholar's demeanor, clearly someone who had immersed himself in study, oblivious to the world outside. Lacking in masculine vigor, his face turned a shade redder as he took a few breaths. As if making a significant decision, he bowed and introduced himself. "Miss Sangwen, I am Lin Yueshio, hailing from Shirley Village in the outskirts of the capital. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and today I take the liberty to," when Sangwen, intolerant of the overly refined tone typical of scholars, interrupted, "What is it?" "I am quite busy, Dada." Lin Yueshio paused, his expression awkward, momentarily at a loss. Yet quickly regaining composure, he bowed apologetically. "Miss Sangwen, I beg your pardon for my abruptness." The Tio cut a long story short. Lin Yueshio's face flushed as he produced a neatly folded red cloth from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. Miss Sangwin, seeing this, when Sangwin signaled to AZ, who stepped forward to take the red cloth. Lin Yueshio continued, I apologize for my forwardness that I hope Miss Sangwin will consider it and provide a response. The hall erupted with murmurs. Some onlookers seemed eager to stir trouble. Isn't this the esteemed scholar from Shirley Village? Indeed, as the rumors suggest, he is fair-skinned and handsome. Ha ha ha. The teasing remarks came from a young master named Li Yin, the son of the Minister of Personnel, who, at 19, had been invited by several noble friends to enjoy the exhibition. The men accompanying Li Yin laughed heartily. Lin Yueshio's face turned crimson, unable to meet Li Yin's gaze. While Wen Sangwin's reputation was notorious, Li Yin was the male counterpart of her. They were equal in their infamy, having never met but well aware of each other's existence. When Sangwin glanced at Li Yin, whose nose was prominent and exuded an air of roguish charm, the quintessential spoiled young master. Their eyes met, and Li Yin boldly declared, What are you staring at? You think you can gaze upon me? When Sangwin let out a light laugh, her unspoken words conveying self-infatuated. She turned to ascend the stairs, her initial plan to embarrass when Qianqian transformed by unexpected circumstances. When Bei Mingfeng had glanced up towards the third floor, she noticed a man, one whose aura resembled that of a corpse. She had never encountered a living being with such an overwhelming ghostly presence. It was as if this man eclipsed even the essence of a true specter. Sensing the need for caution to avoid attracting his attention, she refrained from probing too deeply. As she ascended to the second floor, it appeared she was casually seeking a private room, when in fact, it was directly beneath the man on the third floor. Just as AZ closed the door to their room, four men entered from downstairs, exuding a bandit-like air. They intended to flaunt their prowess, but upon seeing Li Yin, immediately recoiled like turtles withdrawing into their shells. When Qianqian cast a glance at the four men, nonchalantly responding, I hope you ladies will excuse me. I am not one to fuss over trifles. Qianqian, why are you so kind? She has treated you so poorly, yet you still defend her, that in my opinion, you should not behave this way. When Sangwin's thoughts were on the individuals who had just entered, contemplating her mother's arrangements, suddenly, she heard this remark, gathering her scattered thoughts, her gaze dropping as she let out a bitter smile. Sister, do not speak of such things. Qianqian knows her own standing. You are like this, taking all the blame upon yourself. Her arrogance will lead to her downfall. Do not doubt it. Indeed, what is your status? You are the second daughter of the Wen family, no matter how you look at it. You are far more precious than her. When Qianqian covered her mouth with a handkerchief, sorrowful yet silent, intending to provoke the crowd's anger. Such petty grievances hardly registered in Wen Sangwin's eyes. She was in the private room. Her brows knitted tightly, her expression frosty, her gaze fixated on the red cloth spread out on the table. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her right hand resting on the table gradually tightening, veins bulging unnoticed. Upstairs, the discussion revolved around the Crown Prince's selection of brides. Suitable unmarried women could enter the Eastern Palace for selection, particularly those born in the Yin months, as vessels for the sinister and deadly ghostly techniques known as dead infants. The others were oblivious to what dead infants entailed, but she understood all too well. It was one of the most malevolent ghostly arts, classified among the 10 forbidden techniques, that a dead infant born from a Yin woman after a full 10 months was an abomination. Small in stature, quick in movement, and fiercely aggressive. Since it lacked intelligence, it was easily controlled and could be transported in jars, serving as a silent weapon for murder. The term forbidden techniques arose from the fact that the birth of a dead infant cost the life of a living Yin woman. One life lost foretold another's demise. The conversation among those upstairs essentially indicated that Bei Mingxian aimed to cultivate an army of dead infants for his own use. When Sangwin felt perplexed. Logically, such confidential matters should not be discussed so openly in a tavern, especially with Bei Mingxian present. Was he not concerned about being overheard? Just as she pondered this, a jarring buzzing sound erupted in her ears, piercing through her mind like 100 needles, leaving her momentarily dazed, blood trickling from her orifices, resembling a vengeful spirit that is, noticing her distress, swiftly approached. Mississippi without hesitation, she grasped Wen Sangwin's wrist, carefully checking her pulse. Neither moved. When Sangwin was rendered unresponsive by the sudden buzzing, while AZ, unable to discern the cause, stood frozen in self-reproach. After a considerable time, when Sangwon regained her senses from the excruciating noise, Daisy offered her a handkerchief. "Miss, I am powerless. I cannot determine the cause of your ailment. Please, punish me." When Sangwon wiped the blood from her face, her complexion pale as she finally uttered, "It is nothing to AT." That moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor as a dozen guards knocked on every door, declaring, "Officials are conducting an investigation. Bystanders, please stand back." Today, as soon as the words fell, the door to Sangwon's room was forcefully pushed open. 3 individuals entered, displaying their identification, and immediately began searching the room. Az tightened her grip on the sword at her waist, positioning herself protectively in front of Sangwon. Expecting a tumultuous confrontation, they were surprised when the trio conducted a brief search before retreating to the next room. Sangwon, having heard the commotion in the hallway, had already wiped the blood from her face. Though her condition was poor, she bore no outward signs of distress. She understood that the sudden buzzing had exposed her eavesdropping and resulted in a backlash that left her injured. Those individuals sought the vessels to harness spirits. Charms, incense, and smoke were the best mediums for exorcising spirits, and to command a ghost, one must ignite these offerings. This time, her negligence had led to this predicament. Regaining her composure, she poured herself a cup of tea from the pot on the table. The hot liquid soothed her throat, dispelling some of the discomfort caused by the spirit's backlash. Just as Sangwon was about to continue, a voice called from outside the door, "Sister, may I come in?" Sangwon pressed her aching temples, impatiently replying, "Not now." Az understood, moving to the door to open it. "Second miss, please return." Without waiting for Qianqian's response, she closed the door firmly. Sangwon approached the window, pushing it open for fresh air. Before her lay the tavern's courtyard, complete with rockeries and pools, where numerous easels displayed poetry and paintings. Many young talents and beauties strolled around, discussing the artworks, creating an atmosphere of lively harmony. "Sister, are you angry with me?" Qianqian's persistent voice floated from the doorway. Sangwon ignored her, leaning against the window while observing the courtyard scene. Az was about to open the door to intervene when another familiar voice resonated from the entrance. "Bei Mingxian, Qianqian, what is the matter?" Qianqian replied, "Your Highness, it is nothing, that I simply do not understand what I did wrong to earn my sister's disdain." Their brief exchange was followed by another mocking voice. "Oh, what a delightful day to witness such joyous events. My dear nephew, it seems you are indeed fortunate. Just look at this young lady. She is quite the beauty. Perhaps the selection of brides is unnecessary. Why waste time when you could embrace such a lovely maiden?" Bei Mingxian returned the greeting. "Ten uncle," Qianqian gracefully curtsied. "This humble girl pays her respects to His Highness, the 10th Prince." Bei Mingfeng, fanning himself gently, cast a fleeting glance at Qianqian. Feigning ignorance, "Pray tell, which esteemed family do you hail from?" Qianqian replied. "I am from the Wen residence, Your Highness." "I am Qianqian." "No," Bei Mingfeng exclaimed, as if enlightenment had dawned upon him, "the daughter of the esteemed Wen family." After a brief pause, he inquired with a hint of skepticism, "Is it not the case that the Wen household boasts only one legitimate daughter? How is it that I was unaware of a second young lady?" His words carried an unmistakable edge. Qianqian suppressed her emotions, continuing in a soft and delicate manner, "The humble girl is not born of the legitimate matron." At that moment, Li Yin ascended the staircase, and with a sharp retort, he interjected, "Not born of the legitimate matron? Then she must be a concubine's child." His words cut through Qianqian like a dagger, leaving her utterly exposed. Bei Mingxuan's expression darkened, aware of Bei Mingfeng's presence. He refrained from voicing his displeasure, instead stating coolly, "Your Highness, Qianqian is virtuous. Such matters need not be discussed." Bei Mingfeng playfully struck Li Yin on the head with his fan. "You young man, show no respect in the presence of royalty. You need a lesson." Li Yin clutched his head, his eyes filled with defiance, grumbling, "Bullying the weak. What a disgrace. It's infuriating. My cousin is but a year older than I, yet he constantly torments me that I must report this to my aunt." Bei Mingfeng was unyielding, reaching out to grasp Li Yin by the ear. "Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Have the lessons you learned gone to waste?" Li Yin shouted in protest, "Ouch, that hurts. My ear is going to fall off." The commotion in the hallway continued, while inside, Sangwon listened intently, yet had no desire to join the fray. She leaned against the window, Observing the young people bustling about in the courtyard, that Z approached when Sangwon sighed. "Miss, should I go out?" "It is of no concern to us," she replied. Her ghostly ears have backfired, and with others searching the second floor, suspicions will surely arise. Leaving midway without enjoying the festivities would only raise eyebrows. To T.O. depart, she must wait for the spectators to gradually disperse, allowing her to blend in with the crowd that I end the room above. Bae Minji stood by the window, wearing a mask, his hands clasped behind his back, silent. "Master, the presence has vanished," he reported. The fragmented corpse furrowed his brow. His instincts were rarely wrong. There had been a gathering of ghostly energy by the window. Yet it dissipated in an instant. Who was manipulating the ghostly aura for their own purposes? When had a master of such caliber emerged in the capital? Bae Minji's gaze fixed upon a painting of cold plum blossoms below. Remaining silent, with a creak, the door swung open, and Bae Mingfeng entered, still holding Li Yin by the ear. Li Yin grimaced, muttering various apologies. "Oh, I was wrong. I respect my elders. Next time I see you, I shall keep my distance." "This hurts." Bae Mingfeng smirked, a charming curve to his smile. "Who dares to call themselves a young master in my presence? You are the young master. I am wrong. I am wrong." "Ouch, this hurts," Li Yin cried out, his frustration palpable, that he felt utterly misunderstood, unable to express the turmoil within him. The fragmented corpse wished to interject, but upon seeing the 10th prince dragging the young master in, he fell silent, retreating to a corner. He was not one for the glaring light of day, preferring the shadows. Bae Mingfeng cast a sidelong glance at the silent figure, finally releasing Li Yan's ear. Li Yin nursed his ear, feeling a mix of despair and indignation. "Cousin, could you not show me a shred of dignity? With so many witnesses, where is my face?" Bae Mingfeng poured himself a cup of tea, nonchalantly stating, "If I do not intervene, someone is bound to face dire consequences today. Perhaps even bloodshed." Li Yin cautiously glanced at the man by the window, shivering involuntarily. Realizing he had overlooked the presence of another, he swallowed hard and leaned closer to Bae Mingfeng. "Cousin, what do you mean?" Understanding his cousin's tactics of intimidation, he quickly adjusted his tone. "Surely, I am not in any danger. It is broad daylight. Who would dare to disregard the law?" "Umph." Bae Mingfeng scoffed. "If you were to perish, it would be due to your own folly." Li Yin protested. "I shall tell my aunt that you bully me." Bae Mingfeng set down his cup and struck Li Yan's head with his fan again. "At your age, you still resort to childish tactics. What? Do you feel uneasy if you cannot report me?" "I do not," Li Yin retorted, though his demeanor betrayed him. Standing by the window, Bae Minji suddenly lowered his head. The voices from below drifted up, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Keep a close watch on that individual," he instructed, his gaze fixed on the young man standing behind the cold plum blossom painting. The figure behind the painting was none other than the scholar Lin Yueshio, who had presented when Sangwon with a red silk handkerchief in the main hall. Li Yin, seated beside Bae Mingfeng, felt an involuntary shiver. Bae Mingfeng noticed and chuckled softly. "Are you afraid? Very well. Upon our return today, prepare yourself. We shall venture south to Jiangnan." Li Yin snapped back to reality. "What purpose do we have in Jiangnan?" "To seek medicine." Li Yin exclaimed, suddenly realizing, his eyes scrutinizing Bae Mingfeng with concern. "Cousin, are you unwell? Come along. There is no time for idle chatter." Li Yin murmured. "I was merely asking a question. How is that idle chatter?" His frustration simmered. He could not best his cousin in any argument. Bae Mingfeng elongated his response. Li Yin quickly waved his hands. No, you are the best, cousin. I shall listen and prepare for our departure." Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Cousin, you have yet to explain why I would face any danger today." Bae Mingfeng sipped his tea leisurely. That was the fragmented corpse's assertion. Upon hearing this, Li Yin turned to the corner where the figure had stood, only to find the space empty, exclaiming, "Where did he go?" Bae Mingfeng replied with a knowing smile. "By the time you realize his absence, will he still be a fragmented corpse? Unlike other shadow guards." The fragmented corpse was neither entirely alive nor dead, constantly in contact with cadavers and ghostly energies. The chill that enveloped him was a testament to his eerie nature, that he seldom appeared during the day. It was precisely because Bae Mingfeng had been surprised to see him that he had chosen not to further tease when Sangwon and had made the decisive move to ascend the stairs. The presence of the fragmented corpse signified the emergence of something unusual. Meanwhile, when Sangwon lay sprawled on the round table, lamenting, "Oh, Aziz, be gentle. My back. Oh, the pain," unaware that her cries echoed in the ears of someone above. Aziz's face twisted in confusion as she gently kneaded with Sangwon's waist, pondering how her mistress had managed to injure herself. Finally, she could not contain herself, murmuring, "Miss, you really should exercise more." When Sangwon grimaced. Utterly frustrated, cursed by her ghostly ears, she could not employ that particular secret technique. Her sole intention had been to eavesdrop on the conversation between Bei Mingxian and others, leaning against the wall to listen closely. To hear more clearly, she had pressed herself tightly against the wall, her ear against it, hands resting on the surface, maintaining that position for just a brief moment. Yet, upon stepping away from the wall, with such minimal effort, she had somehow managed to injure her waist. Not her neck, but her waist. Who would believe such a tale? Aziz, be gentle. Aziz frowned, "Miss, perhaps you should invite a physician to examine you." When Sangwon attempted to rise, but the moment she moved, a sharp pain coursed through her waist, akin to an electric shock, the sensation indescribably exquisite. Truly, when one is down on their luck, even drinking cool water can lead to misfortune. Aziz continued to massage her. With a loud crash, the door swung open with great force, revealing a dozen individuals outside, led by Qin Shuangyan, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the scene within. When Sangwon turned her head toward the doorway, while Aziz remained behind her, still attending to her waist, the atmosphere grew tense. What had begun as an angry Qin Shuangyan now stood momentarily stunned. Before recovering her composure to express disdain, when Sangwon, "I never imagined you to be such a filthy person," the others, catching up, snapped back to reality, with one scoffing, "I heard Miss one has peculiar tastes. Seeing her today, it is indeed extraordinary, and oh wonder she is so shameless, clinging desperately and showing such disrespect towards His Highness." When Sangwon, "You have some nerve, how utterly disgraceful." A chorus of derision erupted, filled with vulgarity. When Sangwon's expression darkened as she addressed Aziz, "Strike down the mutts that bark. Rip them apart." She longed to rise but found her waist unwilling to cooperate. That Aziz, receiving her command, hesitated not. Withdrawing her hands and swiftly leaping forth that in a flash, save for Qin Shuangyan, the rest were swiftly dispatched to the ground by Aziz's kicks. Qin Shuangyan pointed at Aziz, anger flaring, "You wretched servant. How dare you?" Without sparing a glance, Aziz turned back into the room, shutting the door behind her, and returned to Sangwon's side to continue her ministrations. Her movements were fluid and seamless. Sangwon sighed with satisfaction, maintaining the persona of arrogance and defiance, which felt entirely justified. After all, her reputation mattered little to her, that as the saying goes, even an ant's bite is insignificant. Qin Shuangyan seethed, kicking the door in frustration, when Sangwon, "Come out this instant." A multitude of individuals sprawled across the corridor, creating a scene of rare spectacle. These were the young masters from various humble households, who, in their eagerness to curry favor with Qin Shuangyan, had followed her up to the second floor merely to enhance the atmosphere. Who could have anticipated that the maidservant beside Sangwon was no ordinary girl? In just a few swift moves, she rendered them utterly defenseless. Just as one wave of chaos receded, another surged forth. Make way! Make way! Miss Qin, what brings you here?" Qin Shuangyan turned her gaze towards the four approaching figures, their expressions dripping with sycophancy. Her eyes narrowed as a plan formed in her mind. With a haughty lift of her chin, she gestured towards the door before her. "You four, step inside and help me relieve my grievances." "Generous rewards await." One of the shorter men, grinning widely, inquired, "Miss Qin, what is inside?" Without hesitance, Qin Shuangyan replied. When Sangwon the mention of her name, the four men felt elated, for their purpose in visiting the Zui Xiao Lu was precisely to encounter this woman. To their surprise, an unexpected opportunity for reward had arisen. They nodded in agreement, and facing the door, adopted menacing expressions. One stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the door was once again flung open. Qin Shuangyan, head held high, adopted the demeanor of a victorious hen, eagerly anticipating Sangwon's desperate pleas for mercy. The four men, rubbing their fists together with a hint of lewdness, declared, "My lady, let's have some fun. Serve us well, and there will be rewards." Their impatience was palpable. They had already assumed their aggressive stances, ready to indulge. This time, however, before Wen Sangwen could utter a word, Aziz had already unsheathed her long sword. Advancing towards the four with a singular word, die. Wen Sangwen was at a loss for words. Was today truly an inauspicious day for her to venture out? The chaos seemed unending. Aziz. Strike until they confessed. As the four men entered, Wen Sangwen had already deduced that they were sent by Li Xianglan, intending to create a scene in the tavern, openly teasing her in a bid to tarnish her reputation and use it as leverage to hastily dismiss her from the manor. An unchaste maiden, unwed and stripped of her virtue, would be deemed worthless, bringing shame upon her family. Regardless of her reluctance, her fate would remain unchanged. With only one daughter in the Wen household, any misfortune could easily be attributed to Li Xianglan. Were it not for the impending selection of the crown princess, she would not have acted so impulsively. The primary issue was that Wen Sangwen had ceased to be obedient and had even slipped from her control, inciting Li Xianglan's desperation. Just as Aziz prepared to act, a commanding voice echoed through the corridor. Who dares to make such a ruckus? Qin Shuangyan turned her head towards the staircase, where she beheld Bei Mingfeng, fanning himself, accompanied by a tall man clad in dark brocade with a silver mask. Li Yin followed behind them. His demeanor slumped. It was the masked man who spoke first. Bei Mingfeng closed his fan, casually remarking, "This is the young lady of the Xiangwa mansion." As soon as he finished, his brows raised. He observed Bei Minji striding towards the open door. Li Yin, initially looking downcast, suddenly raised his head, his expression transforming from lethargy to shock upon seeing the corridor's commotion. Unfathomably perplexed, Bei Mingfeng instinctively followed Bei Minji's lead. Qin Shuangyan, disregarding the masked man, offered a curtsy to Bei Mingfeng. "Greetings, 10th Prince." Wen Sangwen remained sprawled across the round table, her head tilted, eager to witness Aziz in action. However, her gaze abruptly shifted to the entrance, her heart skipping a beat. Her first instinct was not to feel the embarrassment of being caught in such a compromising position, but rather the dread of exposing a flaw. Fearing that Bei Minji might personally come to apprehend her at that moment, Bei Mingfeng appeared at the doorway, scanning the four men within the room before landing his gaze on Wen Sangwen, who was awkwardly positioned on the table. Li Yin, following closely, caught sight of Wen Sangwen, automatically disregarding the four men inside, as he couldn't contain a chuckle. "What kind of martial arts are you training for?" He burst into laughter, mocking her mercilessly. Bei Mingfeng promptly rapped Li Yin on the forehead with his fan. "Mind your manners." As the situation spiraled beyond her control, Qin Shuangyan discreetly began to retreat. Wen Sangwen's eyes met Bei Minji's, and an unexplainable sense of unease washed over her, her mind racing with countless strategies to address the unfolding chaos. The four men inside, upon witnessing Bei Mingfeng, trembled in fear, dropping to their knees, and, before Bei Mingfeng could utter a word, they hastily confessed everything. Silence enveloped the room, as did the doorway. Wen Sangwen too fell silent, as she realized the precariousness of her current position was beyond words. She keenly detected a flicker of amusement in Bei Minji's eyes. "Miss Wen, this is quite amusing," Bei Minji unexpectedly remarked. Bei Mingfeng turned to him, incredulous, his astonishment surpassing that of the four men's confessions. Bei Minji's cold gaze swept over the trembling men on the floor, and no need to keep them. With that, he turned and strode away, his sleeves billowing. Bei Mingfeng looked at Wen Sangwen, his fist clenched as he cleared his throat, unable to suppress a smile. "Sangwen, quite amusing indeed." With that, he dragged Li Yin along and departed. Several guards entered the room, brandishing their swords at the men's necks, commanding them to rise and leave. I end the brief span of that encounter. Only Wen Sangwen and Aziz remained, while Qin Shuangyan had long since slipped away. Aziz, Wen Sangwen said, "Let me ride on your back to return." Aziz approached. "Miss, allow me to carry you back." The unspoken words lingered in the air. Wen Sangwen understood Aziz's implication. Remaining here might invite further complications. With the four men taken away by Bei Minji's men, the spectacle she had wished to witness had vanished, rendering her presence here meaningless. With a soft acknowledgement, she maintained her position and gradually maneuvered herself until she was finally atop Aziz's back. Throughout the commotion in the corridor, the right side room, where Wen Sangwen had been, remained untouched. The door never once opened. Inside, Bei Mingxian sat in quiet contemplation, listening to a Taoist priest recite cryptic verses. Earlier, at Wen Sangwen's door, The weeping Wen Xianqian had pleaded for forgiveness, hoping to catch Bei Mingxuan's attention, envisioning a sweet conversation between them. However, after a few exchanged words, Bei Mingxian had not invited her into the private room, leaving her to withdraw in disappointment and join other young ladies in the courtyard to admire the paintings. As the master and servant exited the Zui Shaolu, when Sangwen found it impossible to ride in a carriage due to her strained waist, the carriage left behind would be returned to the Wen Manor by a servant tasked with watching over it. In the corridor, after the departure of the master and servant, a figure emerged from the shadows, watching Wen Sangwen's retreating figure with a furrowed brow before vanishing once more into the darkness. On the street, Aziz remarked, "Miss, perhaps we should seek the physician's counsel." Wen Sangwen pondered for a moment, and, feeling frustrated, did not decline. How could I injure my waist merely by leaning against the wall? She grumbled, noticing the discontent in her tone. Aziz, unusually bold, added, "Those individuals are still at the manor." Carrying her mistress, they steadily made their way to the largest medical clinic in the city. Upon hearing this, Wen Sangwen's eyes brightened, her earlier gloom dissipating. "Hurry to the clinic. I wish to see the spectacle." Aziz complied, quickening her pace as they navigated the bustling streets. Chapter 16. A scandal in the backyard of the unworthy father. Old physicians are indeed remarkable. After a couple of acupuncture needles, Wen Sangwen was once again lively and energetic. After spending half an hour in the clinic, Wen Sangwen hurried back to the Wen Manor. Today, Li Xianglan intended to stage a grand performance for her. How could she neglect to reciprocate? A few days prior, she had instructed Aziz to find Wen Yu's old acquaintance, arranging for them to come to the manor today, with the Wen backyard now ablaze. How could she possibly miss such a spectacle? When it comes to gossip, it must be grand and ostentatious. Just the thought of it brought a smile to her face, and her steps quickened involuntarily. Sure enough, upon entering the Wen Manor, she was met with a cacophony of noise in the main hall, where no one was willing to concede. Among the ladies who frequented the Mei Xianglu, few were simpletons. Inside the main hall, Li Xianglan's expression was grim, the darkness lurking in her eyes reaching its zenith as she slammed her hand on the table, berating, "All of you, get out. This is the Wen Manor. How dare you behave so unruly?" Yun Yin, overhearing, chuckled lightly, "Madam, we are not here at the behest of the master. The eldest young lady specifically invited us for tea and music." Lu Rong, tossing her handkerchief, swayed her waist, her eyes brimming with flirtation. "Madam, are you unwell? I know a skilled female physician. Shall I summon her for you?" "Oh dear, Lu Rong, your words are misguided. The madam is delicate. How can she compare to us coarse women? Yet I have heard that the madam was quite formidable at the Mei Xianglu. Today, it is truly remarkable. Sister, you live up to the rumors, a vision of beauty that one cannot look away from." Xia Yu exclaimed, her laughter causing a stir. Dong Yu, not to be outdone, fidgeted with her handkerchief. "Sister, your words are inappropriate. The madam is not of our lowly stature. Just the other day, the master stayed at my place and had nothing but praises for the madam, which made me quite envious." That Li Xianglan's countenance darkened as she turned to her attendant. "Kick these lowly harlots out." Upon hearing this, Xia Yu protested, "Madam, we were all invited by the eldest young lady, not by the master. You cannot unilaterally decide to expel us. They have indeed accepted the bounty from Miss Wen and have come to visit the manor, free to stay without regard for Li Xianglan's countenance." Dong Yue remarked, Exactly, madam. You cannot ask us to leave. The young lady has expressed her desire to hear a few songs, and has specifically invited me to sing a few verses. Madam, would you care to listen? Allow me to sing a few lines for you." Li Xianglan, unable to contain her fury, rose to her feet, her heart racing, her fingers trembling as she pointed accusingly at the women, her anger boiling over. "You! How dare you? Someone drag this woman out and beat her to death. All of you shall be beaten to death." When Sangwen stood outside, enduring the strain with great difficulty, her shoulders trembling, the three women performed a play, while 9 of Wen Yu's old acquaintances occupied the main hall. Upon hearing Li Xianglan's furious shout, she smacked her own face, suppressing a smile, adjusting her demeanor before striding confidently into the main hall. "You all have arrived," she announced. Then, feigning forgetfulness, when Sangwen slapped her forehead and murmured to herself, "I thought you all were coming tomorrow." Lifting her gaze to the 9 enchanting women within, she couldn't help but acknowledge that Wen Yu had a discerning eye for beauty, each woman possessing her unique charm and grace. beautifully distinct from one another. Clearing her throat, she turned to Li Xianglan. "Annie, what troubles you? Are you displeased? I have invited all my sisters to our home for a little gathering and to play some melodies. I hope it poses no inconvenience." Though Li Xianglan was clearly restraining herself, striving not to appear too fearsome, her gritted teeth betrayed her rage, and after a prolonged moment, she barely managed to force out, "As long as Wanner is happy, that's all that matters." With a smile gracing her lips, when Sangwon replied, "Happy, of course, sisters. Would you be interested in accompanying me to the garden to play a few tunes?" Allowing this young lady to broaden her horizons, the 9 beautiful maidens, perceptive of the underlying meaning, recognized that their agreement to visit the Wen residence was motivated not only by the generous bounty, but also by other ambitions. Li Xianglan, having managed to escape the allure of Meixiang Lu and now enjoying the splendor of the Wen estate, was overshadowed by their youth and beauty, leaving them wondering why they could not capture the heart of the old master Wen themselves. "Ladies, please," when Sangwon beckoned, and the 9 maidens exchanged knowing smiles, playfully nudging one another before gracefully following when Sangwon out of the main hall and towards the garden. Left behind, Li Xianglan struggled to conceal her wrath. Seizing a teacup in frustration and hurling it to the ground, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury that if looks could kill, when Sangwon would surely have been reduced to ashes. How dare that wretched girl? How dare she? I shall have her killed, she seethed. Why have I allowed this insolent creature to live? I should have ended her the moment I had the chance. How utterly detestable, when Sangwon must die. The matron, several times on the verge of stepping forward, ultimately recoiled, choosing to remain silent at the side that Azzy, who had not left her post outside the main hall, cast a cold gaze before departing through a side door. Making her way towards the garden, the strings of the zither were already set up, accompanied by singing and dancing. When Sangwon observed the various talents of the ancient courtesans, and after appreciating their performances, she encouraged them to continue, while kindly informing them that when you would soon return to the manor, seizing the opportunity would depend on their own capabilities. Having said that, she leisurely exited the garden, feeling elated, and made a detour to the old lady's courtyard, taking a moment to relax before returning to her own Hualing courtyard. That night, as when you returned to the Wen Manor, the garden buzzed with excitement. The beautiful maidens would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away, employing all their charms to capture Wen Yu's attention. Meanwhile, Li Xianglan remained alone in her empty chambers, enduring this routine for the next fortnight. Enough to drive her to distraction, leaving her with little energy to contend with Wen Sangwon, as her own position was gravely threatened. The following day, when Sangwon, having completed her morning rituals, set off towards the outskirts of the capital with Alan and Azzy. Dealing with Li Xianglan was merely child's play for her, a trivial matter that she would not dwell upon. Her mind was occupied with more pressing concerns. The woman who had rescued her from the pit was a farmer's daughter named Lin Xiaoxiao, 17 years of age, and the cousin of Lin Yueshio. During one of her herb-picking excursions in the mountains, she fortuitously saved the injured Baiming Xian. Having never encountered such a handsome man, coupled with his princely status, she quickly developed feelings for him in a matter of half a day. Baiming Xian, enamored by the novelty of the farmer's daughter, took her back to his residence, inviting her to enjoy a few days of leisure by the lake, where they inevitably became intimate. Yet less than a month later, Lin Xiaoxiao found herself with child, joyfully sharing the news with Baiming Xian, expecting him to be thrilled to her dismay. From that day forth, he concocted excuses to send her back to the farm for rest. And 5 months later, she remained in vain, waiting for his return. Determined, she embarked on the journey to the city, her pregnancy evident, only to be captured by Baiming Xian, who imprisoned her in a water dungeon. What followed was a nightmare for Lin Xiaoxiao. Her belly was brutally sliced open, her child removed, and she herself perished in the dark confines of the dungeon. That very night, her spirit witnessed her unborn child being forcefully placed within another woman's womb. Her corpse lay buried in the desolate outskirts, her unnatural death infused with resentment, forever haunting the site of her grave. By sheer coincidence, the location was not far from the pit where Wen Sangwon had fallen, leading to her summoning. Upon encountering a man resembling a corpse, curiosity compelled her to eavesdrop, inadvertently overhearing the tale of the undead child. It seemed fate had a hand in this, for she had unwittingly signed a ghostly contract, necessitating her to resolve Lin Xiaoxiao's grievances personally. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao's desire for revenge against Bai Mingxian was not as simple as it appeared. She sought to rescue those women who shared her plight. Freeing them from a prince's residence would be no simple task. Bai Mingxian was well-versed in such dark and malevolent arts, and surely possessed means to ward off evil. The malevolent energy she had carelessly cast upon Bai Mingxian's brow, in hopes of inciting disaster, had proven futile, as he appeared unscathed at Zui Xiaolu. This indicated that formidable powers were at play within the prince's residence, further complicated by the involvement of the ninth prince. Lin Yueshio had given her a red cloth pouch containing a jade pendant, Bai Mingxian's personal talisman. The carriage rolled steadily along the road, emitting a rhythmic clatter, when Sangwon gathered her thoughts and lifted the carriage curtain to glance at the roadside. "Azzy, please hasten our pace." "Yes," Azzy replied, cracking the whip energetically. Point 10, Li Zhuang was neither too far nor too near. After about a quarter of an hour, the carriage gradually entered a small town, when Sangwon had initially assumed 10 Li Zhuang was merely a village, but was surprised to find it had the scale of a town, with a handful of passers-by and shops that appeared quite respectable. To Alan inquired for directions, and, after navigating through winding paths, they finally arrived at Lin Yueshio's doorstep. The small courtyard had its gate firmly shut. From within, faint sounds of reading could be discerned. Unmistakably, Lin Yueshio's voice that Alan approached and gently knocked on the door. As he assisted when Sangwon down from the carriage. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open. Alan was about to speak when Lin Yueshio's gaze fell upon Sangwon. Initially taken aback, his expression swiftly transformed into one of delight as he hurriedly bypassed Alan. Bowing respectfully, "Miss Wen." When Sangwon smiled, "Will Lin Gongzi not invite me in for a cup of tea?" Lin Yueshio's face flushed, and he hastily gestured for her to enter. "Miss Wen, having traveled such a distance, my hospitality is lacking. Please forgive me. Do come in. Do come in." When Sangwon, regarding the scholarly figure before her, could not suppress a smile as she confidently stepped into the courtyard. The courtyard was tidy, devoid of any floral embellishments, featuring a stone table and stone stools, a pot of clear tea, and an ancient tome laid upon it, with writing materials neatly arranged. Standing beside the stone table was a young scholar of 8 or 9, diligently grinding ink. Upon seeing Sangwon, the boy had never encountered such breathtaking beauty before, and in his fluster, he dropped the ink stick, standing awkwardly while bowing, unsure of how to address her, his face turning beet red. Lin Yueshio chided, "What are you standing there for? A distinguished guest has arrived. Hurry and prepare a pot of good tea." The boy nodded and dashed off. Lin Yueshio, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "My humble abode is simple. Miss Wen, I hope you won't take offense." When Sangwon gracefully took a seat, her gaze sweeping across the Xian paper on the table, admiring the elegant calligraphy that reflected the owner's character. "Beautiful writing," she complimented. Lin Yueshio, even more flustered, felt his face heat up. "I am sorry to have made you laugh, Miss Wen." Without further ado, when Sangwon produced the red cloth pouch, placing it upon the stone table. "Now, let us discuss the matter at hand." Lin Yueshio stared at the red cloth pouch, momentarily stunned, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions before he finally steadied himself. He approached and sat across from Sangwon. Contemplating for a moment before, with a newfound resolve, he raised his gaze to meet hers, shedding his previous demeanor of politeness, and said sternly, "I implore you, Miss Wen, to grant my cousin a fair resolution." When Sangwon smiled, "How does Lin Gongzi know that I can indeed resolve this?" Lin Yueshio frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. The absurdity of the situation struck him, and he hesitantly asked, "Miss Wen, if I were to reveal this, would you think I am mad?" When Sangwon's interest piqued, "What leads you to say that?" After a brief hesitation, Lin Yueshio sighed, "To be frank, it is my cousin who visited me in a dream, instructing me to deliver this item to you, assuring me that you would grant her justice and peace at a visitation in a dream." Lin Yueshio nodded earnestly. "Initially, I believed it was merely a figment of my imagination. But upon visiting my cousin's home and unearthing this item, I could not deny its truth." When Sangwon was aware that Lin Xiaoxiao's obsession had influenced Lin Yueshio, indicating that the person before her held great significance for Lin Xiaoxiao, someone worthy of trust and reliance. She then inquired, "Please, tell me about your cousin." Lin Yueshio was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated a lengthy explanation, yet he found himself easily persuaded, after gathering his thoughts. He began, Miss Wen, my cousin Lin Xiao and I have been inseparable since childhood. To me, Xiao is not merely a cousin but a sister, bound by deep familial affection, a bond that outsiders cannot comprehend. When I was 8, my parents went out shopping and tragically never returned after encountering bandits. That it was my aunt's family that took me in as their own, supporting my education. This point. Memories of his aunt stirred feelings of sorrow within him, prompting a brief pause before he continued. At the age of 10, my uncle fell while foraging for herbs in the mountains, and my aunt, in search of him, met with misfortune during a torrential downpour, also falling to her death. From that moment, my 8-year-old cousin and I were left utterly alone, relying solely on each other for companionship. I initially considered abandoning my studies to make a living by setting up a stall in the village to support both myself and my cousin. However, it was she who insisted that I pursue my education and seek a degree. Throughout the years, it was my cousin's foraging that enabled me to continue my studies. Though life was arduous, it was stable until I eventually passed the scholarly examinations and found my circumstances improving. I then renovated the house left by my parents as well as my aunt's residence. Lin Yueshio's gaze fell upon the courtyard, his eyes reflecting deep sorrow. After the renovations of my aunt's house, my cousin insisted on returning there, unwilling to stay with me. Despite my earnest pleas, she was resolute, and I had no choice but to respect her wishes. However, upon my return from the capital one day, I discovered that my cousin had left someone in her room that a mere glance was enough for me to discern the value of that person, though my cousin remained unaware and insisted I leave, even going so far as to push me out. Lin Yueshio sighed. Miss Wen, I know that person cannot be swayed, yet I stand helplessly by as my cousin becomes ensnared in this situation. I feel indebted to my aunt and uncle. If I had been more assertive back then, might the outcome have been different? At this point, he could no longer contain his emotions, his voice trembling as he lowered his head, eyes reddening with guilt and regret. Chapter 17. The ghostly contract's obsession. When Sangwon listened quietly. After a moment of silence, noticing he had ceased speaking, she asked, Do you regret not acting differently back then? Lin Yueshio paused, sighed, and shook his head. The path was chosen by my cousin. I could not dictate her decisions. When she came to bid me farewell to return to that person in the capital, I earnestly tried to dissuade her. Reflecting on that day, his eyes filled with melancholy, and he sighed heavily. When Sangwon understood, a young girl, inexperienced in the ways of the world, would struggle to perceive the treachery of human nature. For someone raised in a village, the sudden appearance of a handsome gentleman could easily lead to disorientation, much like an ordinary girl being approached by a charming star who confesses his feelings. It is a temptation few could withstand to encounter a man like Bai Mingxian, whose exterior masked a monstrous heart, would leave one utterly devoured, reduced to mere remnants. One must ask, how could a person raised in a palace, where deceit is the norm, maintain a sound mind? How many covetous eyes are cast upon that position? Without some cunning, survival would be untenable. When Sangwon was acutely aware of this, being the sole heir of an ancient martial arts family, while others saw only the glamour, few understood that such splendor often concealed a perilous abyss. A single misstep could lead to ruin. Seeing that when Sangwon remained silent, Lin Yueshio continued, My cousin has appeared in my dreams, informing me that a noble person awaits at Zui Shaolu, urging me to wait there, claiming that Miss Wen would surely come. She instructed me to deliver this item to you. How did she know it was me? There are many Miss Wens at Zui Shaolu. Does she not recall that when Qianqian was also present? Lin Yueshio collected himself, reflecting on the young lady he had observed. That girl. I found her to be rather timid. Not one who could make firm decisions. After a moment of hesitation, he furtively glanced at Wen Sangwon, and seeing no sign of distress, cautiously remarked, I believe her character leaves much to be desired. Upon hearing this, Wen Sangwon's lips curled into a smile that a person he had barely met, judged by a single glance, revealed how truly naive the original self had been. Could you take me to see your cousin's residence? Lin Yueshio nodded, and without further delay, they rose and made their way outside. As they walked, Lin Yueshio spoke freely, revealing details about Lin Xiao without reservation. After navigating through 2 alleys, they arrived at a courtyard entrance. When Sangwon looked up to see a grand red door flanked by stone lion statues, upon entering, she noted the exquisite 2-entry courtyard adorned with flowers and plants, far more refined than Lin Yueshio's abode. Sensing Wen Sangwon's scrutiny, Lin Yueshio felt a twinge of embarrassment and quietly explained, "Though I have achieved the status of a scholar, I possess no wealth." When Sangwon inquired, "Where did you unearth the jade pendant?" Lin Yueshio pointed to a corner on the right side of the courtyard. "Over there." When Sangwon walked towards the indicated spot, standing beside a potted plant, she observed that the soil had been disturbed, revealing a faint aura of blackness. After examining it for a moment, she reached out to gather some soil. Rubbing it between her fingers, the black mist coiled around her fingertip, lingering for a while before dissipating. Lin Yueshio, bemused by her actions, wondered aloud, "Miss Wen, what are you doing?" As he stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Yueshio, her silence conveying a clear message. "Do not disturb her, lady." Recognizing the cue, Lin Yueshio discreetly retreated a few steps, maintaining his distance. After a considerable time, when Sangwon turned to him and asked, "Might I inspect Lin Xiaoxiao's boudoir?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Yueshio nodded. "Miss Wen, please, after you." He led the way ahead of her. As he handed Wen Sangwon a clean handkerchief as she walked, she wiped the soil from her fingertips. They passed through the outer courtyard and entered the inner chambers. Lin Yueshio stood before a door, pushed it open, and gestured for Wen Sangwon to enter. "Miss Wen, this is my cousin's room, and I cannot enter." When Sangwon stepped inside, surveying the room, that it was a standard chamber, easily identifiable as a woman's boudoir, adorned with delicate decorations unique to femininity. After circling the room, she finally halted at the dressing table, where a striking red wooden comb caught her eye. Her eyes narrowed slightly. It was a peachwood comb, made from red peach wood, which is not considered auspicious and can invite disaster when frequently used. Peachwood is known for its ability to ward off evil. Yet paradoxically, a peachwood comb attracts the yin. As the old saying goes, opposites coexist. Peachwood can both dispel evil and summon calamities. Humans possess 3 sources of yang fire, 1 atop the head and 2 upon the shoulders. Regular use of a peachwood comb would weaken the yang fire atop the head, leading to misfortunes, and in severe cases, could even invite bloodshed, jeopardizing one's life. Few would opt for a peachwood comb, especially one of redwood. When Sangwon retracted her gaze, glanced around once more, and exited the room, remarking, "That wooden comb of Lin Xiaoxiao's is rather unique. I find it quite charming that I wonder where one might procure such a piece." Lin Yueshio quickly bowed. "These are all items found in a woman's boudoir. I am not at liberty to inquire further, that I hope Miss Wen can understand, that I ask that so?" When Sangwon feigned disappointment, murmuring, "I had thought Lin Gongzi would know. What a pity." Lin Yueshio felt embarrassed for not being able to assist, adding, "If Miss Wen is interested, perhaps you could visit the small shop in the village that my cousin frequently shops there for items to adorn her boudoir." Looking up at the sky, when Sangwon realized they had been out for quite some time. "I should be returning now." Upon hearing this, Lin Yueshio furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak. When Sangwon reassured him, "I have taken note of your cousin's situation. When I have the opportunity, I shall return to check on her." Lin Yueshio breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that Miss Wen had committed to this matter. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Wen. Should you require my assistance in the future, I will not hesitate to oblige." When Sangwon waved her hand, signaling Azzy, and they made their way back to Lin Yueshio's courtyard, where they boarded a carriage and ambled along the cobbled path of the village. They lingered at the shop Lin Yueshio had mentioned but found no similar peachwood comb. Upon returning to the Wen residence, when Sangwon glanced at Wen Yu, who was lost in a reverie in the garden, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. This Wen Yu, who once indulged in secret pursuits of pleasure, had now been granted a legitimate opportunity to seek joy with the lovely maidens he had summoned. At this moment, Li Xianglan must surely be fuming with frustration. Without pausing, she traversed the garden and headed towards Huayin Courtyard. "Master, please try this wine I have specially poured for you." Dong Yue half reclined against Wen Yu. Wen Yu's large hand roamed restlessly, his eyes narrowing in delight. "Good, good." Dong Yue is the most favored by the master. Upon hearing this, Lu Rong feigned discontent, brushing a handkerchief across Wen Yu's face, and said, "Master, do you no longer care for Rong?" Or the garden was filled with an air of flirtation and allure. When Sangwon returned to her courtyard, seated at a stone table, sipping her tea while mulling over the matters at hand. Where did that peachwood comb originate? Such an object is associated with the deceased, meant for combing the hair of the departed. Its use on the living raises troubling questions. Could it be intended to infuse the unborn child with energy? At this thought, she couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This Bai Mingxian is truly ruthless. After all, Lin Xiaoxiao carries his offspring. But then again, reflecting on the nature of royal families, they are often cold and unfeeling. What value do offspring hold in their eyes? The desire among women to bear children is plentiful. One could find countless such souls. This leads one to ponder that the existence of stillborns necessitates an earlier step. The peachwood comb that brushes the living's hair, that if she were to follow this thread, might she uncover the creator of the peachwood comb? To effectively halt the source, if this condition holds true, would it not imply that as long as the peachwood comb remains absent, the spectral woman could attain a fleeting safety? She yearns to unravel Lin Xiaoxiao's obsession. Yet merely rescuing those spectral women from the prince's residence will not suffice, that as long as these spectral women exist. And Bai Mingxian remains unyielding, refusing to relinquish his army of stillborns. An unending stream of spectral women will continue to suffer persecution. The pact she forged with the ghost will not be dissolved. Today, she wishes to visit the place where Lin Xiaoxiao once resided, driven by a desire to glean insights into her past, while also seeking to understand why Bai Mingxian has fixated on Lin Xiaoxiao. There must be a connection between them. Otherwise, how could a prince of such high standing personally resort to seduction to deceive a village maiden? Surely, he could have simply dispatched a subordinate of striking appearance for the task. What connection has she overlooked? Setting down her teacup, she closes her eyes and meticulously recalls Lin Xiaoxiao's courtyard, her dwelling, her bedroom, and Lin Yueshio's demeanor today. The scholar exhibited no flaws. Her intuition insisted that an overly perfect facade often conceals deeper issues. After a moment's reflection, when Sangwin opens her eyes and addresses her companion, "Azi, can we obtain all available information on Lin Yueshio?" Azi nods in affirmation that I desire his complete dossier. She is aware that within the shadowy army, there are scouts capable of gathering information. Such matters can simply be addressed through Azi. That Azi nods again, preparing to depart. Wait, not just yet, when Sangwin interjects. It is still early. It would be unwise that Azi complies, silently standing by, dutifully assuming the role of a wooden post that a series of knocks reverberates from the courtyard door. When Sangwin raises her gaze, wondering who possesses the audacity to provoke her. The imperial edict has arrived. We request the young lady to proceed to the main hall to receive it, that a voice belonging to an elderly maid urgently calls out. Swiftly retreating thereafter. Upon hearing this, when Sangwin furrows her brow, contemplating how little time has passed since her arrival, and she is yet to witness the nature of an ancient emperor's edict. Rising, she strides toward the exit, followed closely by Alon and Azi. Soon, they arrive at the main hall's courtyard, where a throng of household servants kneels, led by Wen Yu, followed by Li Xianglan and Wen Qianqian. When Sangwin approaches leisurely, positioning herself beside Wen Yu, her gaze fixed on the eunuch delivering the imperial decree. At this moment, she silently expresses gratitude to her previously unknown maternal grandfather, whose illustrious military achievements have inadvertently cast a favorable light upon her, allowing her to be spared the customary courtesies that Alon and Azi kneel behind when Sangwin. The eunuch surveys the courtyard, clearing his throat before proclaiming, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. The young lady of the Wen residence is intelligent and quick-witted, possessing beauty and grace, well-versed in propriety, and of exceptional character. She is therefore specially summoned to the Eastern Palace for selection. Thus it is decreed." That he then turns his gaze toward Wen Sangwin, awaiting her acknowledgement of the edict. When Sangwin remains silent, standing still, the eunuch, flanked by a dozen royal guards, finds the atmosphere thick with tension. After a prolonged silence without her response, the eunuch's expression darkens, fixing his glare upon Wen Sangwin. Do not delay in accepting the edict. He raises his delicate finger, pointing at Wen Sangwin. Such audacity. Do you intend to defy the edict? A smile graces Wen Sangwin's lips as she retorts. Is that truly the case? The emperor spoke of the young lady of the Wen residence. Lowering her gaze, she takes a moment before slowly continuing. But the Wen residence harbors more than just one young lady, does it not? My dear sister. The eunuch's brow furrows, his displeasure mounting. How could a sharp-tongued woman like her befit the prince? When Qianqian, suppressing her resentment toward Wen Sangwin, speaks in a gentle, meek voice. I hope the esteemed eunuch can forgive her. My sister has always been carefree. Should she have offended you, I am willing to accept the punishment in her stead. Hearing her soft tone, the eunuch's gaze shifts to Wen Qianqian, noting her pleasant appearance. Her gentle demeanor. The emperor's intent must have been misinterpreted. Surely, he seeks this young lady for the Eastern Palace. Perhaps he had erred, causing his demeanor to soften as he inquires, "Are you willing to serve the prince wholeheartedly?" When Qianqian's face flushes with a hint of shyness as she gradually lowers her head. The eunuch, recognizing the situation, urges her, "Hurry and accept the edict." With a heart brimming with excitement, when Qianqian adopts a demure posture and, taking delicate steps, approaches to accept the edict. She then retreats, kneeling and raising the decree above her head that a chorus of voices echoes. "Long live our emperor, 10,000 years." The eunuch's gaze returns to Wen Sangwen, a flicker of disdain lurking in his eyes. This foolish girl, oblivious to the splendor of wealth, fails to comprehend the significance of the prince, the future sovereign of the realm. To enter the Eastern Palace would mean a life of unparalleled glory, utterly ignorant and beyond redemption. Having delivered the decree, he prepares to depart for the next destination, turning away without lingering. When Sangwen, observing his departure, also turns to leave at this moment, Li Xianglan, filled with self-satisfaction, raises her voice a notch. "My lord, see how exceptional our Qianqian is." When you, gazing at the decree, feels a swell of pride. "Excellent, excellent. My daughter is truly outstanding." I am immensely gratified, with her back turned to the crowd, when Sangwen silently scoffs. Recognizing the murky depths of their situation, there will be plenty of bones to pick in the future. She strides away without pause at Li Xianglan, catching sight of her, revels in the moment, relishing the satisfaction of having the audacious wench witness the unfolding events. The position of the prince's consort shall belong solely to her daughter, dispelling the shadows of recent days, her countenance glowing with renewed vigor as she tenderly caresses the decree. When Qianqian, filled with joy, envisions the delightful moments ahead with her brother Xian, her cheeks flushed with excitement and eyes shimmering with tender warmth as she shyly calls out, "Mother, when you laughs heartily." "Excellent, excellent." Li Xianglan seizes the opportunity to lean affectionately against Wen Yu. "My lord, from this day forth, we shall be related to the imperial family." When Yu playfully taps Li Xianglan's nose, a fond smile dancing on his lips, that "My dear, do refrain from such remarks in the future. It would not reflect well on us if others were to overhear." While feigning reproach, his grin nearly reaches his ears, contemplating the future, where he shall be the father-in-law of the esteemed prince, an identity of immense prestige that elicits an uncontrollable fit of laughter. At this moment, the family shares a harmonious and warm atmosphere. Upon returning to the Huayin courtyard, when Sangwen sits at a stone table, pressing her fingers against her forehead as a headache engulfs her. Was the edict sought by Bei Mingxian, or was it a deliberate decree from that dog of an emperor, Bei Minghuan? Just as one wave subsides, another arises. Observing her distress, Alon approaches with concern. "Miss, allow me to give you a massage." When Sangwen hums in acknowledgement, closing her eyes to restore her composure, permitting Alon to attend to her. Surrounded by lurking dangers and bloodthirsty demons, her path forward seems fraught with peril. Even with the military talisman in her possession, the notion of disengaging from the fray is but a fanciful delusion. What steps should she take next to pierce through the fog of uncertainty? Chapter 18. A ghostly encounter at night unbeknownst to Wen Sangwen. On the very night following her departure from Shirley Village, an individual visits Lin Yueshio's home, lingering for an extended period before finally departing. Within the study of the Ninth Prince's residence, Sui Guobos respectfully and reports, "Master, that young lady from the Wen residence visited Lin the scholar during the day, presenting a black box. He opens it to reveal a striking red peachwood comb. Bei Minji withdraws his gaze from the letter, casting a dispassionate glance at the comb within the box. Swagwa continues. The young lady visited the farmer's home and also inquired at the farmer's favorite shop regarding the comb. Bei Minji's expression sharpens as he calls for Sui Shi. Yes, Swagwa departs the study. Shortly thereafter, a shadow slips into the room, with Swagwa following closely behind, remaining outside to stand guard. Bei Minji gestures toward the red peachwood comb on the desk. Sui Shi approaches, grasping the comb. Instantly, dark energy envelopes his hand, the frigid aura seeming to pierce through to his bones. This chill holds no threat for him. Yet for an ordinary person, frequent exposure could lead to irreversible harm. After a moment, Sui Shi returns the red comb to its box, setting it upon the tea table before turning to address Bei Minji. Master, this is a spectral object harmful to the body. It is best not to touch it. Bei Minji folds the letter in his hand. Sui Gua. Sui Gua enters. Bei Minji hands the letter to him, inquiring, speak in detail. Sui Shi nods. This item bears similarities to the spectral objects from the prince's residence. Crafted by the same hand. Any news from the prince's residence? Yes, the infant has matured. Action may be taken in the coming days. Bei Minji's deep-set eyes grow even more inscrutable as he waves Sui Shi away. Rising to peruse the bookshelf, he retrieves an ancient tome, gently opening it to find a yellowed talisman nestled within its pages. Lost in contemplation, his thoughts drift back to a time when Bei Minghuan, at the tender age of 19, stormed the imperial palace. What was meant to be a ceremony honoring Bei Minji as the crown prince and celebrating his first birthday instead transformed into a funeral. The late emperor was forced to drink poison wine, meeting his demise in the Golden Chariot Hall. Concubine Li Jiangxue had just given birth to Bai Mingfeng when she learned of the upheaval in the hall. In that moment of chaos, Li He braved his life to infiltrate the inner palace, seizing the opportunity to escort the mother and her child out of the palace to evade the imperial guards. While fleeing, they stumbled upon Bai Mingyi, drenched in blood, along with two severely injured shadow guards and a chambermaid for palace maids. Though Li Jiangxue maintained a lukewarm relationship with Empress Lan Fangwan, witnessing the small child Bai Mingyi lying in a pool of blood stirred her maternal instincts. Unable to bear it, she implored her brother to take Bai Mingyi, who had just turned 1, thereby inadvertently saving the child's life. Bai Minghuan scoured the entire capital in search of Bai Mingyi. After a month of turmoil, he ultimately ascended the throne. For the next decade, Li He lived in obscurity, traveling with Li Jiangxue and the children, Bai Mingyi and Bai Mingfeng, evading the relentless pursuit of Bai Minghuan. 5 years ago, when barbarian invaders threatened the precarious state of the Bai Ming dynasty, Bai Mingyi rose to prominence in battle, returning to the capital with the imperial jade seal. His terrifying methods soon established him as an unassailable regent, compelling Bai Minghuan to regard him with caution. Bai Mingyi regained his composure, taking up the yellow talisman that contained a thread of heavenly secrets. When pursued by Bai Minghuan, he nearly fell off a cliff, but was saved by a wandering holy monk who bestowed upon him this talisman, advising him to keep it close for its fortuitous blessings. If the talisman exhibited any unusual signs, it would indicate his fortune was at stake. That on the day the poison took effect, he accidentally fell into a deep pit. The talisman grew hot, waking him from his stupor. Upon discerning the shadow within the pit, he found himself momentarily entranced that he had investigated the residence several times, and the talisman had shown no signs of abnormality until that fateful day. The talisman, now cool to the touch, transformed into a faint golden light that coiled around his wrist before vanishing. Bai Mingyi steadied his thoughts, turning away from the bookshelf to resume his examination of a confidential letter. In the dead of night, when Sangwon awoke with a start, her cold gaze shifting towards the screen, her hand instinctively tightened under the covers as she sensed a familiar presence, adjusting her breathing. She propped herself up, crossing her legs on the bed, and remarked with a hint of mockery, "Could it be that the moon at the 9th prince's residence pales in comparison to that of the Wen household? Does the 9th prince need to lower himself to admire the moonlight here?" Bai Mingye's expression darkened, having only just infiltrated the vicinity that a sense of bewilderment arose within him. When had his stealth techniques become so inadequate? With his cover blown, he saw no reason to hide, stepping out from behind the screen without ceremony to take a seat at the round table, a teapot mysteriously appearing in his hand. Pouring himself a cup with grace, he sipped and said, "What if I were to claim I merely chanced upon this place?" When Sangwon silently scoffed at the absurdity of his statement, aware that even she found it hard to believe. What was it with these prominent figures in the capital, scurrying about like rats at night? What part of her appeared rebellious? She glanced over Bai Mingye's attire, noting how even in dark clothing, his elegance was unmistakable. Choosing not to expose his pretense, she continued, "9th Prince, if your visit was so unintentional, one wonders how many young ladies in the city have been graced by your casual passage. Unlike them, I possess a carefree heart, easily forgetting such matters that if it were another young lady, would she not resort to desperate measures to prove her innocence?" Having just awakened, her nonchalant demeanor, with her hair cascading loosely behind her, resembled a languid cat basking in the moonlight. All of this did not escape Bai Ye's notice. He set down his teacup, his voice softening. I have heard tales of Miss Wen's defiance against imperial edicts. I find myself curious. Are you truly unafraid, or is it a deliberate act of defiance? After all, you have long admired the Crown Prince. Why the sudden rejection of such a splendid opportunity at that moment? A voice called from outside, Miss. Are you awake? When Sangwon turned her gaze towards the door, it's nothing. You may retire for the night. There is no need for you to stand guard today. This man had not come merely out of boredom. His presence here undoubtedly aimed to uncover something from her that if matters escalated to conflict, she was unsure of her own chances, but wished to keep Z uninvolved. Rising, she draped a cloak over her shoulders and seated herself directly across from Bai Mingyi at the round table. Bai Mingyi paused for a moment, a flicker of discomfort crossing his eyes. When Sangwon poured herself a cup of tea and declared, Ninth Prince, let us dispense with the veiled implications that it serves no purpose to dance around the subject. What exactly do you seek here? At this point, she was well aware that aside from the military talisman, she possessed little of value that would attract the attention of a powerful regent like him. You bear a striking resemblance to the old general, Bai Mingyi remarked, choosing not to respond directly to her inquiry that he observed when Sangwon, who exuded confidence without pretense, and recalled the admiration and regret expressed by the veterans in the barracks when speaking of the legendary cold general. Indeed, those of noble lineage were hardly known for cowardice. When Sangwon understood his intentions, he was indeed after the military talisman. She spoke forthrightly, Ninth Prince, what was not available before is not available now. Nor will it be in the future. Do not waste your efforts here. It would only lead to a futile dream, resulting in nothing but disappointment, though. Miss Wen, how can you claim it is merely a fruitless endeavor? When Sangwon set down her teacup, her gaze locking onto the deep-set eyes of the man before her, it was clear he was a person of profound thought. Attempting to mislead him would be no simple task. She wished to avoid trouble, yet trouble had a tendency to seek her out. With a light-hearted smile, she inquired, Ninth Prince, during your late-night visit, have you found anything to your liking? Nothing of particular interest. However, the company is quite entertaining. When Sangwon felt an internal uproar, 1,000 thoughts racing through her mind. How absurd. He found her amusing. What kind of person was he, so bizarre? Yet she maintained her smile, thinking it best to keep the Ninth Prince content. Indeed, Bai Mingyi merely acknowledged her, not expanding further. The intense heat radiating from his wrist made him grip the teacup tighter, when Sangwon found herself at a loss for words once more. Convinced that this man was not merely peculiar, but deeply troubled, intruding into her room at such an hour under the guise of profoundness, Bai Mingyi's gaze bore into Sangwon, seeking the answer to the question that plagued him. What exactly was this fortune? In the dim light, two shadows sat within the room, the atmosphere suddenly thickening with an eerie tension. Unable to contain herself, when Sangwon urged, Ninth Prince, if you have found nothing to your liking in my chamber, perhaps you might explore other areas of the Wen residence. You might just find what you seek. Did I ask that so? Bai Mingyi feigned ignorance. Why not Miss Wen accompany me? When Sangwon quickly sensed the fleeting glint of cunning in his eyes. This man was clearly toying with her. Once reassured that he meant no harm, she lifted her teacup and took a sip to soothe her dry throat. Ninth Prince, it is quite late, and I require my rest. If you find nothing here, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Bai Mingyi collected his jade cup, rising to adjust his sleeve, that he glanced at when Sangwon, indeed, it is late. May you have pleasant dreams. Miss Wen, with that, he turned and strode toward the door, pulling it open. Clang. A Z sword was drawn, pointed at the entrance, her gaze icy. When Sangwon calmly stated a Z, stand down. A Z frowned, confused as she looked at her mistress. Though puzzled, she stepped back, lowering her sword but not sheathing it, prepared to strike at the shadowy figure should it pose a threat. Bai Mingyi retreated down the corridor, soon enveloped by the night. As a Z observed the shadow depart, she swiftly entered the room. Miss, are you injured? Nothing to worry about. Upon hearing her voice, a Z quickly lit the candles in the room, approached when Sangwon, and scrutinized her for any signs of distress. Once satisfied, she exhaled in relief and promptly knelt. A Z failed in her duty. Please punish me. Mississippi when Sangwon, now wide awake, propped her head on her hand, staring blankly at the door. This is not your fault. Rise. You could not have dealt with him. That a Z stood, a flicker of guilt in her eyes, that Alon hurried into the room upon noticing the candles lit. "Miss, shall I brew some more tea?" "Alon, there is no need." When Sangwon regained her focus, waving her hand to dismiss them both, she adjusted her cloak and slowly made her way to the bed that Alon exchanged a puzzled glance with Aziz. Her eyes filled with questions that Aziz shook her head. The two retreated, closing the door behind them. When Sangwon hung her cloak by the bed and sat cross-legged, the flickering candlelight casting distorted shadows across the room. Resembling Claude's specters, she understood that Bai Ming-ye's visit today foreshadowed the arrival of others tomorrow. This was merely the beginning, and peace would be a distant memory. With a sigh, she suppressed her tumultuous thoughts and lay down, closing her eyes to rest. The following day, as when Sangwon tended to the flowers in the garden, Aziz reported, "Miss, those individuals have been sent away by the master." That Alon took the trimmed branches from Sangwon's hands, placing them in a bamboo basket. When Sangwon responded with indifference, "I see." This outcome was well within her expectations. When Xianqian accepted the imperial edict, and when you would undoubtedly take this into consideration, ensuring that those beautiful maidens were concealed outside the residence, thus sparing Li Xianglan's dignity, that at this moment, when Xianqian, adorned in vibrant attire and surrounded by a throng of servants, strolled into the garden. "Sister, you possess such grace. It truly inspires envy. Unlike me, who is constantly instructed by our aunt to learn the art of cooking and to memorize those tedious culinary recipes, that I wonder if Xian Gij would appreciate any of these." When Xianqian feigned a sorrowful sigh, for Xian Gij belonged to her. Her visit today was deliberately aimed at witnessing the misfortune of this wretched woman. When Sangwon merely cast a fleeting glance at Wen Xianqian, standing a few steps away, her eyes curving into a smile. "Sister has found a promising match. Congratulations. You must take good care of His Highness, for he is destined to be like a mountain chicken, unattainable for many." She, a brash young lady lacking in culture, could hardly articulate such elegant sentiments as soaring to the branches to become a phoenix. She found herself somewhat eager to see how Xianqian fared upon entering the prince's residence, especially in comparison to Lin Xiaoxiao. The thought alone made her smile unceasingly. "Good sister, you shall surely find happiness, especially since His Highness is so devoted to you. Who in the capital does not know of the prince's affection for you? His heart is as evident as the sun and moon." Observing Wen Sangwon's radiant smile, Wen Xianqian felt increasingly pleased. This wretched woman must be envious of her, jealous of the affection she received from Xian Gij. Feigning happiness while uttering insincere words, sister will undoubtedly find a good match. When Sangwon handed the scissors to Alan, taking a deep breath and pretending to be strong. "Yes, I shall." The two were engaged in a tug-of-war when the old steward hurried into the garden. "Miss, please make your way to the front hall to receive the imperial edict." When Sangwon turned to the old steward, a sense of foreboding rising within her, an imperial edict at such a time. Specifically summoned for her? What scheme was Bai Ming-huan plotting? Chapter 19. The imperial edict of marriage. Upon arriving at the main hall, she found the same eunuch delivering the edict, when Sangwon merely nodded slightly. Behind her, a group of servants knelt on the ground. When Yu and Li Xianglan were absent, leaving only Wen Xianqian kneeling in silence, awaiting the decree. The eunuch, adjusting his voice, began to read the edict. "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. It has come to my attention that when Sangwon, daughter of the Minister of Rites, is graceful and distinguished in appearance, the empress and I are greatly pleased to hear this. Now, as the 9th prince has come of age, it is time for him to take a worthy bride. Therefore, we bestow upon you the honor of being his consort. All formalities shall be handled by the Ministry of Rites and the Astronomical Bureau, who will select an auspicious date for the wedding. Thus it is decreed that as the eunuch finished reading, his gaze shifted to when Sangwon Dio take the edict promptly. Previously, this girl had shown no favor, and this time, she would not receive any better treatment. It was a mere matter of duty, and he needed to return to report. When Sangwon clenched her hands behind her back, every vein on her hand betraying her seething anger, while her face remained calm, fixated on the glaring edict. What trickery was Bai Ming-huan up to? Did he wish for her to become entangled with that man, so he could reap the benefits? What role did Bai Ming-xian play in all this? The eunuch waited for a moment, noticing when Sangwon's lack of movement and her unsightly expression, impatience creeping into his tone. "Are you not going to receive the edict? Do you intend to defy it?" The weight of the imperial authority loomed over her. To defy the edict was a grave offense punishable by death. When Sanguine quickly composed herself, her expression unreadable, and stepped forward, this daughter receives the edict. Returning to her original position, the servants chorused, "Long live the emperor!" When Sanguine merely moved her lips without sound, prompting others to assume her voice was too soft. Once the eunuch departed, when Sanguine turned on her heel, heading back to Hualing Courtyard without a backward glance. Alan and Aziz followed closely, sensing their mistress's disquiet, their steps cautious and silent. Upon entering the room, when Sanguine hurled the edict onto the floor, seated herself at the round table, and consumed 3 cups of tea in quick succession to restore her composure. Her gaze fell upon the edict on the floor, her expression darkening. The turmoil was relentless. How was she to navigate this situation? Were it the modern era, she would not be compelled to endure such vexation. Ultimately, she was isolated and lacked a solid foundation. Until she established stability, she would not provoke the hidden guards left behind by the cold residents. Now, how could she extricate herself from this predicament? She would not comply with the edict and marry at will. What would Bei Mingyi think? Would he consider erasing her if she rejected the edict, thus eliminating obstacles? If so, how could she protect herself? Or should she retaliate against Bei Mingyi? In a world where internal power and martial prowess existed, what were her chances of eliminating him? Was it more difficult to kill Bei Minghuan or Bei Mingyi? The memory of her encounter with Bei Mingyi last night made her brow furrow slightly. It appeared that the only solution was to eliminate Bei Minghuan. With the emperor's passing, the nation would mourn for 3 years, rendering the edict void. Who would remember such a matter then? It would provide her the opportunity to avenge her mother, grandfather, and the spirits of the 300,000 who perished defending their homeland. Suppressing these thoughts, she picked up the teapot from the table and slowly poured herself some tea. Mentally sifting through the ghostly techniques that could be employed without backfiring, she needed to sever the dragon's vein, a task of immense magnitude not to be taken lightly. Muttering under her breath, "Dog Emperor, you brought this upon yourself." When Sanguine was acutely aware that had this matter not arisen, once she returned the spirits to their homeland, she would undoubtedly confront Bei Minghuan head-on. Taking a sip of tea to quell the turmoil in her heart, she rose and approached the edict on the floor. Before doing so, however, she needed to attend to another matter, calling out to Aziz outside the door. Aziz entered, closed the door behind her, and bowed to when Sanguine nodded, rolled up the edict, walked to her desk, and casually tossed it into the nearby vase. "Aziz, do you have a layout of the 9th Prince's residence?" Aziz shook her head. The 9th Prince's residence is heavily guarded. Even the hidden guards are difficult to infiltrate. What of your brother? Though my brother possesses exceptional stealth abilities, he too cannot approach the 9th Prince's residence. Upon hearing this, when Sanguine pondered that if living beings could not enter, what of spirits? She refused to believe that man was devoid of bloodshed. The key was that without a personal belonging of that man, she could not summon the souls connected to him through fate. Suddenly, she recalled the dagger she had discarded in the deep pit. That it was already late. Venturing outside the city to retrieve it would be impractical, not to mention the risk of it being discovered. She would have to wait until tomorrow to test her luck, hoping the dagger remained. Instructing Aziz, she said, "Prepare a carriage. We shall venture outside the city tomorrow." Then, recalling something, she added, "Acquire an ordinary carriage in the city." That Aziz acknowledged and departed. The next day, after the 3 had disguised themselves, they set out in a carriage beyond the city. After a brief journey, Aziz's voice rang out from outside the carriage. "Miss, it is that scholar." When Sanguine parted the carriage curtain slightly, peering outside, that on the official road, Lin Yueshio was slowly making his way toward the capital. A small boy trailing behind him, struggling with a heavy bamboo basket. With just a glance, when Sanguine noted that the boy had 6 fingers on his left hand, and the base of his right pinky bore a bloodied wound, clearly a remnant of a severed digit. That Aziz, slow down. As the carriage passed by, Lin Yueshio's voice remained calm. "Xiao Wu, walk faster." Xiao Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead with one hand. "Master, the odor from the basket is unbearable." Lin Yueshio paused, turned to the basket, and produced a white porcelain vial from his sleeve, uncorking it and sprinkling its contents onto the white cloth covering the basket. In an instant, a faint crimson hue appeared, only to vanish swiftly. Having completed his task, Lin Yueshio looked up at the sky. "Hurry, the sun is rising. It will cause trouble." Xiao Wu lowered his head to sniff. He detected no repulsive odor and silently nodded, quickening his pace behind his master as he continued to lug the heavy basket. The two passed by the carriage, and when Sangwon lowered the curtain once more. After a short distance, Aziz spoke up, "Miss, shall we investigate?" "No need," when Sangwon replied, her brow furrowing. While ordinary eyes could not see, her vision was clear. The basket contained no benign items. Dark energy pervaded, with incomplete souls dissipating within. What kind of hatred could shatter a complete soul, rendering it irreparable, leaving behind a body with lingering dark energy? Her unease regarding the scholar had already manifested during her time at Zui Xiaolu. Though she could not pinpoint what fell amiss, he appeared to be a frail scholar, fragile enough to be blown away by a gust of wind. Yet, it was not mere physical weakness, but an aura imbued with a sinister chill, akin to someone who had long dwelled among tombs. The mass gravesite was indeed a place heavy with dark energy. Thinking along these lines, when Sangwon inquired of Aziz outside the carriage. "Do you know where the mass gravesite is located outside the city?" Replying to the miss, "One must head from the West City Gate to reach the mass gravesite." When Sangwon contemplated, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. In just a few short days, trouble had sought her out, and she pressed onward. Very well. Chapter 20. Searching for the dagger. When Sangwon regained her focus. "Sister," a crisp, youthful voice suddenly floated through the air. And a translucent little figure gradually emerged on the left side of the carriage, adorned in a long black robe embellished with intricate cloud patterns that was He Jiabao, restored to his normal appearance. A small black mole on the left side of his nose, and a faint left dimple gracing his smile. Though he was of tender years, he had already tasted the bitter trials of the world. Under the bright sun, one must be wary of the scalding heat that He Jiabao chuckled mischievously, his eyes curving in delight. "Sister, I didn't mean to. It's just that the mansion is so dull." When I saw Sister Az organizing the carriage, I quietly followed her. When Sangwon chose not to expose the little rascal that as she boarded the carriage, she had already noticed him and merely wished to see when the little imp would reveal his own mischief. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a talisman for replenishing energy, which landed delicately between her fingers and was sent flying toward He Jiabao. That a soft golden light descended upon He Jiabao's head, and he eagerly absorbed it, repeatedly murmuring, "Sister is so kind." Recalling the gossip of the ants in the mansion, He Jiabao looked up at when Sangwon and warned, "Sister, be careful. The wicked woman wants to kill you, and even said she would chop you into pieces to feed the dogs." His voice gradually diminished, unable to articulate further. Leaning back nonchalantly, when Sangwon replied, "Feed the dogs? She lacks the capability for that. Your ghostly aura is too weak. Do not approach her courtyard unnecessarily. She harbors many malevolent objects within her home." A consequence of her guilty conscience, that He Jiabao nodded obediently. "Sister, I didn't go in. The ant said I was too small to enter." Over the past few days, he had listened to the ants recount the various wicked deeds of the evil woman, who had cautioned him to keep his distance. Inside the carriage, the conversation flowed predominantly from He Jiabao, recounting the terrifying actions of Wen Qianqian, while Wen Sangwon occasionally responded with a soft Outside, Aziz and Alan exchanged glances but said nothing. Both were acutely aware that their young mistress had acquired abilities beyond that of ordinary mortals since the Qingming festival. With a flick of the reins, Aziz urged the carriage to speed towards the location where Wen Sangwon had met her misfortune. Time slipped by, and eventually, the carriage came to a gradual stop. "Miss, we have arrived," Alan announced, deftly jumping down and drawing back the carriage curtain. When Sangwon stood and prepared to alight, while He Jiabao's eyes sparkled with eagerness. "Sister, may I accompany you?" When Sangwon glanced at him, noting the gleam in his eyes. Raising an eyebrow, she stepped outside without answering, her hand resting on Alan's as she descended from the carriage. He Jiabao's starry gaze gradually dimmed, and he lowered his head, whispering softly, "Sister, Jiabao will wait here obediently for you." When Sangwon turned to Alan and inquired, "Did you bring the folding umbrella?" As she asked, a smile crept on her lips. It seemed that in this world, only the ring of the underworld she possessed could store items. She had not heard of anyone else possessing a spatial ring. Perhaps such knowledge was simply beyond her understanding, that Alan replied. "Yes, miss, please wait a moment." She hurriedly skirted around the carriage, moving to the other side, that Aziz emerged from beneath the carriage, presenting a folding fan with both hands. when Sangwon took the fan, unfurling it. She pricked her fingertip and touched it to the handle. Then, with her fingers together, she drew an incantation in the air, inscribing runes visible only to her upon the handle, without turning back. She commanded, "Come inside, Daddy Jiabao." Hearing her voice, looked up in disbelief. "Can I really follow, sister?" When Sangwon nodded, He Jiabao joyfully glided over, slipping beneath the umbrella with a quick motion. When Sangwon adjusted the umbrella leaf to shield the carriage curtain. Standing under the cool shade of the umbrella, He Jiabao looked up in delight. "Sister, how amazing!" Alan and Aziz observed their mistress's actions, contemplating whether she had acquired something extraordinary, and they tacitly pretended to be unaware. For they too could not see. When Sangwon departed from the official road, relying on her memory to navigate back into the depths of the forest, retracing the path she had taken that day. Alan walked beside her, feeling a deep sense of guilt as she recalled how she and Aziz had been trapped within the Wind Manor. Her heart ached, lamenting her failure to protect her mistress. "Miss, I'm sorry that Alan did not safeguard you well." When Sangwon chuckled softly, unable to resist poking Alan's chubby cheek. "You deserve a punishment. Upon returning to the manor, prepare something delicious for me. Should it fail to suit my taste, you shall toil until I am satisfied." That Alan's eyes glistened with moisture, touched by her mistress's kindness. When Sangwon reassured her, "You both did exceptionally well. The fault does not lie with you and Aziz, but rather with the treachery of small-minded individuals." Indeed, on the day of when Sangwon's birthday, chaos erupted in the old lady's courtyard, orchestrated by those with ill intent, leading to a swarm of venomous snakes. After Alan and Aziz cleared the courtyard, they discovered their mistress was missing. Unfortunately, by then it was too late, when Sangwon had already left the manor for an hour. Just as they were hurrying to exit, they were stopped by the manor's hidden guards. Due to the birthday banquet, without the mistress's permission, no one was allowed to leave the Wind Manor. Any trespassers would be treated as assassins. Amidst their anxiety, another wave of venomous snakes appeared in the old lady's courtyard. Yet at that moment, they could not summon a single servant to handle the situation that a hurried maid from the old lady's side came seeking their help. Alan and Aziz understood that only the old lady protected their mistress, and should the old lady encounter misfortune, when Sangwon's plight within the Wind Manor would grow even more dire. Reluctantly, they returned to the old lady's courtyard to eliminate the snakes once more. After a wave of snakes was dealt with, within less than an hour, another wave emerged. The two girls were acutely aware that someone was scheming. Yet they could not spare more energy, forced to adopt a strategy of maintaining the status quo amidst the chaos. For 3 days straight, they received little rest, continuously clearing the snakes. Ultimately, on the third day, rumors began to circulate within the Wind Manor, proclaiming that when Sangwon had been slain by mountain bandits, the Li Xianglong was particularly eager to arrive at the Hualin courtyard, intent on arranging when Sangwon's funeral. Soon, the old lady confronted Li Xianglong at the entrance of Hualin courtyard. Alan sniffled, suppressing her emotions that He Jiabao, beneath the umbrella, tilted his head to gaze at Alan, sharing in her sadness. "Sister, those snakes were released by the wicked woman." Aunt Qinghua witnessed it. That man who set the snakes loose was killed by the wicked woman and thrown into the well. The man claimed the wicked woman had given him 30 taels of silver to catch many venomous snakes and release them in the old lady's courtyard. She also said that Alan's sister and Aziz's sister were remarkable, having caught snakes for 3 days. When Sangwon merely murmured in response, continuing deeper into the forest. Dealing with Wen Qianqian was merely a trivial matter, not worthy of her excessive energy or attention. When boredom struck, she would catch her and slowly torment her, for the grievances of those ghosts would not dissipate, and Wen Qianqian and Li Xianglong could not meet their ends so easily. "Move faster," when Sangwon urged, an unsettling premonition suddenly enveloping her heart, an instinct telling her that something was about to happen. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, she quickened her pace. The trio traveled in silence. He Jiabao, noticing Wen Sangwon's calm demeanor, suddenly understood and fell silent, drifting along with the folding fan as anticipated. When Sangwon drew closer to the pit, she had yet to see it, but heard the sounds of a fierce struggle, blades clashing and pain groans. Suddenly, Aziz leaped forward, her long sword drawn, blocking a strike mid-air with a sharp clang. That Alan, protect the mistress, Aziz shouted, swinging her sword once more. The sound of metal clashing rang out thrice as 3 arrows were intercepted by a Z, falling to the ground with a corrosive hiss as their poisoned tips shattered, splattering venom and eroding the earth. Swiftly resolve this. A low growl resonated from ahead that they've arrived. We cannot allow them to ruin our plans. Kill. Alon stood protectively in front of Sanguine, a dagger now in hand, alert to her surroundings. Mistress, danger. He Jiabao, having never witnessed such a scene, widened his eyes and leaned forward, nearly floating out from beneath the umbrella. Sanguine raised a hand, pulling He Jiabao back under the umbrella, her gaze fixed ahead, her tall figure standing with hands clasped behind her back, brows furrowing. Did I it because I never consult the calendar that I encounter calamity wherever I go? Yet she also felt a dull ache in her shoulder. Not far away, a man stood with arms crossed, resembling a wooden post that was none other than the man who wished to implicate her family, Bai Mingyi. With a sigh, Sanguine realized that with this harbinger of misfortune present, her plans would be thwarted. Immediately, she instructed Alon, a Z, "We're leaving." Without hesitation, she turned to retrace her steps. However, her desire to leave did not align with the intentions of others. As she turned, 4 masked figures wielding long knives suddenly emerged from the path she had taken. Sanguine looked at the advancing figures with a helpless expression, pressing her forehead. Things are going awry. It seems I must consult an oracle before venturing out. Malevolent dogs are on the loose, obstructing my path that Alon had already turned, positioning herself in front of Sanguine to confront the 4 suddenly appearing burly men. He Jiabao's mouth fell open, hands cupping his cheeks. "Sister, this place is terrifying. I saw a big uncle over there. His arm just flew off." Sanguine spoke up, "Alon, can you handle this?" Alon nodded and immediately engaged in combat with the 4 men. Sanguine observed Alon's movements, confirming her ability to cope and refrain from intervening. Turning to a Z, she said, "A Z, I'm hungry and no longer wish to enjoy this outing. Let us return to the manor." On the other side, upon discovering the dismembered corpses at Sanguine's arrival, one of the figures hastily approached Bai Mingyi, whispering, "My lord, this girl is not simple." "What does it mean?" "The fragmented corpses path. There are little ghosts beneath the umbrella." Bai Mingyi waved his hand to indicate he understood, without turning back. "The scenery here is pleasing and has its own unique charm. Since Miss Wen has arrived, why must we part in haste? Would it not be better to linger and appreciate the view?" Upon hearing this, Sanguine felt a surge of internal disdain. That a beautiful landscape, indeed, but who would admire a scene of severed hands and feet, with blood splattering everywhere? In such circumstances, leaving was not so simple. She immediately turned to approach Bai Mingyi. The poison arrows had already been cleared by a Z, and as she passed by, she handed the folded umbrella to her, whispering, "Do not collect the umbrella." That a Z took the umbrella, while Sanguine walked at a leisurely pace. Even if she wished to slow her steps, she had to cover the distance, maintaining a few paces of distance from Bai Mingyi, calmly observing the shadowy guards still entangled in battle. The 9th Prince's exquisite taste. This delightful scenery is indeed extraordinary. How admirable. Bai Mingyi, masked, rendered Sanguine unable to discern his emotional fluctuations. "Miss Wen, you flatter me," he replied, his tone neither warm nor cold, a warmth surging through his wrist as his right hand unconsciously tightened into a fist. Sanguine, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, observed the chaotic scene of fighting, where flesh and blood flew, horrifying to behold. Could she remain silent? Bai Mingyi asked, "Does Miss Wen find it to her liking?" "Like it? What nonsense is that? Who would appreciate severed limbs?" Before she could finish, a muffled groan of agony escaped the lips of a masked brute, halting the combat. That a dozen strong men swiftly and orderly began to clean the scene. Their movements practiced and efficient, clearly accustomed to such circumstances. Sanguine knew without guessing that those handling the situation were Bai Mingyi's men. Now that she found herself in this predicament, how could she possibly spin a story, a picnic? No one would believe such an excuse. What was she doing in these remote mountains? Meeting a lover? Eloping? Bah, she was not one to succumb to romantic whims. Gathering herbs? Hunting wild ginseng? Just then, a Z and Alon resolved their troubles and hurried over. Upon hearing her mistress refer to the man before them as the 9th Prince, they exchanged a single glance, tacitly positioning themselves behind Sanguine, remaining motionless. They discreetly surveyed their surroundings, contemplating how to escort their mistress to safety should the ninth prince decide to eliminate all traces, even if it cost them their lives. They were prepared when Sang-won, oblivious to her maid's resolve, calmly said, "Ninth prince, the scenery has been thoroughly enjoyed. May I take my leave? Are you not afraid, Miss Win?" With no hint of trepidation, she replied, "A virtuous heart fears not the shadows. One who commits no wrongdoing fears not the midnight knock of ghosts." Bei Mingyi remarked, "This prince has heard that a royal decree has entered the Win household." Upon hearing this, when Sang-won turned to him, unable to decipher his emotions through the mask, feigning nonchalance, she attempted to probe, laughing lightly, "Can this humble girl defy an imperial decree?" When Sang-won's audacious words would have led others to be executed 1,000 times over. Yet Bei Mingyi had witnessed her fearless demeanor toward life and death. He tilted his head, his gaze drifting downward to her indifferent yet beautiful profile, inexplicably stirred by a desire to tease her, to see how she would respond. Does Miss Win believe this prince unworthy? Or perhaps that this prince pales in comparison to the crown prince? When Sang-won secretly ground her teeth, she was certain this man was being deliberately provocative, akin to a dart aimed at her. Indeed, those with twisted minds seldom followed a normal path. Affecting a false sincerity, she began, "Ninth prince, what you think," before her words could finish. Bei Mingyi's large hand grasped her arm, swiftly pulling her aside. Taken by surprise, when Sang-won was dragged along, barely managing to avoid falling, in a reflexive motion, her hands instinctively clutched at Bei Mingyi's collar, nearly colliding with him. Their positions were exceedingly peculiar, as she was pulled 10 or so meters to the left. Just as they moved, a chorus of whistling blades sliced through the air behind them. With a whoosh, several arrows struck the ground where they had just stood. Z and Alon, alert, brandished their swords and daggers to defend against the assault. The scene descended into chaos once more. In Chapter 21, unable to remain unscathed, Bei Mingyi showed no tenderness, instinctively holding Wen Sang-won's arm as he led her to safety. Her other hand swiftly grasped his collar. When they stopped, Bei Mingyi's collar hung open, revealing glimpses of skin. Releasing Wen Sang-won, a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes, though he himself could not comprehend why he had saved this woman. When Sang-won felt an overwhelming urge to strike. Being suddenly pulled like a lifeless fish had caused her to lose a shoe. Had she not reacted quickly, she would have lost more than just her shoe, perhaps even a layer of skin. Even more frustrating was the fact that she could not voice her grievances. After all, he had saved her life. Suppressing her frustration, she glanced back at Z, or rather, at He Jiabao, who was floating under the umbrella, exuding layers of dark mist, anxiously calling out, "Sister, sister, sister." Z defended against the arrows, keeping the umbrella open. Upon seeing this, when Sang-won shouted, "Z, do not break the umbrella." Z complied, retreating toward her, swiftly crossing over the debris as she approached. When Sang-won took the umbrella from Z's hands, Z stood to the left, guarding, refraining from further action as Bei Mingyi's men subdued the chaos. Distances away, the sounds of battle still echoed. But near them, peace had returned. Alon rushed over, immediately spotting her mistress's lost shoe and picking it up. Bei Mingyi noticed Alan's actions but said nothing, merely turning to gaze into the distance. His eyes narrowing slightly, Alon crouched down, whispering, "Mississippi." When Sang-won, her thoughts finally returning, looked down at her feet and recalled how ancient women were not to expose their feet lightly, lest they be deemed unchaste. She herself was unconcerned, yet seeing Alan's anxious demeanor, she said nothing and cooperatively donned her shoe. He Jiabao floated anxiously, "Sister, are you all right? Are you hurt? You scared Jiabao to death." When Sang-won tilted her head, attempting to alleviate the torment in her ears. The whimpering of a living person was one thing, but the wailing of a ghost was akin to nails on a chalkboard, excruciatingly piercing, with so many people present. She could not engage in conversation. Attempting to ignore it proved difficult. Bei Mingyi casually remarked, "There is no need to keep AT is command." The debris quickly intensified, revealing lethal moves. When Sang-won, hearing the man behind her speak so lightly, felt as though a heavy hammer had struck her heart. Was he truly intent on killing and disposing of the evidence? Rapidly, strategies formed in her mind to address the situation. Turning to see Bei Ming Ye's back, she considered that he likely did not wish her harm. Otherwise, he could have easily avoided the hidden arrows. There was no need to drag her along like a burden. Well, she was not a burden. Noting that Bei Mingyi seemed uninterested in the little shrimp, she decided to act as if she were unaware and quickly turned back, exchanging a glance with Alon and Aziz. Calmly stating, "It is getting late. We should return to the manor for dinner," that Aziz and Alon nodded in understanding. When Sangwon tentatively took a few steps back down the path they had come, confirming there was no movement behind her, and boldly advanced, preparing to escape the troublesome situation. However, at that moment, Bei Mingye's cool, low magnetic voice drifted over. "If Miss Wen wishes to become a pile of bones, she may leave now." When Sangwon paused, her brows instinctively furrowing. Was the danger not yet averted? Scanning her surroundings, aside from the rustling leaves stirred by the wind, there were still unprocessed corpses and blood stains nearby. Clenching the umbrella's handle tightly, she turned once more, raising the umbrella above her head, and looked at Bei Mingyi, a light laugh escaping her lips that I am but a weak woman, uninterested in conflict. The ninth prince's words are cryptic, and I am too foolish to decipher them. Today, I return to this familiar place only to seek peace in my household, with no ulterior motive. Bei Mingyi slowly turned to meet Wen Sangwon's dark gaze. An inexplicable stirring in his heart that a vague emotion tugged at him. Yet he could not articulate it. He had known many people, but had rarely encountered such calm, almost undisturbed beauty. "Miss, whether you wish it or not. This revisiting of old grounds has ensnared you halfway into a quagmire. To wish to remain unscathed seems an impossible path." When Sangwon's heart trembled. Indeed, her misfortune was unparalleled. Glancing around at the scattered corpses on the ground, Bei Mingye's implication was clear. Even if she had no ties to him, having received the royal decree and appearing here today, others would not believe her to be uninvolved with Bei Mingyi. Retrieving her gaze, she reassessed the masked Bei Mingyi. He had saved her life. Did he have ulterior motives? The ninth prince must be jesting. She was indeed foolish. Did I ask that so? Bei Mingye's right hand moved behind his back, the heat in his wrist intensifying. This prince does not find Miss Wen foolish. Rather, you are quite intriguing. Unlike ordinary women, I am curious how you transformed your disposition overnight. Did Dio share your tale? When Sangwon hesitated. Was this man suffering from some affliction? What could he possibly be curious about? Curious if the ghost had possessed her. Regret has begun to consume me, as I ponder why I did not end that man's life that fateful night. Perhaps then, I would not be entangled in such a multitude of troubles now. Even if she harbored thoughts of rebellion, she could hardly contend with the multitude of shadow guards surrounding her. One can only wonder what nefarious creature lies hidden beneath that mask that a fortuitous fall from a height has inadvertently enlightened her. According to the lady's insinuation, should this prince choose to cast her down once more, would it not be the epitome of wisdom? With a calm faade, when Sangwon had already mentally berated Bei Mingyi from head to toe. Whether a dog is truly a dog remains uncertain. Yet this man undoubtedly exemplifies the very essence of one that must he insist on behaving in such an irrational manner. Why not simply inquire how she managed to escape that abyss, rather than resorting to veiled questions? She feigned a panic-stricken demeanor, clutching Alung's hand. "Oh no, I am terrified, utterly terrified." Alung, sensing her distress, quickly reassured her, "Do not fear, miss. I would stake my life to protect you." The depths of Bei Mingye's gaze grew more profound. As he coldly commanded, "Sueko, the area has been cleared," he turned his attention to Wen Sangwon and her companions, an unmistakable glint of malice flickering in his cold eyes. "There is no need for you to linger. Let us depart." Bei Mingyi adjusted his right sleeve, the persistent heat searing at his wrist. What exactly is this blessing? A fleeting glance at Wen Sangwon revealed a lack of emotion in his eyes, and he turned to leave with a flourish of his sleeve. Sueko, curling his index finger to his lips, emitted a sharp whistle before following Bei Mingye's lead. The echo of the whistle faded. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, accompanied by the distant sounds of birds and insects. Alung anxiously watched over her mistress, urging, "Miss, I am here, do not be afraid." Upon noticing that Bei Mingyi and his entourage had departed, Wen Sangwon promptly retracted her exaggerated expressions, unable to resist pinching Alung's cherubic cheeks. "I was merely jesting with you." Though she appeared tranquil and carefree, her heart bore the weight of 1,000 stones. Having stumbled upon this matter today, how could Bai Mingyi possibly let her off so easily? Along, momentarily stunned by her mistress's playful antics, could hardly regain her composure, holding the umbrella, when Sangwon resumed her approach toward the deep pit. He Jiabao, initially sniffling, sensed the change in atmosphere and obediently fell silent, curling up beneath the umbrella. Could the departing Bai Mingyi discern what lay beneath the umbrella? Sueko reported, "My lord, the spirit of the little ghost is remarkably strong. This is a form of ghost taming, not to be underestimated." Bai Mingyi paused, his gaze sharpening. Sueko continued, "The art of ghost taming has long been lost. It is unclear where this woman acquired it. However, for you, my lord, it poses no threat. You possess the dragoness fortune, rendering ordinary spirits incapable of approaching you. Naturally, with your presence, these specters would not dare come near." As Bai Mingyi traversed the official road, an ordinary carriage was drawn out from a concealed path. Sueko remarked, "My lord, there is another carriage nearby, yet all appears normal." Bai Mingyi coolly instructed, "Leave one person to guard her. There is no need to disturb the others." Without further delay, he boarded the carriage to return to the city. Today, he had merely come to inspect the remains of the woman from Shirley Village. Those people could not afford to wait any longer. Sueko drove the carriage, flanked by a dozen shadow guards on horseback, swiftly departing along the official road. When Sangwon crouched at the edge of the deep pit, craning her neck to peer down, her heart racing at the sight that in the dim light of night, her visibility was compromised. She had estimated the pit to be 7 or 8 meters deep, yet upon closer inspection, it was surely over 10 meters. A wave of confusion washed over her. How could one survive such a fall? She ought to be gravely injured. Yet here she was, bouncing about without a scratch. Shaking off her thoughts, she extended the umbrella forward. "He Jiabao, descend and see if there is a dagger within. If you find one, bring it back." Without hesitation, He Jiabao dove into the pit as if it were water. After a while, He Jiabao returned with disappointment. "Sister, there is nothing down there, no dagger." He Jiabao shook her head. "I searched thoroughly but found no dagger as you described." When Sangwon felt perplexed, had Bai Mingyi's people come after her departure? Or had someone else ventured down? Holding the umbrella, she circled the pit's edge, finding nothing amiss. This posed a significant dilemma. How could she glean information about Bai Mingyi? Approaching openly was certainly out of the question, and she could not employ her usual covert tactics either. After all, she could not truly act upon an imperial edict. The mere thought of the edict ignited a fire within her. Bai Minghuan, that mutinous emperor, would one day pay for his transgressions. She had exerted great effort to avoid a direct confrontation with Bai Mingyi. Yet here she was, unwittingly walking into the line of fire, and still, she had not obtained what she sought. Her frustration was palpable. "Sister, I'm sorry," He Jiabao lamented. "That dagger must be very important, yet I couldn't find it." "Disappointing you." When Sangwon suppressed her vexation, "It's all right, little treasure, do not blame yourself." With red-rimmed eyes, He Jiabao began to whimper. Upon witnessing this, when Sangwon quickly intervened, "Little treasure, it's all right, it's just a dagger." However, her words were misinterpreted by He Jiabao, who felt they were but a facade of indifference meant to comfort her, and she could not help but sob. "Sister, sob, sister," when Sangwon turned her head, thrusting the umbrella into Az's hands. Hastily retreating, unable to suppress a shiver, the cries of the little ghost were disconcertingly haunting. As He Jiao's wails grew louder, she reached out, "Sister." Az tightened her grip on the umbrella, scanning the surroundings. Who was Miss speaking with? After searching, she detected nothing unusual. Ulung closely followed when Sangwon's footsteps, while Az maintained a steady distance. He Jiabao continued to whimper, "Sister, sister," when Sangwon quickened her pace, feeling the oppressive presence of spirits trailing her. A sensation akin to being pursued by ravenous wolves. Upon reaching the carriage, when Sangwon lightly thumped He Jiabao's forehead, "Enough, cease your lamentations." He Jiabao's eyes widened, dark orbs staring intensely at when Sangwon. Resembling a tormented spirit, when Sangwon, exasperated, produced a talisman and affixed it to He Jiabao's forehead. Spirits, being ethereal, cannot regulate their emotions. Even the slightest feeling can magnify uncontrollably, and external suppression is futile. She could not simply frighten He Jiabao into a state of panic. Rubbing the abused ears, she remarked, all right, continue crying, and your ghostly aura will diminish, rendering you unable to float." Do you still wish to hear those tales from the concubines? He Jiabao gingerly touched the talisman on her forehead, greedily inhaling, her shoulders shaking as she stammered. I want to hear. Outside the carriage, a Z cracked the whip, guiding the carriage smoothly forward. Upon returning to the Wen residence, when Sangwon instructed a Z to hold the umbrella while she lingered by the desolate well for a brief moment, while she herself retreated to her room to rest. The bumpy ride had nearly jostled her bones apart. She had hoped to rest soundly until dawn, yet in the dead of night, she found herself jolted awake by the cold. Upon opening her eyes, a myriad of red and green eyes glimmered in the darkness. Shadows filled the room, and in her groggy state, when Sangwon nearly exclaimed a profanity that he Jiabao dangled from the beam, while a disheveled female ghost nearby instructed him, "Your hanging technique is incorrect. It should resemble my own dada, how I suffered in death. One must extend the tongue," he Jiabao mimicked. "Ah, how I suffered in death." From another beam, a headless corpse writhed, and a head rolled on the ground, pleading, "Qingwei, please assist me. My head has fallen. Kindly retrieve it." That a female ghost in red stood before the vanity, clawing at her face. "Where have my eyes gone? Oh dear, where are they?" When Sangwon, surveying the chaotic scene, contemplated whether she should unleash talismans and incinerate them all, that it was a ghastly hour for such apparitions to disturb her peace. Propping herself up, she sat cross-legged on the bed. "You best provide me with a reason for your presence, or I shall burn you to ashes tonight." That he Jiabao turned, beaming, "Sister, you're awake." The nearby female ghost exclaimed. "Ah." Qingwei floated over with a child in her arms. "Miss, you're awake. We dared not awaken you, nor could we return to the well. We had no choice but to crowd into your space. Fear not, aside from he Jiabao, the other male spirits are outside in the courtyard, huddled on the beams. Given them 10 lives, they wouldn't dare offend you." When Sangwon propped her head up, yawning, surrounded by spirits that chilled her to the bone. "You must provide a coherent explanation. Otherwise, I shall capture you and expose your deeds to the heavens tonight." Upon hearing this, the other female ghosts synchronized in retreat, shrinking into the corners, leaving only Qingwei standing at the bedside. "Miss, allow me to explain." Chapter 22. The little monster Qingwei hesitated, clutching the little spirit tightly. "Miss, today, Az lingered by the well for a brief moment, which drew Li Xianglan's suspicion. In the evening, she summoned a Taoist priest from outside the residence, claiming there was something in the well, though she could not discern what it was. Unable to remain there, she felt an intense burning sensation, and much of her ghostly aura was scattered, but we could not seek refuge elsewhere, as the burning followed us relentlessly, which is why we found ourselves in your courtyard." When Sangwon stifled a yawn, her dreamy eyes glistening with moisture, Li Xianglan's actions were indicative of her guilty conscience, fearing the spirits would come knocking at her door in the dead of night. The slightest whisper of wind can set off a chain reaction. With a wave of her hand, Qingwei signaled for herself to play alone, pressing her fingers to her brow. Initially intending to guide them towards reincarnation, she found that these vengeful spirits were burdened with too much resentment to cross the Niha Bridge. Reluctantly, she decided to remain, needing to dissipate their grievances before they could be released. Observing the expression on Sangwon's face, which was difficult to decipher, she hesitated slightly and called out, "Miss, let us find a cooler place. I shall check back shortly." Filled with joy, Qingwei floated away with her child, confident that the kind-hearted maiden would surely extend her assistance. When Sangwon rose from her resting place, draping a garment over her shoulders and adjusting it before moving to the round table to pour herself a cup of tea. Just as she brought it to her lips, she sensed something amiss and set the cup down. Qingwei, floating to the side, felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "Miss, I apologize." The child was curious and merely wanted to smell it. When Sangwon replied, "You may leave for now. I need to tidy up." At a group of female spirits, hearing her words, vanished through the walls, and the temperature in the room rose several degrees, dispelling the previous chill. When Sangwon stood up, the room was dim without any lights, and though she could see in the dark, it was not as clear as in daylight, with everything shrouded in a veil of shadow. After a brief adjustment, she secured her hairpin and took out a concealment talisman, using it to cloak Qingwei's eyes before stepping out of the Hawaiian courtyard. That a crowd of spirits floated along the courtyard wall, observing Sangwon as she traversed the outer yard. "Aunt Qingwei, do you think my sister can handle that old Taoist priest?" He Jiabao hung his head over the wall, mimicking the posture of a headless ghost. Qingwei gently patted her child, assuring, "The young lady is quite formidable. We must trust her." The spirit of the snake-releasing uncle emerged with a ghostly sigh. "Li Xianglan, that venomous woman, will surely meet a bad end." Qingwei retorted, "You are hardly any better. The young lady's leniency does not equate to your innocence." The uncle scratched his head, saying, "I was left with no choice. My mother was gravely ill, and I lacked the funds for a doctor. I sold everything that could be sold, driven to desperation that I know I should not have unleashed a snake to harm others, and I apologize to the young lady. Her generosity is commendable," with a dismissive snort. Qingwei lowered her head, affectionately stroking her child. The hanged ghost squeezed closer, lamenting, "Ah, how tragic." She then slowly rolled her tongue back into her mouth. When Sangwon approached the dry well in the side courtyard and gazed into its depths, standing still for a few seconds, suddenly, blood-red eyes snapped open at the bottom of the well, and in the next instant, a pair of sharp claws lunged forth, aiming directly at Sangwon's eyes. In that moment, she tilted her head back just in time. Had she hesitated for even a second, her eyes would have been pierced. The claws retracted swiftly back into the well, biding their time for the next strike. When Sangwon chose not to look back into the well, taking a couple of steps back, the creature had come and gone in a flash, leaving her with only a glimpse of its dry, black and bone-like fingers. What could burn a ghostly spirit was certainly not an ethereal entity that a material object could scorch the Yin energy, and the presence of bones indicated that the creature at the bottom of the well was likely a monkey. However, upon further reflection, she found this notion flawed. Monkey bones did not resemble that. Could it be an Yin child? The moment this thought crossed her mind, her heart raced. According to ancestral teachings, when an Yin child manifests, there will be no living creature within 100 miles. Yin children, mere infants of less than a year, are confined within jars and fed human blood, soaked in it while enduring cruel torment, instilling in them a multitude of negative emotions such as resentment, anger, and fear. These innocent souls, devoid of complete consciousness, are forced to bear the brunt of such emotional turmoil until their demise, only to be nailed to a red coffin and buried in a place of malevolent energy, cultivated for the purpose of creating zombies or drought spirits. Once this abomination breaks free from the coffin, not a single living being will remain within 100 miles. That in life, they are bloodthirsty. In death, their vengeful spirits gather, embodying nothing but slaughter and bloodshed, impervious to destruction, unburnable, and difficult to eliminate. Fortunately, the conditions for their creation are exceedingly stringent. Otherwise, if ill-intentioned individuals were to exploit this, the world would be far from peaceful. When Sangwon raised her hand, trembling slightly as she bit her middle finger, drawing a spell in the air, "By my blood, I invoke the blessings of my ancestors to protect this realm. Open the heavenly eye and dispel the ghostly fog." The blood from her finger glowed red as she smeared it on her brow, while her other hand clutched a talisman of vitality and flung it toward the well's opening. Golden light shimmering as it sank into the dry abyss. Without pausing, she produced another isolation talisman and tossed it into the air, an invisible barrier enveloping her and the well, that a piercing sound emanated from the depths of the well. Those with shallow resolve standing here would surely have their eardrums shattered by its shrillness, with severe cases resulting in blood flowing from all orifices. After completing these actions, when Sangwon shook her head, the ghostly wails were extraordinarily shrill. Grounding herself, she steadied her mind, waiting patiently for the creature within the well to emerge. "Kill, kill, kill." The sharp cries erupted from the well, accompanied by a grotesque head breaking the surface. With a palm-sized face covered in black and red cracks, blood matted its form, resembling a corpse pulled from a river of blood or a decaying body swarming with insects. Its small, blackened hands resembled beastly claws. Glaring at Sangwon with a sinister intensity, its mouth uttered a single, haunting syllable, "Kill." Upon seeing the emerging creature, Sangwon felt an inward sigh of relief, as long as it was not an Yin child. Her current abilities could not guarantee victory against one that she had too few life-saving items in her possession. Producing 5 thunder talismans, she hurled them at the grotesque entity before her. She was unaware of how this abomination, neither human nor ghost, had been forged. The Yin child possessed sharp teeth, yet this creature's gaping maw was devoid of them. The thunderous explosions crackled against the creature's body, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. When Sanguine covered her mouth and nose, retreating a couple of steps, unable to suppress her remarks, "What a strong odor!" As the burnt smell intensified and dark energy began to swirl, she retreated a few more steps. Suddenly, she collided with a solid wall, a familiar scent washing over her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Before she could regain her footing, a chilling, low voice cascaded from above. "Miss Wen, you certainly have an exquisite taste." When Sanguine stiffly lifted her gaze, meeting the enormous visage of a ghostly mask, Bei Minji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his dark eyes concealing unfathomable depths. When Sanguine took a few steps forward, steadying herself before turning around, "Your Highness the Ninth Prince, how elegant of you to visit at such an hour. Should I inform my father and serve you tea?" The two faced each other, tension thickening the air. The sharp cries, interspersed with agony, continued, "Kill, kill," breaking the standoff between them. Bei Minji showed no hesitation, calmly stating, "Eliminated," that a shadow crept out from the darkness, silently positioning itself behind Wen Sanguine, confronting the crackling little monster. Bei Minji's gaze shifted from Wen Sanguine to the creature. "Miss Wen, impressive skills. May I ask who your master is?" Wen Sanguine's brows furrowed momentarily, but quickly smoothed as she thought. Bei Minji, wandering here in the middle of the night. What schemes could he possibly have? She forced a polite smile. "If I were to say it was a divine bestowal, would your Highness consider me a demon and enact punishment? Exterminate the evil?" "It appears Miss Wen has encountered something extraordinary." Bei Minji stepped forward, and Wen Sanguine instinctively took a step back. His reaction amused him, as he realized that this fearless woman was not as unyielding as she pretended to be. "Are you afraid of me?" he inquired. Wen Sanguine held back a thought, uncertain whether to voice it, and replied with a forced smile, "Your Highness may be disappointed. There is nothing in this world that I fear." This statement was true. She had long since come to terms with life and death, that if a knife were to be placed at her throat, she would not dare to blink or feel fear. Doing so would betray her ancestors and render her study of ghostly arts futile. Bei Minji let out a low chuckle, momentarily surprised by his own reaction, but he suppressed the depth in his gaze and scrutinized Wen Sanguine once more, remaining silent. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. In Wen Sanguine's eyes, Bei Minji's demeanor made her feel as if she were the fish on the cutting board, with him considering where to slice. She wondered if she had truly provoked the wrath of this regent. Was he contemplating how to eliminate her in a fit of rage? Amidst their silence, a dismembered spirit approached Bei Minji. "My lord, the creature has been dealt with." Bei Minji glanced down at the small monster. Now charred and lifeless, the ground littered with blackened remnants, he immediately gestured for the spirit to withdraw. Hearing the spirit's voice, Wen Sanguine turned abruptly, her gaze falling upon the scorched ground, momentarily at a loss for words. Bei Minji had come here to eradicate the creature, and it seemed she had misjudged his intentions. She turned again, observing the emptiness behind her, and couldn't help but exclaim softly. Yet in the brief moment it took to turn, Bei Minji had vanished without a trace. His ability to come and go silently was indeed enviable. She wondered when she might possess such a skill. Shaking off her wandering thoughts, she decided to treat the incident as if it had never occurred. With the small monster gone and Bei Minji having spared her the trouble, she resolved to forget the entire episode. Collecting her thoughts, she strolled back leisurely. After taking a couple of steps, she paused. Glancing towards the main courtyard, that Li Xianglan, always stirring up trouble, preventing her from resting peacefully at night. She would have to repay her in kind. Using a concealment talisman, she approached the main courtyard, summoned Qingyue, and after giving her a few instructions, tossed a vitality talisman towards her, revealing a mischievous smile. "Qingyue, you know what to do." In a fleeting moment, Qing Li's eyes brimmed with resentment. "My lady, I shall go at once. That wretched woman truly deserves it." Upon hearing this, Wen Sanguine retracted her playful smile and replied earnestly, "One must not take a life, lest you find yourself barred from the cycle of reincarnation." Qing Lu bowed to Wen Sanguine, acknowledging her words. "I understand, my lady." Wen Sanguine gestured for her to enter, then stretched lazily, feeling utterly exhausted after such a prolonged ordeal, before turning to head towards her own courtyard. Chapter 23. The disgusting Li Xianglan. The following day, after Wen Sanguine had partaken of her breakfast, Alan entered the courtyard carrying a bamboo basket. "Miss, something peculiar has occurred on the streets today." When Sangwon set down her teacup and raised her gaze towards Alan, Alan placed the bamboo basket aside and continued. In the alley behind the Drunken Sky Pavilion, a headless corpse was discovered. The body was robust, and judging by the hands, it appeared to belong to a young man. When Sangwon was indifferent to the news, aware that Alan would not mention such matters without cause, implying there was something amiss, that it was quite rare to see someone so brazenly commit murder beneath the Emperor's nose. Alan shook her head. That it is not as simple as that. Taking a step closer, she whispered. The corpse was gripping a broken spear. When Sangwon snapped her fingers, summoning an invisible aura of ghostly energy around them. How did Alan see it? Alan was somewhat apprehensive of their surroundings, fearing that walls might have ears. That no worries. There are barriers in place. Others cannot hear us. Alan nodded, visibly more at ease, and whispered, "Weapons are the domain of the military. Ordinary folk must not touch them. Even blacksmiths cannot forge them without permission." That I noticed that scholarly gentleman among the crowd, and he seemed quite flustered. Lin Yueshio, indeed. When Sangwon chuckled softly, a frail scholar, yet he is drawn to such common spectacles. How curious. Alan lifted the bamboo basket. "Miss, here is what you requested." When Sangwon replied, "Simply place it in the room." With a snap of her fingers, she dispelled the surrounding ghostly energy. That as soon as the energy dissipated, a cacophony of voices flooded into the courtyard. "Hurry and retrieve it. Delay in preparing the mistress's medicine is unacceptable." "Yes, ma'am, madam. Is this flower suitable?" No, it is too small. We need the tender tips." When Sangwon turned her attention towards the courtyard entrance, Aziz understood immediately, bowed, and made her way to the door. Shortly after, Aziz returned. "Miss, the mistress has ordered the tender tips of the lotus flowers from the pond for her medicinal preparations." Tender tips? When Sangwon found it odd. It was the first time she had heard of such a peculiar recipe from Li Xianglan, wondering what Qing Lu had done the previous night. Just as she was about to signal Aziz to inquire further, the voice of the old steward rang out from outside the door. Mississippi. When Sangwon gestured for Aziz to open the door, the old steward bowed deeply as he entered, presenting an invitation. "Miss, this is an invitation from the Ninth Prince's residence." Upon uttering these words, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. That he had previously thought the young lady lacked clarity, easily swayed by others' words. However, since her abduction by bandits and subsequent return, her demeanor had dramatically changed. Even after years of serving the lord and lady, he had never witnessed such a transformation in her. Her emotions remained concealed, exuding an aura of pressure, and he was acutely aware that the more one concealed their emotions, the more perilous they could be. That a dog that bites never barks. He was relieved that, despite his past disdain for the young lady, he had not acted inappropriately towards her. Now, with the Ninth Prince backing her, he knew he must serve her well to avoid falling into disgrace. That Aziz approached the steward and took the invitation. When Sangwon briefly scanned the contents, which were succinct and to the point, inviting her to enjoy the lake scenery, the old steward continued to bow. "Miss, the Ninth Prince's envoy remains in the main hall. Without your approval, he would not dare to rise." When Sangwon, unhurried, lifted her teacup and took a sip, after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Inform him that this young lady shall attend." "Understood." The old steward retreated a few steps before turning to leave. Her fingers tapped leisurely upon the invitation, and she scoffed softly, self-mockingly remarking, "A scenic outing or a banquet of treachery?" Turning to Aziz, she instructed, "Go find out what play the mistress is performing in the main courtyard." Aziz nodded and left. When Sangwon rested her head upon her hands, gazing at the blooming pink peonies in the courtyard, her thoughts gradually drifting away in the past, driven by familial interests, her steps had always been hasty, rarely pausing to appreciate the flowers or the moon. Here, despite the absence of familial ties, she still felt entangled, propelling her forward. Slowly closing her eyes, she savored the warmth of her palm against her cheek, her mind conjuring the tender gaze of a certain cold-eyed beauty, filled with affection, gentleness, and boundless tenderness, murmuring, "My Wanner, so exceptional." With a sigh, she whispered, "Such deadly tenderness indeed." Rising, she returned to her room. Inside, Alan had already laid out the vermilion powder and yellow talisman paper on the desk, meticulously grinding the powder. when Sangwon approached the desk, pinching a bit of the vermilion powder between her fingers. Feeling its fine texture, Atio summoned 300,000 souls. She must prepare thoroughly, if the spirit-calling banner could not bear the weight. Her ghostly arts would not reach their pinnacle. Thus, she could only resort to the most cumbersome method, entrusting each soul to an individual talisman and sealing them within a ghostly ring for transport. The creation of soul talismans required immense energy, and she could only produce 5 or 6 each day, refusing to overexert herself. The undertaking was colossal, necessitating gradual accumulation. Alan inquired, "Miss, is the vermilion powder sufficient?" When Sangwon replied affirmatively, picking up a brush, concentrating deeply as she began to draw the soul talismans. Half an hour passed, when Sangwon trembled as she set down the brush, her body slightly swaying. Alan hurried to support her, worry etched upon her face. "Miss, are you all right?" When Sangwon steadied her spirit, taking a couple of deep breaths, allowing Alan to assist her back to the bed. "Miss, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from these talismans. At this rate, you may exhaust yourself," Alan fretted, having observed when Sangwon drawing these talismans daily, uncertain of their purpose. Yet, each time she completed a talisman, she appeared utterly drained. "Let me prepare some nourishing medicinal soup for you." When Sangwon waved her hand, remaining silent, Alan bowed and exited. Seeing Aziz outside, Alan whispered, "Do not disturb the young lady's rest," that Aziz nodded in understanding, responding with a soft acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation. Alan, seeing this, hurried away. When Sangwon sat cross-legged on the bed, her breathing slowing as she entered a meditative state. Ghostly arts are not akin to martial prowess. Restoration requires the emptying of self, merging with the surrounding environment until the spirit reaches a state of formlessness. Akin to Buddhist meditation, after an hour in meditation, when Sangwon slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, rising, she moved to a round table and poured herself a cup of tea. At that moment, Aziz knocked on the door. Entered as Aziz stepped in, clasping her fists. "Miss, that lady has fallen under a spell. The Taoist she summoned earlier insists on the need for fresh lotus flower tips to dispel the evil energy." When Sangwon nearly sputtered her tea, steadying herself before asking, "Under a spell? Is she like when Qian, with her mouth and eyes askew?" "Not quite. She has developed red rashes all over her body, which earlier shocked the master." When Sangwon laughed, "If she has rashes, should she not seek a physician? Why call a Taoist for treatment?" Aziz replied, "It seems to be similar to the second young lady's case, which is why they did not call a physician, but instead summoned the Taoist. Today, she has ordered that no one, save for her personal maidservants, is to approach the main courtyard, or they shall face punishment by the rod. Truly a grand display of authority, not allowing anyone near the main courtyard." The spark of mischief ignited in when Sangwon's eyes that if she was barred, she would insist on going, relishing in the discomfort of Li Xianglan. The misfortune of her adversary was a source of delight for her. With that thought, she set down her teacup, stood, adjusted her sleeves, and a smile blossomed in her eyes that if my aunt is unwell, I am most concerned. How could I find peace without checking on her? "Come, Aziz, let us visit the main courtyard." Aziz, well aware of her mistress's mischievous tendencies, nodded and followed suit. The pair strode confidently through the outer courtyard, observing the matron and a group of servants laboriously retrieving flowers from the lotus pond. They said nothing, continuing on their way. Upon reaching the entrance to the main courtyard, when Sangwon cleared her throat and assumed a sorrowful expression, "Aunt, what has happened to you? Are you on the brink of death?" "Oh, Aunt, are you to perish? Warner is so worried about you." Aziz followed closely behind, her expression stern, her hand resting upon the hilt of her sword, knuckles white with tension. "Aunt, are you truly to die? They all say you are gravely ill." "Oh, how could you leave me behind?" When Sangwon wailed, stepping boldly into the courtyard. Inside, the maids selecting the tender lotus tips wore strange expressions, their heads bowed as they hastened their tasks. One maid, unable to control her strength, inadvertently snapped a tender stem. "Aunt, are you truly to die? You cannot leave us. What will I do if you are gone?" When Sangwon forcefully pushed open the bedroom door and gazed towards the bed. There lay Li Xianglan, half reclining, her exposed skin covered in a profusion of red rashes, a sight both eerie and unsettling, her eyelids swollen and turned outward by the rashes. When Sangwon was initially taken aback. recoiling in shock, her face a mask of horror as she stammered, "Aunt, what has happened to you?" In her heart, she silently applauded Qinghua. One could only wonder if Wen Yu, upon opening his eyes to see such a sight of Li Xianglan, would be able to swallow anything throughout the day. It seemed likely that he would not return home for an entire month. To that moment, Li Xianglan was drinking medicine under the attentive care of the old maid. Feeling as if a nauseating foreign object was lodged in her throat, she forced herself to swallow the bitter concoction and glanced at Wen Sangwen with even greater disdain, inwardly cursing several times while maintaining a strained smile on her face. "Warner, don't worry, your aunt is fine. Please stop crying." "Aunt, what has happened to you? These red bumps are so unsightly. How did you come to look like this? Are you going to die?" When Sangwen was increasingly fond of the original owner's muddled demeanor. "Warner, do not cry. Your aunt is really fine." When Sangwen feigned a surge of determination and replied earnestly, "No, I cannot allow my aunt to perish. I must summon the best physician available." Upon hearing this, Li Xianglan's heart sank, and she quickly interrupted, "Warner, truly, your aunt will be fine by tomorrow. There is no need for you to call a doctor." When Sangwen's face was sorrowful, "That I do not believe you. Aunt, rest assured, I will definitely find the best physician. If I cannot, I shall not return to— No, Warner. Trust your aunt that I assure you, I will be well by tomorrow. Look outside at those tender lotus blooms. They are meant to cure your aunt." "I appreciate your kind intentions." That as Li Xianglan spoke, she silently cursed Wen Sangwen countless times. When Sangwen, half convinced, asked, "Really?" Li Xianglan, now fearful of any deception, replied earnestly, "Indeed. Should she not comply, this madcap might go out and create a scene, tarnishing her reputation further." When Sangwen pressed on, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain." When Sangwen suppressed her sorrow, believing her aunt's words to be true. Yet, she abruptly halted mid-sentence, her gaze fixed on Li Xianglan, deliberately leaving her statement unfinished to heighten the suspense. Li Xianglan was indeed intrigued by her words, her heart racing. "But what?" She urged. "That if my aunt is not well tomorrow, I will go out to find the best doctor for you," When Sangwen declared. Li Xianglan, using the pretext of adjusting her blanket, clutched the corners tightly, all the while smiling gently. "Your aunt will recover, Warner. There is no need for concern." Observing Li Xianglan's expression of suppressed discomfort, coupled with her reddened skin, brought a sense of satisfaction to Wen Sangwen. The distress of her adversary was a source of delight for her. Lowering her voice, she softly said, "I believe in you, aunt. Since you are unwell, I shall not disturb your rest." With that, she turned briskly and in a feigned sob, called out, "Will my aunt die? Those red bumps are so ugly and frightening." Following Wen Sangwen, could no longer suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. After the commotion, feeling mentally and physically relieved, she took a detour to visit the old matriarch. The old matriarch was reclining in a rocking chair, while the old maid carefully massaged her legs. Upon noticing Wen Sangwen entering the courtyard, the old maid quietly announced, "Old madam, the young lady has come to see you." Wen Sangwen strode forward and took a seat beside the rocking chair. Addressing her grandmother, the old matriarch slowly opened her eyes. Warner has come." When Sangwen took over from the old maid and continued to massage the old matriarch's legs. "The weather has been pleasant these past few days. You should take a stroll in the garden." The old maid interjected, "Old madam's legs are not well. Perhaps it would be best to wait a few days." When Sangwen simply nodded, for she was not a physician and felt powerless regarding such matters. The old matriarch looked at Wen Sangwen with affection. "I am fine. My dear, as one ages, one inevitably accumulates minor ailments. There is no need to worry. Your visits bring me joy far greater than any medicine." "Grandmother, I shall invite a doctor to examine you soon." The old matriarch, understanding her granddaughter's concern, did not reject the kind offer. "What commotion has occurred outside?" "It has been noisy since dawn." When Sangwen did not conceal the truth. Speaking softly, Li Xianglan seems to have encountered something unpleasant, resulting in red rashes all over her body, causing a stir among the servants as they gather lotus blooms. How peculiar. Has she consumed something unsanitary? "No, I have seen her, and it does not appear to be food poisoning." She was aware that this was likely the work of Qinghua, but could not disclose such information to the old matriarch, who might become paranoid and worry excessively if she learned of the supernatural occurrences. That it is probable that she has offended some concubine or lady, attracting the ire of a schemer Dewana. You must keep your distance to avoid calamity. The old matriarch advised solemnly. Rest assured, grandmother. What is a mere concubine to me? How can she impose her will over me? The old matriarch, with a hint of displeasure, playfully tapped Wen Sangwen on the forehead, saying, You must always be cautious. It is wise to remain vigilant against others. Wen Sangwen smiled, choosing not to argue, understanding that the old matriarch's concerns stemmed from love. Then, as if struck by a thought, she asked, Grandmother, may I inquire about something? What would you like to know, my dear? The old matriarch inquired, casting a glance at the old maid. The old maid, understanding the cue, promptly dismissed several young maids from the courtyard and stepped outside. Wen Sangwen, noticing the old matriarch's serious expression, chuckled, Grandmother, it is not a grave matter. There is no need for alarm. One must be cautious. Walls have ears, the old matriarch cautioned. Grandmother, do you know how father passed his examinations? The old matriarch paused, her eyes narrowing as she recalled Wen Yu's high school days. After a long silence, Wen Sangwen remained patient, continuing to massage the old matriarch's legs while waiting. After a while, the old matriarch returned to the present and began to recount. Wanner, what prompts you to ask this today? I am simply curious, Wen Sangwen replied. The old matriarch nodded, saying, This matter surprised me greatly in the past. Your grandfather was a martial champion, serving under General Long. Do you understand what I mean by this? Wen Sangwen interjected, Are you implying, grandmother? The Wen family has always thrived in martial pursuits, engaged in the business of martial arts. How could a scholar emerge from such an environment? Although your grandmother adopted a stepson and hoped to educate him well, your father was simply not cut out for it this day. I cannot fathom how your mother, such an exceptional woman, would choose to marry your father. I was swept away by joy when I agreed to this marriage, only to realize the implications once your mother entered the Wen household. The old matriarch picked up a nearby teacup, taking a sip before continuing. As I interacted with your mother, I found it increasingly astonishing. Although our family is not of high standing, we have a scholarly atmosphere. Had it not been for parental obligations, I would not have considered your grandfather worthy of her. Moreover, your mother hails from a family of generals. Wen Sangwen observed the old matriarch's calm demeanor, increasingly convinced that this wise woman was clear-headed and not a rigid individual. Furthermore, she did not exhibit excessive favoritism towards her adopted son, instead showing a deeper affection for her granddaughter. Grandmother, what kind of person was my mother? The old matriarch set down her teacup. Your mother was remarkable, intelligent, composed, and perceptive. Were it not for her gender, she would undoubtedly surpass your maternal grandfather. How unfortunate that fate played tricks, and how pitiful for my granddaughter. She reached out affectionately to stroke Wen Sangwen's head. Wen Sangwen laughed and teased. Given such praise, it seems you truly dislike father. The old matriarch pinched Wen Sangwen's cheek, saying, I made no comments regarding Wen Yu. When your mother was about to depart for the frontier, she came to visit me late at night, entrusting me with a brocade box for safekeeping. I can surmise much from her actions over the years, feigning ignorance while allowing the Li family to act tyrannically in the household. You have not been entirely clear on some matters, and I feel a pang of bitterness within. Grandmother, you are truly kind. There is no need for such sentiments. That I am fine now, and you should be happy, Wen Sangwen reassured her. She understood the old matriarch's intent. While she could offer affection, she must refrain from overstepping boundaries to avoid provoking Li Xianglan's ire and incurring disaster. Good. My granddaughter is well. That brings me joy. That I should indeed be happy. After a leisurely conversation, Wen Sangwen took her leave from the old matriarch, but on her way back through the courtyard, she passed the garden where the servants were still gathering tender lotus buds. She cast a cursory glance but paid them no mind, her thoughts preoccupied as she quickened her pace. Upon returning to her quarters, at that moment, Alan appeared, carrying a bowl of cooked white fungus. Inside the room, Alan placed the bowl of soup in front of Wen Sangwen, and after a moment of contemplation, said, Miss, while I was simmering the soup, I kept thinking about that scholar. That I feel like something is off. Wen Sangwen stirred the soup and looked up with a smile. Alan, why not share your thoughts? Alan replied, Yesterday, when we left the city, that scholar came in with a book boy. Earlier, when I went out to buy vermilion, I saw him in the alley behind Zhe Xiaolu, looking flustered, but there was no sign of that book boy beside him. That I felt something was amiss, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Her small face contorted in thought, almost resembling a little bitter melon. After pondering for a while, she finally sighed, "It seems I am just too foolish." When Sanguine reassured her, "Tomorrow, you should go shopping. There may be more intriguing occurrences." Alon was puzzled. "What do you mean?" When Sanguine teased, "A secret. You will find out tomorrow." She was uncertain herself, contemplating whether the matter she suspected was indeed true. Having visited the old matriarch confirmed that the Wen family was rooted in martial pursuits, making it difficult to raise a scholar, to AS for when used success in the examinations. The scholar's credentials might very well be inflated. During their visit to Shirley Village, when Sanguine had observed Lin Yueshio's calligraphy, neat and orderly, but the poetry inscribed on the rice paper left much to be desired. Anyone with a modicum of literary talent would not produce such drivel that a plum blossom blooms amidst the snow, as red as the setting sun upon a jade plate. Searching for plum blossoms in the snow is a difficult endeavor, as the heart is entangled in the emotions of the mortal realm. Who does the plum blossom signify? Whose hand has let it fall? What is it that one seeks? What burdens the heart? Lin Yueshio enters the capital with a bamboo basket filled with decaying flesh. For whom is it intended? Who would have use for such carrion? A normal person, upon encountering a headless corpse, would be filled with terror or numbness. How could one react with panic? Or perhaps Lin Yueshio has struck a deal with some prominent figure in the city. No, the poetry Lin Yueshio presents is not for her own enjoyment. Her visit to Shirley Village was a spontaneous decision, and no one is aware of this plan. So, who is she trying to impress? Surely others must have attended that day, and some must have sent invitations. The matter concerning Wen Xiao is likely more complicated than it seems. When Sanguine forcibly suppresses her tumultuous thoughts and rises to take a stroll in the garden, Alan notices that the young lady has not touched the tremella and lotus seed soup and quietly inquires, "Miss, is it not to your taste? I can prepare something else for you." When Sanguine gazes at the now cold soup, lifts it, and drinks it all in one go, praising, "Alan has done splendidly." Alan, upon seeing this, is so delighted that her brows nearly lift off her face. "Miss, next time I shall prepare something different for you." "Very well." As Alan observes the young lady preparing to head outside, she tentatively asks, "Miss, are you going to the garden to trim flower branches?" When Sanguine raises an eyebrow at Alan, "Clever of you." Alan, flustered by the compliment, quickly rushes into a nearby storage room and soon reappears, holding a bamboo basket containing a pair of scissors. When Sanguine, witnessing Alan's bustling activity, remains silent and continues her way outside. The three have just arrived in the garden when they see a pavilion where Wen Xianqian is plucking the strings of a guqin, singing a melodious tune. The lilting notes reach Wen Sanguine's ears, akin to a lament for deceased parents. This woman truly has the audacity, with her mother in the main courtyard barely clinging to life. She can still find solace in playing music here. Should one commend her for her carefree spirit or criticize her for her callousness? Wen Sanguine initially intends to avoid entering, but upon noticing that Wen Xianqian has stood up and seems to be approaching her, she feels a surge of amusement. This is clearly an invitation for her to engage in a little torment. How could she refuse such an opportunity? She strides purposefully towards the pavilion. As she steps inside, Wen Xianqian greets her, "Sister, how have you been lately?" When Sanguine adopts a magnanimous demeanor, "How is my dear sister's playing? Why have you stopped?" "I was quite captivated." "Do continue, and I shall reward you handsomely once you finish." Upon hearing this, Wen Xianqian's brow furrows slightly, discontent bubbling within her. She silently curses the wretched person for not taking the hint, but maintains a gentle facade. Sister is jesting. This piece is hardly worthy of the stage. I only learned it because Brother Xian enjoys it. So it is. The Crown Prince has exquisite taste. You should continue to practice, dear sister. The more you play, the more skilled you shall become. Surely, the Crown Prince will be most impressed and shower you with affection. When Xianqian perceives the veiled sarcasm in these words, feeling a sense of discomfort, remembering Wen Sanguine's previous infatuation with Brother Xian, she realizes that it is because she has already received Brother Xian's favor that she feels envious and seeks to create trouble. Understanding this, she chuckles softly, covering her mouth with her handkerchief. "Sister, might you be feeling jealous of my favor from the Crown Prince?" After a brief pause, she continues, "This affection requires mutual understanding and reciprocation. If forced, it will only lead to suffering. You will wish me well, won't you, sister?" Upon hearing this, Wen Sanguine's amusement only grows. Indeed, You and the Crown Prince are a match made in heaven. I could not be more supportive of your union." Then, as if struck by a thought, she adds, "I have heard that there will be a banquet in 2 days. Everyone says you are an exceptional dancer. Since the weather is agreeable today, why not perform a piece? If the Crown Prince is present, you will have the chance to make a name for yourself, stunning everyone and capturing his attention." When Xianqian cannot help but detect the underlying mockery in these words, implying that she is merely a dancer, unworthy of the stage. Clenching her handkerchief tightly, she maintains a facade of delicacy. "Sister, please do not jest about my abilities. Come now, dear sister, practice makes perfect. You wouldn't want to falter when the time comes." When Sangwon gazes intently at Wen Xianqian, her eyes innocent and naive, as if she were a simpleton. What a performance! When Xianqian contemplates refusing, but under such scrutinizing eyes, she struggles to find the words to counter. Forcing a smile, does this wretched person even deserve to witness her dance? Just wait. Once she becomes the crown princess, she will ensure this woman kneels to polish her shoes. "Sister, are you well versed in such matters?" When Sangwon shakes her head, "Not at all, but that does not prevent me from watching. Does it? If even a layperson like me finds it enjoyable, it proves your skills are remarkable. Would you truly deny your sister's goodwill? If you feel it is too much, there is no need to force yourself. I'm merely worried that you might falter and embarrass yourself." With a sigh, she feigns sorrow. "If you do not wish to perform, then so be it. That I had hoped to admire your dance and speak well of you before the 9th prince. But alas, it seems that will not come to pass." When Xianqian bites her lip, her concerns for the 9th prince resurfacing. She recalls Brother Xian's warnings about the formidable nature of this individual. If this wretched woman speaks indiscreetly, it could put Brother Xian in a difficult position. Gritting her teeth, she manages a strained smile. "If sister wishes to see, I shall perform a piece, but if it is not satisfactory, please do not mock me." When Sangwon instantly brightens, clapping her hands, "Why would I? You are so talented. I would be overjoyed, not at all inclined to ridicule you." When Xianqian stands and walks to an open area outside the pavilion, preparing to dance, when Sangwon rests her head on her hand, tapping her fingers idly on her knee, appearing as though she were a sovereign enjoying the performance of a favored concubine. Hidden in the shadows of the pavilion, several ghosts murmur amongst themselves. Qingyue exclaims, "Li Xianglan has truly mastered the art of seduction. Look at those beguiling eyes and that swaying figure." The older ghost's eyes gleam with excitement, laughing heartily. No wonder wealthy gentlemen flock to the brothels. "Today my eyes have truly been opened. I had no idea this wicked woman possessed such talents." He Jiaobao tilts his head, confusion etched on his face, unable to grasp the meaning behind their words. "Uncle, your eyes are about to pop out." The older ghost places a hand on He Jiaobao's head. "Little one, you must not look at such things. Close your eyes." A cacophony of ghostly chatter ensues, criticizing Wen Xianqian for her past wrongdoings, forcing Wen Sangwon to relive the grievances of these spirits, and she cannot interject. After what feels like an eternity, Wen Xianqian, cheeks flushed and slightly breathless, finally ceases her dance and steps back into the pavilion. "Sister, what do you think?" When Sangwon claps enthusiastically, "Sister, you are truly remarkable. The Crown Prince will undoubtedly be pleased." Her ears buzz from the ghost's incessant chatter, leaving her head spinning. Encountering ghosts is hardly enjoyable, primarily due to their shrill voices, which are akin to unbearable noise. Initially intending to torment Wen Xianqian further, her interest is now evaporated. When Xianqian suddenly asks, "Sister, the Crown Prince has invited me for a lakeside outing. Would you care to join? It is a rare occasion to show off my unique favor from Brother Xian." When Sangwon slaps her forehead, "Ah, I just remembered. It seems the 9th Prince also has an invitation. Allow me to search for it in my room, and I shall inform you later." With that, she promptly rises and hurries away from the garden, feeling as though her head might explode if she lingered any longer. When Xianqian watches Wen Sangwon's hurried departure, her eyes filled with boundless disdain. She feigns indifference, but deep down, she relishes seeing her sister's desperate escape. Her heart must be aching. Unable to restrain herself, she finally exclaims, "Wretched person, you truly deserve to die." He Jiaobao, upon hearing Wen Xianqian insult her sister, immediately grows displeased. Dark energy radiates from him, and in a fit of rage, he rushes out, hands gripping Wen Xianqian's neck. "That I will strangle you, you wicked woman." How dare you insult my sister? Qingyue, startled, quickly relinquishes the child in her arms to the older ghost and rushes out to pull He Jiaobao back, exclaiming, Jiaobao, you mustn't. It's broad daylight. Do you want to be obliterated? He Jiaobao's eyes blaze with fury. She insulted my sister. I can't let her get away with it. Qingyue soothes him. Calm down. The girl is kind. She is already helping us dispel our grievances that if you act recklessly, you will only hurt yourself. That He Jiaobao turns his head away, fuming. I cannot bear it. She must not speak ill of my sister. All right, and in the evening, I will take you to find her if you wish to vent. Wait for then. Now is not the time. You will only harm yourself. The older ghost, cradling the child, leans in. Jiaobao, do not fret that I will help you seek revenge tonight. Upon hearing this, He Jiaobao gradually calms down. Inside the pavilion, when Qianqian suddenly feels a chill around her neck, a sensation of suffocation creeping in. Unable to resist, she reaches up to touch her neck, wincing at the pain. That, oh dear, that hurts. Xiao Cui, come here. Xiao Cui detected something amiss with the second young lady and approached to examine her neck. That a sudden chill crept down her spine, and she exclaimed in terror, a second young lady, what has happened? When Qianqian, bewildered, asked, what is it? Why does it hurt so much? She gently touched her neck, hesitant to apply any pressure. Xiao Cui replied, Miss, I shall fetch Master Chen at once. Please wait a moment. Upon witnessing this, when Qianqian also grew anxious, wondering what could be wrong, Xiao Cui hurriedly said, you have a handprint, red in color, on your neck. That go fetch Master Chen without delay. When Qianqian scolded angrily, Xiao Cui quickly responded, yes, I shall go right away. With that, she dashed out in a fluster. Qing looked coldly regarded when Qianqian and said, let us depart. It matters not if that loathsome Taoist arrives. Do not trouble the young lady. The several ghosts nodded in agreement, turning to vanish into the ground. When Qianqian felt a gust of cold wind sweep through, causing her to shiver uncontrollably, her neck's pain rendering her back rigid, did I end the courtyard, when Sangwen paced back and forth. The reason was simple. A box of exquisite pastries had appeared on the table, sent by none other than the living king of hell, Prince Baiming Yi. Chapter 25. Cooperation. Elan observed her young mistress's restless pacing and asked, Miss, what troubles you? When Sangwen sat back down at the stone table, opened the three-tiered food box, and surveyed each pastry before closing it again, that Elan, clean this up, she instructed. Flattery without cause is either treachery or theft. She could not believe that Baiming Xian had taken a liking to her or wished to express any affection. She was merely curious about the traps this man might be setting for her. Elan said nothing and picked up the food box to exit. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days went by. Early in the morning, Elan coaxed when Sangwen out of bed to wash up. As Elan tidied the bedding, she muttered, Miss, today is the day Prince Nine has invited you to the lake. I inquired the other day, and many young ladies from noble families will be attending, including the second young lady. When Sangwen took a bite of a steamed bun, savoring the rich flavor of the meat juice that burst in her mouth, that Elan's culinary skills remain unparalleled. She praised. After tidying the bedding, Elan turned around with a hint of exasperation, saying, Miss, do take this to heart. Those noble young ladies are not to be trifled with. They have not spared you harsh words in the past. Today, it may lead to a fierce battle. That Elan's demeanor grew serious, as if preparing for a formidable challenge. When Sangwen sipped her soybean milk and nodded in satisfaction. Not too sweet or greasy, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. That Elan's soybean milk is exquisite. That Elan, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection, stomped her foot, adding a touch of playful reproach. Miss, when Sangwen found it amusing, knowing Elan meant well. Observing her little housekeeper's endless worrying, she felt uplifted and burst into laughter. Ha! Have you any idea who your mistress is? Do you think these lowly cats and dogs could cause me harm? Realizing that when Sangwen was teasing her, Elan huffed and carried the washing basin out, her back turned, as if to say when Sangwen had acted inappropriately with a virtuous woman. When Sangwen chuckled lightly, her little housekeeper remained adorably easy to tease. Feeling cheerful and with a hearty appetite, she picked up her spoon to continue enjoying the soybean milk. That it was rare in modern times to find such pure and flavorful soybean milk, rich in taste and aroma. A natural product untainted by technology, perfect for beauty and wellness. After finishing breakfast, when Sangwen, amid Elan's incessant chatter, changed into a light blue long dress, simple in color with a bias toward white, adorned with a jade hairpin, and without any excessive embellishments. Her hair cascaded down, secured at the end with a red silk ribbon. I in the mirror, when Sangwon's lips curled up gently, exuding an elegance that was strikingly beautiful, captivating enough to hold one's gaze, that Alan's eyes sparkled with admiration, exclaiming, "Miss, you are truly beautiful." When Sangwon playfully poked Alan on the head, teasing, "Have you regained your senses?" Alan smiled bashfully, her face betraying a sense of pride. Her mistress was stunning, and she felt honored. Yet, she also felt aggrieved on behalf of her mistress. "Miss, you are genuinely beautiful. You seldom adorn yourself," allowing the second young lady to steal the spotlight. "Today, let us see who dares to overlook you." When Sangwon withdrew her hand, teasingly replying, "All right, Alan, can your little head hold anything else? Beauty is merely skin deep. One's charm arises from within. Do you understand?" With that, she turned to walk outside, that Alan followed closely behind, and the three of them exited the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, they found two carriages waiting, unadorned yet clearly valuable. When Sangwon furrowed her brow slightly, to be why the carriage stood two individuals. One she recognized, a guard beside Bai Mingyi, and the other was unfamiliar, yet carried an air of arrogance not typical of the servants in the Wen household. Before she could ascertain the situation, a soft, almost watery voice called from behind, "Sister, how rare it is for us to enjoy the lakeside together." With a gentle gaze directed toward the left carriage, when Xianqian continued, her eyes softening, "I did not expect Brother Xian to come. It is quite a surprise." When Sangwon cast a sidelong glance at the approaching Wen Xianqian, realizing this woman possessed only this much talent. Was she attempting to provoke her? It was a jest. She would prefer for the two of them to remain locked in a stalemate. Instantly donning a smiling fade, she feigned envy. "Oh, sister, how fortunate you are. Once you enter the prince's residence, do remember to take care of your elder sister." When Xianqian concealed a smirk behind her handkerchief, laced with sarcasm, "Sister is Prince Nine. Why would she need my care? Perhaps it is you who should remember to look after me." With that, she made a point to glance at Wen Sangwon, her eyes betraying disdain, before gracefully descending the steps toward the left carriage. Wen Sangwon did not miss the fleeting look of contempt in Wen Xianqian's eyes. Still wearing a smile, she mused at how mother and daughter were being outmaneuvered by her. Yet they still managed to feign composure. It was a testament to the harshness of social hierarchies in ancient times that her gaze swept over the guard beside Bai Mingyi. She turned to Aziz, intending to speak. She recalled that the Koi Lake north of the city was quite a distance away. Before she could voice her thoughts, Suigu stepped forward. "Miss Wen, the prince is already waiting for you in the carriage." Aziz intended to interject, but when Sangwon stopped her, her eyes fixed on the carriage. Without further ado, she walked straight toward it, that Alan closely followed, supporting Wen Sangwon as she entered the carriage. Upon entering, she found Bai Mingyi seated serenely in the center, still wearing his mask, though his deep, mysterious gaze was impossible to ignore. She took a seat on the right side without hesitation. Bai Mingyi's low, magnetic voice emerged from beneath the mask. "Miss Wen, I trust you are well, that it has been a while." Yet, an unidentifiable emotion flickered in his eyes. Despite having seen countless beauties, he had never encountered one who embodied such charm in every glance and smile. Suppressing the storm brewing within, Wen Sangwon maintained a facade of polite indifference. "Prince Nine, I trust you are well. It has indeed been a long time, that I set time for theatrics. Surely, I have not forgotten how to play the part. I recall seeing you just last night. Miss Wen, do you truly believe that one day apart feels like 3 seasons?" He replied, a teasing lilt in his voice that, when Sangwon feigned ignorance. "I must confess that my memory fails me. I had a sound sleep until dawn and did not encounter Prince Nine, though was it perhaps in a dream?" She could not help but silently scoff, thinking, "You wish to pry into my thoughts?" Not a chance. Lost in her thoughts, a sudden waft of sandalwood incense enveloped her, and before she could react, a shadow loomed over her. Bai Mingyi leaned closer, his large hand pressing against the side of Wen Sangwon, adopting an exceedingly intimate posture. "Miss Wen, if your memory is lacking, how about I assist you in recalling?" Wen Sangwon felt an overwhelming urge to kick Bai Mingyi away, wondering if he could act like a normal person. Her hand pressed against his chest, distinctly feeling the powerful heartbeat beneath her palm. She could not suppress her lips from twitching as she retorted, "I remember quite well, Prince Nine. I implore you to maintain your distance." However, Bai Mingyi, observing the evident fluster in this woman, felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure that he leaned in closer, the faint aroma of her presence stirring a ripple in his heart. Miss One, if you remember, why not share your thoughts in detail? When Sangwon found herself pressed tightly against the carriage wall, feeling utterly cornered. What was this man playing at? Her head instinctively tilted to one side while she pushed against him with all her might, forcing out the words through gritted teeth. In broad daylight, we are not willing participants. Do you truly wish to put me in a difficult position, Prince Nine? She truly felt an urge to curse. Suddenly, two arrows whistled through the air, piercing through the carriage window and embedding themselves in the carriage wall. One aimed at the spot where Bei Mingyi had just been seated, and the other at the position occupied by Wen Sangwon. However, Wen Sangwon had been abruptly pressed down by Bei Mingyi, causing their positions to shift. She could distinctly sense the arrow on her right side, alarmingly close to her position. Had it not been for Bei Mingyi, she would have likely suffered a grievous wound to her forehead. Calmly, Bei Mingyi returned to his original spot, deftly avoiding the arrows behind him, nonchalantly adjusting his collar, as if such occurrences were mere trifles. Wen Sangwon remained silent, her gaze shifting to the arrow nearby. After a considerable pause, her eyes turned to Bei Mingyi. She was reluctant to admit it, yet she had to concede that this man had saved her life once more, albeit in a manner that was difficult to articulate. Bei Mingyi casually wrapped a handkerchief around the arrow and effortlessly yanked it out, discarding it carelessly onto the ground, mimicking his actions. Wen Sangwon attempted to wrap the arrow with her own handkerchief. Observing Bei Mingyi's ease, she presumed the arrow had not penetrated deeply, but upon pulling it, she found it firmly lodged in place. With a more forceful tug, she discovered that the arrow's head had not even breached the surface. Leaning back, Bei Mingyi regarded her with a bemused expression, seemingly amused by the struggle, his lack of assistance only serving to highlight the absurdity of the situation. Wen Sangwon, now invigorated, exerted even more effort to dislodge the arrow. After much exertion, it remained obstinately fixed in place. Bei Mingyi chuckled softly. Miss Wen, do you require my assistance? Wen Sangwon was momentarily speechless, her desire to roll her eyes overwhelming. She recognized that his laughter was intended to irritate her. With a defiant expression, she replied, no need. She picked up the handkerchief and shifted to the opposite side of the carriage, brushing a strand of inky hair aside, casting a slightly provocative glance at Bei Mingyi. Unbeknownst to her, this seemingly casual gesture stirred a ripple of intrigue in Bei Mingyi's gaze. He placed the handkerchief over the arrow, tugged it with ease, and extracted it effortlessly. When Sangwon raised an eyebrow, realizing that had she not witnessed him pull the arrow, she would have assumed it was only superficially embedded. His strength was astonishing. Swallowing hard, she pondered how she could possibly contend with Bei Mingyi, a man possessing such formidable prowess, especially considering her own martial skills, that he tossed the arrow aside, and at that moment, a voice from outside the carriage announced, Master, the target has been captured. Bei Mingyi merely responded with a nonchalant hum, devoid of any discernible emotion. When Sangwon's gaze fell upon the arrow, her brow knitting slightly as she reflected on the recent skirmish in the mountains and today's ambush. Such was the terrifying nature of power and status in ancient times. Danger lurked at every corner, and one could scarcely afford a moment's respite, lest they plunge into an abyss of peril. Bei Mingyi's eyes locked onto her face, a sudden desire to understand her thoughts surfacing within him. Miss Wen, are you afraid? He inquired, his tone steady. When Sangwon remained silent for an extended moment, meeting his gaze with newfound seriousness, devoid of her earlier frivolity. Your Highness, may I dare to pose a rather irreverent question? Intrigued, Bei Mingyi responded, Miss Wen, feel free to speak. I shall grant you immunity from any offense. The water that supports the boat can also capsize it, and I must ask, how significant is this water in your eyes? Your Highness? Bei Mingyi paused, re-evaluating the woman before him. Rumors painted her as unremarkable and lacking in intellect, merely a frivolous young lady. Yet here she stood, questioning the very nature of power, revealing herself to be far from the fool they claimed her to be. Perhaps this was the true essence of her character. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the carriage, and Bei Mingyi chose not to respond. When Sangwon studied the mask he wore, aware that her understanding of him was shaped solely by the words of others. Unpredictable, ruthless, a veritable demon. Yet whispers are but whispers. Reality can only be discerned through one's own eyes. She found herself gambling on her instincts, after a prolonged pause, when Sang-won began to doubt whether he would respond at all, chastising herself for overthinking. Finally, Bei Mingyi spoke. The water you refer to is likely not merely water. When Sang-won did not receive the answer she sought, merely acknowledging with a non-committal deeming further inquiries unnecessary. The sage once said, "In prosperity, one should help the world. In adversity, one should cultivate oneself." That is what I can articulate. When Sang-won's gaze met Bei Mingyi's once more, and she suddenly smiled, suggesting, "Your Highness, might you be interested in a collaboration?" If she wished to contend with Bei Minghuan, she required a formidable ally. Should this man remain oblivious to her intentions, there was no need for her to speak further. The art of sorcery cannot penetrate the imperial lineage endowed with dragon veins. To topple such a figure, alternative methods must be sought that end the entirety of the capital and indeed the Bei Ming dynasty. Who possessed strength comparable to Bei Mingyi? She understood that allying with a wolf was fraught with danger, yet opportunity and risk were inseparable, especially since an enemy's enemy could indeed be a friend. Bei Mingyi replied, "I do not retain useless individuals by my side. Pray tell, what terms does Miss Wen propose for our collaboration?" When Sang-won coolly replied, "An umbrella did on that day in the mountains." Witnessing the man who resembled a corpse dismiss her folding umbrella while fixating on He Jiabao, she realized her cover had been blown. Last night, upon ridding herself of that malevolent object. The fact that he had not harmed her indicated that she possessed something he deemed valuable. She could not believe that a man who had thrown a dart without uttering a word could be merciful. His repeated interventions only implied that she held more than mere military tokens. There were other elements he found useful. That I have heard that Miss Wen's reputation in the capital is rather poor. A reflection of the world's ignorance. Speak plainly. What does Miss Wen wish to obtain from me? When Sang-won smiled slyly, her expression no longer a mere facade. Your Highness, surely you understand that an enemy's enemy is a potential ally. You're quite astute. Why then, do you choose me? When Sang-won replied, Your Highness, you flatter me. Observing the arrow at my feet, I will candidly admit, I fear death. Bei Mingyi's gaze faltered, and he suddenly chuckled softly. At that moment, the carriage jolted. The rhythmic sound of hooves was neither hurried nor slow. The sound of his laughter resonated in Wen Sang-won's ears, deep and magnetic, igniting her imagination. She found herself curious about the visage concealed beneath the mask. Yet her interest waned as she looked outside. Satisfied that her collaboration with Bei Mingyi had been secured as the carriage curtains parted, light streamed in, illuminating Wen Sang-won's fair cheek, casting a delicate glow reminiscent of dawn's first light, enhancing her allure. This scene did not escape Bei Mingyi's notice. Stirring an unnameable ripple within him, he diverted his gaze, closed his eyes, attempting to steady his unsteady breath. When Sang-won's attention was captivated by the view outside, exclaiming softly, Chapter 26. This miss is merely being polite. Bei Mingyi opened his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Sang-won. When Sang-won lowered the carriage curtains, sitting upright, catching a glimpse of Bei Mingyi observing her from the corner of her eye. She turned her head, meeting his gaze. Neither spoke. Bei Mingyi maintained a scrutinizing gaze, an innate aura of authority enveloping the cramped space of the carriage. Anyone else in her position would likely feel intimidated. Yet when Sang-won, unburdened by notions of hierarchy, exuded her own regal presence, their eyes locked, neither yielded an inch. After a prolonged moment, Bei Mingyi broke the silence. Miss Wen, you are quite exceptional, Your Highness. You are indeed formidable. Oh, pray, how am I formidable? Miss Wen, do elucidate. When Sang-won thought to herself that this man was clearly being insufferably playful, Bei Mingyi reclined, exuding an air of lazy confidence as he regarded her. When Sang-won felt as though he was deliberately toying with her, yet she lacked the evidence to confront him. Thus, she averted her gaze, choosing silence, unwilling to engage in a battle of wits with him. Her reluctance, however, did not dissuade Bei Mingyi from pressing further. His voice, neither warm nor cold, floated towards her. How so? Your Highness, are you quite idle? She could sense that his intent was purely mischievous. Indeed, I have ample time. When Sang-won chose not to respond, attempting to ignore him, the carriage came to a halt. Master, there is a situation ahead, reported Sui-gu. Curiosity piqued when Sangwon peered out through a corner of the carriage curtain. Ahead lay a cart blocking the road, strewn with fish and water that a crowd had gathered, some seizing the opportunity to pilfer from the chaos. The fishermen, frantic, chased after the opportunists, while a woman wept, busily gathering the scattered fish. Lamenting, "What a sin! Cursed be this fate! Oh, my fish!" When Sangwon lowered the curtain. Suddenly, Bei Mingyi spoke. "Miss Wen, do you believe this to be an accident or foul play?" Everyone knew that the miss of the Wen family, namely herself, was deemed foolish and incompetent. "Your Highness, you overestimate me. Such trivial matters could hardly capture your attention, could they?" When Sangwon was now certain that this man was merely provoking her. Bei Mingyi chuckled again, amused by her fearless demeanor, seemingly unfazed by anything. "They say the second miss of the Wen family is exceptionally talented." When Sangwon retorted, "Is that not the case?" the carriage slowly set off, veering in a direction as it continued onward. Bai Mingyi observed Wen Sangwon's nonchalant demeanor and found that the marriage decree had suddenly lost its sting. Bringing this woman into the manor would surely render future days far from mundane. Retracting his gaze, he closed his eyes and feigned a nap. Time slipped by, though he could not tell how long, when the sound of crunching bones echoed once more from outside the carriage. "My lord, we have arrived." When Sangwon placed a hand on her waist, feeling the strain from sitting too long in the swaying carriage, discreetly she pinched herself before unceremoniously parting the carriage curtains. Alan had long been waiting by the carriage, and upon seeing the young lady emerge, he promptly stepped forward to assist her. After alighting from the carriage, when Sangwon took a few steps forward, her gaze drawn to the lake, that eye in the water. A dozen boats were tethered together. Towering structures erected upon them formed a circular stage. Devoid of seats, one could easily surmise that this was a place for the entertainment of nobles and royals. Various pleasure boats gradually converged towards the stage, while the riverbank was bustling with carriages, esteemed gentlemen, and young ladies, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand temple fair. When Sangwon's eyes swept over the waiting drivers, servants, and attendants, and she sighed inwardly, it was indeed a place where the lords and ladies of the realm gathered beneath the emperor's gaze. "Do you like it, Miss Wen?" Bai Mingyi had somehow appeared at her side. When Sangwon withdrew her gaze and shrugged, "Just here to enjoy the spectacle." "Then let us proceed," Bai Mingyi declared, glancing at Wen Sangwon before stepping forward. She followed him, maintaining a few paces behind. At the riverbank rested a grand, three-tiered pleasure boat, which, in contrast to the other vessels, appeared somewhat lonesome, surrounded by guards brandishing weapons. With no one boarding, it was not hard to imagine that this was a royal pleasure boat. Just as she was about to step onto the gangway, she turned her head and could not suppress a gasp of surprise. Not far away, a woman clad in white approached, her delicate figure supported by a maid. The two moved slowly towards them. Bai Mingyi halted, turning to regard Wen Sangwon, following her gaze into the distance. Realizing Bai Mingyi was watching her, Wen Sangwon cleared her throat to disguise her surprise. Earlier on their journey, she had caught a fleeting glimpse of this woman, who emanated an ominous aura intertwined with a purple mist. Unable to contain her astonishment, she was taken aback once more upon seeing her again. The purple mist and ominous aura coalesced, indicating a precarious existence. One foot in the realm of the living and the other in death, typically not surviving beyond the age of 15, that yet this woman appeared to be of a similar age to her, which was indeed perplexing. Bai Mingyi withdrew his gaze, stating, "Miss Wen seems quite astonished." When Sangwon rubbed her nose and nodded, murmuring, "It's rare to see someone on the brink of death still out and about." "Oh, Miss Wen is knowledgeable. Do share," Bai Mingyi replied. "Have you ever seen someone in such a dire state still wielding a sword?" Bai Mingyi's gaze shifted to the figure in white, scrutinizing her, "But I have only heard whispers of the third young lady of the Xiangguo residence, Qin Shuangjiao, who has been frail and seldom seen since childhood." Yes, when Sangwon listened, her focus returned to the approaching woman. "This shouldn't be possible," she muttered to herself. "Miss Wen, if you are curious, perhaps you could invite her to enjoy a boat ride," Bai Mingyi suggested, casting a glance towards the gathering crowd. Qin Shuangjiao, meanwhile, made her way towards them, and as she approached, Bai Mingyi turned to Wen Sangwon, his expression unreadable. "Greetings, Your Highness, the Ninth Prince," Qin Shuangjiao said with a soft voice, her demeanor polite and respectful. When Sangwon turned to face Qin Shuangjiao, and upon observing her up close, she was left utterly astonished. The rich aura of death clung to Qin Shuangjiao, while the purple mist, though weaker, continuously consumed the ominous energy. The two forces clashed, with the ominous presence gaining the upper hand, yet it could not overpower the purple mist. Bai Mingyi turned slightly, glancing at Wen Sangwen's expression and own need for formalities. Indeed, Qin Shuangjiao replied, standing upright with the support of her maid, her gaze lowered. There are sights to behold today. Miss Qin need not stand on ceremony, but rather enjoy the view. Yes, Qin Shuangjiao acknowledged, bowing in compliance that, oh, how could this lively scene be complete without my presence? North Ming Feng interjected, stepping onto the deck with his usual flamboyance, followed by Li Yin, who appeared rather lackluster. North Ming Feng snapped his fan shut, playfully tapping Li Yin on the head. You ungrateful brat. I bring you out for leisure, and you look so unwilling to deal. You have grievances against me? Li Yin, clutching his head in pain, protested. How could I dare to have grievances against you? I was merely caught off guard. His gaze fell upon Qin Shuangjiao, and his face flushed as he stammered. I'm surprised and secretly delighted. What is she doing here? North Ming Feng followed Li Yan's gaze, casting a knowing glance at him that he then turned back to Qin Shuangjiao, feigning ignorance that, oh, whose daughter might you be? You seem quite familiar. Greetings, Your Highness, the 10th Prince that I am Qin Shuangjiao from the Xiangwu residence. May you have long life and peace, she replied with grace. North Ming Feng seemed to ponder, the third young lady of the Xiangwu residence. Indeed a beauty, that Yin approached, bowing to Bai Mingyi before glancing at Qin Shuangjiao with bashfulness. When Sangwen, maintaining her composure, greeted Qin Shuangjiao warmly, that I have heard much about Miss Qin. Seeing you today, you are indeed as beautiful as the rumors suggest. Qin Shuangjiao looked up at Wen Sangwen, momentarily taken aback, though she quickly masked her surprise. You flatter me, but may I know your name? Li Yin interjected. This is Miss Wen from the Wen residence. I see that it is a pleasure to meet you. Miss Wen, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Qin Shuangjiao replied politely. Just then a soft voice wafted down from the second floor of the cabin. Your Highness. The view over there is splendid. I wish to see it. Very well. I shall grant your wish, came the reply. Moments later, two figures emerged from the left side. North Ming Xian and Wen Xianqian. As they approached, Qin Shuangjiao bowed, while Li Yin offered a perfunctory salute. Wen Sangwen, however, feigned indifference to AT that moment, when Xianqian, hiding behind North Ming Xian, felt a pang of jealousy upon seeing Wen Sangwen standing calmly between the two princes. Without the need for formalities, she did not wish to appear inferior and remained concealed behind North Ming Xian, refraining from bowing. North Ming Xian, intending to provoke Wen Sangwen, was about to speak when the sound of drums echoed across the lake. Thump, thump, thump. Wen Sangwen turned her attention towards the center of the lake, captivated. Bai Mingyi, with his hands clasped behind his back, glanced sideways at Wen Sangwen. Do you enjoy such spectacles, Miss Wen? Wen Sangwen's gaze remained fixed on the central stage, her expression one of curious intrigue. The grand floral exhibition by the lake is held once a year. Wen Shan fears that Wen Sang will overshadow her, and at this time each year, she concocts various excuses to keep her original self confined within the estate. The unthinking original self is easily manipulated by the mother-daughter duo, obediently following their every whim. Although it is labeled as a flower exhibition, it bears a striking resemblance to the meeting of the cowherd and the weaver girl on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. It is merely a grand title. Some take advantage of such exhibitions to showcase their talents, seeking to earn a reputation that at this moment, a group of dancers, holding pipa instruments, approaches the circular stage from a beautifully decorated boat. On one side of the stage stands a robust man, vigorously beating a drum to announce to the boats on the lake that someone has stepped forward to challenge. Anyone wishing to claim the stage must have their boat drawn near. Each boat possesses its own unique characteristics, with each family displaying their insignia, making it unnecessary to discern which family it belongs to. One need only glance at the insignia to know. While it may appear tedious, it indeed offers the prospect of fame, which can bring numerous benefits, especially since there are officials and royals present, whose favor could pave the way for future opportunities. Wen Sang takes a quick glance and perceives the underlying schemes. Losing interest and withdrawing her gaze, her attention shifting instead to Qin Shuangjiao. This woman exhibits extraordinary restraint. When called onto the boat, she is intentionally ignored by Bai Ming Feng, yet remains unfazed, devoid of any discomfort or indignation. Standing at a distance that is neither too close nor too far from the two princes, she remains as quiet as a breath of air. Bypassing Bai Ming Feng, Wen Sang approaches Qin Xuanjiao and smiles. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Might I invite Miss Qin for a cup of tea?" "Miss Wen Sang, you are too kind. It is an honor for me to accept your invitation." Qin Xuanjiao replies. Wen Sang then turns to Bai Ming Yi, inquiring, "Ninth Prince, may I request the privilege of a private seating area?" In the next moment, they find themselves in a spacious private booth on the third floor of the boat. Featuring a low table, Bai Ming Yi occupies the main seat, with Bai Ming Feng to his right and Bai Ming Xian below him. Wen Sang faces Bai Ming Feng, while to her left sit Qin Xuanjiao and Li Yin. Wen Shan, lacking the qualification to sit, kneels behind Bai Ming Xian. Wen Sang gazes at the additional figures at the table, feeling exasperated. Her sole desire was to have a moment alone with Qin Xuanjiao, yet these individuals seem oblivious to her intentions. Bai Ming Feng, fanning himself, directly addresses Wen Sang. "I trust you do not mind if I also partake in a cup of tea?" Wen Sang twitches her lips. To express her discontent would indeed be audacious, that I do not mind. "It is an honor to share a table with the 10th prince." Qin Xuanjiao lowers her gaze, remaining serene, though internally she is tumultuous. What audacity emboldens Miss Wen Sang to present herself in the presence of the 9th prince? 10th prince and the crown prince? Li Yin, seated at Qin Xuanjiao's left, cannot help but steal glances at her, his ears flushing red, behaving like a well-mannered student in the presence of a teacher. Bai Ming Xian, unable to tolerate Wen Sang's aloof demeanor, cannot resist provoking her. "Wen Sang, are you still not giving up? Do not think for a moment that your petty tricks will earn you any favor in the eyes of my uncle." Wen Sang wishes to turn away and ignore him, but since Bai Ming Xian is positioned to her lower left, she can only twist her head to the right, taking the opportunity to gaze at the lake. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, that is there a universal affliction among those of royal blood? It seems none are quite sane. Bai Ming Yi observes Wen Sang's impatience and uncouth gesture, and inexplicably finds a hint of playfulness within it. A smile tugging at the corners of his masked expression, though he refrains from exposing her. Wen Sang, regaining her composure, turns to Bai Ming Xian, her words sharp. "Your Highness, when have I resorted to any trickery? Furthermore, when have I required your esteemed attention? If you wish to gaze upon someone, there is someone behind me who would be more than willing." Bai Ming Feng bursts into hearty laughter. "Pray tell, what master did you learn from?" "Miss Wen Sang? I would be most intrigued to find out." With utmost seriousness, Wen Sang replies, "10th Prince, my talents are innate. There is no need for me to be taught by others. Wen Sang, you possess an audacity most remarkable." Bai Ming Xian retorts sharply. Wen Sang counters, "I am in good health and require no concern from your Highness. However, my second sister may be afflicted with a hidden ailment. Your attentiveness in that regard would be appreciated." Frustration wells within her. She longs to examine Qin Xuanjiao's wrist to ascertain the nature of her peculiar constitution, a blend of ominous and auspicious energies. Must these oblivious individuals insist on crowding together? One word from Bai Ming Xian ignites a fire within her. Qin Xuanjiao lowers her head further, diminishing her presence even more. Bai Ming Feng, reveling in the drama, adds, "Oh, I have heard that not long ago, the second miss of the Wen Sang family suddenly fell ill. And Wen Sang traversed the city seeking remedies for her sister. Such sisterly affection is indeed touching. Could it be that the lady in question is the one behind your nephew?" Upon hearing this, Wen Sang's heart blossoms with joy. This 10th prince is truly clever. She glances at Bai Ming Feng. "10th prince, you flatter me." She then pours tea for Bai Ming Feng and cheerfully says, "Tea, 10th prince, do enjoy." Bai Ming Feng lifts his teacup and takes a leisurely sip. But as the tea touches his throat, he catches a glimpse of Bai Ming Ye's cold gaze directed at him, sending a chill down his spine, as if he had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. Bai Ming Ye's voice is calm, yet carries an edge. "Be careful, dear brother. The tea is scalding." He regards the teacup in Bai Ming Feng's hand with an unmistakable disdain, as if he wished to crush it. Bai Ming Feng, feeling the weight of Bai Ming Ye's scrutiny, instinctively places the teacup down, his earlier warmth replaced by a chill, now suspecting that this woman intends to poison him before his very eyes. Wen Sang, bewildered by Bai Ming Feng's sudden shift in demeanor, wonders if she has unwittingly offended him. Why does his expression change so abruptly, faster than a woman flipping through a book? It seems prudent to maintain a distance. An awkward silence envelopes the group that Li Yin, feeling the tension, nervously speaks up. Qin, Qin, Qin Shuangjiao, would you care for some tea? Qin Shuangjiao lifts her gaze to Li Yin. Both Wen Sang and Bai Mingfeng turn to him. Li Yin, holding the teapot, looks bewildered, glancing back and forth between Bai Mingfeng and Wen Sang, his lips twitching. What do you want from me? Bai Mingfeng responds, the tea is cooled. I shall fetch you a fresh pot. He snaps open his fan, swaying it gently that a servant approaches cautiously, taking the teapot from Li Yin and retreating slowly. Watching the servant depart, Wen Sang recalls Bai Mingye's earlier warning about the scalding tea. And her gaze shifts back to Bai Mingfeng. So, that is it. This man has misinterpreted her actions as malevolent. Good heavens! Do members of the royal family harbor such a deep-seated paranoia? On second thought. Perhaps it is understandable, given their positions of power and influence. One must remain vigilant against potential threats. She lifts the teapot that she had just filled for Bai Mingfeng and pours herself a cup. Drinking heartily. 10th Prince, this tea is delightful. Bai Mingfeng is momentarily taken aback, then bursts into hearty laughter. Miss Wen Sang, your wit is remarkable. It seems I have underestimated you. As the two engage in their verbal sparring. Bai Mingxian, intent on provoking Wen Sang, finds his efforts completely disregarded, leaving him feeling stifled with indignation that a flicker of malice flashes in his eyes as he coldly remarks, 10th Prince, you may not be aware. But Miss Wen Sang has previously pursued me relentlessly, shamelessly clinging to me like a stubborn adhesive. Should she shift her affections to you, 10th Prince, you may find yourself in for quite a struggle. Wen Sang leisurely pours herself more tea, casually responding, youthful ignorance can lead one to folly. There are moments when one blindly covets worthless trinkets that as her words escape. Bai Mingyi unexpectedly chuckles softly. Bai Mingfeng turns to him, his eyes wide with surprise. Did his elder brother actually laugh? Is he imagining things? Bai Mingxian glances at Bai Mingyi, but remains stoic, though he too senses something unusual. Wen Sang surveys the group, perplexed by the strange expressions on their faces. What did she say that elicited such curious reactions? Suddenly, the sound of a gong reverberates, shattering the peculiar atmosphere surrounding their little tea party. Bai Mingfeng, waving his fan, remarks, the challenger has succeeded. I wonder which family will claim the top prize this year. Upon hearing this, Wen Sang turns her gaze to the outside of the boat, eager to discern the happenings at the stage. Before she can fully grasp the situation, a striking figure clad in white leaps from the stage. Swiftly plunging into the lake, gasps ensue. Fang Yang has jumped into the water. Quick, someone help. Come quickly, save her. On the stage, several women anxiously stomp their feet, calling for assistance. Seeing this, Wen Sang rises and strides to the outer corridor of the boat. Leaning out to get a better view, several small boats glide toward the spot where the woman-submerged .2 boatmen nimbly dive into the water. From a distance, the noise is chaotic, though their words remain indecipherable. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Mingyi has taken his place beside Wen Sang, observing the scene intently that a figure descends swiftly from the third level of the boat, darting towards the stage with remarkable agility that Wen Sang's eyes sparkle with excitement as she takes a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her exhilaration. This is the ancient art of lightness, the ability to traverse walls and rooftops. How astonishing! Heavens, alas, she wishes to learn this. She will seek out a Z for guidance later, with excitement. Her hands rested upon the railing, leaning forward to gain a clearer view. Bai Mingyi glanced sideways at Wen Sang Wan's animated profile, his gaze shifting towards the fragmented bones, his eyes deepening with a complex intensity as his brows furrowed slightly. An inexplicable agitation stirring within him, akin to that cup of tea he had moments ago. His hand, which had been resting behind him, slowly clenched into a fist as he spoke. Does Miss Wen take pleasure in this? Wen Sang Wan, believing Bai Mingyi was inquiring about the guard's lightness of foot, nodded eagerly, exclaiming, such a rare sight. However, before she could finish her sentence, her footing faltered, and she found herself losing her balance. Her mind momentarily blank, involuntarily shouting. Caught in the wind's disarray, she was swiftly grasped by Bai Mingyi, who seized her by the collar and propelled her towards the circular platform that in a flurry of limbs. She instinctively clutched at anything to maintain her composure, managing to grasp Bei Ming Ye's belt, wrapping herself around him like a snake around a staff, holding on for dear life. Once her frantic heart had steadied, she breathlessly exclaimed, "Bei Ming Yi, have you lost your mind?" Chapter 28. The sudden turmoil on the platform, Bei Ming Ye's body stiffened at her sudden closeness, a soft warmth enveloping him, a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes, while a faint, alluring fragrance wafted towards him, inexplicably lifting his spirits. What began as a grip on her collar transformed into a firm hold around her slender waist, the moment his hand brushed against her delicate form. A rush of heat coursed through him, making even his breaths feel strangely tense, and an array of unnameable emotions surged within him, threatening to overwhelm his heart, as if burying the irritation that had accompanied Wen Sang-wan's mildly indignant tone. Wen Sang-wan, in a fit of frustration, wished she could strangle the man before her, yet found herself utterly powerless. Should she fall, she would merely end up drenched. With so many witnesses present, where could she hide her burning embarrassment? Fortunately, the distance was traversed in mere moments, and once Bei Ming Yi had landed on the platform, Wen Sang-wan jumped down in a single motion, avoiding him as if he were a venomous snake. If he had possessed a blade, she dared not speculate whether she might have taken his life right then and there, for his erratic behavior was beyond comprehension. Bei Ming Yi, momentarily taken aback, felt an emptiness where she had been, raising his gaze to Wen Sang-wan, who stood at a distance, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His sense of loss dissipated, and a smile crept onto his lips. It seemed he had grasped something significant, though he could not quite articulate it. Yet one thing was certain. He did not harbor disdain for this woman. Rather, he found her intriguing. When Sang-wan distanced herself further from Bei Ming Yi, her heart still simmering with resentment, resolutely refusing to acknowledge him. Suddenly, a throng of people knelt before the ninth prince, while she stood out, an anomaly in their midst. When Sang-wan averted her gaze, silently grinding her teeth, Bei Ming Yi regarded the kneeling individuals with a cold indifference. Collecting himself before granting them permission to rise, the kneeling crowd stood carefully. 3 figures approached the platform: Bei Ming Feng, Alan, and Aziz. The recently risen individuals, upon sighting Bei Ming Feng, knelt once more in reverence. Bei Ming Feng waved his hand dismissively, signaling that such displays were unnecessary. That Alan and Aziz rushed to Wen Sang-wan's side, anxiously scrutinizing her. That Alan implored, "Miss, are you unharmed?" Wen Sang-wan took a deep breath, reassuring them with a wave of her hand that she was indeed fine. Once her composure returned, her gaze fell upon the spot where a woman had entered the water. With a splash, a woman emerged, pulled from the depths by the fragmented bones, and was unceremoniously flung toward the side of the platform, rolling over before coming to a halt. A crude display that bore witness to the saying, "Like master, like servant." Several women rushed forward, one calling out urgently, "Feng Yang, are you well? Please do not frighten us. Without you, we would be lost." When Sang-wan, hearing the commotion, took a few steps forward, standing apart from the others, and called out, "Aziz." Both Alan and Aziz possessed knowledge of medicine and could discern poisons. That Aziz stepped forward, pushing aside another woman, and knelt to check the pulse at the woman's neck. Moments later, she returned, stating, "Miss, this woman has no breath." When Sang-wan observed the woman's pale complexion, her brows knitting together in concern, she stepped back slightly. She had sensed something amiss since the woman had been retrieved, and had asked Aziz to confirm her suspicions. From the moment the woman fell into the water until she was brought ashore, no more than 5 minutes had passed. Drowning under such circumstances typically held over a 50% chance of survival. Leaning slightly, she whispered to Aziz, "Do you have any sense of her estimated time of death?" Aziz was not a coroner and lacked the expertise for such determinations, so when Sang-wan was unsure if Aziz could provide answers. One day, Bei Ming Yi unexpectedly interjected, having approached Wen Sang-wan's side. When Sang-wan turned to face him, then quickly averted her gaze, her heart still unsettled and unwilling to engage in conversation. Bei Ming Yi remarked, "Dismemberment." At that moment, a man exuding an ominous aura approached, flanked by 2 guards who dispersed the weeping women gathered nearby. Bei Ming Feng sauntered over, fanning himself with a folding fan, and inquired with a smile, "Has Sang-wan discerned any issues?" When Sang-wan frowned, feeling awkwardly sandwiched between 2 tall men. Suppressing her discomfort, she feigned nonchalance. "Your Highness, you overestimate me." Everyone knows I am foolish, ignorant, and utterly useless. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from behind them as a woman, tearful and desperate, knelt and repeatedly bowed her head, pleading, "My lord, I implore you, Feng Yang was wronged. Please seek justice for me." The sound of her repeated bowing filled the air. The guards moved to distance the kneeling woman from the others. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded that a loud splash erupted from the former location of the platform, sending a spray of water into the air. As the fragmented bones once again submerged into the lake, moments later, the bones resurfaced, lifting a silent woman onto the platform. And before they could pause, another splash sounded as two women leaped into the water simultaneously. The fragmented bones turned once more, and another guard followed suit, diving into the depths as they vanished beneath the surface. Chaos erupted. The previously weeping women surged forward, plunging into the lake. The last woman to leap and cried out in terror. "It is her. She has come for revenge. None shall escape. All must die. Ha ha." With a splash, she disappeared beneath the surface, prompting the guards on the platform to leap into the water as well. All of this transpired within mere moments. Too swift for anyone to react. The woman who had been bowing in supplication now stood frozen for a moment, her face pale, before resolutely diving into the lake. The platform fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as a chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down spines. When Sang-won stood frozen, having never witnessed such a selfless act of sacrifice, taking a deep breath. She surveyed her surroundings, absorbing the scene before her, remaining silent. This was beyond her jurisdiction. With powerful figures present, her involvement was unnecessary. In the span of a tea break, 7 female corpses lay neatly arranged upon the platform. The fragmented bones, having received their cue, began to examine each body with remarkable proficiency. Curious about the ancient methods of forensic examination, when Sang-won watched intently as the guard conducted his assessment. Bei Mingyi turned to her, asking, "Miss Wen, are you not afraid?" This woman possessed a courage unlike any other. Most would have fainted at such a sight, yet I have never encountered a woman so composed in the presence of death. When Sang-won, caught off guard by Bei Mingyi's inquiry, realized she had inadvertently revealed her calmness and quickly feigned an act, throwing herself towards Z, sobbing theatrically, "Z, I'm scared." Bei Ming-fong, unable to suppress a laugh at her poor performance, coughed discreetly to mask his amusement. Sang-won is truly mischievous to Z, still in shock from when Sang-won's exaggerated display, instinctively reassured. "Do not fear, my lady. I am here." When Sang-won let out a couple of exaggerated cries, only to find herself embarrassed, promptly straightening up, she realized she had inadvertently provoked Bei Mingyi into a state of confusion. As the fragmented bones concluded their examination, they approached Bei Mingyi, clasping their hands in a formal salute. "My lord, there are peculiarities." Bei Mingyi replied, "Take them to the magistrate's office," as the words left his lips. A 3-tiered boat slowly approached, casting a vast shadow over the platform that a synchronized cadence of footsteps echoed from the boat as a squad of soldiers, armed with spears, ascended the platform, encircling the crowd. The fragmented bones and several guards shielded Bei Mingyi and Bei Ming-fong, bracing themselves for whatever may come. When Sang-won surveyed her surroundings nonchalantly, the soldiers, clad in armor, aimed their spears directly at her. It seemed she was destined to experience firsthand the game of being apprehended by officers. Bei Mingyi stood composed, hands clasped behind his back, while Bei Ming-fong shed his playful demeanor. Casting a cold glance at the soldiers, "Your Highnesses, you disregard the lives of others and act with impunity in public. The Emperor's law applies equally to nobles and commoners, that I trust you will not make things difficult for your nephew." Bei Ming-xian emerged from behind a soldier, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless form of a woman lying on the ground that Z stood in front of when Sang-won, while Alon pressed closely to her side. Both remaining vigilant, prepared to respond to any sudden changes, determined to whisk their young mistress away from this perilous place. The various boats on the lake, which had initially seemed to drift closer, now began to slowly retreat, some remaining still, observing the unfolding situation. Bei Ming-xian spoke again, "I implore both of my royal uncles not to act rashly. Today, in the sight of all, the public slaying of 7 women is a grave matter. I ask for your cooperation in allowing me to investigate, lest we find ourselves beset by the tongues of the masses. Of course, I trust that my uncles are not so cruel. But for now, I ask for your cooperation. Bei Ming Feng waved his folding fan, lamenting, the world grows increasingly corrupt, and the hearts of men turn cold. What crime cannot be fabricated? He turned to Wen Sangwan. Sangwan, do you believe what I say has merit? Upon hearing this, Wen Sangwan inwardly cursed, feeling it was unjust to involve her in their quarrel. With a smile that concealed her disdain, she replied, I have encountered many devoted sons, but a disloyal son such as this is indeed rare. Today, thanks to the blessings of the 10th Prince, I have gained new insights. Bei Ming Feng laughed heartily. What a disloyal son! Pray tell, Sangwan, from whom did you inherit such eloquence? I should very much like to pay a visit and learn. Bei Ming Ye's lips curled into a smirk, his icy gaze fixed on Bei Ming Xian, showing no mercy that if he felt too comfortable, he was more than welcome to say so. He would not hesitate to take matters in his own hands. That as the tension mounted, a multitude of soldiers had gathered along the shore, each armed and on high alert. Wen Sangwan, witnessing this, cursed the emperor silently for attempting to stifle their escape, her hidden hand tightening and releasing in an effort to contain the fury boiling within her. The boats on the lake came to a standstill, then began to withdraw. Bei Ming Xian glanced towards the shore and smiled. I beseech both of my royal uncles not to make things difficult for me. I merely wish to clear your names and restore your honor. Wen Sangwan rolled her eyes internally at the hypocrisy of his words. Bei Ming Yi interjected, crush his bones. Yes, replied Sui Gu. Stepping forward in an instant, a long knife was pressed against Bei Ming Xian's neck. For swords are blind, and I ask for your cooperation, your highness. Bei Ming Yi took 2 steps forward, noticing the absence of footsteps behind him, and turned his head to say, keep up. Bei Ming Feng fanned himself, smiling lightly. Sangwan, we shall depart. Very well. When Sangwan's gaze swept over the assembled soldiers, finally landing on Bei Ming Xian with a hint of disdain as she strode forward. Alan, Aziz, let us go. She had anticipated a bloody storm, yet was met with this. The thunder was loud, yet the rain was sparse, leaving no mark upon her. Bei Ming Huan had better hope he does not meet an early demise. The enmity between their parents is irreconcilable. Upon boarding the boat, they found a man tied up like a dumpling, whimpering. When Sangwan could not help but chuckle softly, that a guard stepped forward to untie Li Yin, who gasped for air, kicking at the ropes in frustration. I am furious, absolutely furious. When Sangwan remained on deck, not following Bei Ming Yi and Bei Ming Feng up to the 3rd floor of the cabin. Alan, glancing at the soldiers on the shore, voiced her concerns, Miss, about today. When Sangwan interrupted, there is nothing to worry about. This matter does not concern us. Having vented his anger, Li Yin overheard when Sangwan and the maids exchange and turned around. If you're afraid, hurry back to the residence that don't wander aimlessly. With that, he huffed and made his way toward the cabin. When Sangwan sighed, a decree of marriage had already bound her to Bei Ming Yi, and today's events served as a declaration of war. The boat gradually approached the shore. Upon disembarking, when Sangwan chose not to ride in Bei Ming Yi's carriage, but instead took the one driven by Aziz. Upon returning home, she hurried to her grandmother's courtyard. Grandmother, when Sangwan called as she pushed open the door, the elderly matriarch, resting on a small couch, opened her eyes and smiled. Wanner has returned. When Sangwan quickly approached, and the maid thoughtfully brought over a chair. Sitting down, when Sangwan greeted grandmother. Noticing her granddaughter's unusual demeanor, the old woman exchanged a knowing glance with the maid. The maid promptly ushered the other attendants out, leaving the 2 of them alone. When Sangwan revealed a golden token embossed with the character for exempt and placed it in her grandmother's hands, smiling, Grandmother, would you mind keeping this safe for me? The old woman stared at the token in bewilderment before raising her eyes to meet when Sangwan's, her tone firm. Wanner, did you encounter something troublesome today? When Sangwan shook her head. No, I had a delightful time on the lake, though there was a minor mishap. What sort of mishap? Do share it with your grandmother. When Sangwan nodded, while boating, accidentally dropped this into the lake and spent quite some time retrieving it. On the way back, I thought to myself that if I were to lose it again due to my carelessness, it would be quite unfortunate. Thus, I decided to bring it to you for safekeeping. You know, if I were to act foolishly and lose it again, it would become quite a headache. The old woman remained skeptical, scrutinizing Wen Sang-wan until her doubts finally faded. She lightly tapped her granddaughter's head. Shaking her head in exasperation, "You really must work on your carelessness." "Yes, yes, I shall improve," Wen Sang-wan replied cheerfully, having achieved her goal. "Grandmother, how about we indulge in some fresh delicacies today?" With that golden token in hand. Even if she were to meet an untimely end in the future, her grandmother's safety would be assured. Chapter 29. The ghostly artist of the stars. A quarter of an hour later. The old woman curiously observed the pot of steaming soup on the stove. "What is this delightful dish, Wanner?" Wen Sang-wan placed tofu into the pot, smiling. "I have heard that in Shu, there is a unique way of eating where a cast-iron pot is placed over a stove, and one can toss in whatever they desire to cook. The weather is splendid today, and I wanted to give it a try." The maid started to step forward to assist, but Wen Sang-wan stopped her. "No need for you to serve today. I wish to have a private conversation with my grandmother." The maid complied and stepped back, leaving just the two of them in the courtyard. The old woman picked up chopsticks, mirroring Wen Sang-wan's actions, and picked up a slice of raw meat to place into the pot. The warm steam enveloped her hands, creating a cozy atmosphere, and with a smile, she remarked, "This is indeed novel." Wen Sang-wan took the cooked tofu, dipped it in some light sauce, and placed it in her grandmother's bowl. "Grandmother, do give it a taste." The old woman praised it repeatedly as she sampled the dish. Wen Sang-wan remarked, "With autumn upon us, this hot food is even more enjoyable in winter. That a small cup of clear wine would elevate the experience." The elderly woman's body temperature is naturally lower than that of the young, and even as autumn sets in, she is prone to illness if not careful. Thus, she whimsically prepared a hot pot, perfect for warming and softening the food. This was not without purpose. By winter, even if Wen Sang-wan did not visit, her grandmother could still set up a small hot pot in her courtyard to keep warm. Wen Sang-wan would not force her grandmother to embrace all the peculiarities of the modern age, but only wished for her to enjoy a peaceful and joyful old age, occasionally indulging in a little novelty for her pleasure. After savoring the meal, the old woman exclaimed, "A small drink in winter is indeed a novelty. The warmth of hot food fills the belly, bringing much comfort, that I wonder which ingenious person conceived of this delightful idea. How amusing. Since you enjoy it, we can have it a couple of times in the future." "Just let the maid prepare it," Wen Sang-wan suggested. Although hot food is delightful, one should not indulge in such fiery pleasures every day. The old woman understood the wisdom and moderation, aware that excessive indulgence leads to consequences. As Wen Sang-wan returned to her own courtyard, the sky had darkened. Qing Lu was squatting in a corner, holding a child, her resentment palpable. He Jiabao sat beside her, looking dejected. Wen Sang-wan cast a sidelong glance at them, but chose to ignore their presence. Instead, walking straight toward the side room, with a lawn following closely behind. Inside the room, a man reclined on the bed, still pale, though appearing slightly more spirited than when they first met. Wen Sang-wan did not approach the bed. She could have, but she would be subjected to Alan's incessant nagging. Instead, she sat at the round table, awake. Alan lifted the curtain and entered. "Brother, the young lady has come to see you." The man attempted to speak but was interrupted by a fit of coughs, suppressing the itch in his throat before hoarsely saying, "Thank you, miss, for saving my life." Wen Sang-wan replied coolly, "I do not recall saving you." The man paused for a moment, his expression softening as he attempted to rise, that Alan hurried to support him. "Brother, are you sure you can manage? I wish to see the young lady." Alan hesitated momentarily, acquiescing to her elder brother's intent, and fetched a garment from one side, assisting him in donning it properly. After a while, the man slowly emerged from behind the curtain, his steps deliberate and measured. As he approached, the man intended to kneel, but Wen Sang-wan interjected, "You are injured. There is no need for formalities. Please sit." The man's brow furrowed, and after a brief pause, he complied, murmuring, "Understood," as he gently seated himself on the left side of the bench. Wen Sang-wan found it amusing. Indeed, the customs of antiquity were exceedingly stringent. "Let me guess, what caused your injury?" The man's expression flickered with surprise, quickly masked that my subordinate inadvertently trespassed into the young lady's courtyard, and in doing so, caused an offense. Xingqian is willing to accept punishment. Xingqian, luring with art, striking unseen. Upon hearing this, Xingqian's face flushed at my humble skills have brought you to laughter, young lady. Wen Sang-wan chuckled lightly, "Do share. My curiosity regarding that place has been piqued." Xingchen raised his gaze, scrutinizing Wen Sangwen closely before hesitantly stating, "Young lady, you." She gestured for Alan to step outside to ASUC. "I am quite well." Alan bowed and exited. Xingchen's eyes brightened, and he immediately rose to pay his respects, but she insisted, "No need for that. Please elaborate. I am most intrigued about what lies there." "Very well." Xingchen suppressed his excitement, inhaled deeply, and continued. "Before departing, the madam instructed me to preserve an item in the hands of the old matriarch. Should any misfortune befall the Wen household, and if you remain unaware, let Alan and Aji vow to protect the old matriarch with their lives. I mention this not to sow discord between you and the madam, but as a duty she entrusted to me to relay when you are clear-minded." Wen Sangwen had long suspected this. Otherwise, why would the original owner have been deceived into offering incense, with 2 maidservants absent for 3 days? Why did they not seek assistance? Lung Yin had to safeguard the military talisman to protect the hidden guards of the general's residence. If the talisman fell into the hands of others, the Baiming dynasty would surely descend into chaos, bringing suffering to the innocent populace. General Lung, advanced in years, would not want his daughter to witness her aged father enduring the horrors of battle. Caught in a dilemma between her father and herself, she chose to shoulder the burden, donning armor and cutting through thorns for him. It is unfathomable how much anguish Lung Yin must have endured. A gentle woman, yet possessing unyielding resolve, she embodied great virtue. She felt honored to have such a mother. Half an hour later, Xingchen spoke. "Young lady, now that you are unharmed, those individuals will surely rise again, seeking something from you. Would it be acceptable for me to remain by your side for protection?" Wen Sangwen pondered for a moment, then shook her head. "That would not do. Such actions would only tighten their gaze upon us. Even the slightest movement could unleash a storm of bloodshed." Xingchen grew anxious. "Young lady, Alan and Aji's skills are taught by me. I fear they may not be able to protect you adequately." The tooth shop, he looked at Wen Sangwen, immediately comprehending her meaning. "Consider it understood. Ensure it is done discreetly. 3 days hence, I shall personally visit the tooth shop." "Understood." Wen Sangwen rose, having gleaned all she needed to know. Upon leaving the room, she noted the darkening sky, and her gaze fell upon the corner, where Qingyue still simmered with resentment. Feeling helpless, she turned and returned to her chamber, eyeing the shadowy corners of the room. Qingyue's mournful eyes fixated on Wen Sangwen. "Miss," she called. Wen Sangwen rested her head on her hand, idly toying with a teacup. "Speak." That Qingyue's eyes widened in horror, her eyeball rolling to the ground. He Jiaobao, witnessing this, floated forward to retrieve Qingyue's eyeball. "Aunt Qingyue, your eyeball has fallen." Wen Sangwen raised an eyebrow. Encountering ghosts was hardly a fortuitous event. If she lacked a strong heart, she would have been frightened to death by such a stunning scene. "Come here." What transpired? She paused her play with the teacup. The candles in the room were specially modified by her. The flames posed no threat to the marked spirits. Qingyue floated over, sobbing, "Miss, you are so compassionate. Please help Fang Yang. She is truly pitiful, having died such a tragic death." Fang Yang? Wen Sangwen furrowed her brow, questioning whether it could be the woman she had seen by the lake during the day. "Who is she?" After a few whimpers, Qingyue replied, "Fang Yang was sold to Meixiang Tower when she was 9, just like me. She was skilled in dance and music, while I excelled in playing instruments. Back then, I was stubborn and refused to learn seductive arts, often punished by my mother and locked in the woodshed for days. Fang Yang would secretly bring me medicine and food. Without her, I would have perished under my mother's harshness. Later, I was favored by Lord Wen and redeemed, hoping to bring Fang Yang with me. At this point, recalling her own demise at the hands of Li Xianglan, 2 streams of blood tears flowed, making her pale countenance appear even more ghastly. But Fang Yang refused. She always said she was waiting for a certain gentleman, that I did not know who it was, and, after many fruitless attempts to persuade her, I relented and ceased insisting she leave Meixiang Tower. Yesterday, I was chatting with a young lad who brought water to the back courtyard and learned of Fang Yang's plight. Wen Sangwen mused, pondering which vengeful spirit this was. "Who is this young lad?" Qingyue explained. He used to transport spring water from the outskirts to the town, delivering to Meixiang Tower as well as to the homes of affluent families that a few days ago, while bringing water, he was drowned by someone halfway there, that I had previously been locked in the woodshed at the back courtyard, and he had seen me through the door crack. We became familiar over time. Go on, miss. Fanyang is so unfortunate. I was killed, and she was brutally mistreated and perished in the back courtyard. The young lad witnessed it all. When Sangwon fell into contemplation before asking, Meixiang Tower is built upon such practices. Why would such acts occur in the back courtyard? Qingwei replied, Miss, you may not know this, but Fanyang was exceptionally clever and favored by the madam. From the day I met her, I never saw the madam scold her. On the contrary, the madam indulged her on the day of blooming flowers. It was always Fanyang who chose her patrons. The madam never forced her. Even if she did not accept clients, the madam would not reproach her. Meixiang Tower had a fragrant room specifically for her, attended by maidservants. We were ordinarily forbidden from approaching that room. When Sangwon's interest was piqued, Fanyang's identity seems rather remarkable. Qingwen nodded, I know. Once Fanyang invited me to drink. And while intoxicated, I heard her drunkenly call out for her father and mother. I knew then she was a precious princess. Do you know from which country she hails? I do not. Qingwei raised her gaze. Staring intently at when Sangwon, Miss, Fanyang is suffering in the back courtyard while the madam turns a blind eye. Something must have transpired. Can you lend a hand and assist her? Her resentment lingers, and she is tormented by nightmares. When Sangwon understood that once someone died untimely, they would either experience heightened resentment, like Qingwei, or remain trapped in the cycle of their demise. The recently deceased spirits lacked the ability to escape, doomed to repeatedly relive the circumstances of their death. Fanyang must be endlessly replaying the torment of her demise. Qingwei understood this, which is why she sought when Sangwon's aid, sighing, when Sangwon recognized her predicament. She was undeniably entangled in this karmic web that I will seek an opportunity to take a look that I cannot guarantee I can help Fanyang escape her torment. I must discern good from evil. If I assist a malevolent spirit, I too may face repercussions. Qingwei smiled broadly, bowing deeply. Thank you, miss. Just taking a glance is immensely appreciated. Qingwei expresses her gratitude on behalf of Fanyang. What would you have me do? I shall certainly fulfill it without hesitation. When Sangwon waved her away, that He Jiaobao floated beside her sister. Let me share a secret, Ditto. When Sangwon looked at He Jiaobao, smiling gently, what secret do you know now? The wicked woman has plotted to seize the gold and silver shops in your possession, acting as a bridge for another vile woman. You ventured into the wicked woman's courtyard again. He Jiaobao hurriedly explained. Sister, it was my uncle who took me. Very well. Return with Qingwei. Do not venture alone into the wicked woman's courtyard. He Jiaobao nodded slowly, drifting away. When Sangwon stretched, rising to approach her dressing table, removing the hairpin from her head. Knock, knock, knock. Alan tapped on the door, miss. The hot water is ready. When Sangwon replied, come in, Alan entered, carrying the hot water, making several trips before filling the bathing basin. When Sangwon stepped behind the screen, casting a barrier of ghostly energy. Shedding her garments before stepping into the bath, that in the swirling mist, her snowy skin was revealed. Leaning against the basin, when Sangwon murmured, a daughter of gold and jade reduced to a woman of the brothel. Ultimately meeting an untimely demise. Since her arrival in this world, within a mere half-month, she had been beset by troubles, foreshadowing that her days ahead would not be tranquil. The next day, Alan returned from outside, carrying a bamboo basket, to Mississippi when Sangwon placed a bouquet into a vase. Miss, the streets are quite lively today. As you predicted, a headless corpse was discovered in the alley behind the drunken sky tower today. It was a woman. Alan set the bamboo basket aside. Was she there? Alan nodded, much like yesterday, in a state of panic. When Sangwon plucked the leaves from the flower stems, saying, I shall observe again tomorrow. Alan nodded in response, picking up the bamboo basket and walking into the room. When Sangwon gazed with satisfaction at the freshly arranged flowers in the vase, these vibrant blossoms exuded a certain vitality, and their presence indoors was beneficial to her. Cradling the vase, she placed it upon the round table, taking a moment to admire it before turning to the desk, picking up a brush, and beginning to draw the soul-restraining talismans. Alan, unable to suppress her curiosity as she observed the esoteric symbols, asked, Miss, I do not understand. You draw these talismans every day. What purpose do they serve? A quarter of an hour later, when Sangwon laid down the brush, waved her hand, and the talismans vanished. She playfully poked Alan's forehead with her finger, saying, It's a secret. Alan covered her forehead, pouting, Miss, you will make me a fool to go procure a few sets of men's clothing. I have a use for them. Alan nodded, asking no questions, simply obeying, for whatever the miss did was always right. Chapter 30. A visit to the fragrant pavilion in the study of the ninth prince's residence. Sui Gu reported on the situation regarding 7 female corpses. Master, the 7 women died under abnormal circumstances. They all suffered severe abuse in life. Among them, one bears the insignia of the Yelong royal family. Bei Minji set down his brush, lifting his gaze to Sui Gu. The Yelong royal family? 20 years ago, they vanished overnight without a trace. How could they reappear at the fragrant pavilion now? Sui Gu replied, the identity of Fong Yang is unusual. The MY investigation revealed that this woman had already met her demise the previous day, yet today she appears at the lakeside platform. How can you determine that from mere remains? Sui Gu responded, it is beyond my control, but there is one person who might discern the truth. Who is it? When Sangwon, that a glint of sharpness flickered in Bei Minji's eyes, and an imperceptible smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he instructed Sui Gu to withdraw. The following day, when Sangwon donned a set of men's attire, appearing at first glance like a delicate young gentleman. Upon closer inspection, however, her femininity was still discernible. She stood before the mirror pondering, Alan, is there no art of disguise? No skin-changing technique? I look rather clumsy like this. Alan sighed, miss. Such miraculous transformations do not exist, that if they did, chaos would ensue. One could simply change their face and act with impunity. When Sangwon's mind briefly flickered to the ghostly mask she had seen. No wonder that man wore a mask constantly. Should she procure one for herself? After considering, she decided against it, as a mask would feel stifling. Assessing her appearance, she resolved to make do. Possessing wealth could turn flaws into merits. Grasping an ancient fan from the dressing table, she flicked it open with flair, elegantly fanning herself, raising the fan's edge to Alan's chin. This girl is quite pretty. She pleases me greatly. Alan, unaccustomed to such playful banter, blushed deeply and quickly turned away. Miss, you jest at my expense again. When Sangwon laughed heartily, finding her caretaker's flustered demeanor endearing, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Folding the fan with a snap, she declared, come, today I shall take you to explore the flower house. Alan's blush had yet to fade, but she quickly donned a serious expression, stepping forward to protest. Miss, you mustn't. Your health is delicate. How could you venture into such a debased place? When Sangwon tapped Alan's head with the fan. I have business to attend to. Alan fell silent, her face scrunching in distress. Mrs. Business, I cannot obstruct her. But please, let me go in your stead. I am not afraid. You are precious. You must not. A knock sounded at the door. Miss, the ninth prince is in the main hall. When Sangwon glanced toward the door, puzzled by the abnormal behavior of the prince. What mischief did he intend today? Alan moved to open the door, and when Sangwon stepped out, the 3 of them proceeded to the main hall. In a moment, when Sangwon entered the main hall through a side door and immediately spotted the man seated prominently. Clad in a pale silk robe with intricate cloud patterns outlined in black and gold, a simple jade hairpin held his hair back, while loose strands of ink-black hair cascaded casually down his back. His face obscured by a ghostly mask. When Sangwon approached, donning an official smile, Ninth Prince, how delightful to see your refined interest today. A hint of amusement flickered in Bei Minji's eyes. Each encounter with this woman was always intriguing. Today, her guise as a young gentleman suggested she had some new mischief in mind. Should I address you as Miss Wen or Young Master Wen? When Sangwon toyed with her fan, casually selecting a seat. The ninth prince is free to call me whatever he pleases. She had never expected her male attire would truly deceive anyone. Miss Wen, do you have an interest in accompanying this prince on an outing today? When Sangwon raised an eyebrow, sensing ulterior motives in his words. What scheme was this man concocting? Reflecting on their shared adversary, she realized they were allies against a common foe. Perhaps they were to unsettle Bei Minghuan. With a genuine smile, she replied, if the ninth prince extends an invitation, how could I possibly refuse? Bei Minji felt a surge of admiration for her boldness, so unlike the coyness of the women in his court. She displayed the audacity of a chivalrous hero. Rising, he said, let us go. When Sangwon stood and departed the Wen residence alongside Bei Min, in the carriage, Bei Minji observed the young gentleman before him. Curious about Wen Sangwon's intentions in her current attire, she opened her fan, gently waving it, her chin slightly raised, exuding a carefree demeanor. I have heard that the fragrant pavilion is renowned for its beautiful courtesans. Today, I intend to visit the flower house. Bei Minji chuckled at her audacity. Her bold declaration was indeed refreshing. To boldly visit the fragrant pavilion. Miss Wen is truly no ordinary lady. When Sangwon shot him a sidelong glance. Was it truly such a spectacle for a woman to visit the flower house? Yet, considering the constraints of ancient society, her actions were akin to playing with fire. It was a pity for the women confined to their chambers. Constrained by societal norms, living their lives under the shadows of their husbands, deemed virtuous only in their silence. How could a small pond contain a fish yearning to leap free? Bei Minji, initially apprehensive about bringing her to the fragrant pavilion, now realized he had been overly concerned. There was indeed a matter that required her assistance, when Sangwon, sensing his seriousness, inquired, "What is it?" "Do you recall yesterday at the center of the lake?" A gleam of joy sparkled within when Sangwon. Was this not a fortuitous coincidence? She had been pondering how to infiltrate the fragrant pavilion, and here was the prince, seemingly pursuing the same goal. Standing tall, she asserted, "Pray do tell, Prince. You shall know when we arrive." Bei Minji replied, not indulging in further details, as he too needed to reach the fragrant pavilion to uncover the truth. When Sangwon nodded, refraining from further questions, the carriage sped along, soon arriving at the fragrant pavilion. When Sangwon followed Bei Minji, her eyes scanning the surroundings, eager to witness the splendor of an ancient flower house, only to find it disappointingly quiet in the daylight. They traversed through the grand hall, winding through corridors until they reached a secluded courtyard. But when Sangwon stepped through the gate, a chilling wind rushed to greet her, tousling her dark hair. The air was thick with a mix of ghostly energy and rancid odors. And the courtyard was strewn with various instruments of torture, the ground stained in alternating hues of black and red, while a tangle of weeds in the corner bore the marks of dried blood. At first glance, her pupils dilated in shock, her heart racing with trepidation. As she took in her surroundings, it took her a moment to blink and gather herself, her hands trembling tightly in her sleeves as she bowed her head in silence. The horror before her was too much to process. This courtyard was nothing short of a hellish purgatory. Noticing when Sangwon's distress, Bei Minji turned to her, softly inquiring, "Are you unwell with this stench?" Observing the bloodied remnants surrounding them, even the most composed individual would feel a pang of fear. His heart softened. If she was unwell, she need not force herself, with a flick of his wrist. He produced a handkerchief, offering it to her. "This will help cover your face." When Sangwon shook her head in refusal, disregarding Bei Minji as she strode determinedly toward the tangled weeds as she approached. She paused, a voice pleaded from within, "Please, I beg you. In my suffering did a woman, torn and broken, yearn for release that I in her hand." A soul-restraining talisman appeared, and with a shift of her hands, she invoked its power. "Heaven's mercy. All living beings, I, the 89th disciple, offer my life to the path today. Disregarding right and wrong, receive." The talisman flew from her grasp, landing upon the weeds, dark tendrils swirling into the talisman as the red cinnabar ink visibly morphed into black. After a moment, when Sangwon erupted into a violent cough, staggering a few steps as if about to fall. Indeed, her mastery was insufficient. Forcibly extracting the vengeful spirit would surely rebound upon her. Bei Minji, having approached her unnoticed, swiftly encircled her waist, steadying her against him. When Sangwon, unfazed by the sudden closeness, gripped his hand firmly, trying to maintain her balance, shaking her head vigorously to dispel the encroaching darkness. Bei Minji furrowed his brow, perplexed by her condition. "What has transpired? I will take you away." Immovable, when Sangwon tightened her grip on Bai Ming's hand even more, using the leverage to laboriously utter the next phrase, "The heart vessels will burst." Bai Ming replied, and indeed did not move again, allowing when Sangwon to maintain her grasp, his hand resting on her waist still unyielding. The fragmented bodies stood in the courtyard, astonished by the changes occurring within. The previously oppressive chill now completely vanished. However, witnessing their master's current behavior, they felt even more bewildered, finding it more terrifying than battling with the vengeful spirits and demons. The shock of the shattered bones flickered and faded. But soon their expression returned to calm. The other shadow guards who had accompanied them bore similar expressions, ultimately suppressing their astonishment in silence. Time passed, and when Sangwon felt her darkening vision gradually returning to clarity. After taking several deep breaths, She finally released her grip on Bai Mingye's hand and stood upright. Upon noticing this, Bai Mingye felt a reluctant tenderness in his heart, yet he did not insist on maintaining the contact. When Sangwen's hand still trembled, but she managed to steady herself. After a while, she turned to Bai Mingye and said, "Let us go. There is nothing more to investigate here. I need to recuperate for half a day." "Very well," Bai Mingye responded, his tone unknowingly softening, a fact he himself was unaware of that as the carriage departed from Meixiang Tower, when Sangwen had initially intended to return to the Wen residence. However, after closing her eyes for a brief moment, she unexpectedly fell asleep against the carriage. Upon waking, she discovered herself lying on an unfamiliar bed. Sitting up, she inspected herself, confirming that nothing untoward had occurred, and let out a silent sigh of relief. Today had been reckless of her. The stimuli from that courtyard had caused her heart to tremble, prompting her to act without forethought. With a sigh, she rose, donned her shoes, and sat at the round table. Grasping the teapot to pour herself a cup of tea, she found it empty, silently setting it down in frustration and rising to open the door, that a maid at the doorway turned upon hearing the sound and greeted her. "Miss, you are awake. Do you feel unwell? If so, I shall fetch a doctor for you." When Sangwen inquired, "Where is this place?" the maid respectfully replied, "Miss, this is the 9th Princess residence." "Where is the 9th Prince?" Just as when Sangwen was about to ask Bai Mingye, her gaze passed over the maid and fell upon the courtyard outside. Bai Mingye was strolling towards her, followed by a middle-aged woman carrying a medical box. The maid turned to bow and then stepped aside, lowering her head. When Sangwen did not need to inquire further, she walked to the stone table in the courtyard and took a seat. Bai Mingye merely glanced at Wen Sangwen's complexion before sitting down, instructing the woman to examine Miss Wen. Wen Sangwen propped her head with her right hand, extending her left hand with confidence. The woman approached, placing a handkerchief on Wen Sangwen's wrist, and respectfully said, "I apologize for any offense. Please forgive me." "Mississippi, it is nothing," Wen Sangwen replied. Bai Mingye observed Wen Sangwen, noting she displayed no pretense of feminine frailty, and the tension in his heart dissipated. His gaze lingered on Wen Sangwen, a slight smile gracing his lips. The woman meticulously checked her pulse, and after a while, she stated, "Miss has no major issues. Merely a bit of physical weakness. A little rest will suffice." Upon hearing this, Bai Mingye waved his hand, signaling the physician to leave. When Sangwen retracted her hand, clenched and then released it, letting out a resigned sigh. Indeed, one should not overstrain themselves, as collecting a vengeful spirit had nearly led to her demise. Bai Mingye was not in a hurry. He picked up the teapot from the table and poured a cup for Wen Sangwen, pouring himself one as well, taking a gentle sip. Wen Sangwen was unreserved, drinking her tea in one go. After setting the cup down, she glanced at the maid. Bai Mingye instructed her to withdraw before speaking. "Do you still feel unwell?" "No trouble at all," she replied. "What transpired?" Wen Sangwen raised an eyebrow, secretly lamenting her oversight in retrieving the talisman papers, and looked up at Bai Mingye. "Where are my talisman papers?" Bai Mingye flipped his hand, revealing a piece of black talisman paper inscribed with runes. "Thank goodness," Wen Sangwen said, reaching out to take the talisman. Bai Mingye, captivated by her delicate hand, unexpectedly recalled the softness of holding it, a strange flutter stirring within him, as he placed the talisman into Wen Sangwen's palm. After examining it closely to ensure there were no issues, she asked, "Is the 9th Prince searching for Feng Yang?" Bai Mingye responded with a simple 9th Prince. "This talisman requires my manipulation. It does not pry into secrets that if I retrieve it today, will the prince hold it against me?" Wen Sangwen expressed her concerns. Wary of the man's potential treachery, if he were to betray her, she saw no necessity in undertaking these efforts and could simply destroy the talisman, refusing to engage in fruitless endeavors. "As long as you are innocent, today's events will remain unspoken by Miss One, and I shall ensure severe punishment for any dissemination." Receiving the reassurance she sought, Wen Sangwen smiled, "9th Prince, you need not worry. My family's teachings dictate that one must not reveal the secrets of the spirit world. To do so would invite divine retribution leading to death." Bai Mingye's interest was piqued. "May I inquire who Miss Wen's mentor is?" Wen Sangwen replied, "There is no need for the prince to be curious. This path requires fate. Without it, even a sincere search would be futile. The remarkable individual beside the 9th Prince should know a thing or two." Bai Mingyi had merely asked out of casual interest, not genuinely seeking to delve deeper. Is there anything you require me to prepare? He inquired, and oh need, when Sangwon replied, glancing up at the sky, it must await the arrival of the midnight hour. Chapter 31. The exiled princess. As midnight approached, outside the study of the ninth princess residence, when Sangwon held the talisman, having taken a dagger from Bai Mingyi, she sliced open her left palm, letting her blood drip onto the soul-calling talisman. I am a celestial master, transmuting life and death, aiding you in dispelling evil. Come forth. Bai Mingyi observed the crimson of her palm, his eyes darkening, a pang of desire to step forward. Yet he remained rooted in place. In the quiet night, when Sangwon's skirt billowed without a breeze, her ink-black hair unfurling. She pushed the blood-stained talisman forward by half a foot, her hands forming intricate seals, swiftly shifting the incantation, ultimately presenting the 5-mountain seal towards the talisman. Come forth, dispel the evil. The soul-calling talisman instantly radiated golden light, which transformed into green flames, incinerating the talisman to ashes. As the remnants fell to the ground, a chilling wind howled, causing Sangwon to lose her balance and stagger back several steps, on the verge of falling. Seeing this, Bai Mingyi stepped forward, placing a hand on her back for support. Sangwon swiftly formed new seals with her hands, advancing once more through the fierce wind. Come forth, dispel the evil. With a resounding crash, the howling wind abruptly ceased. The ashes of the talisman slowly halted in midair, gently settling to the ground as a dark mist gradually coalesced into a human form. Sangwon wiped the blood from her palm, drawing an incantation in the air, the soul-dispelling runes materializing. Pushing her hand towards the apparition, a gust of wind arose once more, though it lacked the previous ferocity. After a moment, the figure gradually became clearer. Beads of sweat formed on Sangwon's forehead as she trembled. Retracting her hand, nearly losing her balance, Bai Mingyi steadied her, his brow furrowed deeply. Sangwon shook her head, having expended most of her energy to dispel the malevolent thoughts and repair Fong Yang's spirit. Once she regained her footing, she turned to Bai Mingyi and asked, "Have you ever opened the yin-yang eye?" Bai Mingyi nodded in affirmation. Sangwon produced a talisman from her hand and handed it to Bai Mingyi, who dissolved it in water and applied it to his brow and eyes. Moments later, as Bai Mingyi beheld the figure that had materialized in the courtyard, he showed little surprise. The fragmented body had its ways of perceiving the ethereal. However, his gaze rested more intently on Sangwon's left hand, his frown deepening for reasons unknown, as he grasped her strikingly delicate hand, producing a handkerchief to gently wipe it. Sangwon explained, "Fong Yang used my blood to dispel the evil and dissipate her grievances. I cannot stray more than a yard away, or else the resentment will rebound, and she will surely go berserk." Focusing on Fong Yang, her thoughts momentarily strayed from Bai Mingyi's actions. Fong Yang. The figure looked at her hands, raising its blood-red eyes to gaze at Sangwon. "Why do you seek to save me?" Sangwon replied, "It is not I who wish to save you, but rather your old acquaintance, who entrusted me to find you." Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp pain surged in her left palm, causing her face to contort in agony as she turned to exclaim, "Bai Mingyi, was this intentional?" Her instincts urged her to withdraw her hand. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Mingyi had captured her wrist, his palm dusted with white powder, the pain arising from the powder's contact with her wound. "Ninth Prince, I harbor no animosity towards you. Are you truly attempting to harm me?" Sangwon inhaled sharply, unable to contain her frustration, but after expressing that, her irritation only deepened. Bai Mingyi observed the flustered girl, amusement flickering in his eyes. "Harming you?" Sangwon felt her temper flare, struggling to free her hand from his grip. Yet before she could retort, Bai Mingyi had deftly wrapped her palm in gauze, his technique rivaling that of a textbook example. Once she withdrew her hand, gazing at the gauze on her palm. Much of her irritation dissipated. She instinctively hid her hand within her sleeve. Wanting to retort, but finding the words caught in her throat, she pouted and shifted away, creating distance between herself and Bai Mingyi. Bai Mingyi suppressed the warmth in his gaze, turning his cold eyes towards the ghostly figure before him. Fong Yang, from the royal family of Yalong. Fong Yang froze, the dense aura of resentment around her gradually dissipating, revealing her former self, her pallid complexion resembling that of paper. "Who are you? How do you know of this matter? Hearing their exchange, Wen Sangwen set aside her frustrations and turned her attention to Fang Yang. Ignoring Bai Mingyi, Fang Yang stiffly turned to Wen Sangwen, asking, "Could you tell me who my old acquaintance is?" "Qingyue." Fang Yang was moved and took a step forward. "Where is Qingyue? How does she know me? Hasn't she already taken a step ahead of me?" Wen Sangwan sighed and said, "Regardless of Qingyue's circumstances, today, I shall take you away from Meixiang Building to I am already aware of the sordid affairs of your life. If you wish to dispel your grievances, it is best to recount everything truthfully." Her gaze indicated Bai Mingyi, who stood a few steps away. "You need only explain the sequence of events to His Highness. The ninth prince that he will naturally assist you in eliminating your karmic obstacles that IT was absurd. She bore a ghostly contract with Lin Xiaoxiao. How could she possibly shoulder the blame herself? As the saying goes, a dead comrade does not endanger a living Taoist. She would undoubtedly deflect any blame. Once this was said, her involvement would cease. Bai Mingyi questioned, and Fang Yang responded. Fang Yang, whose birth name was Yi Haitang, was the daughter of the third prince of the Yelong royal family. At the age of 9, she had come to the capital with her elder brother Yi Hai for a visit, only to find the Yelong royal family annihilated overnight, transforming her into a princess of a fallen nation. Yi Hai seemed to have understood the calamity that had befallen them. He concealed Yi Haitang in Meixiang Building, renaming her Fang Yang, and after bestowing a substantial sum of gold and silver to the matron of Meixiang Building, he returned to Yelong. Since that day, there had been no further news of the Yelong royal family. Fang Yang resided in Meixiang Building for over a decade, always remembering her elder brother's teachings, unless her brother came to retrieve her himself. She resolved to perish within Meixiang Building that a few days prior, Bai Mingxuan had appeared at Meixiang Building, seeking to rescue Fang Yang, but she had declined. Unexpectedly, days later, she was dragged to the rear courtyard by several lecherous men, forcibly coerced into submission. Despite her struggles and cries, no one came to her aid in that filthy, wretched courtyard. It wasn't until her lifeless body was dragged away that she found herself unable to escape the torment. Trapped within that foul stench of grass, haunted by the nightmarish repetition of her life and death, Bai Mingyi continued his inquiries. When Sangwan found their exchange exceedingly tedious. At times, she would fiddle with her fingers. At other times, pluck at the nearby flowers and plants. That it was not childishness, but rather a result of the exhausting energy she had expended that night. Unable to leave midway, she could only divert her attention. Otherwise, she would surely collapse into slumber. Time passed, and when Sangwan felt she had reached her limit, casting a glance at the still ongoing interrogation, she couldn't help but mutter a few complaints, forcing herself to keep her eyelids from drooping. Continuing to tug at the leaves as if they were Bai Mingyi's hair, pulling one off signified tugging at his locks. Thinking this way, she felt a bit more alert. That it was unclear how long had passed when Sangwan could endure no longer. In a daze, she exclaimed, "Old, bald donkey." "I'm so tired." Before she could finish, she fell backward. Bai Mingyi felt a tightness in his chest and hurriedly moved to catch the collapsing Wen Sangwan in her haze. When Sangwan uttered her last coherent word, "tired," before losing consciousness entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Mingyi scooped her up and turned to leave the courtyard, casually remarking, "Find a female physician." Fang Yang, unable to comprehend the situation, felt a powerful force pulling her forward. In the main courtyard, Bai Mingyi kicked open the bedroom door and laid Wen Sangwan on the bed. Moments later, a woman's voice came from outside. "My lord, may I enter?" The woman, carrying a medical box and her head bowed, stepped inside. She dared not look around in the lord's bedroom, her heart racing with fear. Who was this woman who could enter the lord's chamber? Bai Mingyi stood at the bedside, gazing at Wen Sangwan's slightly pale visage, his brow furrowing even deeper. The woman knelt by the bed, using a handkerchief to cover Wen Sangwan's wrist as she took her pulse. After a long while, the woman spoke. "I report to you, my lord, that the young lady is merely weak and has overexerted herself. There is no grave concern. With some rest and nourishing soups, she will recover." "Leave." The woman withdrew. Fang Yang curiously surveyed the room. Bai Mingyi turned and sat at a round table, facing away from the bed. "Continue your narrative." Fang Yang drifted to the bedside, gazing at the sleeping Wen Sangwan. "When will the young lady awaken?" Bai Mingyi took a sip from his teacup. "Are you unaware of the reason for the Yelong royal family's demise?" Fang Yang floated closer. I do not know why brother left without informing me of what transpired. Baimingi set down his teacup and said, "Protect her well," that he then rose and departed. When Sangwon slept for a full day and night, awakening to the sight of unfamiliar curtains and the faint aroma of sandalwood lingering in the air. As her dormant mind rebooted, she suddenly sat up. Grr. Her stomach growled, revealing her hunger. Paying no heed to her emptiness, her eyes darted around the room, absorbing her surroundings, before she belatedly looked down at herself. Feeling somewhat dazed, rising, she donned her shoes, taking in the cold, spacious room that exuded understated luxury, with an entire wall lined with bookshelves filled with various ancient texts. When Sangwon furrowed her brow, the decor seemed distinctly masculine. Touching her nose, she suppressed her curiosity that a wave of hunger surged, compelling her to abandon her investigation and approach the door, pulling it open to reveal a meticulously manicured courtyard. At first glance, it was evident that this was the residence of a wealthy family. Wealthy? She paused for a moment, smacking her forehead. She should still be at the ninth prince's residence, and stepped out into the courtyard. Strangely, the vast courtyard was devoid of any figures, after walking for some time. When Sangwon felt utterly drained, looking up at the sky, she estimated it was midday, puzzled as to how she could feel so ravenous after merely one night's sleep. Remembering Fanyang, she sighed. Indeed, one could not forcefully reclaim a recently departed spirit. The price was too steep. With the energy she expended, she could have drawn several more ghostly talismans that as she walked, a tall, striking figure approached from a distance. When Sangwon lifted her gaze, momentarily entranced before quickly regaining her composure, she thought to herself, no wonder he wears a mask. With such a breathtaking visage, one could easily fall into obsession at first sight. That it was unfathomable how the creator had imbued so much desire into such a flawless countenance. With just this face, he could captivate countless souls. However, she was not one to be swayed by appearances, merely appreciating the view that as Baimingi drew nearer, when Sangwon raised an eyebrow. The difference between viewing him from afar and up close was indeed remarkable. She had little inclination to linger, and simply greeted, "I am leaving," and no sooner had she spoken than an untimely growl erupted from her stomach that moment, when Sangwon felt as though she could excavate an entire villa with her toes. Maintaining a facade of calm, she relied on the belief that as long as she did not feel awkward, the awkwardness would fall upon him. The corners of Baimingi's mouth curved into an appealing smile. Yet he made no comment on the matter. Lowering his gaze to the petite figure before him, he said, "It seems that Miss Wansang has exerted herself. Might I have the honor of inviting you to share a meal with me?" When Sangwon placed a hand on her abdomen, vowing to be kind to herself, replied with a smile, "Very well." In the dining hall, the maidservants presented an array of exquisite dishes that the fragrant aroma of the food wafted through the air. When Sangwon felt as though she could devour an entire cow. However, before others, she would never indulge in gluttony, wanting to avoid becoming a source of ridicule. During the meal, silence reigned as was customary in ancient etiquette. One should not speak while eating. Baimingi dined with grace, a sight most pleasing to behold. When Sangwon cast only a cursory glance, her thoughts fully consumed by her meal, relishing the exquisite cuisine prepared by the imperial chef, her spirits lifted. After spending some time at the ninth prince's residence, when Sangwon sought an excuse to depart, Baimingi watched her hurriedly board the carriage, her back resolutely turned without a hint of reluctance, and his brow furrowed once more. His thoughts tangled and unutterable. Was the ninth prince's residence a place of phantoms? Why did this little cat seem so eager to escape? On the way back to the Wen residence, when Sangwon looked at He Jiabao, who huddled in the corner of the carriage and poked him with her finger. "You little rascal, why did you sneak out? Aren't you afraid the sun will scorch you? I must inform you, if your ghostly aura weakens these days, not even a deity can save you." This was no idle threat. Capturing a spirit like Fanyang had nearly cost her life. Without at least 10 days to a month, she was certain he would not recover. He Jiabao clutched his small head, looking pitiful. "Sister, you were gone for a day and a night. Jiabao missed you." When Sangwon replied in confusion, "I was only away for a day. How could it be a day and a night?" He Jiabao puffed out his cheeks. "You left the residence the day before yesterday." That when Sangwon's heart sank. She had indeed lost consciousness for a day and a night, and she fell into silence. He Jiabao scrutinized when Sangwon closely and softly called out, Sister, when Seon acknowledged, Sister, please don't be angry. Jiabao was wrong. I won't sneak out again. When Sangwon sighed, I'm not angry. I just remembered something important. Her thoughts weighed heavily as she reflected on her prolonged slumber. Had the side effects of the ghostly talisman been so severe? She had used it before without such repercussions. Why was it that when used on Fangyang, the side effects were so pronounced? Where did the problem lie? With her or with Fangyang? Strangely, in the realm of ghostly arts. She was the sole inheritor, leaving her without any reference for answers. Reigning in her thoughts, she turned to He Jiabao, asking, Do you miss your father? He Jiabao was momentarily stunned by the question, and after a while, with red-rimmed eyes, he nodded vigorously. When Seon gently stroked He Jiabao's small head, After I rest for a couple of days, I will take you to see him, that He Jiabao sniffled. Thank you, sister. He yearned for his father. Deeply and profoundly. Every time he saw his sister so busy, he found himself unable to voice his desire for her to take him to find their father. Chapter 32. The dental shop upon returning to the Wynn residence. Alan hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, Miss, you have finally returned. When Sangwon couldn't help but chuckle, playfully pinching Alan's chubby cheeks. Fear not. Your young lady is safe and sound. When Baimingyi had invited her out, he had not allowed Alan and Aji to accompany her. She alone could not contend with Baimingyi, and bringing the two would only hinder her escape. Miss, Alan's cheeks flushed with crimson. Seeing her mistress unharmed, the weight in her heart finally lifted, her eyes filled with earnestness. Next time, could you take Alan and Aji along? You were gone for a day and a night, and I couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Who is your young lady? Rest assured, when Sangwon replied as she walked into the mansion. Alan followed closely behind. Miss, Mama Lin has been here. With you away for so long, it may be difficult to keep it from those two. Nothing to worry about. That I will visit grandmother shortly. Disregard those two. Alan expressed her concerns. I fear they may use this matter to threaten us. They had better be wise. Otherwise, when Sangwon cast a sidelong glance at Alan, your young lady is not one to be trifled with or manipulated. During this period, Li Xianglan and her daughter would undoubtedly remain compliant. Their scheme to ensnare her in a deep pit was due to her obstruction of Wen Qianqian's path. Now that the prince's marriage decree was in their hands, with benefits secured, they found little value in causing trouble for her, the eldest lady of the Wynn residence, particularly at this time, when it would only serve to invite unnecessary hassle. Their objective was the position of the princess consort, and they would surely invest effort in preparing to enter the prince's household. Upon entering the courtyard and tidying herself up, when Sangwon set out with Alan and Aji, Alan walked alongside. Miss, you just returned. Why are you leaving the house again? When Sangwon replied, to the dental shop that I in less than 2/4 of an hour, the three arrived at the West Market, a place teeming with a mix of people. The capital city was divided into 4 markets. The East Market, the most bustling commercial street frequented by nobles. The South Market, a general goods market for common folk. The West Market, where dental shops thrived. And the North Market, which dealt in livestock. That as they entered the long street of the West Market, they were met with a cacophony of sorrowful cries, interspersed with the sounds of whips cracking and shouts. Before each shop stood 1 or 2 bound servants, either standing or kneeling, their eyes void of hope, reflecting a lifeless gray. When Sangwon scanned the faces filled with despair and sighed inwardly. The feudal hierarchy of ancient times dictated that people were divided into ranks. And though her heart was heavy with mixed emotions, she recognized that she was merely one among the masses. Ironically, she could dispel the grievances of the dead, yet she dared not reveal her true feelings before the living. Since time immemorial, the human heart has been the most inscrutable of enigmas. The existence of such enterprises was a byproduct of the development of this dynasty. When Sangwon sighed again, beginning her search for Xingqian's figure, weaving through the various dental shops, with every step, her heart grew heavier. Upon entering the last dental shop, she found 3 women deeply engrossed in animated conversation. Chenpozi, where did you find this one? If he is nurtured for a while longer, he will surely fetch a good price. He's quite a sight, indeed. No wonder you, Chenpozi, have an eye for picking. With a smug expression, Chenpozi replied, You need only look at me. Chenpozi, who in this street has better judgment than I? Chenpozi, business is coming your way. Turning around, Chenpozi was taken aback to see the 3 standing at the entrance. Isn't that the arrogant young lady? What brings her to the dental shop today? Instantly shifting to a fawning demeanor, she exclaimed, Oh dear, I had no idea Miss Wen was visiting. My apologies for the lack of hospitality. The other two women gasped and quickly stepped aside. When Sangwon's gaze fell upon Xingqian, who lay on the ground in a pitiful state, his complexion pale. She had merely intended for him to experience the dental shop, so she could justifiably bring him back to the mansion. Yet he had managed to make himself so wretched, causing her a slight headache as she realized his injuries must have worsened. Noticing when Sangwon's scrutiny of the prostrate figure, Chenposi's eyes darted, and she became even more enthusiastic. "My lady, you are in luck today. This was purchased at a high price, and with a bit of care, he will surely prove useful." When Sangwon raised her eyebrows, approaching with an air of arrogance, inspecting him as one would a piece of merchandise. "Indeed, I am in need of a coachman. Would you be willing?" Xingqian turned his head away, offering no response. Seeing this, Chenposi, incensed, stepped forward and kicked Xingqian. "You wretched creature, ungrateful for such fortune. The esteemed Miss Wen has taken an interest in you. Consider it a blessing. How dare you act so finicky here?" Feigning interest, when Sangwon bent slightly to observe Xingqian on the ground, declaring, "To dare refuse this young lady, your stubbornness is remarkable." Chenposi quickly smiled. "My lady, this kind of ungrateful wretch will become obedient after a few more blows." Blows. When Sangwon stroked her chin, her interest peaked, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Alan. "Drag him back. I don't believe we cannot tame this wretched creature." Upon hearing this, Chenposi became exhilarated, showering her with compliments. Alan approached Chenposi to haggle, and after a brief tug-of-war, they settled on 10 taels of silver. Chenposi cheerfully escorted them out of the dental shop. The other two women approached, marveling, "Incredible! Chenposi is truly remarkable. Today we have learned something new. What was bought for 30 when has been sold for such a profit that a true expert." Chenposi beamed, relishing the silver ingots in her hands. "You could say I was fortunate. On my way back yesterday, I spotted a strong man handling this one that luckily, I had the foresight to see the commotion. Upon learning he was to be sold to a dental shop, I bought him for 30 when without a second thought. And now I've turned it into 10 taels. What a delightful turn of events." Meanwhile, upon entering the Hualin courtyard, Xingqian could no longer endure and fainted. Fortunately, Aji was swift to catch him, preventing him from collapsing to the ground and incurring further injury. When Sangwon merely issued a few instructions before returning to her room to sketch simple talismans for daily necessities, setting aside the soul-reaping talisman for the time being. For 2 consecutive days. When Sangwon remained quietly in the courtyard, primarily to rest, as the grievance of Feng Yang's soul had inflicted heavy damage. The most delighted of all was Qing Yue, who upon nightfall would drag Feng Yang through the entire Wen residence. With He Jiabao trailing behind, thoroughly entertained by their tales, that a night enveloped the scene. And when Qianqian's courtyard, 2 large spirits and 1 small spirit clung to the courtyard wall. Qinghua pointed to Qianqian, who was practicing dance in the courtyard. "Feng Yang, look at her alluring, seductive dance. She has truly inherited Li Xianglan's genuine talent." After watching for a moment, Feng Yang spoke plainly. "Qianqian's art of disguise cannot compare to the essence of her being." "I can't shake the feeling that something is missing," Qinghua mused. "Now that you've mentioned it, it truly seems so." "Qinghua, what are you two discussing?" He Jiabao asked, his confusion evident. "Why is she twisting like that?" "Won't her waist break?" Feng Yang explained. "You are too young to understand. She is practicing the secrets of the boudoir, meant to captivate men." Suddenly, a ghostly figure emerged from nowhere, its eyes gleaming with a greenish hue. "Little Jiabao, naturally you are unaware of the reasons behind a woman's allure when marrying." Qinghua shot the figure an exasperated glance, but He Jiabao looked back and forth between Qinghua and the ghostly figure, his head spinning with confusion, that he still could not comprehend how this related to the wicked women twisting about. His own mother had never behaved in such a manner. Father treated mother well, ensuring she never had to toil. Qinghua suddenly caught sight of several figures approaching from a distance and tugged at Feng Yang and He Jiabao. "Quickly, the old Taoist is coming." The ghostly figure turned and promptly vanished into the ground. Taoist Chen squinted as he observed the surroundings, his expression grave. "Madam, the household is not at peace. The aura of the dead is too strong." Li Xianglan, upon hearing this, felt a pang of anxiety as she clutched her chest. "No wonder I've felt so uneasy lately. It has been exacerbated these past few days with aching shoulders. The doctor has examined me, but found nothing amiss. This matter requires your attention, Taoist Chun. Please let me know what you need." Taoist Chen stroked his beard, his brow furrowed. This aura is more potent than that of malevolent spirits. This is a grave matter. I fear I cannot handle it alone. Madam, I may need to return to the temple. I Xianglan grew anxious. Taoist Chen, what shall we do if you leave? Rest assured, madam, that I will leave behind a talisman to protect the household. Typically, malevolent spirits do not dare to intrude lightly. Until I return, you and the second miss should visit a nearby temple to pray and light incense. The blessing of the Buddha will safeguard you and repel evil. Very well, as you say. As they passed by Wen Qianqian's courtyard, they did not stop. A maid and 3 maidservants followed closely behind, heads bowed, pondering the conversation between the madam and the Taoist, each considering obtaining a protective talisman for themselves. In the Hualin courtyard, Fang Yang gazed curiously at the unconscious young man on the bed. After a while, she drifted out of the room and floated to a stone table. Miss, how did that young man fall victim to the cold poison of our Night King's lineage? When Sangwen was about to sip her tea, when she paused, placing the cup down. Are you certain it is the poison from your royal family? Fang Yang nodded emphatically. This is a unique poison of our royal family. Not the common kind. Only the royal family possesses knowledge of its cure. How can this poison be resolved? Fang Yang turned her head to glance at the side room door, perplexed as she inquired. Is this something only our royal Huangling possesses? To prevent those with ill intentions from intruding upon Huangling and disturbing the eternal slumber of the ancestral emperor, to unravel this poison, one must sincerely pay respects to the ancestral emperor. Collect the icy silks of the Huangling for medicinal use, procure the ghostly flames, and utilize the aconite as medicine to dispel this toxin. However, aconite, when Sangwen was aware that within traditional Chinese medicine, there exists a deadly poison known as aconite, which exemplifies the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint. Its primary root is one of the 10 deadliest poisons, embodying the chill of death. While its lateral roots possess the ability to revive the yang, bolster the fire, assist the yang, and alleviate cold and pain. Fang Yang nodded, weighing her words with caution that He Jia Bao leaned in closer. Saying, sister, Jia Bao wants tea. When Sangwen picked up an empty teacup, poured a cup, and set it aside, He Jia Bao leaned in, inhaling the steam above the cup, his eyes squinting in satisfaction. So fragrant. When Sangwen suddenly thought of something and asked, if I, miss, were to breach the night of your Yelong royal Huangling, how likely am I to escape unscathed? She had lost consciousness, unaware of what Bei Mingyi and Fang Yang discussed, only knowing that Bei Mingyi had signed a ghostly contract with Fang Yang. It was not her place to inquire further, as disrupting the contract could result in backlash. Previously, in the deep pit, she had confirmed that Bei Mingyi was also afflicted by this chilling poison. That man would undoubtedly seek the antidote, yet it was uncertain if she could procure it from him. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not risk venturing into the royal Huangling of Yelong, for throughout history, tomb explorers have faced a perilous fate. Fang Yang furrowed her brow, recalling her royal brother, as the ghostly aura emanating from her intensified, spilling forth. My lady, the Yelong royal family no longer exists. Sister, Jia Bao wants more. He Jia Bao's large eyes blinked eagerly. When Sangwen's thoughts were interrupted, she turned to He Jia Bao, took the teacup in front of him, splashed the tea onto the ground, and filled it anew with hot tea. He Jia Bao greedily slurped it up. When Sangwen propped her head on her hand, observing He Jia Bao's satisfied demeanor, feeling rather pleased herself, and gestured for Fang Yang to take her leave. My lady. The uncle ghost shyly floated out from the shadows. When Sangwen lifted her gaze, the uncle ghost, fidgeting with his clothing, said, I just heard the Taoist mention needing to return to the Taoist temple. And I felt uneasy, so I came to discuss this matter with you. When Sangwen waved her hand, indicating she understood, a newly initiated Taoist priest posed little concern. Jia Bao, tomorrow sister will take you to the chaotic graveyard. Is that agreeable? He Jia Bao, inhaling the scent of tea, suddenly stiffened, his large eyes wide as copper bells. Really, indeed. When Sangwen rose, it is late and sister is weary. The scattered vengeful spirits lingering in the courtyard immediately dispersed. Vanishing without a trace, that He Jia Bao scratched his head, grinning foolishly for a moment before following the uncle ghost, disappearing together. The next day, Alon remained behind as Aziz drove the carriage away from the capital, heading towards the chaotic graveyard. Inside the carriage, He Jia Bao swayed left and right, unable to remain still, chattering incessantly. Father is an excellent hunter. Every time he goes into the mountains, he brings back 1 or 2 wild delicacies. Father is so strong. He carries Jia Bao through the woods without tiring. Mother Wan-Ti let father fish in the river, but he always sneaks off to do so. Mother's cooking is delicious. Sister, did you know? Father once caught a huge bear in the mountains, a giant bear. He Jia Bao gestured with her hands to illustrate the bear-sized O, and in that forest the honey is so sweet. Father took Jia Bao to collect it. Whenever mother feels unwell, father always brings her honey water, and after she drinks it, she feels better in a couple of days. Sister, you must try the honey that father collects. You will surely love it, and the fish soup that mother makes is so fresh and sweet. Jia Bao can drink 2 bowls every time that He Jia Bao patted her belly, her face alight with excitement. When Sangwon did not interrupt, quietly watching the delighted He Jia Bao, occasionally echoing an receiving her sister's response, He Jia Bao was overjoyed, unable to contain her excitement, discussing everything from trivial matters to the cracked roof. I love my father and mother the most. Sister, my father and mother are the best. When Sangwon smiled gently in reply, yes, sister knows. Sister, how much longer until we reach the chaotic graveyard? Jia Bao can hardly wait to see father. Soon. When Sangwon called to a Z outside the carriage, speed up, that a Z cracked the whip. Yes. The carriage sped forward rapidly. Chapter 33. The divide of yin and yang. After about an hour, when Sangwon felt the carriage's jolting lessen. Miss, we have arrived. When Sangwon took an umbrella from the carriage, stepping out and opening it to shield herself from the elements, that He Jia Bao burrowed under the umbrella, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Unable to contain her excitement as she shouted, Father, Father, where are you? Jia Bao has come to find you. A Z pointed towards a winding path through the mountains. Miss, we must proceed along this path for about half a mile. When Sangwon raised her gaze to the forest, where scattered tombs could be seen, some gravestones leaned askew, and weeds grew haphazardly. As noon approached, the sunlight was just right, yet the wind in the forest carried a chilling bite. The sound of the wind howled, resembling the mournful wails of spirits. Let us go. When Sangwon stepped onto the path, her gaze lightly sweeping over the shaded gravestones within the woods, that an elderly lady clad in funeral garments stood with her hands clasped. Her head bowed and her toes barely touching the gravestone, that as her gaze swept past, the old woman suddenly lifted her head, revealing a sinister smile. Where did this girl come from? Come, keep this old woman company. I am so bored. That as she spoke, she raised a hand, beckoning slowly. Come, keep this old woman company for a while. He Jia Bao's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, Oh no, sister, Jia Bao is scared. When Sangwon turned her head, the ghostly screams grating on her ears. Quiet. He Jia Bao drooped her head. Oh, Jia Bao will be obedient. That a Z remained unperturbed, continuing to lead the way. The faint sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Ghost, quick, run. A panicked young man's voice came from deep within the forest. No. It was my lady who killed him. If you seek revenge, find her, don't come after me. Run. A Z immediately drew her sword, shielding when Sangwon behind her. When Sangwon turned her head to look ahead, 4 attendants, dressed as servants, tumbled and rolled towards them, not pausing for breath as they rushed past the 2, fleeing for their lives. Ghost, brother, I told you not to come to this chaotic graveyard, but you insisted. What nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't for my lady's orders to throw that wretched girl into the chaotic graveyard, do you think I would want to come here? I felt uneasy the moment we entered the mountains. Enough talk, hurry and go. The 4 men ran far away, that a Z sheathed her sword. Those are attendants from the Prime Minister's residence. Indeed. The 2 continued forward, turning around a tree, just as they fell into shadow. Girl, come keep me company. The elderly woman's ghostly visage loomed larger, suddenly appearing before when Sangwon, her withered, pale fingers pointing at her. You can see me. Come, keep this old woman company. When Sangwon stared unblinkingly at the intrusive old woman, her patience waning. Considering your age, I shall be merciful and spare you this time, forgiving your impertinence. Hee girl, how delightful. I like you so much. The old woman greedily attempted to siphon the yang energy from when Sangwon. He Jia Bao, startled, snapped back to her senses and leapt up, exclaiming, Hey, you bully my sister. With her eyes aglow with rage, she dashed forward and bit down on the old woman's finger. Crunch, crunch, He Jia Bao. Filled with fury, radiated dark energy. When Sangwon pressed her fingers to her temples, realizing He Jia Bao had grown a bit robust, she reached out to pat He Jia Bao's head. Little Bao, be good. Sister is fine, don't be angry. Don't let the old woman upset you, woo-woo. She bullied sister. He Jia Bao sniffled. The old woman, startled by the loss of her finger, retreated to her grave, too frightened to show her face again. While the other drifting white shadows also vanished, Z remained calm, continuing to lead the way. Following He Jia Bao's outburst, the path ahead was clear, with no spirits daring to show themselves. Miss, we have arrived. Z pointed ahead. When Sangwon looked before her, the black mist enveloping the entire valley, where white bones were stacked in the valley's depths, the stench overwhelming, even stinging her eyes. Tattered clothing hung from trees or thorny bushes. Swaying in the wind, that on the hillside beneath their feet lay a corpse, grotesquely twisted, stained with blood. Z produced a handkerchief and offered it to Sangwon. She accepted it, covering her mouth and nose. Jia Bao, call your father. He Jia Bao had long been restless, glancing around. Father, father, where are you? Jia Bao misses you, father. Where are you, woo, father, father, father? Jia Bao has come to find you, when Sangwon felt as though her ears might burst. She handed the umbrella to Z, stepping aside to rub her ears. This moment, she truly envied Z, who could neither see nor hear, her ears most at peace. Woo-woo. Father, 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 Jia Bao is here to find you. Woo-woo. Where are you? Aji's gaze fixed upon the entire valley. She sensed the abrupt drop in temperature around her, yet saw nothing. Observing the lady's movements, she speculated whether the lady was searching for lost souls. Gripping her folded umbrella tightly, she stood as immovable as a mountain. Jia Bao, my family heirloom. A feeble voice floated from a middle-aged man, when Sangwon turned her head towards the source of the voice. In the distance of the valley, a shadow slowly drifted closer, revealing itself to be stained with blood, pale-faced, and clad in tattered garments, with a significant indentation on its chest. Wah, father. He Jia Bao suddenly dashed out. In a matter of moments, the father and son embraced tightly. Father, I missed you so much. My treasure, my poor child. After the father and son recognized and nestled into each other's warmth, He Jia Bao pulled his father back joyfully. Sister, Jia Bao has found father. He father, feeling shy, scratched his head, wishing to say something but fearing he might offend the lady, who had already explained everything. He was immensely grateful to the lady for saving his son. Thank you very much, benefactor. When Sangwon held a talisman between her fingers, lightly tossing it towards he father, the talisman transformed into starlight, merging with he father's body. The indentation on his chest gradually swelled, and the spirit appeared less frail than before. He Jia Bao excitedly perched on his father's shoulder, his little legs flapping. Father, see? I told you, sister is very powerful. When Sangwon remarked, let us go, now that the person has been found. There is no need to linger in this foul place. Aji, holding the umbrella, steadily walked back. Upon returning to the carriage, when Sangwon observed the embarrassed he father pressed against the carriage curtain, his head bowed low, and couldn't help but chuckle. Pray tell, who might you be? Replying to the lady, I am but a humble farmer from outside Shirley village. He Jia Bao nestled in his father's embrace, sleeping soundly. He father affectionately stroked He Jia Bao's small face. Thank you, lady, for saving Jia Bao. As he spoke, he gazed at Sangwon with a yearning expression. Might I request a favor from you? I fear you may misunderstand my intentions as greedy. It is merely a small matter. A trivial thing. Speak freely. The ghost has already sought assistance. Does she still have the luxury to refuse? Bringing He Jia Bao to the unmarked graveyard had already bound her fate with him. I came out in haste and did not anticipate such events. My wife is still waiting at home, that I merely wish to return and see her, to let Jia Bao also see his mother. When Sangwon pondered and addressed Aji, proceed to Shirley village. Yes, Mississippi. He father looked at Sangwon with gratitude. Thank you, Lady Dunham. When Sangwon closed her eyes, feigning sleep, he father, understanding the unspoken cue, fell silent, turning his back to Sangwon while holding He Jia Bao close. As they traversed through the city towards Shirley village, after a series of tribulations, they arrived at Shirley village just as dusk approached. Guided by he father, the carriage entered a small village. Before they even neared the village entrance, he father was already ecstatic. Xiaoying, it's Xiaoying, When Sangwon drew back the carriage curtains to look outside, beneath a tree at the village's edge sat a weary woman, her eyes vacant as she stared into the distance. Motionless as if she were a stone, appearing to be in her 30s, with stark white hair that was particularly striking. Two women passed by. One set down her hoe with a soft sigh. "Xiaoying, the day is getting late. You should return." The other rummaged through her bamboo basket for a moment and handed a piece of flatbread to Xiaoying. "Annie, this is all I have for you. Take this bread. You've not eaten all day. How can you endure?" If Zhuangzi sees you like this, he will be heartbroken. Upon hearing the name Zhuangzi, Xiaoying blinked, slowly turning her head to look at the woman. "Zhuangzi has returned. My treasure has come back." The two women shook their heads in unison, unsure how to comfort her, finally patting Xiaoying's shoulder before walking into the village. Why has Zhuangzi returned without a word? Poor Xiaoying. "Annie, do you think Zhuangzi is someone else outside?" "Impossible. Zhuangzi cares for Xiaoying. Who in our village doesn't know? He wouldn't let her do heavy work. How could he leave without a word with Jia Bao? It has been so long. Why hasn't he returned?" Poor Xiaoying. The two women gradually walked away, their figures fading along the village path. The carriage reached the village entrance, and when Sangwon descended, standing beside the woman. From the carriage, he father wailed, "Xiaoying, Xiaoying, I have returned." Jia Bao opened his eyes, his face pressed against the carriage curtain, crying out, "Mother! Mother! Mother, it's me, Jia Bao, mother!" When Sangwon furrowed her brow slightly and stepped forward. "Madam, I am a traveler seeking kin in the capital. I have arrived here as night falls, and the roads are perilous. Might I trouble you for a night's lodging?" Xiaoying stiffly lifted her gaze to behold the maiden before her. A celestial figure of unparalleled grace, slowly averting her eyes as if lost in contemplation. Gradually, she rose, saying, "The abode is humble. I hope you will not find it lacking." Gripping the piece of flatbread, she wobbled forward like a specter. Aji followed closely behind with the carriage, when Sangwon walked beside the woman, saying nothing, until they arrived at a modest courtyard. The ground was strewn with fallen leaves, cobwebs hung from the beams, and a bold mouse scurried across the yard. Xiaoying pushed open the fence gate. "I will fetch some tea. Please sit." When Sangwon stepped into the yard, treading on the dry leaves, which crunched underfoot, Aji secured the carriage and swiftly entered the courtyard. When Sangwon surveyed the dilapidated yard and instructed Aji, "Fetch a few women to come here and pay them to tidy up this little courtyard." Aji nodded and departed swiftly. Xiaoying entered the house, emerging with a tarnished teapot and rough teacups. "Tea, here." The liquid poured from the teapot was dark and muddied with various impurities. When Sangwon accepted it and placed the teacup on the wooden table in the yard. After a considerable time, 6 women chattered cheerfully as they arrived. "Xiaoying, we have come, indeed. Xiaoying has encountered a benefactor today." The 6 women entered the courtyard, immediately rolling up their sleeves, taking brooms and cloths, each dividing tasks to clean the house thoroughly. Xiaoying stood transfixed beneath the persimmon tree in the yard, gazing upward at the red persimmons. "Zhuangzi, the persimmons are ripe. They must be harvested, lest the birds peck at them. And Jia Bao will miss out." "Where has Jia Bao gone? Why hasn't he returned?" "The meal is cold." "Zhuangzi, are you hungry?" "I shall prepare a meal." "Yes, I must cook. I must cook." Jia Bao must be hungry. Xiaoying rolled up her sleeves and knelt down, digging her hands into the earth, ceaselessly working. The 6 women in the yard, witnessing Xiaoying's state, felt a pang of compassion, their earlier smiles vanishing as they exchanged glances and sighed. Continuing their cleaning, when Sangwon turned to Aji to go buy some food. Aji nodded and exited the courtyard. The house was finally tidied up, and the sky had darkened that he father, seeing the dusk settle, hurriedly cradled Jia Bao and rushed out of the carriage. "Xiaoying, Xiaoying, what has happened to you?" The dim light within the house flickered, stretching Xiaoying's shadow across the room, while occasional barks from dogs echoed outside, leaving the surroundings eerily quiet that Jia Bao floated beside Xiaoying. "Mother, it's me, Jia Bao, mother, look at me." "Xiaoying, I'm sorry for returning late." "Xiaoying, what has happened to you?" Xiaoying repeatedly pricked the table with a needle, murmuring, "Zhuangzi, these pants need mending. Such a large hole will cause laughter if worn out." "Wah wah, mother." Jia Bao tugged at Xiaoying's arm, but his fingers passed through her as if she were a mere illusion. "Xiaoying." Father, with red-rimmed eyes, sat beside Xiaoying, attempting to take away the needle. "Xiaoying, I am sorry," So sorry, that it is all my fault. I should not have brought Jia Bao into the city. That it is my disobedience that has harmed Jia Bao, and you that he struck his own face repeatedly. Jia Bao cried out in despair, Mother, what is wrong? Mother, look at me. When Sangwen stood in the yard collecting her thoughts and sighed deeply, Aji fetched a long bench and placed it under the eaves of the house. When Sangwen sat quietly there, her heart heavy with myriad emotions, that Jia Bao rushed out from the house, tugging at Sangwen's sleeve. Sister, please, I beg you, save my mother, will you? Hearing this, father abruptly looked up, rushing out of the house, kneeling before Sangwen, repeatedly bowing his head. Lady, I implore you, save my wife. Lady, please, save my wife. Jia Bao, witnessing this, floated to his father's side, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head. Sister, please, save my mother. Lady, as long as you agree to save my wife, Zhuangzi will serve you like an ox or horse. I will do anything. I beg you. Jia Bao pleads with you. Save my mother. I will serve you like an ox or horse. When Sangwen's gaze fell upon the father and son, and she sighed. Chapter 34. The Pain of Parting. Lady, I understand this is a difficult request. But now, Jia Bao and I are merely wandering souls, while Xiao Ying bears the burden of living alone, suffering in countless ways. Let me become your little ghost. I would gladly fade into ash. When Sangwen replied, You must think carefully. Her state is one of confusion. If I intervene forcefully, once she awakens, she will endure 100-fold, 1,000-fold agony of grief, the pain of losing a husband and a child. Like 1,000 knives piercing her heart. Aji followed the young lady's gaze to the ground, where nothing lay, her heart filled with profound shock. She had previously contemplated that the young lady might witness something dreadful, yet never anticipated it to be a spirit. Regardless of the changes in the young lady, her mission remained steadfast, to protect her, pledging unwavering loyalty. Suppressing her thoughts, she stood resolutely to the side. Xuanzi, upon hearing the commotion, knelt on the ground, dazed and at a loss, his hands covering his face in utter anguish. This is not how it should be. What should I do? What should I do? It was I who caused Xiao Ying's demise. It was all my fault. Every mistake, every misstep, all lead back to me, that I should have heeded the advice. Had I not gone to the Wen residence, I would not have harmed Jia Bao. Nor Xiao Ying, that Jia Bao, not comprehending the gravity of the situation, gazed at his sister with tear-filled eyes, knowing their mother was unwell. Sister, please save our mother. That moment, Xiao Ying suddenly rushed into the courtyard. Is that Xuanzi? She stumbled forward, pulling open the fence gate. Has Jia Bao returned? Jia Bao sprang up from the ground, rushing towards Xiao Ying, crying Mother Wu, circling around her, repeatedly calling out, Mother, I am Jia Bao. Jia Bao is here. Xiao Ying's hollow gaze surveyed the inky darkness of the night, standing in a daze for a long while before murmuring to herself, Xuanzi too, it's so late yet still takes Jia Bao out, with no thought of returning. Turning slowly, she began to walk back, suddenly lifting her head to look at Sangwen, who sat beneath the eaves, her eyes filled with confusion. Which family do you belong to, and why are you in my home? Sangwen replied gently, Madam, I passed by this place, and, unable to continue my journey in the deep of night, sought a place to stay for the night. Xiao Ying nodded hesitantly. Oh, I see. Then you rest. I will go prepare dinner. Xuanzi will be back soon, and must be hungry. Sangwen nodded, his father wept inconsolably, floating beside Xiao Ying, attempting to support her despite his ethereal form passing through her. Xiao Ying, do not be like this. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Xiao Ying, please do not act this way. Jia Bao floated sadly to one side. Inside the house, a cacophony of rummaging ensued as Xiao Ying placed jars and bottles on the ground, then stood up to kick over a ceramic pot. That I must wash the clothes. The weather is clear today, and I need to air out the bedding. Otherwise, Jia Bao will not sleep soundly. Winter is approaching, and Xuanzi's cotton coat needs to be made in 2 sets, and Jia Bao's as well. Sangwen sat outside, listening to the chaos within, her heart growing increasingly heavy as thoughts of the instigator, that vile green tea woman Qianqian, crossed her mind. She clenched her fists involuntarily, yet she could not move to exact her vengeance. Indeed, calamity lingers for a millennium. After an unknown duration, silence suddenly enveloped the house. Sensing something amiss, Sangwen rose and entered. Amidst the disarray, She found Xiaoying clutching a shard of broken pottery, blood gushing from her hand. The father and son cried out in alarm, yet had to avoid the blood on Xiaoying's hands. Aji stepped forward, delivering a swift blow to Xiaoying's neck, lifting her and placing her onto the bed, tearing the sheets to efficiently bind her wounds. You two, go outside. Do not touch this blood. Otherwise, the resentment will intensify, and it will rebound upon you, making reincarnation difficult. Xuanzi's eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at Xiaoying, ultimately dragging Jiabao to crouch outside the door. When Sangwen scanned the surroundings, her gaze falling upon the shattered pottery scattered on the ground, she stepped forward, and from a distance, a chilling scream pierced the tranquility of the small village. Someone has been murdered. Help! There has been a murder. A chorus of barking dogs erupted. Aji rose swiftly, hurrying to the young lady's side. When Sangwen followed the noise outside, glancing toward the village, the barking intensified, and the tethered horse outside snorted restlessly, kicking its hooves wildly. At that moment, several villagers rushed past the courtyard, lanterns in hand. What is happening? One cried. That voice sounds like Wang Matzi. Let us go see. Could it be that thieves have come to wreak havoc in our village? Hurry. Let us check the situation first. When Sangwen furrowed her brow, glancing back at the house, hesitating whether to investigate. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed Aji, you stay here. I will go see what is happening. Aji protested, Miss, that is unwise. Allow Aji to go. When Sangwen considered this, Aji possessed martial skills and could handle common thieves with ease. Very well, go and assess the situation, she finally conceded. Upon receiving permission, Aji swiftly exited the courtyard. When Sangwen sat on a bench, staring blankly into the dark night, Xuanzi crouched nearby, remaining silent for a long time before finally speaking. Miss, you possess extraordinary abilities. Is there a way for me to help my wife forget us? When Sangwen withdrew from her thoughts, looking at Xuanzi without responding, Xuanzi continued, in this lifetime, I have wronged Xiaoying. Jiabao and I are already lost souls. Xiaoying has many days ahead of her. I cannot allow her to live in such a daze. That as he spoke, his eyes turned blood red, tears streaming down his cheeks. Jiabao, nestled in Xuanzi's embrace, wept loudly. Father, it is Jiabao's fault. Xuanzi gently stroked Jiabao, softly comforting. Do not cry, Jiabao. Be good. That if Jiao doesn't run around, you won't bump into that sister in the garden. It was Jiabao who harmed father. Would it be good? Do not cry. The fault lies not with Jiabao, but with father, who did not heed your mother's words and secretly took you to the city. Had I listened to the advice, Jiabao would not suffer. Every mistake is mine. When Sangwen interjected, have you considered this carefully? Xuanzi froze, looking at Wen Sangwen in confusion. Her words implied that there was a way to allow his wife to be free from suffering. After a long silence, he finally nodded in pain, making his final decision that I cannot watch Xiaoying become this way because of Jiabao and me, miss. Do you have a way for me to see Xiaoying? Even if just for a day. I wish to bid her farewell. No, just for an hour. Jiabao looked at Wen Sangwen with yearning eyes. Sister, Jiabao also wants to see mother. You're already separated by life and death. The living and the dead are on different paths. Forcing a meeting defies the laws of heaven and earth, and will inevitably invite divine retribution. Xuanzi clenched his teeth, showing no hesitation that I am willing, regardless of the cost. When Sangwen replied, I have limited abilities. For one day, I grant you one day to bid farewell to your wife. After this day, she shall forget the past, and you will have no further ties. Paths will diverge, and you shall endure 100 years of torment in the river of forgetfulness. Xuanzi glanced at Jiabao, saying, Jiabao, go check on Sister Aji, will you? Jiabao was puzzled. Didn't sister say there's a way to see mother? Why does father want me to find Sister Aji? Xuanzi suggested, Sister Aji has been gone for quite a while. I am worried to go check on her, all right? Jiabao wiped away his tears, reluctantly agreeing, and floated away with a sniffled. Xuanzi watched Jiabao drift farther away, then knelt before Wen Sangwen. Miss, I am willing to endure 100 years of torment. Jiabao is young. Can he bear the suffering? Wen Sangwen frowned. You wish to take on Jiabao's suffering? Xuanzi bowed his head. I wish to see my wife. Jiabao also wishes to see mother. Defying the laws of heaven and earth, I wish to bear the burden for Jiabao, allowing him to see mother. 200 years of torment. struck by thunder and fire. Will you truly accept this? Hishwanzi nodded, that I have made up my mind as a husband, I have wrong showing. As a father, I have failed to protect my son, that I shall bear the punishment. Sighing, when Sangwon said, at dawn tomorrow, you shall reunite. After the rooster crows, you must go to endure your punishment. Hishwanzi knelt, his back straight, responding without a hint of hesitation. Thank you, miss, for your consideration. When Sangwon waved her hand, allowing Hishwanzi to rise, her gaze drifting into the dark night, saying no more, her emotions a complex mix. Assisting the spirits to fulfill their wishes might enhance her ghostly abilities, yet it was not an easy task. Helping Hishwanzi achieve his desires, she wondered how long it would take to regain her strength. That a quarter of an hour later, Aji returned, her expression serious. Miss, these are the guards from the prince's residence. When Sangwon, puzzled, asked, how does Aji know? Aji replied, we have crossed paths before. When Sangwon recalled how her former self had chased after Bei Mingxian and how Aji and Ulung had pushed aside the guards for her, leading to countless confrontations, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. However, why were Bei Mingxuan's people suddenly here? What had transpired? Aji explained, the old man has died, slain by a heavy blade. The scene was drenched in blood. And the assailant did not flee the scene, openly confessing to their actions that To commit murder and not flee. How intriguing, when Sangwon scoffed. When something unusual occurs, there is bound to be a hidden agenda. I wonder what kind of trouble this is that IT had nothing to do with her, and thus she need not dwell on it. Suddenly inspired, she instructed Aji, tomorrow, we shall enter the city and prepare a lavish banquet. Bringing it here along with the vermilion powder Ulung typically purchases. Understood. Aji replied before turning to clean up the chaotic scene inside, laying fresh bedding in the west side room. Once finished, she returned, saying, Miss, it is late. You should rest early. When Sangwon nodded, recognizing her need to conserve her energy, as she would require a considerable amount of it for the following evening. The next day, she was awakened by a cacophony of noises, rendering any possibility of returning to slumber futile. After a brief wash, she found herself seated in the courtyard, utterly disoriented, lacking any sense of direction. That Z had already detached the carriage from the horses and was hastily departing. With her eyes half open and half closed, when Sangwon existed in a state of daze that in her muddled state, she heard a familiar voice, Wanner, what brings you here? When Sangwon initially believed she was hallucinating and shook her head, squinting towards the courtyard gate, the visage of a familiar Rakshasa mask emerged, prompting her to press her fingers against her brow, momentarily unable to comprehend who was standing at the entrance. She refrained from responding, keeping her eyes half closed, even allowing them to flutter shut as she continued to massage her temples. That as the familiar figure drew nearer, casting a shadow over her, when Sangwon's dormant mind slowly rebooted, and she pondered for a moment before expressing with a serene countenance, Oh, it is you, Bai Mingyi. Bai Mingyi regarded the dazed little creature before him with an inexplicable sense of delight. Wanner, what brings you here? When Sangwon finally opened her eyes, taking a deep breath as clarity began to return, she then realized that Bai Mingyi, a living person, stood right before her. What brings you here? She inquired. It has been 3 days since we last met, and you seem to be enjoying yourself quite thoroughly. Enjoying? I'm not here for leisure. I have pressing matters to attend to. When Sangwon stood, regarding Bai Mingyi with curiosity. Why does the 9th prince find himself here? Like Wanner, I too have pressing matters to attend to. When Sangwon's eyes flickered as she recalled the events of the previous night. What a curious occurrence it is that the 9th prince would lower himself to apprehend a mere thief. Bai Mingyi chuckled softly, choosing not to answer the query. That I noticed the carriage outside the courtyard. Have you lost your horses, Wanner? Not at all. I instructed a Z to venture into the city to procure some provisions. Are you not planning to return to the city? Not quite. Trivial matters have ensnared me, and I must delay my return for a day or two. That would you require my assistance? When Sangwon gazed at Bai Mingyi with a perplexed expression, questioning whether he had taken leave of his senses. Why was he suddenly so accommodating? Or was there some ulterior motive? She discreetly stepped aside, increasing the distance between them in a manner akin to a thief guarding her treasure. Your Highness, as the sage once said, excessive kindness without cause may indicate treachery. Bai Mingyi observed the little cat's seemingly defensive posture, which only heightened his amusement. Indeed, there is one matter in which I require your assistance. When Sang Wan's eyes betrayed her suspicion as she scratched her nose and feigned nonchalance. What matter might that be? I am rather delicate and cannot lend you a hand in any grand undertaking. Especially after the incident with Fong Yang has left me still quite weak, struggling to walk. Her implication was clear. She was unwilling to partake in significant affairs and had no desire to engage in minor ones either. So whether urgent or trivial, she preferred to be left alone. Bai Mingyi examined Wen Sang Wan's steady gait, a hint of amusement glinting in his eyes, yet he chose not to expose her reluctance. At that moment, a figure approached from outside the courtyard, bowing with cupped fists. "My lord." Bai Mingyi turned and exited the courtyard. Watching him depart, Wen Sang Wan exhaled in relief and returned to her seat on the long bench. Rubbing her stomach, she had yet to eat breakfast and was beginning to feel hungry, uncertain of when Aziz would return. The two had exchanged some words at the entrance before the figure left, and Bai Mingyi re-entered the courtyard. Wen Sang Wan, observing this, felt a surge of confusion. Why did this man not leave? What was his purpose in lingering? For the first time, she found dealing with a man more troublesome than confronting a malevolent spirit. Bai Mingyi approached with measured steps. Wen Sang Wan, watching him draw near, suddenly felt as though a ravenous wolf was closing in, preparing to pounce. She would not be the passive party. Thus, she took the initiative. "Your Highness, you seem to have some free time today." Her meaning was unmistakable. Should not the prince be preoccupied with matters of state? Should he not be departing to attend to his affairs? Bai Mingyi advanced, revealing an object in his hand. When Sang Wan's gaze swept over it, her heart plummeting as she slowly raised her eyes to meet his, maintaining a facade of calm. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Chapter 35. The joys of rural life. She found it challenging to decipher the man's intentions. Having spent less than a month here, she was not inclined to provoke the hidden guards without sufficient leverage. Yet here he was, holding the jade pendant emblematic of her family's covert guards. What did he intend to accomplish? Did he wish to confront her regarding the hidden guards? When Sang Wan remained composed, refraining from movement as a seasoned trader navigating the turbulent waters of commerce for many years. In the face of Bai Mingyi, she felt confident in her ability to maintain an air of inscrutability. Bai Mingyi casually examined the pendant before stepping closer, stating, "I found this on a petty thief. I believe you might find it useful." With that, he extended the pendant towards her. Internally, when Sang Wan was in turmoil, should she accept it, she would be acknowledging that the hidden guards of the Lung family were under her control. Conversely, refusing it would also be ill-advised, as the royal family most despised any hint of disloyalty. However, her hesitation was brief, and with an air of nonchalance, she graciously accepted it, cradling it in her palm. "Thank you, Your Highness." Bai Mingyi inquired, "Why thank me?" When Sang Wan gazed into the distance, smiling as she responded, "The weather is delightful today, and I have heard that the culinary offerings of the nearby village are quite exquisite. I wonder if Your Highness would care to accompany me on a quest to seek them out at Wanner. Are you extending an invitation to me?" When Sang Wan nodded, rising to her feet. "Your Highness, do you have any interest in joining me?" She sought to divert the conversation, unwilling to dwell on the pendant, while also gauging Bai Mingyi's attitude that if he chose not to descend from his lofty perch, then the matter would remain unresolved, necessitating her to invest more effort in managing the situation. Bai Mingyi readily agreed. "Very well." When Sang Wan's demeanor brightened, her smile deepening. "Let us go." The duo strolled out of the courtyard, taking a leisurely pace along the village path. Within Wen Sang Wan's mind, thoughts raced. Her family owned a vacation villa, complete with a variety of agrarian leisure activities, emphasizing a rustic charm. Her gaze swiftly scanned the village houses, directing her steps towards a particularly well-kept mud brick abode. Bai Mingyi, without inquiry, simply followed Wen Sang Wan. Upon arriving at a clean dwelling, they found a woman busy mending clothes in the courtyard. When Sang Wan politely greeted her, "Madam, I apologize for the intrusion." The woman looked up, spotting the elegantly dressed man and woman, and felt a wave of apprehension. "May I inquire as to why the esteemed young lady has graced my humble abode?" When Sang Wan responded, "Madam, may I come in to discuss this further?" The woman quickly nodded, hurrying over to open the wooden door. "Please, young lady and young sir, come inside. The my home is simple. I hope you will not find it lacking." Just as when Sang Wan was about to speak, she suddenly recalled that she had no money, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Madam, one moment please." Turning back, she smiled. "Might you assist me with a small favor?" not mentioning Bai Mingyi. She feared that his status might intimidate the woman. "Waner, feel free to speak." When Sangwon smiled sweetly. "Would you lend me a tael of silver?" Bai Mingyi, observing her delicate hand, felt a playful glint in his eyes and chuckled softly, retrieving a banknote from his sleeve. "This is all I have on hand." 1,000 taels of silver fell into one Sangwon's palm. Staring at the banknote, when Sangwon felt speechless, "I only needed a tael. Why on earth did you give me 1,000? Seeing her silence, Bai Mingyi assumed she found it insufficient. He lifted his sleeve and produced a stack, placing it in her hands. When Sangwon's lips twitched as she pinched the banknote, swiftly withdrawing one and returning the rest to Bai Mingyi. "Madam, my grandmother has difficulty chewing and prefers softer foods that I have come here today to see if I might purchase some of your freshly made lychee." The woman was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Young lady, there are plenty available at the market. Why do you need to purchase from me?" When Sangwon replied, "Madam, I have never seen it before and am curious to try." The woman thought to herself, puzzled by the peculiar preferences of a young lady from a wealthy family. Nevertheless, if she wished to buy, it would not be a problem. She could prepare some to sell, leaving the rest for her family to enjoy with a few cups of wine. "If you wish to buy, of course I have some, but it will take some time to prepare." "Not a problem, not a problem." When Sangwon glanced at the banknote in her hand, frowning slightly as she tucked it away. She could pay once a Z returned. If she did not arrive in time, she would find a way to use Bai Mingyi's banknote to settle the matter with the woman. The woman invited them to sit in the courtyard while she returned inside. Emerging with a sack and pouring half a bag of yellow beans onto a sieve, she began sorting through them, discarding the bad ones. When Sangwon's interest piqued, she stood and approached the woman. "Madam, allow me to assist you." The woman quickly protested. "Young lady, you should not trouble yourself with such labor. Please, just sit." When Sangwon was undeterred, rolling up her sleeves with a determination to engage fully in the task. Revealing her fair arms, the woman continued to decline her offer when suddenly, a large hand reached out to grasp the sieve. When Sangwon sensed something amiss, turning just in time to nearly collide with Bai Mingyi, stepping back 2 paces as her sleeve fell, covering her pale arm. Bai Mingyi's gaze swept over her sleeve, finding it less distracting now, and he steadied himself, lifting the sieve. What should be done? When Sangwon, feeling exasperated, stepped aside, allowing him room. "I am unsure. You may inquire with the madam." She was merely seeking novelty. Little did she expect that the lofty prince harbored such peculiar inclinations. She graciously chose not to dwell on such trifles with the royal. The woman cast a glance at the two, seemingly grasping something, and relinquished the scoop, stepping back a bit. "This young master must be handled this way," she remarked as her hands weighed the scoop up and down. Bai Mingyi observed the woman's actions, holding the scoop with one hand, shaking it, but failing to control his strength, causing half of the beans within to spill out. When Sangwon could not contain herself and let out a soft chuckle. Though it was a restrained one, her shoulders trembling slightly. She vowed she did not intend to laugh. It was just that who had ever seen a towering figure nearly 1.90 meters? Shaking a scoop with one hand, when Sangwon clenched her fist against her lips, struggling to maintain her composure. The woman, noticing the scene, felt embarrassed and hurriedly took the scoop back, stating, "Young master, you are of noble status. Such menial tasks should be left to an old woman." Bai Mingyi released the scoop, fixing his gaze on Sangwon. In an instant, when Sangwon composed herself, adopting a serious demeanor. Very well, she said, turning sharply to leave. This was a prince. She could not afford to provoke him. She must not laugh. Should she incite his ire, it would not end well. Yet, it was genuinely amusing. Bai Mingyi regarded Sangwon's slender figure retreating. Devoid of anger, rather, he felt a peculiar sense of delight enveloping his heart. Not unpleasant at all. It seemed as though he had been playfully mocked by a kitten. He strolled over and took a seat across from Sangwon. Chapter 36. Unusual thoughts. Does Waner enjoy such things? Bai Mingyi inquired. When Sangwon shook her head, explaining that her grandmother enjoyed these delicacies and she intended to take some back for her to savor. After a lengthy ordeal, when the woman lifted the tofu press, steam wafted upwards. Curious, when Sangwon leaned closer, admiring the delicate tofu, and praised, "Madam, your craftsmanship is remarkable." The old woman beamed with joy, though it was a common dish. Being praised lifted her spirits immensely, Even if it was trivial, Mississippi Izzy's voice floated in from outside the courtyard. When Sangwin gestured for Az to approach, Az, please bring the food box over. We shall pack some of this to take back to the manor for my grandmother. Az nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly departed, that I in the span of a tea's brewing. Az returned, carrying a 3-tiered food box. The old woman carefully placed the tender tofu inside. When Sangwin tugged Az aside, make sure to bring some silver to compensate the madam for her trouble. Az nodded. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the courtyard. Biming Yi stepped out. When Sangwin cast a glance, picked up the food box, exchanged pleasantries with the old woman, and turned to leave. The old woman stared blankly at a piece of silver in her hand, momentarily stunned, as the master and servant departed the courtyard. She slapped her thigh, feeling an odd sense of unreality. Today had truly felt like the arrival of a fortune god. Once they were far away, she hastily tucked the silver into her bosom and hurried back inside. Az took the food box from Sangwin's hands. They hear. When Sangwin paused and said, there are no outsiders present. Az need not observe such formalities. Az frowned, responding seriously, Miss, we must adhere to the distinctions of rank. When Sangwin sighed, the ancient mindset was something she could not easily correct. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. Remembering the events of the previous night, she inquired, Az, what I saw yesterday, was it truly the prince's guards? Az confirmed, indeed, when Sangwin's heart filled with doubt. Why would the jade penna be found on a petty thief? What schemes might Biming Shin be plotting? As they walked slowly back, when Sangwin glanced back to see Biming Yi standing at a distance, his guards still reporting to him. Sensing his gaze, she shyly averted her eyes. Upon returning to Hejia's courtyard, when Sangwin looked up at the sky, it was still midday, that on the wooden table lay 5 3-tiered food boxes. Annie, shall we have lunch? We rushed out this morning and did not prepare breakfast for you, Az suggested. When Sangwin replied, your young mistress is not so delicate. It is merely a meal. Set the food out. I will check on the madam. With that, she strode directly into the room. Standing by the bedside, she gazed at the motionless Xiaoying seated on the bed, her heart conflicted. Should she awaken her now, or wait until midnight? After pondering for a while, she still could not make up her mind. Az entered, informing her, Miss, lunch is ready. When Sangwin asked, Az, should I rouse her now? Az considered Xiaoying, reflecting, Miss, she ought to know everything. Why? She is a wife and mother. She must be aware of all. When Sangwin sighed, pinching the talisman between her fingers, still hesitating to act. After a moment of silence, she made a gesture with one hand while placing the talisman on Xiaoying's forehead. Reciting an incantation, quickly guard the 7 souls, swiftly protect the 3 spirits, with a heart as pure as water, awaken the spirit of night, return. The yellow talisman instantly turned to ash, disappearing without a trace. Xiaoying's vacant eyes gradually focused, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. After a tea's brewing, Xiaoying blinked, staring at the 2 before her, panicking as she exclaimed, Who are you? When Sangwin reassured her, Madam, do not be alarmed. I have been sent here on behalf of another. Xiaoying furrowed her brow, fear still lingering on her face. Although she was frazzled, she could discern that the 2 before her did not appear malicious, and her heart calmed slightly. She trembled as she asked, Which young lady has sent you here? When Sangwin stepped back a few paces, Would you care to join me for a meal? Afterward, I will explain everything in detail. Seeing the young woman retreat to the door, Xiaoying's heart settled a little, and she quickly donned her shoes and descended from the bed with agility. At this moment, when Sangwin had already taken a seat in the courtyard, after a brief silence within the room, Xiaoying composed herself and exited, observing the exquisite dishes laid out on the wooden table. Her anxious heart raced even higher, yet she said nothing, sitting down nervously across from Sangwin. When Sangwin poured herself a cup of wine, then poured another for Xiaoying, saying, Az, sit down and keep the madam company. Az complied, taking a seat on the other side. When Sangwin had not eaten breakfast, so she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Xiaoying did not touch the food on the table, continuously sizing up the suddenly esteemed young lady before her. Noticing Xiaoying's lack of movement, when Sangwin swallowed her mouthful and wiped her hands with a handkerchief, saying, Madam, you should join me for lunch. Otherwise, I cannot disclose who sent me. Xiaoying's brow furrowed tightly as she stared for a long time, unable to decipher, ultimately giving up. Anxiously, she lifted the white porcelain bowl before her, took up her chopsticks, and placed some rice in her mouth. The three dined in silence. After finishing lunch, Az cleared away the dishes, pouring tea for Wen Sangwen and Xiaoying. Xiaoying looked at the steaming tea before her and asked, "Miss, I have finished my meal. Can you now tell me who sent you?" Wen Sangwen replied, "He Xuanzi and he Jiabao, the father and son duo." Xiaoying sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Where are my husband and my child?" As she uttered these words, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, her heart aching with pain. When Sangwen spoke with difficulty, "At midnight, they will return to reunite with you. Please bear your grief." Xiaoying collapsed back onto the stool, tears streaming down her face. "How can I bear my grief?" she cried, her body trembling as she struggled to accept the truth. When Sangwen sighed and said, "At midnight, they will return if there is anything you wish to convey or items you need to prepare. Now is the time." However, she could not bring herself to say more. Every additional word was like salt in the wound of this grieving woman. When Sangwen stood to leave the courtyard, signaling Izzy not to disturb the madam, Xiaoying sat stiffly for a long time, her mind filled with memories, each scene like a thorn, piercing her heart, causing her to gasp for breath. With no husband and no child, her world had crumbled. Time passed and Xiaoying slowly rose, making her way back inside. When Sangwen sensed something amiss and turned to look at Xiaoying, Izzy understood her intent and immediately stepped forward, following closely behind Xiaoying. Clatter, clatter, clattered in the distance. A dozen soldiers marched in unison towards them, the leading few mounted guards wielding swords, while others carried a white-wrapped bundle, all with serious expressions, exuding an air of authority. When Sangwen stepped back, pressing against the fence to make way. As the soldiers passed, when Sangwen turned her head to avoid the dust, catching a glimpse of two figures approaching from behind. She thought to herself that once these matters were concluded, she could avoid the ensuing complications. Feeling a sense of relief, Bai Mingyi approached, asking, "Wanner, are you not returning to the manor?" When Sangwen shook her head, Bai Mingyi remarked, "Lychee does not taste well after a night. Indeed, I will have Izzy send it back to the manor shortly." "Is it truly necessary to trouble yourself so, Wanner? Do you not trust this prince?" When Sangwen replied politely, "Of course." Bai Mingyi addressed the person beside him, "Sui Gu, take Lychee to Wen Manor." When Sangwen looked at Bai Mingyi in surprise. It was merely a few pieces of tofu. There was no need for such formality. She cleared her throat awkwardly, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but it is a trivial matter, and there is no need to trouble you." "Not at all." The fragments of bone stepped into the courtyard. They approached Aziz, who was standing by the door. Aziz glanced at her mistress, when Sangwen, who turned back and nodded slightly. This trivial matter, with someone as prominent as Prince Bai Mingyi. Surely he would not stoop so low as to tamper with something as insignificant as tofu. That a man who could nonchalantly extract a wad of banknotes was certainly not one to possess such a petty disposition. Aziz picked up the food box from the courtyard and handed it to the fragments of bone. When Sangwen watched the receding figure of the fragments of bone, her gaze shifting to Bai Mingyi. Why had this man not yet departed? She could not help but inquire, "Your Highness, are you not returning to the city? Wanner, do you not wish for this prince to stay?" When Sangwen fixed her gaze on Bai Mingyi, pondering the expression concealed beneath his mask, that a sense of exasperation washed over her. Could she truly articulate her desire for him to leave? With a smile plastered on her face, she refrained from expressing her thoughts. "This prince shall remain and return to the capital alongside Wanner. How does that sound?" She felt a surge of indignation, her eyes landing on the jade pendant resting in Bai Mingyi's palm. How fortunate she was to return to the capital with the ninth prince at that moment, when Sangwen harbored a desire for violence. She truly wished to strike him. Bai Mingyi, extending the jade pendant towards her, declared, "This prince is exceedingly honored to return to the capital with Wanner." When Sangwen chuckled internally, grateful for his playful demeanor, using the pendant to coerce her. Just wait. Should she seize the opportunity, she would certainly deliver a sound thrashing. Accepting the jade pendant from Bai Mingyi's hand, she turned away, concealing her smile, and walked into the courtyard, picking up the bamboo basket lying on the ground. Bai Mingyi stepped inside, the mirth in his eyes evident. "It seems our little cat is feeling a bit emotional." When Sangwen laid out the vermilion powder and talisman paper on the table, glancing at her left hand with a hint of frustration. It appeared she would have to draw blood again. She called out, "Aziz." Aziz approached at Wanner. "I need a dagger." Aziz swiftly drew the dagger concealed within her sleeve. When Sangwen took the dagger, gazing at her still healing left palm, preparing to make the incision, Bai Mingyi, noticing her intent, grasped her left hand firmly. "What are you trying to do?" A Z, on the other side, hurriedly seized Wen Sangwen's right hand. "Miss, the dagger is poisoned." When Sangwen glanced left at Bai Mingyi and right at a Z. "Could you please release me?" Bai Mingyi reluctantly let go that a Z took the dagger, sheathing it and hiding it back in her sleeve. "I need to draw talismans. It requires my vital essence." Bai Mingyi, collecting his scattered thoughts, asked, "Is there no alternative?" A Z extended her own hand. "Miss, I can do it." "No," When Sangwen replied, "but what about the dagger?" A Z shook her head. With a sigh, When Sangwen lamented the absence of a dagger, realizing she would have to bite her finger. Just as she was about to do so, Bai Mingyi presented a silver needle. "Use this. It will create a smaller wound." When Sangwen considered this and found it reasonable, she took the silver needle, pricked her finger, allowing the blood to drop onto the inkstone, mixing it with the vermilion powder, and began to grind it. A Z wished to bandage her mistress's finger, but the ninth prince was quicker, already sprinkling medicinal powder on Wen Sangwen's finger and producing a roll of gauze. Wen Sangwen's attention was not on her finger, but rather on the gauze and porcelain bottle that had appeared out of thin air. Curiously, she inquired, "This material that has materialized from nowhere is quite remarkable." Her words were a subtle test for Bai Mingyi, as she was indeed intrigued about whether this world possessed spatial rings or similar artifacts, hoping to confirm if her own underworld ring was truly one of a kind. After Bai Mingyi finished bandaging, he opened his palm, revealing a purple fortune pouch, elegantly adorned with a small gourd pendant at its opening. Delicate and charming, instantly appealing to the eye. When Sangwen, intrigued, picked up the pouch for a closer examination. Azia had never seen such an item, but had heard of its wondrous nature, noting that only a few individuals in the world possessed such a treasure. After admiring it for a moment, when Sangwen pushed the pouch back towards Bai Mingyi and resumed grinding the vermilion powder, Bai Mingyi observed the pouch before him, frowning slightly. "Does Wana not like it?" When Sangwen replied, "I am merely curious. Such a trinket, Wana should keep it. It can hold talisman paper for convenience during travel." When Sangwen smiled, "Your Highness is quite generous, yet this item must also be a rare treasure. Keeping it without the ability to protect oneself would only invite calamity." She picked up her brush, focusing intently on her drawings. Bai Mingyi remained silent, gazing at the pouch, for the first time finding it rather bothersome, choosing not to insist that the little cat accept it and taking the pouch back. By the time she finished drawing the talismans, the sky had darkened considerably. Realizing the courtyard was excessively quiet, she looked around and on one side, Bai Mingyi sat, sipping tea in small sips, while a Z stood motionless beneath the eaves. A sudden clang echoed from within the house as an iron object fell. When Sangwen set down her brush, intending to enter the house, but a wave of dizziness overcame her, causing her to stagger a few steps. Bai Mingyi stood up and swiftly grasped Wen Sangwen's arm. She shook her head. "I am fine, that I merely wish to check on Xiaoying." Bai Mingyi did not release her, still holding onto her arm. When Sangwen attempted to break free from his grasp, stepping forward to stand before the door, and as she caught sight of the interior, she froze for a moment, silently retreating. Chapter 37. Remarrying. Bai Mingyi positioned himself at the door, glancing into the room, and stood beside Wen Sangwen. Inside, a pair of celebratory candles flickered quietly at the front of the main hall. Xiaoying sat before the vanity, holding red paper, her eyes stained with blood. Eerily calm as she replaced her wooden hairpin with a red beaded hairpin taken from a locked box, donning silver bracelets, quietly gazing at her reflection in the mottled copper mirror, adorned in a red wedding gown. "Hua Zuan, 10 years ago, you brought me through this door in just such a manner. Today, I shall marry you once more." When Sangwen heard Xiaoying murmuring to herself and sighed inwardly, knowing what Xiaoying intended. The living marrying the dead. This was a marriage of the underworld. This act involved sacrificing one's own yang energy to escort her husband to the netherworld. Such matters were not mere fabrications. Women were associated with water, darkness, and the earth, reaping the fruits of their actions. That a virtuous wife would bring prosperity to the household. An ill-fated wife would bring misfortune. As for men, they were linked to fire. The heavens and the sun, water extinguished fire, and balance between yin and yang was essential for harmony. The sky gradually darkened. In the courtyard, Hua Zuan paced anxiously, several times attempting to rush inside, only to be repelled by the red candles within. He Jiabao sat in the courtyard, wailing bitterly. When Sangwon remained silent, midnight had not yet arrived, and she would not interfere, especially with a formidable presence beside her. Even if Bai Mingyi knew of her abilities to traverse between realms, she would still need to exercise restraint. After enduring several hours of torment, the hour of the rat approached. When Sangwon stood at the door, facing the father and son crouched in the courtyard, and flung out 2 talismans, forming a seal and chanting, "I am the celestial master," borrowing the energy of heaven to break the boundaries of yin and yang, assisting the souls in resolving their grievances. May the heavens bestow their grace upon all beings. Assist. As she pressed down the final seal, the 2 talismans in her hand ignited in green flames, gradually revealing the figures of a large and small silhouette. He Huazwan, He Jiabao, where are you? The father and son were pinned to the ground by the laws of heaven. Here, when Sangwon shifted the seal in her hand, forming a new imprint. She bit her middle finger, letting droplets of blood fly toward the 2 figures, striking their foreheads directly. The immense burden weighing upon them was instantly lifted, when Sangwon staggered, her complexion visibly pale, and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to steady her mind to go. To break the laws of heaven and earth, I too will face retribution. Lightning and thunder coursed through her body, her vital essence spilling forth. Bai Mingyi quickly caught her as she began to fall. However, when Sangwon lacked the strength to support herself, as Bai Mingyi grasped her arm, she collapsed like a puddle of mud towards the ground. Bai Mingye's brows knitted tightly as he swiftly lifted her in his arms. Aziz, witnessing this, rushed forward, intent on reclaiming her mistress from the 9th prince, when Sangwon weakly uttered, "Do not move. My meridians will be disrupted." Fearing she could not articulate herself clearly and might inadvertently cause an unexpected situation, she gritted her teeth and managed to utter this warning before her vision darkened, and she lost consciousness. Having learned from the previous experience, Bai Mingyi held her securely in his embrace, making no movement. Miss Aziz panicked. Bai Mingyi coldly uttered 2 words, silenced as Aziz pressed her lips together, silently retreating. Inside the house, the father and son rushed in. Xiao-Ying. Mother seated at the vanity, Xiao-Ying remained rigid, lifting her gaze to take a shallow breath. Softly uttering, "The head of the family has returned. Jiabao has returned." He Huazwan stood frozen in place, his gaze falling upon the bright red characters affixed prominently within the room that He Jiabao dashed forward, enveloping his mother in a tight embrace, burying his head in her shoulder. "Mother, I miss you so much." Xiao-Ying smiled gently, crouching to embrace He Jiabao. "Mother misses you too." Her hand lightly patted He Jiabao's back, but an icy chill seeped into her palm, causing her eyelids to flutter. "That I miss you, mother, so much." Xiao-Ying lifted He Jiabao into her arms, slowly approaching her husband, her voice tender. "Zwan, will you marry me once more?" Xiao-Ying. "Zwan, 10 years ago, you brought me through this door before we had Jiabao. Today, let Jiabao witness the moment you brought me into your home. Will you?" He Jiabao nodded, addressing his parents. "Mother, today you look truly beautiful." He Xuanzi slightly relaxed, gazing at Xiao-Ying, and upon meeting the hopeful glances of the 2, he nodded in agreement. He Jiabao held his mother tightly, exclaiming, "I want to see father and mother get married." "I am so happy." Xiao-Ying set He Jiabao down and retrieved a red wedding cloth from the cupboard, presenting it to He Xuanzi with a smile, saying, "Husband, please cover me with the wedding cloth." He Xuanzi stared at Xiao-Ying, accepting the cloth. "I listened to my wife." He Jiabao looked up at his mother, his small hand tightly clutching the hem of her garment, knowing that once he let go, he would never be able to grasp it again. Joyfully, he declared, "Mother is the most beautiful bride in the world." He Xuanzi unfurled the wedding cloth and draped it over Xiao-Ying's head, reluctantly releasing his hold on his mother's garment. He Jiabao ran to the main hall, calling out, "Father and mother, Jiabao will read for you." He Xuanzi firmly held his wife's hand, carefully leading her to the main hall. He Jiabao puffed out his little chest, proclaiming, "Father and mother, may you be forever united." The red candles flickered in the main hall, yet only one figure was visible. "First bow to heaven and earth," He Jiabao shouted. "Second bow to the elders." The couple bowed to each other. After He Jiabao finished reading, he joyfully ran back, one hand clutching his father's and the other his mother's, announcing, "Father is going to lift mother's veil." He Xuanzi gently patted He Jiabao's head, gazing adoringly at the red veil. "Wife, Is it all right? Listen to your husband, she replied. Xuanzi slowly lifted the wedding cloth. 10 years prior, he had done the same, and Xiaoying had become his wife. Now, as he unveiled her again, he noticed her hair was streaked with white. The Xiaoying's eyes held tenderness as she gazed at Xuanzi, reaching out to caress his cool face, cautiously and lovingly, as if she wished to engrave him into her very flesh. Husband Xiaoying. She grasped his hand, pulling Jiabao to sit at the table, just as she used to do, saying, I've made fish soup for you too. As she spoke, she ladled the soup into bowls, placing them before the father and son. Taste it. Today's fish is exceptionally fresh. Jiabao, seated at the table, clapped his hands in delight. I want to drink the fish soup mother made. It's the best. He attempted to lift the porcelain bowl, but his small hands passed right through it, unable to grasp it. Xiaoying paused momentarily, then quickly regained her composure, smiling. Silly me. How could I forget to get Jiabao a bowl? Xuanzi rose and embraced Xiaoying tightly. She reciprocated, holding him close. With no words exchanged, Jiabao sat quietly, observing. In the past, he would have rushed forward, begging his mother for a story, but this time, he simply sat on the stool, refraining from interrupting his parents. Time passed, and Xiaoying entered the inner room, rummaging beneath the cupboard for the new shoes she had made for Xuanzi, holding them up for him to see, oblivious to the fact that his feet could not penetrate the shoes. These shoes are warm. You won't feel cold while climbing the mountain in winter, he said, playing along. Jiabao hopped off the stool, tugging at his mother's arm, playfully demanding, Father is going to catch game in the mountains. You must make me something delicious. Xiaoying set down the shoes, pinching Jiabao's cheek. All right, mother will make it all for you. She lifted him onto the stool, saying, Now, try on the shoes mother made for you and see if they fit. Jiabao nodded, extending his small foot, allowing his mother to measure it against the shoe. As Xiaoying compared the shoes to her son's foot, she couldn't help but tremble slightly, murmuring, Jiabao has grown. He will surely become a capable young man. Yes, I will earn lots of silver to spend on mother, buy her the prettiest hairpins, dress her in silks, and hire many maids to serve her. Very good, when Jiabao grows up and earns silver. Mother will enjoy a life of ease. Jiabao looked at his mother, raising his arms. Mother hugged Jiabao. Xiaoying lifted Jiabao, who wrapped his arms around her neck. Say, Mother, Jiabao loves you the most. Jiabao loves the fish soup you make. You must cook it for me often, all right? Of course, Jiabao loves it. I will have your father catch fish from the river, so I can make it for you every day. Xiaoying cradled Jiabao, just as she did when he was younger. One hand supporting his little bottom, the other patting his back gently, soothing him that it's getting cold. Remember to make a cotton jacket for Jiabao to wear. All right, point one for mother, one for father, and one for Jiabao. We will all stay warm this winter. Good, mother, do not fall ill. Yes, mother, that I am here to do not blame father. Jiabao wanted to choose a birthday gift for you with him, which is why I insisted he take me to the city. Xiaoying gently caressed Jiabao's back. Mother does not blame father. Jiabao is excellent, and your father is also wonderful. Jiabao loosened his grip slightly and kissed his mother. Mother, you are the best. Xiaoying smiled, playfully tapping Jiabao's nose. You are also my precious. Xuanzi approached the mother and son, enveloping them both in his arms. Xuanzi stroked Xiaoying's head, now graced with white hair, forcing himself to appear calm. Xiaoying, I am sorry. Xiaoying shook her head, smiling gently. Husband, I am very happy you have returned. Xuanzi's throat felt tight, laden with unspoken words. Can you promise to visit me often? I do not wish for you to return daily, but once a year or two would suffice. Xuanzi swallowed his bitterness, replying, All right, take good care of Jiabao. Xiaoying embraced Jiabao tightly. Jiabao, you must also listen to your father, understand? Jiabao clung to his mother. Mother, Jiabao will be good. Xiaoying, I have caused you so much hardship in this life. I regret that I could not provide you with a single day of happiness. Husband, in this life, being with you is my fortune. You have never allowed me to go hungry, feel cold, or be overworked. Which family in the village has a wife living more comfortably than I? Xiaoying, I am sorry that it is all right. Mother, I am sorry that it is all right. The three of them held each other tightly, nestled together. In the past, the sounds of insects and cicadas at night disturbed their dreams. But tonight, it was so quiet, as if reluctant to disturb the embrace of this family in their small home. Outside, Bei Minji gazed deeply at the closed eyes of Wen Sangwen, pondering the meaning of fortune at this moment. He understood now that fate is determined by both heaven and man. As he furrowed her brow, Feeling the weight of responsibility for Wen Sangwen's safety, wishing to take her from the ninth prince's arms, yet fearing to harm her, engulfed in deep self-reproach for her failure to protect her. As the crow of a rooster sounded, Wen Sangwen abruptly opened her eyes, her entire being overwhelmed by excruciating pain, bloodshot eyes reflecting her agony as she gasped for breath, enduring the torment. She feared that if she fainted, it would delay matters, so she had placed a weakened awakening talisman over her heart. When the 2 hours were up, the sensation was overwhelmingly intense, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead from the electric shock. Bei Minji spoke softly. "Can you move?" When Sangwen's disoriented nerves gradually returned to clarity. "I cannot." Good. Something fell off to her, yet she could not pinpoint what it was. At this moment, she was unable to move. Awkwardly pinching the talisman between her fingers. The moment the talisman appeared, she finally realized what was strange. The steady, powerful heartbeat in her ears, the faint scent of cold sandalwood lingering around her. Only then did she discover that she was actually in Bei Minji's embrace. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the sound of conversation from within the room drowned out the reality of her being in Bei Minji's arms. Casting a heavy gloom over her heart, she released the talisman, which floated into the room. Xuanzi saw the crack in the door, with fierce flames bursting forth, tightening his embrace, his voice trembling slightly. "Xiaoying, I know, Xiaoying." "Yes. Take care of yourself." They exchanged glances. Xiaoying smiled gently, showing no trace of sorrow. "Husband, I will take good care of myself." Xuanzi lightly kissed her forehead, taking He Jiabao into his arms. 1,000 words ultimately reached their conclusion. "Xiaoying, I have made your life difficult." "Husband, it is all right." Xiaoying reached out to caress He Jiabao's face, then stroked Xuanzi's. "Take good care of Jiabao." Xuanzi gazed longingly, wishing to engrave Xiaoying's image into his very bones. "Mother, Jiabao, be good. Remember to eat well and grow strong. Mother is waiting for you to earn silver and provide a good life for her." He Jiabao could no longer hold back his tears, sobbing uncontrollably, "Mother, mother." Xiaoying gently patted him. "Do not cry, do not cry. My precious is the best." Xuanzi took He Jiabao from Xiaoying's hands. Jiabao was obedient. And although Xiaoying felt nothing behind her, upon seeing the head of the family glance towards the doorway, she understood it was time. She took a step back, gazing deeply at the father and son, her smile growing ever more tender. "Father, I want to—" The words mother lingered on his lips, but were swallowed back. He Jiabao feared that if he called out for mother, she might come along. And he did not want her to die. Xuanzi caressed He Jiabao's face, saying, "Jiabao, be good. We cannot let your mother worry." He Jiabao looked at his mother, holding back all his words, waving his hand as if to say, "Mother, take care of yourself. Jiabao will obediently listen to father." Xiaoying nodded. "All right, mother will take care of herself." Gradually, the bodies of the father and son became transparent until they vanished from sight. Xiaoying stared blankly at the spot where they had stood, unable to see anything, yet still smiling. Gently smiling, Xuanzi embraced He Jiabao, maneuvering around the raging flames, standing before Wen Sangwen. "Thank you, young lady." A talisman reappeared in Wen Sangwen's hand, flying forth and affixing itself to He Jiabao's forehead. In an instant, He Jiabao fell into a deep slumber, ultimately transforming into a green light that merged into the talisman. Xuanzi gazed at the emptiness in his arms. Understanding something profound, he knelt on the ground, expressing, "Thank you, young lady. I am unable to repay your immense kindness." After completing this, when Sangwen's complexion turned pale, she lacked the strength even to utter a word. Her mind felt blank, her vision darkened, blood trickled from her lips, and her body weakened. Losing all consciousness, Xuanzi attempted to lift his head to glance at Wen Sangwen, but the raging fire at the door transformed into a fiery hand, grasping him and pulling him into a crevice. Enduring the bitter fruit of calamity, suffering 200 years of searing flames, Bai Mingyi sensed something amiss that wanted as he hurriedly stepped forward. Mississippi in the blink of an eye, Bai Mingyi's figure had vanished from the courtyard. Aziz leaped outside, already unable to see the ninth prince, her heart filled with terror. The ninth prince's lightness of foot was extraordinary. Without delay, he plunged into the night, desperately channeling his inner strength towards the capital. Half an hour later, Aziz stood before the ninth prince's residence, drawing her sword from her waist without a moment's hesitation, intending to leap into the estate. From the shadows, the shadow guards surged forth, engaging a Z in combat. Sensing something unusual, Sui Gu flew out from a side courtyard to confront a Z. I mean, no offense to the Ninth Prince's estate, but today, I implore the Ninth Prince to spare my young lady. A Z saw Sui Gu and quickly retreated, creating some distance. Sui Gu, wielding a large blade, regarded the suddenly appearing woman and, upon closer inspection, recognized her as the maid beside the young lady of the Wen family. He immediately withdrew his lethal strike, puzzled. Isn't my master at your young lady's side? Why come to the Ninth Prince's estate seeking someone? A Z, her hair drenched, furrowed her brow. The Ninth Prince is not in the estate. Sui Gu, sensing the situation, speculated what had transpired, sheathing his blade. Miss, you have come to the wrong place. My master has not returned to the estate. That a Z was momentarily taken aback, concern for her young lady overwhelming her. As she clasped her hands in apology, I apologize for intruding upon the Ninth Prince's estate today. Once I locate my young lady, I will certainly come to apologize. Without a moment's hesitation, she soared away. Meanwhile, in a remote courtyard of the Pudu Temple, Bai Mingyi had already set the person down. Outside, a hoary monk draped in a cassock approached, exclaiming, Ba. Master Gu Deng pressed his palms together as he stood before the door. Bai Mingyi addressed him. I beseech Master Gu Deng for your assistance. Master Gu Deng entered the chamber, swept a glance over the pallid woman on the bed, and after a mere glance, turned away. Ninth Prince. The benevolence of the female benefactor she has acted upon will naturally bring her blessings. She is not in grave danger. Let her rest for a while, and she shall be free of calamity. With that, he turned and departed. Bai Mingyi gazed at the small cat, whose eyes were tightly shut, devoid of life, his heart feeling as if it were ensnared by thorns, suffocatingly heavy. 7 days later, when Sangwin cried out in pain, clutching her head, which felt as if it might explode. Miss Alon, hearing the commotion within, burst into the room, her emotions a tumult of joy and sorrow. Miss, you are awake. When Sangwin, holding her head, rolled back and forth on the bed. Gasping in pain, Alon rushed forward. Miss, what is wrong? She called out urgently to the doorway. Aziz, hurry and fetch a doctor. Aziz, just entering, immediately turned and hurried away, when Sangwin felt as if 1,000 needles were piercing her head. Waves of stabbing pain coursing through her. After a considerable time, the pain gradually subsided, and her rationality began to coalesce. Her hair was already soaked with sweat, and in a disheveled state, she gazed at the bed canopy. Taking deep breaths, Alon was already in tears. Miss, when Sangwin turned her head to look at the weeping Alon, warmth blooming in her heart, I am fine. Alon knelt beside the bed. Unsure where to place her hands. Miss, it is my fault. I could not spare you from suffering. When Sangwin took a moment to gather herself, her head felt swollen, but it was much improved compared to before. She understood that this was merely a result of excessive mental strain, that a gasp came from the doorway as a woman exclaimed in surprise at Aziz, not pausing, brought the woman to the bedside, and then released her grasp. Let my young lady see. The woman staggered unsteadily, her face flushed, having been pulled along, her feet barely touching the ground. Even though this young lady had explained along the way, her arrival had indeed been rather awkward. And while she felt somewhat displeased, she could also understand. Once steady, she set down the medicine box from her shoulder. Alon quickly stepped aside. Madam Xiao, my apologies. Aziz was a bit hasty. Please forgive her. Madam Xiao approached, sitting at the edge of the bed. After observing for a moment, she began to take when Sangwin's pulse. That moment, a knocking sound came from outside the courtyard. Aziz turned and stepped out. The steward clasped his hands in greeting. This lady is a physician from the palace. The female doctor, clad in official attire and carrying a medicine box, announced, I am here under the orders of the Ninth Prince. Aziz stepped aside. The female doctor entered the courtyard, and after the steward nodded, he turned and withdrew. The female doctor entered the room, seeing Madame Xiao taking when Sangwin's pulse. Her eyes lit up with surprise. Senior sister, what brings you here? Realizing her outburst, she quickly fell silent, for it was most inappropriate to disturb during a medical examination. She quietly stood beside Madame Xiao. After a while, Madame Xiao withdrew her hand, stating, Miss Wen has merely overexerted herself. Some days of rest will suffice. Upon hearing this, Alon grew anxious. Madame Xiao, My young lady was suffering from a terrible headache just now. Please examine her more closely. Madame Xiao retorted, Miss Wen, do not overexert yourself. Even ordinary people will experience headaches after 1 or 2 nights of insomnia, let alone 7 or 8 days of irregular rest. What? Alon stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend. Her young lady had been in a deep slumber for 7 days. How could it be merely irregular rest? When Sangwon attempted to rise, Alon stepped forward to assist her. Madame Xiao stood up, casting a glare at Aziz. Follow me. Recalling how she had been dragged here like a little sparrow, only to be told it was due to irregular rest, her mood was truly dampened. Aziz followed closely behind Madame Xiao, while the female doctor observed and, carrying her medicine box, followed them out. When Sangwon touched her nose, realizing she felt sticky, and her stomach growled audibly at Alon, hearing the noise. Felt a pang of guilt. Miss, I will go fetch some food. When Sangwon nodded, and once the room was empty, she donned an outer robe, seated herself at the table, and poured herself tea. After consuming 2 cups, she felt somewhat revitalized. Suddenly, she remembered He Jiabao. She searched through the underworld, but found no talisman. Could it be that Aziz had put it away? She needed to make another trip to Shirley Village. Xiaoying had performed a ghost marriage, and with her yang energy dissipating, she would surely perish within a month. This was a forbidden art, and others could not intervene in ghost marriages. Otherwise, they would be entangled in negative energy, and misfortune would be hard to dispel. That Aziz returned with a prescription. When Sangwon inquired, Aziz, where is the last talisman I used in front of Xiaoying's dwelling? I did not put it away. Please punish me. That Aziz recalled that at the moment the 9th prince vanished, the talisman had disappeared, likely in the 9th prince's possession. Bai Mingyi, when Sangwon was taken aback. Yes, you had already been returned to the estate by the 9th prince. Reflecting on the 9th prince's strength, Aziz felt remorseful. It is my failure to protect you. Please punish me. Mississippi, tell me what happened that day. That Aziz recounted the events in detail. After a long while, upon hearing everything, when Sangwon's heart stirred with tumultuous emotions, she believed that her collaboration with Bai Mingyi merely revolved around a common enemy and never reached the level of mutual benefit as allies. How could Bai Mingyi have been kind enough to save her? After finishing her meal, when Sangwon confirmed that she was not significantly harmed and instructed Aziz to prepare the carriage, she needed to seek out Bai Mingyi to retrieve the talismans that in the days that had passed. If He Jiabao remained unaware of how to activate the talismans, it could lead to irrevocable consequences. It was not just a matter of reincarnation. Annihilation could very well be a possibility. She could not betray a father's love for his child. Within the courtyard lay another comatose patient, which prevented Alon from accompanying her. Before the gate of the 9th prince's residence, when Sangwon dismounted from the carriage and gazed at the grand and imposing plaque of the 9th prince's mansion, flanked by majestic stone lions. Yet, her attention was drawn to the swirling aura above the residence, where a golden dragon coiled, its eyes closed in repose. She was taken aback. During her last visit, the golden dragon had appeared damaged. But now it radiated an aura of violet energy reaching for the heavens. Clearly, it bore the countenance of an emperor, yet the dragon remained blind to the world. The fierce competition for the throne in the past must have been intense. And now the capital was shrouded in ominous clouds, heralding the signs of impending turmoil. Beneath a collapsing nest, where could one find unbroken eggs? She needed to leave herself an escape route, though she feared neither life nor death. It was essential to ensure the elderly matriarch could enjoy her twilight years. Suppressing her complicated thoughts, she strode toward the grand entrance of the 9th prince's mansion, the guards having recognized when Sangwon clasped their fists in salute before retreating to announce her arrival. Moments later, a guard returned to guide when Sangwon through the expansive garden, where flowers bloomed in vibrant profusion, if it weren't for the 7 female corpses meticulously arranged on the ground. She mused that the scenery would be even more exquisite. Chapter 40. A disturbance in the garden. Gazing at the 7 corpses, encased in blocks of ice, she initially thought that offering a greeting might be appropriate. But it now seemed unnecessary. Just as she contemplated requesting the talismans and making a swift exit, Bai Mingfeng interjected with a smile. Sangwon, your timing is impeccable. Come, let this prince show you a most extraordinary sight. When Sangwon was rendered speechless. Extraordinary sight? What bizarre aesthetic was this? Was it an invitation to admire corpses, before she could voice her thoughts, for figures rounded the corner of the garden, each bearing a white-wrapped object that was unmistakably a corpse. As they approached and laid down the objects, they unveiled two gruesome bodies, a man and a woman, whose heads lay grotesquely askew, detached from their bodies. Bai Mingfeng fanned himself and inquired, "What do you think of this spectacle?" Sangwon, with a sardonic chuckle, when Sangwon replied, "Ten Prince's taste truly stands out. How could mere mortals like us dare to comment?" Bai Mingfeng laughed heartily. "Sangwon, tell this prince, who is your mentor? Your sharp tongue is truly remarkable." "Self-taught. I possess an extraordinary talent," when Sangwon retorted, her confidence unshaken. "Since the 10th prince is so leisurely, let us have the coroner examine the bodies. Perhaps we can uncover some clues." Bai Mingye's cold voice drifted over. When Sangwon noticed a fleeting stiffness in Bai Mingfeng's expression and turned to regard Bai Mingyi, who, devoid of a mask, revealed deep, inscrutable eyes that betrayed no emotions. Bai Mingye's demeanor softened. "Wanner, do you have anything to report?" When Sangwon nodded, averting her gaze back to Bai Mingfeng, who hesitated, then cleared his throat to mask his discomfort, "That I asked the 10th prince unwell." "Have you caught a chill?" Bai Mingyi interjected. "The 10th prince should be cautious of his health. Catching a chill in early autumn can prove fatal if left untreated." When Sangwon considered Bai Mingye's words, indeed, autumn's arrival often heralded the flu season, and ancient interpretations of chills were manifold. Failing to seek timely treatment could indeed be perilous. She was astonished to realize that the seemingly robust 10th prince was, in fact, a man of fragile constitution. One must not judge solely by appearances. "10th prince, take care of yourself," Dadae's thoughts of her purpose returned. She resolved not to delay further. "9th prince, may I inquire about the return of my talismans?" Before she could finish a request, her attention was suddenly diverted that a spout of blood shot into the sky. When Sangwon's complexion shifted dramatically as she instinctively wished to retreat, but a sudden force at her waist pulled her aside. Bai Mingfeng dodged in another direction as a torrent of blackened blood, mixed with other foul substances, erupted from the 7 corpses, accompanied by a nauseating stench. The 3 coroners, drenched in the repugnant liquid, found it difficult to suppress their rising nausea, almost fainting on the spot. When Sangwon covered her nose, she was particularly sensitive to odors, and this was nothing short of hellish. Blinded by the stench and overwhelmed, she barely registered that she had been swept away by someone. After escaping, Bai Mingfeng stared incredulously at Bai Mingyi. Compared to the foul odor, he found it even more astonishing that his elder brother had embraced a beauty. Yet he quickly regained his composure, amusement dancing in his eyes. Holding his breath, Bai Mingyi retreated with Sangwon for several paces. Though her mind was still processing the chaos, the force around her waist made her aware enough to struggle free from Bai Mingye's grasp. Stepping back 10 paces while suppressing the turmoil in her stomach, at that moment, Aziz had arrived at Sangwon's side, pulling a sachet from her waist. "Miss, this can mask the stench," when Sangwon took it and placed it to her nose. The floral aroma provided her with a moment of relief. Bai Mingyi, left with empty hands, clenched his fists behind his back, concealing a fleeting disappointment as he focused on the 7 corpses. The garden quickly descended into a flurry of activity. When Sangwon stood at a distance, avoiding the chaos, her expression growing grave, Aziz, those 2 headless corpses, could they be the ones Elan saw at Zue Xiaolu? Aziz nodded in confirmation. Bai Mingyi approached them. Instinctively, when Sangwon took a step back, though she quickly stilled herself, remaining in place as he drew near, Bai Mingyi inquired, "Wanner, can you summon souls?" When Sangwon glanced at the still splattering black blood, recalling how Feng Yang had been brutally harmed, she could not distance herself from this matter. Nodding, she replied, "Yes, 9th prince. May I have my talismans returned?" In response, Bai Mingyi produced a piece of yellow talisman paper. When Sangwon accepted it, expressing her gratitude, "Thank you. Summoning souls will take a few days. I have other pressing matters to attend to. What of the 10th Li Zhuang?" "That is of no consequence. The dismembered remains have been dealt with." When Sangwon was astonished, recalling the peculiar bodyguard that resembled a zombie, she quickly made the connection that it was not surprising for someone capable of dealing with yin energy to understand the art of yin and yang. However, if he could comprehend the art of yin and yang, why could he not summon souls? She looked at Bai Mingyi, puzzled. "9th prince, if you possess knowledge of yin and yang, why can you not summon souls?" Because it is not of my lineage. I cannot control the souls I summon. Cannot control? Indeed. When Sangwon understood, it meant summoning spirits randomly within a certain range, without the ability to specify. For her, summoning spirits was not difficult. But it could not be done in the presence of the living. During her time in the pit, she had refrained from summoning due to the presence of a half-dead prince, which would have resulted in Bai Mingye's instant demise. The little spirits in the Wen residence had collided with her. She had not summoned them. The distinction was significant, especially since she had contained them all, aside from Li Xianglan and Wen Qianqian, who posed little threat to ordinary people. Very well. What preparations are necessary? When Sangwon replied, none are needed. I must return to the manor. Understood. When Sangwon turned and departed swiftly, eager to escape the noxious stench that threatened to claim her life. Chapter 41. Clouds of suspicion in the carriage back to Wen Manor. When Sangwon retrieved the talisman and released He Jiabao blinked his drowsy eyes, surveying his surroundings in confusion. His gaze fell upon Wen Sangwon, and he opened his mouth as if to bite, hands clawing as if to leap at her, but then he halted, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a long moment, he exclaimed, Sister, have you remembered? Tilting his head, He Jiabao's eyes sparkled. How did I end up here? Where are father and mother? Sister was bullied by a wicked woman. Can Jiabao protect her? When Sangwon was unsure how to convey the truth to He Jiabao. So she redirected the conversation. Puffing out his cheeks, He Jiabao declared fiercely, that is utterly despicable. Jiabao shall teach that wicked woman a lesson. Would Jiabao like to stay by his sister's side and protect her? He Jiabao nodded solemnly. Jiabao wants to protect his sister. Wonderful. Jiabao is so brave. She could not voice it now, but the heart of a child is always pure and kind. She would explain everything in due time. For now, He Jiabao could not tread the path to the underworld, so she must keep him by her side as her little spirit. Reflecting on the architect of her family's tragedy, she resolved to exact some retribution today. Jiabao, tonight, you will go to that wicked woman's residence and peel off her skin. But remember, do not take a life. That He Jiabao's demeanor darkened with malevolent energy at the mention of the wicked woman. When Sangwon brandished a talisman, directing it at He Jiabao, only skinning is permitted. Do not harbor thoughts of killing. That He Jiabao nodded vigorously. Sister, can I invite Aunt Qingwei along? When Sangwon declined, no, Aunt Qingwei harbors too much resentment. If she accompanies you to skin her, she cannot withstand the Yin energy and will perish from a ruptured meridian. That He Jiabao acquiesced. I understand. I will heed my sister's words. That he clutched the talisman, inhaling its fragrance. Sister, this smells so good. The fragrant candles and talismans possess a deadly allure for wandering souls and malevolent spirits, fostering a surge of ghostly energy. Their creation is remarkably simple and does not drain one's mental fortitude. When Sangwon refrained from responding, lifting a corner of the carriage curtain to gaze at the street outside, pondering how best to secure a retreat for her grandmother, 7 female corpses bore the marks of ghostly possession, their frozen forms revealing no abnormalities. Yet once the spirit departs, the bodies would swell and burst, emitting an unspeakable stench. 2 headless corpses had feasted on human flesh and life, their faces grotesque and their teeth animalistic. The severed necks indicated they had been torn asunder by wild beasts. That a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Had Lin Yueshio mentioned the consumption of carrion in the capital? Could there be a connection between this individual and the headless corpses? Or perhaps these incidents were linked to Bai Mingxian, or even Bai Minghuan? If none of these were the case, then surely a malevolent spirit lurked in the shadows. Upon returning to the Wen residence, when Sangwon summoned Fangyang, Fangyang cradled a small, vengeful spirit in her arms. Miss, what brings you to find me? She inquired. Do you know who took away your corporeal form? Fangyang pondered for a long moment before shaking her head. I do not know, but I can sense the presence of Bai Mingxian. That I can confirm that just days before the incident, he visited Meixiang Tower, seeking to redeem me and promising me the position of a princess consort, which I declined. And my royal brother has said that I can only leave Meixiang Tower if he comes for me. Otherwise, I shall die there, even if it means my demise. At this point, sadness overtook her. Why had her royal brother not yet come for her? You were promised the position of princess consort. Fangyang nodded, expressing her bewilderment. Miss, I find this matter quite astonishing. That I have been at Meixiang Tower for many years and have never encountered this man. His sudden appearance, promising me wealth and glory, is truly puzzling. When Sangwon propped her head on her hand, muttering to herself, Princess consort, Imperial decree, selection process. Upon hearing the term selection process, Fan Yang exclaimed, Miss, were you also summoned to participate in the selection for the prince's consort? Not at all. How peculiar. I have heard other sisters in the tower mention that the prince has been selecting for 5 years without finding a consort. Those officials who visit the tower for wine have mentioned it as well, saying that a certain noble lady was chosen. But within 2 days of entering the palace, she was sent out without knowing the reason. Qingyue drifted out from the shadows, taking the small, vengeful spirit from Fan Yang's arms. Miss, you are awake. Fan Yang replied, has the second young master left? Yes, he said that another woman at Meixiang Tower has fallen into distress. Fan Yang empathized, being a wandering spirit herself, and refrained from commenting. When Sangwen merely listened, uninterested in the gossip that the two were so keen on. Fan Yang, tonight you must accompany me to the 9th prince's residence. Miss, did the 9th prince request my presence? No, I require your assistance tonight. Very well, miss, you need only ask. When Sangwen produced the talisman, and upon seeing it, Fan Yang did not hesitate to merge into it. After the talisman was put away, she instructed Qingyue, tonight, Jiabao must go to Wen Qianqian's quarters. Keep a close watch and ensure that the little one does not develop murderous thoughts. Qingyue beamed at this, eager for revenge against the malicious mother and daughter duo. Understood, I will keep a close eye on Jiabao and prevent any violent intentions from arising. Go now, when Sangwen waved the spirits away and, recalling something, called out to the doorway, Azzy. Azzy entered, bowing respectfully. Has Lin Yueshio been thoroughly investigated? Azzy shook her head that no, all findings align with what is visible. There are no anomalies. If one individual cannot be uncovered, then we shall investigate the surroundings, the nearby neighbors, and the area within a reasonable radius. We shall sift through all possibilities. If there is forgery present, it cannot be concealed without a trace. Yes, Azzy exited. After Azzy departed, when Sangwen stepped out of the room and made her way to the guest chamber. Xingqian was sipping medicine, his pallid complexion failing to conceal his elegant demeanor. When Sangwen seated herself opposite Xingqian, I thought you would be in a deep slumber for quite some time. Xingqian replied, I am grateful for your life-saving grace. Miss, that I have not saved you at all. Are you familiar with Lin Yueshio? In her understanding, scholars of ancient times, upon passing the imperial examinations, would typically gain some notoriety. Not necessarily renowned nationwide, but certainly known within several dozen miles. Xingqian nodded that he earned the title of scholar 3 years ago. Though his talent is mediocre and his temperament is cold, he has no close friends. There have been whispers that he relies on his aunt's family for his abilities that in the past 2 years. There has been little news of him, and my subordinates are not well acquainted with his current situation. Do you know of his cousin, Lin Xiaoxiao? She inquired casually, not expecting Xingqian to be familiar with her. Xingqian shook his head. Miss, are you investigating this individual? Indeed. When Sangwen replied, once you have recovered, I would like you to create several paintings for me. Xingqian was taken aback and questioned, Miss, do you possess my calligraphy and paintings? When Sangwen recalled her original self's lack of clarity and rubbed her nose. Very well. I shall inquire with Alan about where they have gone. After conversing within the room for a while, she intended to visit the 9th prince's residence later that evening. However, to her surprise, before the hour of had even arrived, Suigui was already at her residence waiting, his demeanor suggesting he would remain until when Sangwen appeared. Chapter 42. A lack of romantic sensibility seated in the carriage. When Sangwen felt a wave of frustration. She had yet to dine, and now she was heading out. Would she have to work on an empty stomach tonight? She had initially intended to take a detour to Zuixiao Tower for a meal, prolonging her outing until evening. However, the driver was Suigui, who offered her no such opportunity to be by the time she regained her focus. The carriage had already passed far beyond Zuixiao Tower, and she thought to herself that she should have brought Azzy along. She arrived at the 9th prince's residence, feeling dejected at the entrance, when Sangwen disembarked from the carriage. With Suigui leading the way, she walked in silence, not knowing how many corridors they had traversed when suddenly, she heard the sound of flowing water and the gentle notes of a zither. Upon hearing the music, she lifted her gaze and discovered, in the distance by the rockery and pool, Baimingyi clad in a crescent-white robe, elegantly seated at a zither table, his ink-black hair cascading loosely with a simple hairpin. The chilling aura concealed by his mask was replaced by an unhurried grace born of the passage of time. when Sangwon suppressed her momentary astonishment, secretly lamenting that this man could easily rely on his looks for sustenance. Yet instead, he was a thorny arrow that one could not dare to touch. The zither music wafted through the air, when Sangwon boldly seated herself at a small table to the side. Making no attempt to disturb Bai Mingye's artistic endeavor, she savored her tea, feeling extraordinarily pleased. Who could ever persuade the regent to play a tune for them? Such a rare opportunity, should it be missed, would surely be a great regret in life. Though she could not comprehend the music, it did not diminish her enjoyment. It was simply delightful that as the Peace Phoenix seeks the queen concluded, Bai Mingyi withdrew his hands. When Sangwon applauded, offering insincere praise, "Your Highness, truly impressive." Bai Mingyi regarded the exaggerated gestures of the little cat and easily discerned that she had no understanding of the zither. What does Wanner think of this piece? Wonderful. Exceptional. Such beauty must exist only in the heavens. How rare it is to hear it among mortals. Bai Mingye's desire to tease the little cat grew, and he countered, perhaps Wanner might elaborate on what is remarkable about it. What makes it exceptional? When Sangwon's mind raced with 1,000 sheep galloping across the plains. Could this man truly not discern her formal flattery? Surely, this was intentional. Her eyes darted, and she cheerily replied, "In the heavens, such beauty surely exists. As for someone like me, a mere mortal, I can only look up in admiration. How could I possibly make casual judgments?" "Oh, is that so?" Bai Mingyi showed no intention of letting the matter go. Seeing that the man seemed intent on pursuing the topic, when Sangwon promptly shifted the conversation. "Your Highness, the garden is truly exquisite. May I take a stroll to admire it?" "Very well." Bai Mingyi observed the little cat's eagerness to escape and chose not to expose her intentions. Feeling the weight of his responsibilities grow, when Sangwon swiftly rose and, familiar with the path, proceeded towards the garden without needing a guide. As she approached the plum blossom archway, a figure happened to approach from the opposite direction. Realizing they were about to collide, when Sangwon, without a glance, lifted her foot and kicked forward, the next moment, her waist was firmly gripped by a powerful arm, pulling her backward. Bai Mingfeng stumbled back 2 steps, ready to chastise, but upon recognizing the woman who had kicked him and then seeing the man behind her, he abruptly opened his folding fan, fanning himself furiously and taking deep breaths, silently repeating, "Do not be angry. Anger harms the body." When Sangwon first glanced at the hand gripping her waist, then at the man wildly waving his fan, and finally noticed the wall behind her, she quietly pried the hand from her waist and stepped aside a few paces, standing still while her gaze darted between Bai Mingyi and Bai Mingfeng. The air in that moment felt as if it had crystallized, when Sangwon thought that if there were a fissure in the ground, she would undoubtedly dive right in without hesitation. Bai Mingyi turned his head and murmured, "Shall we go? Does Wanna not wish to admire the beauty of the garden?" When Sangwon felt a flush of embarrassment, Bai Mingfeng suddenly clutched his abdomen, exclaiming, "Ah, Sangwon, are you attempting to assassinate me?" When Sangwon protested, "I merely reacted instinctively, sensing danger and kicking out in response." Before she could offer her defense, a gleaming dagger suddenly appeared before her. "Since the imperial brother enjoys it, Wanner shall oblige." When Sangwon was taken aback, seeing this, Bai Mingfeng put away his fan. "No, Your Highness, it is not as it seems. Who is so bold as to dare kick you?" Li Yan's voice rang out from the other side of the archway. Bai Mingfeng, feeling aggrieved, unceremoniously struck Li Yan on the head with his fan. "You need not concern yourself with this." Yin feigned pain, stepping out to find when Sangwon and the 9th prince, her astonishment evident. "How could it be you?" When Sangwon raised her hand to push aside the large hand before her, saying, "9th prince, I am but a delicate lady. This brawling and bloodshed is far too gruesome for my timid heart." "Indeed." Bei Minji sheathed his dagger. "Let us depart." When Sangwon felt a twinge of guilt as she touched her nose, offering a nervous chuckle before silently trailing behind Bei Minji. At this moment, she felt that following him was the safer option. Yin observed the retreating figures of the two, deep in thought, when suddenly it dawned on him that he turned to Bei Mingfeng and asked, "Cousin, was it Miss Wen who kicked you earlier?" Bei Mingfeng, annoyed, delivered a sharp slap to Li Yan's head, exclaiming, "You little rascal! Why must you bring that up? Don't you dare tarnish my reputation. Why are you hitting me? Did I say anything wrong?" Li Yin protested, hopping on one foot while covering his head. Still indignant, he continued, Miss Wen kicked you. Why don't you retaliate? While it may not be the gentlemanly way, your actions are akin to bullying. It is hardly honorable. You little brat. You deserve it. Bei Mingfeng slapped him again. You always pick on me. Why don't you confront the ninth prince instead? You've been bullying me since we were young, and now you continue to do so. The two exchanged blows, but it was merely a playful spar. Mostly one-sided, that Li Yin, frustrated, stomped away, feeling utterly powerless against Bei Mingfeng. Bei Mingfeng, having had his fill of amusement, fanned himself with a folding fan as he sauntered toward the garden, chuckling, You really are foolish. Can't you see what's obvious? Rubbing his cheek, Li Yin replied, What do you mean by that? Foolish. Bei Mingfeng shot him a sidelong glance. You will inevitably drive yourself to foolishness, da-da. And there you go again. In what way am I foolish? Today, the Grand Tutor praised my literary talent. Bei Mingfeng, gazing towards the garden, inquired, Have you ever seen a woman close to the emperor? Li Yin paused, realization dawning upon him, da-da. Since childhood, I have followed you and the ninth prince, and indeed, I have never witnessed a woman in close proximity, for they are swiftly removed by the shadow guards. Come on, let us see something new. Li Yin widened his eyes, remarking, Cousin, you are truly bold. Bei Mingfeng adjusted his attire, acknowledging that the kick he had received was indeed powerful. Now, he understood the saying that birds of a feather flock together. His brother possessed a terrifying ability to infuriate others, and it seemed Wen Sangwen was no exception. Yet he found her far more interesting than those frail women as they strolled toward the garden. Li Yin felt anxious and timidly asked, Cousin, do you think we might end up badly beaten for our audacity? I have never managed to gain an advantage over the ninth prince. To be quiet. Just follow along, that if you wish to witness the spectacle, be grateful for the opportunity. Next time, do not follow me. Please don't. I will heed your words, Li Yin replied with an excited grin. The two were filled with eagerness, both brimming with anticipation. Chapter 43. Summoning the souls in the garden, when Sangwen stood before a half-meter-tall potted plant, unable to move her feet, enchanted by its fragrance that brought her comfort and clarity. The three-petaled white flowers, adorned with crystalline tendrils swaying in the breeze, released waves of refreshing aroma that invigorated the senses, far surpassing her efforts to select flowers from the garden. As her thoughts wandered, she felt an impulse to steal this unknown plant, believing it would greatly aid her mental recovery if placed in her room, though she wondered if the ninth prince would be willing to part with it. Does Wanner fancy the ice heart herb? Wen Sangwen had never heard of such a peculiar plant, likening it to a mystical herb. What is the ice heart herb? A treasure from the Medicine King Valley. Used for medicinal purposes, it can clear the mind and invigorate the spirit, that if Wanner likes it, I shall have it sent to your residence. Since it is a treasure, I cannot take what others cherish. Ninth Prince, would it be acceptable for me to purchase it? Wen Sangwen thought that it was only fair to exchange for it, ensuring no debts of gratitude lingered that at this moment, a middle-aged man resembling a steward approached. Your Highness, dinner is ready. Bei Minji waved his hand dismissively. Let us dine first, then discuss this matter. Wen Sangwen nodded, and they proceeded to the dining hall. A few steps ahead, they encountered Bei Mingfeng and Li Yin. Bei Mingfeng remarked, Your Highness, I trust you do not mind an extra set of chopsticks. Li Yin nodded in agreement. Bei Minji merely cast a sidelong glance at the two, not bothering to respond, before turning to Wen Sangwen, saying, Let us go. Wen Sangwen discreetly observed the trio, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint the source. Quietly, she followed Bei Minji, feeling that Bei Mingfeng's overly cheerful demeanor resembled that of a smiling tiger, capable of delivering a deadly blow while maintaining a facade of lightheartedness. The dining hall was eerily silent, devoid of even the sound of clinking cutlery, that at this moment, she regretted not bringing Azi along. She should have dined at the Zue Shao Tower instead. This peculiar dinner felt reminiscent of a last meal before execution, and she forced herself to finish it. As night descended, the garden was brightly lit, unaffected by the darkness. According to ancestral teachings, the art of summoning souls required that no living person be within 3 feet. Bei Minji, Bei Mingfeng, and several shadow guards stood at a distance beneath the corridor. On the garden stone path lay 9 pieces of cloth cut from a corpse, the body having been thoroughly cleaned. Wen Sangwen took out a talisman. Fong Yang. Fong Yang emerged from the talisman. Do you recognize these scents? Fong Yang drifted over the pieces of cloth, pointing to the third, fourth, and sixth, saying, Miss, I recognize only these 3 scents. When Sangwon produced an incense candle talisman, tossing it forward, spirit soldiers. Heed my call. I am a divine general. Souls of the 4 corners. Only I shall command you. Mischievous spirits, come forth. Moments passed, yet the garden remained still, devoid of any movement. When Sangwon gazed in disbelief at the talisman, and then at her hand, perplexed as to why her summoning technique had failed, Fong Yang called out, Miss, look above. When Sangwon looked up, face-palming as she realized the presence of the dragon soul in the 9th prince's residence. Even if her skills were extraordinary, the spirits outside would not dare enter. Fong Yang was the only one allowed to accompany her within. Turning towards Bei Minji, she said, 9th prince, I require your assistance. Very well. When Sangwon walked toward the main gate of the palace, Bei Minji did not question her, walking silently beside her. Your Highness is blessed with auspicious stars. Without your permission, no wandering souls may act recklessly here. She understood it was the dragon soul's presence, but could only refer to it as auspicious stars. Auspicious stars? When Sangwon glanced sideways at Bei Minji, wondering if he was unaware of his imperial destiny. He certainly did not seem to be. Bei Minji met her gaze, replying, What you refer to as auspicious stars, I am indeed unaware of. Master Guideng merely stated that my fortunes differ from others. When Sangwon nodded in understanding as they reached the palace entrance, she surveyed the surroundings, spotting 7 shadowy figures trembling and huddled together in the distance, reaching out towards Bei Minji. Your Highness, may I borrow a personal item? Bei Minji was about to remove the jade pendant from his waist when Sangwon quickly intervened. Using jade, which is nurtured by human energy, to summon spirits would be detrimental to your health. There is no need for such extravagance. She scanned Bei Minji's attire, grasping his sleeve, feeling the fine silk fabric. She initially intended to tear off a piece dramatically, but after struggling for a while, the sleeve remained crumpled and intact. Bei Minji observed her antics with a hint of amusement, a soft smile gracing his features that won her. Are you enjoying yourself? When Sangwon abruptly released her grip, realizing she had been neglecting the living man before her, adopting a serious demeanor, I am not playing to— Oh. Bei Minji's tone was light, yet it carried an unmistakable teasing undertone. Do you not believe me? I trust you. What Warner says is undoubtedly true. When Sangwon rubbed her nose and turned her attention to the distant gathering of shadows, awkwardly stating, I require a piece of cloth. Bei Minji raised his sleeve, offering it casually. When Sangwon looked at the crumpled sleeve extended before her, convinced that Bei Minji was being deliberately provocative, she had attempted to tear it before, yet it remained unyielding. Now, he was presenting it to her, which could only be seen as a challenge to Warner. Why do you hesitate? Bei Minji's words were laced with playful provocation, when Sangwon ground her teeth, managing to squeeze out, I cannot tear it. Do you require my assistance? When Sangwon's hand clenched into a fist within the sleeve, could she hit the prince? Would assaulting a prince be a crime? She had realized that this man was simply toying with her. After waiting a moment, Bei Minji remarked, It appears you do not need assistance. With that, he withdrew his hand, smoothing out his crumpled sleeve, presenting it to Sangwon once more. Warner, please. When Sangwon raised her hand and unceremoniously swatted Bei Minji's hand away. The dagger, give it to me. Bei Minji's hand revealed a delicate dagger. When Sangwon, unreservedly, seized the blade and, in a vengeful act, plunged it into Bei Minji's sleeve. With a vigorous swipe, what could have been merely a piece of fabric transformed into several deep cuts, severing a significant portion. Bei Minji observed with amusement, finding the little feline intriguing, allowing the person before him to wreak havoc on his sleeve, even straightening his arms slightly to facilitate Sangwon's actions. After slicing away a chunk of fabric from Bei Minji's sleeve, Sangwon forcefully thrust the dagger into his palm, turning away without a backward glance as she descended the steps toward the shadows lurking ahead. Bei Minji chuckled softly and followed in her footsteps. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Sangwon halted and turned, saying, Do not approach. Despite her frustration towards Bei Minji, she refrained from taking further action. Upon reaching the shadows, she recited a spell once more. I am the divine general, commanding souls from all directions that I summon you. Spirits, swiftly come forth. The shadows immediately darted into the fabric when Sang-won held. After completing her incantation, she turned toward the Nine Wong mansion, reaching the entrance and pushing the fabric toward Bei Mingyi before stepping inside, feeling an unusual chill emanating from the fabric in his hand. Bei Mingyi chose not to comment and followed her into the mansion. Chapter 44. The initial signs as they turned the corner, when Sang-won took the fabric and continued toward the garden. Bei Ming-feng's gaze fell upon Bei Ming-ye's left sleeve, his brow arching slightly. "Royal brother, have we encountered an assassin?" Li Yin remarked, surveying the scene. "What a formidable assassin, able to approach the ninth prince so closely. Truly remarkable." Bei Ming-feng responded, "Indeed remarkable. The state of his sleeve suggests my royal brother has endured considerable hardship. Yet, how curious it is that I hear no sounds of struggle," Li Yin added. "It must be a skilled individual, striking unexpectedly, leaving no room for defense." Bei Mingyi cast a cold glance at the two, finding them bothersome. His gaze shifted to the slender figure in the garden. Softening involuntarily, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he rested his left hand before him, entirely unfazed by the torn sleeve or the fluttering scraps of fabric, did I end the garden, when Sang-won opened her palm and called out, "Fong Yang." Fong Yang floats over. "Sisters, I am Fong Yang." Several shadows simultaneously darted forth, 3 circling around Fong Yang, while 4 others remained suspended, motionless. "Fong Yang, what brings you here? Fong Yang, are you well? We were so worried." "Fong Yang, where is this place?" Fong Yang clasped the hands of the 3. "Everything will be as the young lady wishes." The 3 shadows turned, kneeling before when Sang-won. The shadow on the left spoke. "Huan Er greets the Celestial Master." The middle shadow chimed in. "Mu Dan greets the Celestial Master." The shadow on the right added. "Shui Xian greets the Celestial Master." Upon hearing these names, reminiscent of the charm of the Mei Xiang Lu, when Sang-won nodded rise, the remaining 4 shadows turned in unison, their eyes reflecting confusion as they floated over to kneel. "We greet the Celestial Master," they chorused. When Sang-won inquired, "Do you not possess names?" The 4 shook their heads, unaware. "From whence do you hail?" Again, they exchanged glances and shook their heads. "We do not know." "What was the cause of your demise?" The 4 replied in unison, "We do not know." When Sang-won furrowed her brow, their ignorance was troubling. This suggested they had suffered severe head injuries before death, resulting in their muddled state. Such confusion rendered them no different than a mindless spirit. The fact that they could respond indicated they had not been born foolish, but rather had their minds deliberately shattered or driven to madness. "Do you sense any familiar essence?" The 4 nodded. When Sang-won instructed Fong Yang to inquire with the other 3 while she made her way back to the corridor. "The situation is rather intricate," Bei Ming-feng remarked. "Where shall we begin?" They endured great suffering in life, their memories fragmented. It is possible they were driven to madness before their untimely deaths. They can recognize familiar essences, but sifting through them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. When Sang-won produced several talismans, handing them to Bei Mingyi, these can dissolve water and connect the realms of yin and yang. Beyond this, I am powerless. Bei Mingyi accepted the talismans. "You have worked hard, Huan Er. Make sure to rest well." The fragmentary spirit stepped forward. "Miss Wen, this way, please." When Sang-won understood that the remainder of the matter was no longer her concern, she could simply ask Fong Yang later for any information she desired. The next day, when Sang-won awoke to find the sun already high in the sky, that Aziz had been waiting outside. Once when Sang-won completed her morning routine, Aziz informed her, "Miss, another headless corpse has been discovered at the Drunken Sky Tower." When Sang-won frowned, "We shall discuss this upon our return," Aziz nodded in agreement. Standing at her door, the maid approached. "Miss, the prince has prepared lunch and is waiting in the dining hall." Recalling the eerie dinner from the previous night, when Sang-won immediately lost her appetite, waving her hand, "There is no need. I have urgent matters to attend to at home. Please convey my regards to the prince and take my leave." The maid hesitated, wanting to speak, but the 2 had already moved ahead. "I in the dining hall," the maid cautiously reported, and Bei Ming-feng raised a wine cup, smiling enigmatically. "How intriguing, how intriguing. There is no other woman bold enough to so openly refuse my royal brother." Li Yin, witnessing the 9th prince's discomfort for the first time, felt an inexplicable joy. He couldn't comprehend why he felt this way. Cousin was right. This is quite the spectacle. Bei Mingyi cast a sidelong glance at Bei Ming Feng and picked up his chopsticks. Suddenly, the dining hall grew as cold as an icehouse, sending chills throughout. Bei Ming Feng immediately sat up straight, taking up his chopsticks to eat. Seeing this, Li Yin could hardly contain his delight, maintaining a serious facade as he silently consumed his meal. After leaving the Ninewang mansion, when Sangwon arrived at the Drunken Sky Tower, requesting a private room on the third floor near the back alley, while waiting for the waiter to serve the dishes, she pushed open the window to gaze into the alley. The back alley of the Drunken Sky Tower was surprisingly spacious, bustling with foot traffic, with vendors occasionally passing by carrying their wares. Observing this scene, nothing struck her as odd. After a simple lunch, she returned to the Wen residence in her chamber, when Sangwon released Feng Yang. What transpired last night? Feng Yang replied, all were in the hands of the Crown Prince. When Sangwon was taken aback, exclaiming, Bei Ming Xian. Feng Yang nodded. The four emerged from the Crown Prince's residence, but the details of their suffering remain unclear. My three sisters were brought into the Crown Prince's estate, where they endured days of debauchery, ultimately drowning, but it was not by their own volition. They were like marionettes, compelled to leap into the lake. But at Jinli Lake, Feng Yang shook her head. It was the Crown Prince's estate. After pondering for a moment, she hesitated before adding, Miss, my three sisters were involved with Taoists. When Sangwon gestured for her to stop, signaling that she understood, and dismissed Feng Yang. The headless corpse she could not summon a spirit from. Had it entered the cycle of reincarnation, or was it scattered? The ghostly energy she had initially directed toward Bei Ming Xian had been dispersed, indicating that a formidable presence resided within the Crown Prince's estate. Taoists, traditionally known for their asceticism, were believed to cultivate inner strength through abstinence. That a Taoist indulging in carnal pleasures was no true Taoist, but rather a rogue practitioner. Such rogue Taoists were seldom virtuous, often embodying greed and malevolence, exploiting their knowledge of ghostly arts to harbor evil spirits and orchestrate sinister deeds. In modern times, she had encountered a rogue Taoist who manipulated malevolent spirits, leading a promising youth to tragically murder his entire family before ultimately taking his own life. During her confrontation with that rogue, the malevolent energy he wielded was more potent than that of a vengeful spirit, rendering him almost unrecognizable as a living being. At that time, she had just begun her studies in ghostly arts and had paid a significant price to eliminate him. What level of power might the rogue Taoists of this era possess? He Jia Bao emerged from the shadows, his small head peeking out, his large eyes sparkling with excitement. Sister, you are back. Chapter 45. The adorable maid. When Sangwon's thoughts were interrupted as she recalled allowing He Jia Bao to wreak havoc at Wen Xian's place the previous night. Did you have fun? He Jia Bao floated over. Yes, sister. Jia Bao discovered a secret about the wicked woman. Do share Jia Bao. Sister, the wicked woman's room contains a peculiar jade pendant. Jia Bao was nearly sucked into it. But Aunt Qinglu arrived just in time to pull me out. Good. Go summon Qinglu. Jia Bao whirled around and vanished. When Sangwon approached her writing desk, spreading out a sheet of rice paper. Young lady, you called for me? Yes, Jia Bao mentioned a strange jade pendant in Wen Xian's room. Can you paint? Qinglu floated over, understanding the implication of the inquiry, that I can manage a bit. Though it's quite rudimentary. That will suffice. Qinglu ascended, taking the brush, and upon contact, intricate patterns appeared on the brush's shaft. After a while, when Sangwon glanced over, her gaze fixating on the caricature inscribed on the jade pendant. It was evident who had gifted this jade pendant. How could Bei Ming Xian possibly give Wen Xian a pendant that absorbed energy? Such an act was utterly unfathomable. Young lady, the pendant is quite strange. Had I not intervened in time, Jia Bao might have been entirely consumed. During my previous visits to that courtyard, I did not notice this pendant. It seems to have appeared only recently. A knock echoed at the door. Miss, someone from the Ninewang mansion is here, Lan announced as she tapped the door. When Sangwon gestured for Qinglu to leave and approached the door. Pulling it open. What is it? Alan Dao. The Zhuangfu has sent an unusual bonsai. When Sangwon's mind, the image of the ice heart grass emerged in an instant, her eyes brightening. Where is it? In the main hall. When Sangwon hastily walked towards the main hall. Upon arriving, she immediately spotted the ice heart grass, standing quietly before her, its fragrance enveloping her. She approached it swiftly, circling around the plant. then turned to Suegu. Does His Highness have anything to say? Suegu clasped his fists and replied, the ninth prince wishes to invite Miss Wen to appreciate the moonlight tonight. Very well. When Sangwon was aware that Bai Mingyi would be taking action tonight, though she remained uncertain about whose wall he would be climbing, she returned to the courtyard. Suegu bowed and took his leave. Alan summoned 2 servants, who carefully moved the flower pot, when Sangwon followed behind. Her eyes curving into crescents, her spirits soaring, that if only there were more such rare flowers, it would be even more perfect. Ah, humans are indeed insatiably greedy, desiring not just one, but a second and a third. She placed the ice-hard grass beside her bed and gasped in admiration. How splendid! Alan, puzzled, asked, Miss, what is so special about this flower? It has no fragrance, and it does not enhance the aroma of the room. It is not as beautiful as the flowers you trimmed on the table, Ditto. You can't smell its fragrance, when Sangwon queried in surprise. Alan stared at the white blossoms and insisted, Miss, this flower has no scent. Azzy, when Sangwon called out to Azzy outside the door. Azzy entered. Can you smell its fragrance? When Sangwon pointed at the ice-hard grass. Azzy stepped forward, leaned in to sniff, then shook her head, Miss, this flower has no fragrance. How can that be? When Sangwon exclaimed in disbelief and asked Alan to fetch a few maidservants. Before long, Alan returned, accompanied by 4 maidservants. They approached as per when Sangwon's intention, carefully inhaling the scent. But all shook their heads, indicating the absence of fragrance. When Sangwon found it strange, the scent was so abundant and refreshing, yet others could not perceive it. Suppressing her curiosity, she decided to wait for midnight to inquire with Bai Mingyi about the matter. In the evening, when Sangwon rummaged through her entire wardrobe, Alan, confused, asked, Miss, what are you searching for? I can help you find it. When Sangwon surveyed the colorful skirts and dresses in her wardrobe and asked, Alan, do you not have a night outfit? Miss, what do you need that for? I intend to engage in some clandestine activities. When Sangwon teased herself, Alan nearly stumbled, exclaiming, Miss, when Sangwon burst into laughter, I was just joking. Tonight, I shall go out for a while. You and Azzy keep an eye on the courtyard. Alan, feeling dejected, pleaded, Miss, could you please take Azzy with you? That way, I would feel more at ease. When Sangwon shook her head. You and Azzy stay behind to look after grandmother. If anything happens, you can handle it. These 2 maidservants had long been assigned to her territory. In times of danger, she could slip away unnoticed. With them in the residence, the old lady's safety would be better assured. Alan lowered her head, saying, it is a servant's duty to protect you. When Sangwon gently patted Alan's head, comforting her like a child. Be good. Watch over the courtyard, and do not let those 2 mother and daughter cause trouble. During this time, Li Xianglan and Wen Qianqian had no time to pay her any mind, having been out all night for several days. Clearly preoccupied with the matter of the crown princess, when Sangwon surveyed her wardrobe again, struggling to find a dark, inconspicuous outfit. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Alan, go find me a set of servant's attire, da-da. Alan replied. Miss, I can find a night outfit. Why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly, go fetch it for me. Alan nodded and left the bedroom. Before long, Alan returned with a cloth bag, placing it on the round table and launching into a detailed explanation, Miss. This is a dart, this is a silver needle, a dagger, poison powder, and venom. You must carry them all. Also, this lime powder should be hidden in your sleeve. If you cannot win, just throw it to escape safely. When Sangwon looked at the pile of items on the table, her expression peculiar. Are you planning to send me to assassinate a bandit den? She picked up a paper package about the size of her palm. Alan, this package of poison is quite heavy. Alan nodded seriously. It's less than it should be. I feared you might not have enough. When Sangwon picked up a porcelain vial of venom. This vial of poison is substantial. Miss, this is bone-eating poison. If you cannot win, feel free to scatter it. It will hit its mark. When Sangwon's lips twitched as she picked up a belt laden with silver needles, estimating no fewer than 200. What is this for? Alan furrowed her brow at the belt. The silver needles are a bit lacking. I must prepare a couple more for your sleeves. When Sangwon found her meticulous worry amusing. Shifting her gaze to the triangular darts, this is manageable. There are only 7. Alan pointed at the darts. Miss, the darts are heavy and inconvenient to carry. We should prepare fewer, or I can get you 2 more bags of poison powder. When Sangwon nearly choked, thinking about how heavy a dart could be, as she reached for one of them. Ouch, this thing weighs at least a pound. She stared incredulously at the dart in her palm. 7 of them equaled 7 pounds of iron on her. Alan clarified, "Miss, this is forged from Xian iron. It is lightweight, yet lacks lethality. You need enough to ensure that even without inner strength, you can pierce through an enemy if thrown." When Sanguine mused, "Goodness, are you intending for me to win by weight?" Alan surveyed the items prepared on the table, still feeling it insufficient, and hurriedly left. "Miss, please wait. I shall fetch more defensive items for you." Chapter 46. A night exploration of the haunted house when Sanguine did not manage to stop the hurriedly departing Alan. Why does it feel like Alan is acting as if I were a child who is cold and needs extra layers of autumn pants? With a wave of her hand, she tossed all the items Alan had prepared into the dark ring, leaving only the night outfit. Before long, Alan returned, cradling another cloth bag. "Miss, this is Wudo San, he didding. Ruang de San and blood-sealing throat powder ditto. And this is soft armor, impervious to blades and spears that as she spoke." Alan frowned. "Miss, wouldn't it be better if you took Azzy with you? If you cannot win, you should run first, leaving Azzy behind." When Sanguine cleared her throat, "That wouldn't be appropriate." Alan insisted earnestly. "Azzy is meant to protect you, that if she cannot fight, it reflects poorly on her ability to protect you, that if not. Why not bring me along? I can handle clandestine matters. I can scale walls to get you into any household you wish." When Sanguine could not hold back her laughter. "Huh, you truly think I am so weak? You and Azzy stay behind and watch over the courtyard. Just ensure no one enters." Alan showed a pained expression. "Miss, I can also scale walls, truly." When Sanguine pinched Alan's chubby cheek, "Be good. Your mistress will go with the 9th prince. Nothing will happen, if any unexpected events occur. I will certainly push the 9th prince forward to take the hit, ensuring my safe return to Oh. Is that so? Very well. Just ensure you protect yourself, that if you encounter a dire situation, don't worry about whether he is a prince. Just push him forward, that if it comes to sacrificing a life, both Alan and Azzy can handle it." All right, I will certainly protect myself. Your mistress cannot bear to see such a lovely Alan sad." "Oh dear, miss, you are teasing me again." After their playful banter, when Sanguine collected all the items on the table into the dark ring, Alan's eyes lit up when she saw the items disappear. Her mind racing. "Miss, we can collect many more items, right?" When Sanguine nodded, upon hearing this, Alan's face broke into a radiant smile. "Wonderful, miss, please wait." Regardless of her mistress's response, she dashed out excitedly. When Sanguine watched Alan's retreating figure with amusement, shaking her head helplessly as she picked up the night outfit and walked behind the screen. Once she had changed into the night outfit, outside the courtyard, the sound of clattering echoed as he entered. Adorned with bundles of cloth on her body, back, and arms, Alan returned, carrying a heap of weapons and placing them on the ground. "Miss, please store these. There's more." She turned and exited again, when Sanguine felt her head spinning. Was this maidservant planning to move the entire household over? She said nothing, waved her hand, and stored everything. The 2 maidservants made numerous trips back and forth, and as midnight approached, a shadow fell into the courtyard. When Sanguine heard a strange noise and opened her door, stepping out to find Bai Mingyi dressed in night attire. After exchanging a glance, she was led out of the Wen residence along the way. When Sanguine felt the chill of the wind at her ears, her lips twitching as she could not help but murmur, "9th prince, can't we change positions?" In the dead of night, being held by a man while leaping over rooftops. Who could understand her current feelings of frustration? "Can you leap on your own?" Bai Mingyi loosened his grip slightly. When Sanguine sensed the shift in pressure around her waist, feeling as though she might fall, and clutched tightly to Bai Mingyi's arm. "I cannot." She truly needed to learn lightness skills from Azzy. This was simply too constricting. Bai Mingyi responded with a low, magnetic voice, tinged with amusement. The 2 continued to soar forward. "Where are we headed?" "To the Crown Prince's residence." As when Sanguine heard a voice, she turned in astonishment, nearly brushing against Bai Mingyi's cheek. The proximity startled her, causing her heart to race, and she hastily turned away. "What is it?" she inquired, referring to the dismembered corpse. When Sanguine suppressed her unusual feelings and, with a serious gaze, Bai Mingyi remarked, "There is a malevolent presence in the prince's mansion that obscures the truth. We require your assistance. Isn't it possible to deal with the dismembered remains?" She questioned that no, it is not that my cultivation is insufficient, and I have become lost on several attempts to enter. "Your Highness, may I ask something that might be inappropriate?" when Sangwon expressed her concern over a matter. Speak freely, he replied. Are the father and son united in purpose? This inquiry was directed towards the relationship between Bai Minghuan and Bai Mingxian. Not at all. Their intentions are divergent, yet a delicate balance exists between them. She understood now. The two shared their own motives, yet were bound by mutual interests, forming a partnership. Indeed, those of royal blood are rarely straightforward individuals. Before long, they arrived at a secluded alley behind a mansion. As when Sangwon's feet touched the ground, her brow immediately furrowed, and she gazed upward at the ominous atmosphere above the dwelling, her heart sinking in dread, unable to articulate her feelings. The air was so thick with malevolence it had turned a deep purple. Even minor spirits would be torn apart by this aura, and an ordinary person would either perish or be gravely harmed within. Yet above this oppressive energy, there was a glimmer of Buddhist light, transforming the atmosphere into something auspicious. Bai Mingyi stood silently by, allowing Wen Sangwon her moment of contemplation. After a brief pause, Wen Sangwon whispered, "This place is not suitable for discussion." Bai Mingyi gestured for her to proceed deeper into the alley. They walked to the end of the passage, turned left, and navigated through two more back alleys before entering a courtyard. "What do you think?" Bai Mingyi inquired, when Sangwon felt a weight in her heart. It resembled a graveyard, and without the proper fate, intruding would surely lead to her demise. Is there a way to break this? She pondered, uncertain, stating that a daytime reconnaissance was necessary to ascertain the situation. After considering, she produced 2 talismans and a pair of scissors. Looking around before moving to the base of a wall. Chanting a spell, she cut out 2 small figures, pricked her finger, and smeared the blood on their eyes. The 2 paper figures were suddenly whisked away by a gust of wind, swaying toward the prince's mansion. Now, they had to wait for the figures to lure the spirits from within. She was unsure if these delicate constructs could withstand such a terrifying abode. Bai Mingyi withdrew his gaze from the drifting paper figures when Sangwon explained, "The negative energy is too intense. I am uncertain if they can summon any spirits that at these malevolent entities causing the trouble." He inquired, "Indeed, it is no surprise that dismembered remains cannot enter. Even highly cultivated monks or Taoists would find it difficult." When Sangwon, "Who was your mentor? May I pay a visit?" Bai Mingyi asked. She shook her head. "It is not that I intend to conceal the truth. I have no sect or school that I merely learned from a wandering monk's manuscript, which was later burned in a fire due to its inconspicuousness." The monk was indeed a figure of the past, having once visited her home, a detail easily discovered by casual inquiry. Just then, the 2 small paper figures returned, one missing an arm, the other a leg. When Sangwon extended her palm to catch the small figures, Chapter 47, Cultivating Spirits in the Underworld. The small figures danced in her hand, mimicking gestures, when Sangwon frowned. After a moment, the figures were tossed into the air again. The negative energy was indeed overwhelming. The little creatures could not breach the barrier. "Does Bai Mingxian reside here?" When Sangwon boldly named him without any pretense that no, he replied. When Sangwon looked at Bai Mingyi, her expression grave, declaring, "This is an underworld dwelling, cultivating minor spirits." Bai Mingyi remained silent. She felt the need to elaborate. "Your Highness, living in a yang dwelling, a place of good fortune, can enhance longevity and ensure safety. An underworld dwelling, however, breeds spirits, and the concentration of these entities intensifies the negative energy. Without special methods to suppress them, an excess of such entities could lead to a night filled with spirits. Let alone a mere underworld dwelling. The entire capital could become a ghost town, devoid of life for hundreds of miles." She considered, pressing her brow, not to mention that ordinary people who encounter malevolent entities may suffer from weakness or even sudden death. The terror of a night filled with spirits is real. The dead become ghosts, and their numbers grow. I do not know Bai Mingxian's intentions, but this matter cannot be ignored. Is there a remedy here? Or how might I assist? Bai Mingyi queried. When Sangwon pressed her brow again, contemplating that to eradicate the underworld would mean confronting the heart of the ghostly lair. The living could offer no aid. "Allow me some time to think." After a long while, she sighed. "At present, I cannot conceive a solution that if I could enter the mansion by day, perhaps I could discern a way to break this." Indeed, at that moment, the small paper figures returned, fluttering around her hand before eventually burning away to nothing. "They've been discovered," she remarked just as footsteps echoed from the distance. accompanied by shouts of assassin. She drew forth a talisman to prepare for an unexpected scenario. Bai Mingyi said, "There is no need." When Sangwon was unsure of his next move, since he insisted there was no need for her concern, she assumed he could handle it. However, she did not believe a regent should find himself in disarray over such matters. "The assassin has fled. Quickly pursue," came the call from the depths of the alley. After a flurry of commotion, silence enveloped them. Bai Mingyi turned his gaze from the shadows, saying, "In 2 days shall we proceed to the prince's mansion." When Sangwon pondered, "Then let the dismembered remains suffice. There is no need for anyone else to enter, as they lack the fate to withstand this negative energy." "Very well, as you say." Hearing his response, she felt a peculiar sensation, though she concealed it, nodding in agreement. Bai Mingyi extended his hand. "Let us go." Looking at his outstretched hand, she raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat reluctant. "Your Highness, is there no other way to return? Perhaps a horse or a carriage?" Bai Mingyi merely replied with 3 words. "The night is deep." When Sangwon thought to herself, upon arrival, "I had intentions of engaging in mischief, feeling constrained. Now returning in this manner feels stifling, that if it comes to it, I could simply walk back." Bai Mingyi's amusement only grew. Teasing her, "Little cat, can you scale a wall?" When Sangwon silently cursed, contemplating why ancient folks constructed such high walls. With a huff, she turned her head away. The next moment, she felt a whirlwind of emotions. As if she were flying, a stifling sensation coursing through her. Upon returning to the Wen residence, she had no desire to linger by Bai Mingyi's side. Waving her hand without looking back, she entered her chamber and shut the door with determination. Bai Mingyi savored the lingering warmth in his palm, his smile deepening. The next day, after lunch, when Sangwon urged Aziz, insisting on learning martial skills, standing in a horse-riding stance was fundamental. After squatting for a brief while, her legs felt heavy as if laden with lead, quivering under her own weight, while her waist seemed intent on fleeing home, despite her brain's attempts to control in the shadows. He Jiabao mimicked his sister's movements. Laughing heartily, Alon, balancing a teacup in one hand and a folding fan in the other, appeared as if a grandmother concerned for her thirsty grandson. After a long afternoon of exertion, she ultimately surrendered, realizing the world was beautiful, and she needed to relish its splendor. When Sangwon returned to her chamber, her body feeling like it had fallen apart, collapsing onto a soft couch while Alon diligently massaged her. Alon asked, "Miss, is the pressure acceptable?" "Oh, don't stop." "Oh, that feels good." When Sangwon grimaced, both pained and pleased, primarily due to Alan's professional technique, that Alon observed her mistress's expression. "Miss, are you in pain or not? I can ease up that." No. This pressure is perfect." "Oh, it feels wonderful." Aziz, truly oblivious, remarked, "Do be careful. Mrs. Precious. What if you damage her?" Aziz entered with a soothing herbal powder, casting a cold glance at Alon. "Show some restraint." That Alon glared at Aziz. "You think you showed restraint? Look at how Miss is suffering." Aziz furrowed her brow, handing the powder to Alon. "Your stance is improper. Your horse-riding stance is wrong. And your arm movements are off." When Sangwon interjected, that Alon, indignant, declared, "This is Miss, so precious. If you follow your brother's advice, just watch how I deal with you." That Alon took the herbal powder from Aziz's hand, gently saying, "Miss, I've prepared a medicinal bath for you. Soak for a while, and it will soothe your muscles and bones." When Sangwon, still lying down, waved a hand dismissively, that Alon stood up, casting a fierce glare at Aziz before exiting. 2 days later, just after lunch, Aziz returned from outside. "Miss, the 9th prince is in the main hall." When Sangwon accepted the tea Alon handed her, rinsed her mouth, wiped it with a handkerchief, and stood to leave, that Aziz attempted to follow, but when Sangwon did not look back, leaving behind the words, "You two stay. There's no need to accompany me." Chapter 48. The Prince Encounters Evil? Breaking. Upon arriving at the main hall, Bai Mingyi was not within, but stood outside in the courtyard. When Sangwon approached, "Let us go," she understood what they were about to undertake today, as the two individuals exited through the grand doors. They beheld a servant of the Wen residence leading a horse-drawn carriage, that a wave of perplexity washed over Wen Sangwon. She had not notified anyone in the manner of her departure, so how could the servant possibly be aware of her intentions? Just as she contemplated voicing her curiosity, the sound of footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by the voice of Li Xiangwan. "Qian, as we visit the Crown Prince's residence." Exercise caution and propriety. We must not give others cause for amusement. Mother, your daughter understands. Good, good. My daughter is indeed wise. Without turning back, when Sangwon grasped Bai Mingye's arm, guiding him to the side, opting for silence. Bai Mingye, suddenly tugged by the sleeve, glanced over and adjusted his stance in unison with her. And thus they stood in quietude. Upon exiting, Li Xianglan noticed when Sangwon and, beside her, a tall figure adorned with an unusual mask, the identity of which remained a mystery, though her mind brimmed with questions. She suppressed her curiosity. The matter at hand was of utmost importance, as her daughter was bound for the crown princess residence. After reiterating her admonitions to Wen Qianqian, she finally found a moment to address Wen Sangwon. Wainer, who is this young master? She pondered whether he could be the 9th prince. As in the capital, few donned masks for public appearances. However, the 9th prince's mask was that of a fearsome specter, while the man before her wore a simple silver mask. When Sangwon replied with a smile, "Oh, a familiar friend." Xianglan's thoughts stirred. She sought to exploit the opportunity, but ultimately quelled her ambitions. This wretched girl had already accepted the marriage decree, yet she cavorted with another man. Such impropriety could easily be reported to the 9th prince, who could rid her of this nuisance without leaving a trace. Contemplating this, a benevolent smile graced her features that as long as Wainer is happy. Your aunt has pressing matters to attend to and cannot entertain your friend. The do ensure he is well received. With that, she departed with an air of importance, when Sangwon, still smiling, urged, "Let us proceed." Bai Mingye inquired, "Do you require my assistance?" When Sangwon turned to him, a look of disbelief crossing her face. "The 9th prince is aware? The back courtyard is no less than the inner palace." When Sangwon raised her thumb in mock appreciation, the 9th prince is indeed formidable, able to discern demons and phantoms with a mere glance. She had always maintained that dramas and novels were mere fabrications. Those princes raised in the inner palace were far from innocent, and the rivalries among women in the courtyard were not lost on them. The truth was veiled by the interests of men, who chose to remain silent, that on their way, curiosity piqued, when Sangwon asked, "Will we be free to roam the crown princess residence today?" Bai Mingye nodded slowly, responding, "It is for the birthday banquet." When Sangwon paused, her eyes widening in realization. The birthday banquet of Bai Mingxian? Understanding dawned upon her. It was no wonder Bai Mingye had mentioned their visit in a couple of days. This was the reason. "Are you not afraid to call him by name? He is the crown prince, and any slight could bring dire consequences." When Sangwon cast a glance at Bai Mingye, "Your Highness, you feign ignorance if we speak of transgressions. I have already faced execution under your hand countless times, so it is hardly his place to judge." Bai Mingye chuckled lightly, recalling how when Sangwon once held a singular affection for him. The thought pricked at his heart, leaving an uncomfortable sensation lodged in his throat. When Sangwon, displeased, withdrew her gaze, this man was deliberately provoking her. "Your Highness, in youth, we all have our indiscretions. Who has not been blind to the faults of others? Furthermore, if I am not perceptive, it is merely due to the manipulations of others." Upon hearing this, Bai Mingye felt a weight lift from his heart. The little cat had lost its way, and he must guide it back to the right path. "Is Wainer now so oblivious?" "Of course not," when Sangwon replied, recalling something. "With our hands empty, can we truly succeed in this endeavor?" "Yes, my presence is merely to grant him a measure of respect." When Sangwon could not contain her laughter. "Your Highness, you are indeed impressive." Bai Mingye chose not to shatter the illusion of her innocence, teasing her instead. "Does Wainer believe I am impressive?" When Sangwon faltered, this man was indeed unpredictable. "Your Highness, this is a question you already know the answer to. I have not forgotten the grudge of the darts. Should the opportunity arise, I shall repay in kind, regardless of the consequences." Bai Mingye's gaze turned serious as he replied, "I apologize, for I was unaware it was you." "Wainer." When Sangwon was left momentarily flabbergasted. What is the meaning of this? She had merely spoken in jest. Why was he taking it seriously? Her shoulder ached, but they had saved one another, thus canceling the debt. Suddenly, he was so earnest. What was this about? The carriage fell into an awkward silence. Bai Mingye frowned, sensing her discontent. Has Wainer been wronged? Not at all, when Sangwon responded, her expression peculiar as she regarded him. After a long pause, she queried, "Are you truly the 9th prince? Or perhaps possessed by a spirit?" "Neither," he replied. when Sanguine produced a talisman from her hand. Your Highness. Yes, without hesitation, she flung the talisman, which soared through the air, landing squarely on Baiming Ye's masked face before slowly drifting down. Following the talisman's descent, when Sanguine's gaze trailed after it seems I am not afflicted by malevolent spirits. Baiming Yi picked up the talisman, idly toying with it. The little cat's courage grows bolder, he mused, sighing internally at her lack of subtlety. Wainer, may I inquire about your concerns? By all means, Your Highness. Feel free to speak openly. Why must we enter the Crown Prince's residence to discern the method of dispelling these spirits? Speaking on this subject was well within her expertise. The underworld, much like the cities we inhabit, is populated by various entities that exorcise these malevolent energies. One must understand where spirits congregate densely and where they are sparse. Ghosts, being insubstantial, cannot be grasped by mere hands. The talismans employed vary in potency. The stronger the specter, the more challenging it is to disperse. But how does one distinguish between the strengths of these entities? When Sanguine nodded, ghosts lack physical bodies and must attach themselves to objects imbued with energy. Artificial hills, ponds, potted plants, beams, vases, or even a fallen strand of hair could serve as a vessel for a spirit. I see. When Sanguine's expression turned grave. Your Highness. Yes, I am unaware of Baiming Xian's intentions in seeking to eliminate these malevolent spirits, but I would not shy away from my duty. You possess a kind heart. Wainer, when Sanguine shook her head. This path requires the cultivation of good relationships, lest one suffer backlash, leaving behind nothing but bones. Her words were not mere rhetoric. Generally, practitioners of feng shui who lacked good relations often faced dire consequences, ranging from prolonged illness to loss of limbs, blindness, or even a premature death, leading to a legacy of sorrow. Baiming Yi furrowed his brow. Will Wainer face backlash? When Sanguine smiled, did I cultivate good relations? Thus I shall not. Indeed, that moment, a chilling voice pierced the my lord, we have arrived. The carriage curtain was drawn aside, and without hesitation, when Sanguine leaped out, followed closely by Baiming Yi to the entrance of the Crown Prince's residence. The carriage wove through the throng, bustling with activity, when Sanguine observed the gaunt steward at the front gate, whose sunken cheekbones and frail form gave him an eerie, sinister appearance as he greeted the guests with a smile. This man has not long to live, she mused. Indeed. Baiming Yi, misinterpreting her apprehension, softened his tone. Fear not, for I am here, Wainer. When Sanguine turned her gaze back to the man beside her, am I some timid creature? Today, I shall confront whatever demons lurk about. Baiming Yi sighed inwardly at her lack of subtlety. Very well, let us proceed. Together, they strode towards the grand entrance of the Crown Princess abode as they approached. The steward Judichang's countenance shifted slightly upon seeing the mask, and he hurriedly descended the steps. Greetings, Your Highness. May fortune favor you. Baiming Yi paid him no heed, continuing forward, while when Sanguine sensed the scrutinizing gazes of those around them as they entered the Crown Prince's residence. The moment she crossed the threshold, a dense aura of ghostly energy collided against her, as if she had stepped into a quagmire, a chill seeping into her bones, reminiscent of plunging into icy depths. Instinctively, she scanned the surroundings, assessing the reactions of others, before hesitating only briefly before following Baiming Yi further inside. Noticing her discomfort, Baiming Yi halted, allowing her a moment. When Sanguine exhaled a single word, cold. She edged closer to Baiming Yi, seeking warmth. What does Wainer require? A jade pendant, she replied, aware that the dragon aura surrounding Baiming Yi would provide some protection, and that a personal jade pendant would offer similar benefits. Very well. Baiming Yi removed the pendant from his waist, and when Sanguine accepted it, deftly sliding 2 concealed talismans into his hand. Should the need arise, they can be crushed to conceal our presence. She was acutely aware that this individual possessed considerable inner strength. Shattering the talisman would pose no challenge for him. Having uttered her thoughts, she dismissed the matter entirely, turning her gaze towards a group of ladies departing, and proceeded to follow in their wake. Bei Minji, toying with the talisman, could not help but find the situation somewhat amusing as he observed the receding figure of the little cat. He withdrew his gaze and coldly advanced, with the shattered corpses trailing closely behind. When Sanguine accompanied several ladies to the garden, where an expansive array of blooms surrounded clusters of strikingly beautiful women, each one radiating allure and vibrancy. Gazing at the picturesque scenery of the garden, she found even a single step forward to be a daunting task, as the overpowering fragrance of powders rendered her quite uncomfortable, while contemplating how to navigate through the throngs. A pair of icy little hands suddenly clasped her left hand. Upon glancing down, when Sangwon beheld a pale-faced girl, her hair styled in twin buns, dressed in a striking red garment that seemed to be soaked in blood. The girl slowly raised her head to meet when Sangwon's gaze, revealing a sinister smile. "You can indeed see me. Little paper figure, you cannot escape." Startled, when Sangwon swiftly withdrew her hand and delivered a sharp slap to the girl's head, instinctively pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her hands, concealing her previous uncharacteristic action. The girl was sent flying, tumbling 3 or 4 meters before finally collapsing motionless on the ground, when Sangwon cast a disdainful glance at the little specter. To be able to roam freely under the bright sky, this spirit must have consumed an unspeakable amount of human flesh and drunk copious amounts of blood to act so brazenly.